Yes, moo. No dough. Thanks for the prime then. The 49 months. That's big. Okay, it appears. This works. Alright. Wonkas. Yeah, I had a lot of trouble like setting up a bunch of stuff. I'm actually not fully done yet. But hopefully soon. TM. New period 2 content out. It's in 1 week. Okay, let's get this here ready for later. It's not up yet, apparently. Okay, then we have this here. Oh, are they live? Seems like they just started it. Okay, 1 hour to go. So you have 1 hour to kill, guys. Hi, Neil Ronnie. Thank you as well for the sub. Great moment, yes. Yeah, so 1 hour, I guess. Maybe gonna play a bit until then or something. Or we can just like talk about what's going to happen. How about that? But yeah, new PvE content has been coming very slowly. The hut. So I think a lot of people at this point actually expect that they're gonna not finish early access this year. I also don't really see any hope for that. Hello guys on YouTube as well. How's it going, Bassett? Yeah, I wanted to stream last night already actually, but I didn't really get my PC set up in time. I got some new hard drives and stuff. I did like a clean install of everything. I have Windows 11 now as well, which hopefully doesn't like fry my PoE or something. I heard there was like some issues with that. You want Druid, but I don't know if they'll give us that. I'll be very surprised if they don't include Druid. I mean, they have been like only showing Huntress lately, and like the patch is called like Dawn of the Hunt and whatever. But yeah. They did show off Druid, and they said Druid is gonna come with like the big update, right? Like some months ago, basically. So if they don't give us Druid, I would be kind of surprised. Going to download for like Notepad. As I said, I have like a clean Windows install, so like a lot of stuff is kind of like on the fly still. I also haven't like finished my audio setup, so I hope it's okay. Let me know if there's like any weird stuff with audio. Also for the YouTube guys, I just want to confirm, do you guys hear music or not? You're not supposed to. Oh, Nini, thank you for the 5 subs. This program is like 3 megabytes. Why did it take so long? Okay, sound is good. Okay, YouTube doesn't have music. Okay, so this is correct. All right. Yeah, I still have like some problems I need to fix with my sound. I don't remember how I did it last time. It was like 3 years ago or something. Because basically what I do is, on OBS, my OBS looks like this. And I have like, many different audio tracks, as you can see here. There's microphone, game, Discord, whatever. And then there's basically 6 different audio tracks that these sources are distributed to, where 4 is my Twitch stream, 5 is my Twitch VOD, and 6 is my YouTube VOD. Maybe soon TMX. And, basically these tracks are for recording, 1 to 3, so that I, for example, can cut my videos to have only the microphone or only the game sound or whatever, and so on. So it's kind of complicated. And I have most of the stuff ready to go, but I still have the problem that I currently cannot listen to, for example, my in-game audio. I can make it play for the stream, but I can't hear it myself. So I'm not really sure how to do that. I need to fix that. I've done it in the past, but yeah. That's how that looks these days. You can make this even more complicated if you want, but at least this works. Also, there's a program called NVIDIA Broadcast, which is this here, which basically is like a AI noise filtering and so on program. So if you guys notice any weird stuff with that, let me know. I remember last time I stopped using it a while ago because it was like kind of causing some interference or some kind of weird sounds sometimes. Just occasionally, and then I stopped using it. And now I'm trying it again, so let me know. Hey, G Fury, thank you as well. Appreciate the sub. The chat is already like big here. Log in, man. Everyone is logging in. Actually, I don't have 7TB extension installed and stuff. I need to get my Chrome extensions, but I can do that later. I have like no extensions right now. Do we have like some of the trailers or so they posted lately? I haven't actually checked out anything lately. Like what has been going on. Let me see. Okay, I have not entered Twitter since my new setup, so I need to get my notification code. Okay, let's see. I posted any stuff. There's also March 11th, also a trailer. GG Live begins in 1 hour. Has there been like any other, like, I don't know, podcasts, dev streams or something? No, right? Did I make a bingo card? I didn't. I know some guys have done that. Oh, what's that, Maggie? Wait. Stream elements, let me check that. Login. Okay. Try it again. That was the vacay. That was pretty good. I've been like, okay, I mean, I was on the phone here and there and stuff, but otherwise, you know, kind of just going around. We saw a lot of nice places. I haven't really, like, you know, checked out much or looked at much. So I'm actually like seeing if right now if there's like any like updates I missed and so on. The bingo card. Gonna see that. ES nerf. Absolutely. Bestiary, hell no. Alterational ops. I mean, it was like leaked, but I really hope they're not introducing alteration ops, to be honest. I think they should do something better. Tiered rare support for loot filters. Okay, whatever. Horizon orbs, that would be nice, but I think it's unlikely it's gonna happen now. And either way, Horizon orbs will probably look very different, I think. Yo, 9 years, 6 months. Nice. Expedition vendor rework. That would be nice, but I don't expect it right now. I think eventually they will rework Expedition though. Probably not in this patch. Atlas fast track between towers. I doubt. Vendor recipe for bulk reforge. What? For like maps and stuff, I suppose. I think that if anything, they're probably gonna make some kind of custom solution for maps specifically. Like in the map tab, it's like, okay, upgrade all tier 3s to tier 4s and upgrade all tier 4s to tier 5 or something. You know, just press like one button. I think that would be nice. I don't see a reason not to do that. Blight, oof. Also, hell no, not in this patch. Druid, yes. Scarabs, no. Swords, also no. Huntress, okay. Act 4, no. Over quality equipment basis, oh my god. They're talking about the superior items, right? That they tried to mimic Diablo 2 with. Herald chaining nerf, yes. Armor buff. I don't expect it actually. They want to do like a rework of it. They already buffed it. So I don't think that is happening now, but we'll see. Fresh economy, yes. Trial of the ancestors. Hell no, please. But it's like a lot of people are expecting it. Charm rework. Maybe. Yo, SCR. Thank you, man. Blight arrive. Yeah, some people like Blight, and I think most people don't. But either way, I don't expect any new league mechanic to come in there. Like, even the entirety of early access, I don't expect any new league mechanic. The only thing they will add is like the acts, the classes, the ascendancies, and the third trial, whatever that's gonna be. People think it's gonna be Trial of the Ancestors. Maybe. Maybe because it's called Trial. But honestly, I don't really expect something like Trial of the Ancestors to be popular. It would be very surprising. But yeah, we'll see. Charm rework, okay. What the hell is this? Scooby-Doo. Okay. Omens dash tab. Dude, just delete fucking omens. All of them. Runes dash tab. Probably not. That's probably gonna go into like some kind of like fragment tab or whatever at some point, I think. Catalyst dash tab. Also kind of same story. And fragment dash tab, yeah, so something like this might happen. I don't think they're gonna make like one for runes and for catalysts specifically. That would be overkill as hell. It's like all this, either the love or I hate them. Tota's all but confirmed. Ah, shit. Why did it confirm that? Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, game director for Power Exile 2 at Grinding Gear Games. Let's talk. PoE down. I don't know, maybe they're doing something with the servers as well right now because they're gonna update. Either way, if they bring Tota, maybe it's gonna be cool, but you know, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, for example, they did bring back Sanctum, and while it does work pretty similar to what it was, you know, like PoE 2 Sanctum is still different from PoE 1 Sanctum, so let's see how Tota is gonna be. Hey, Toki, how's it going? Nothing from GG outside of their printed lore. Okay. Ultimatum is the same, but different. Yeah, I mean, it has like the kind of like broad same concept, I guess, with Ultimatum. So yeah, if they do something like, you know, the Ultimatum to the Trial of Chaos comparison, then I guess Tota might be fun. I don't know. I didn't play the Tota Lake, but I don't really expect it to be very fun if they just like copy it over. So I hope they're gonna do something. I wonder how much they're gonna nerf all the top builds, like all the crazy OP stuff. The Herald Chaining, I think, is absolutely getting nuked. And then, like, probably stuff like Archmage, maybe Temporalis even. Honestly, I think even, like, if Temporalis is, like, a much rarer item, if there's no, like, duping, whatever going on, let's say there's, like, 100 Temporalis per league, maybe it's okay for it to be, like, OP as hell, but I think it's, like, too much. The thing is that if you look at it, it just doesn't even seem like very fun gameplay anymore at that point, it's just like teleport, 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 teleport. And kind of like, it's like too much, I think. What are some things I hope they put in? Well, honestly, I'm kind of just like excited to see what they will like show us now and what is actually the stuff that's going into this patch. Like, for example, Druid. I would like to play Druid, but they have not actually really shown anything about Druid lately. They only confirmed it like 4 months ago or some shit. Yeah, next patch is gonna have Hunters and Druid, by the way. Then it showed off Druid for like 3 minutes, and that was it. And the other Druid footage that we've seen was like 4 years ago. And, so who knows if Druid is actually coming. I mean, Hunters is definitely confirmed. On the other hand, I don't really mind if like Druid is not there and they bring it later, for example. It would just be kind of like a wasted opportunity, I think, especially considering, how late they are with this patch. And, they've even like sidelined PoE 1 completely to work on PoE 2. And if they don't come out of the PoE 2 patch and there's not even the Druid in there, then what were they doing, But okay, I don't really mind. I'm not gonna get upset about that. If they need time, they need time, and so this is what it is. In terms of what I hope they will put in, I don't know. I don't really expect anything. It's early access, they need to finish the game. They need to make the classes, the acts, and this is really gonna take all of the time. And then after the game is actually complete, sometime next year, they have the opportunity to actually start adding stuff. And I mean, they could put a lot of stuff in there. I don't really have like a clear vision for like where they should go first. I think whatever they do, they have to focus on improving crafting and endgame the most. Because both these things are like extremely undercooked right now. Need to put new launch day, April 19 on the bingo card. Oh no. Oh no. They have to finish the game and yet they're doing a league. Well, they're doing a reset, which I think is good, a reset is just a reset. There's not necessarily a league mechanic attached to it. So it will be like a new league, but it's just because it's like, okay, everyone starts at level 1 again, and there's a Hunters now, and maybe a Druid. And that's fine, they can always just reset every few months. Why not? And they really have to, because, like the, 0.1 economy is just like messed up, right? With all the like, rarity farming they've done, the Temporalis duping, it's just like, 4 months old now. Like, it's time to go again. Okay, thanks, Monkas. The Trial of the Ancestors. I mean, maybe the Trial of the Ancestors is just gonna have like the same name and the the lore in common, but maybe the gameplay is completely different. Hello, Tachika. What time is the regular stream? Apparently 41 minutes. Do we have more bingo cards that people made? $42 minutes, yeah. Hi, Josh, by the way. Yeah, I am. Hope you do. I think they will address the LE thing. I don't think they will. Is it like a follow-up, like Q&A and stuff with CGD again and these kind of things, by the way? Maybe. Maybe if there was some Q&A, then there would be the question about last Epoch, and then maybe they would talk about it. In their reveal stream, I don't think they're going to talk about it. And if anything, they can only lose by doing that, right? Like everyone was kind of like upset about GG with their, putting the launch date right behind last Epoch and stuff. That really, gave them a lot of like negative comments. At least I saw like the experts and stuff. I also commented on that some way where they announced it. Where was that? Ah, that's actually the drop you're gonna get here, right? Oh god. Seriously. Yeah, this is what you're gonna get today for watching the stream, or watching my stream when the drops. The guillotine effect. You think they will mention last Epoch? Let's see. Yeah, what are they gonna say though? Like in general about like the timeline and so on. Like, like I don't know, when did they talk about it last time? It was like 2 months ago or something, where they said, okay, we're gonna like do like a reset rather sooner than later and blah blah blah. And now, the reset is gonna happen 4 months after start, which is already like 33% longer than a typical league is expected to last, right? So they made it sound like they would make it shorter than 3 months, and now it's actually 4 months. So it's like, Whenever it looks like a Witch Hunter, there's Swinging Strike, Exploding, effect killing 2 screens at once, 200 anchors. I think it's only for bosses. Or? At least they're only showing bosses, yeah. It does look a little bit weird though, because it has like this, travel time, right? Like you kill the boss, and then the guillotine comes, so it's kind of like, looks a bit weird, to be honest. Maybe it's for rares as well. Just be like you're working as hard as you can to deliver this game to you. We can't worry about what other people are doing. Maybe. Yeah, maybe they're gonna say something like that. The EA was a total bust, feels kinda cash grabby. I don't think it does. It's pretty cheap. The game, is relatively vast already. I think the price tag and everything is fine. It's just like, okay, they were very hesitant with updating after like the initial like first nerfs and whatever they've done. But I don't really get the impression at all that it's like a cash grab or whatever. I mean, have you seen other early access games out there? Sometimes I play some of them for like, sponsored streams and whatever. Seraph in the Darkness, for example. I mean, this is not at all comparable, I think. And I mean, to be honest, it was a massive success, right? The retention was incredible for PoE2. So many people kept blasting, like, even after weeks, they had like hundreds of thousands of, daily users and stuff, or concurrent players even. What about the mounts? I think you can bring them in the update. I mean, there's like a skill gem for Ranger for it, right? Maybe they're gonna bring the mount. But it's like, I guess it's like a bow skill, so, it's only for Ranger pretty much. So. Should be less burning grounds and enemies jumping and surrounding you. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. I see a message from streamer. Thanks for subscribing, Dan. Why do I not see this on my notifications, though? Thank you. The Act 4 boss is going to be one of the chieftains who want to return to the old ways instead of trading with Kalgur. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know much about Act 4. I know that they have like an outline of what the acts are going to be like. I think Act 4 is about King's March and the Karui, right? So especially like after playing like the Settlers League, we're gonna have like a bit of like a build up for the lore for Act 4, and then I'm sure what Act 5 and Act 6 is. I guess Act 6 is like all about like hunting down the countess. And then there's also like this guy here. I don't even remember his name. We have not really seen him anywhere. But there's like this artwork. So I guess he's gonna be like very important. Actually, these might be like... Are these like the act bosses? No, not exactly. But he has like Act 1, Act 2. I mean, this is like an Act 3 boss, but not the final boss. No idea what this is. Hi, Pattern. Hi, Weapon X. Thanks for Prime. There should be less burning ground and enemies jumping around you and surrounding you. Burning ground. I never really had that much issue with this though. But I guess if you play like a ES build, then it's gonna be pretty annoying. What is the biggest thing I want to see in this patch that is not already revealed? Yeah, I guess like updates to crafting and maybe drop rates at least. Like at the very least they could make like omens much more common. And they could also like make stuff like chaos orbs much more common. So you can just craft more and do more stuff, at least for now. And then once they start introducing other systems, maybe they can like, you know, lower the stuff a little bit again. The Mares will be the Act 6 boss and Karnas in Act 5. Yeah, sounds about right, I guess. This guy's Lumarius. Yeah, but I wonder what kind of like story build up there is to him, because right now in like Act 1 to 3 there's like nothing about him yet. 6 acts is total. It's gonna be the final number unless they're gonna do like an expansion or so, but I cannot doubt it. You know, if there's like an actual like expansion to Path of Exile 2, then I think it's not gonna be a campaign expansion. Because originally they expanded the acts in PoE 1 to make us not replay the acts. Like just like how right now we do like Act 1 to 3 and then Act 1 to 3 again on Cruel. Basically back then there was like, you know, Act 1 to 3, Act 1 to 3, Act 1 to 3. Kind of like how Diablo 2 works. It was basically the same system. It was like, you know, normal nightmare hell. And then in PoE 1, in order to avoid that replay, they made 10 acts out of the 4 they had at that point. I still remember that amazing announcement trailer, actually. That was very cool. Yeah, this one. That was a cool trailer, some PoE 1 still, man. Do we have sound for this? Yeah. I remember people were going pretty crazy on this, and this was like, when was that, like 7 years ago or some shit, right? Or even longer. I don't know. This was patch 3.0 and Path of Exile 1. And people were like, Pork, another act? Act 5? Cool, we're getting another act. And then this. Act 6. But wait. Oh, Act 7? Yeah, this is like really the epitome of, but wait, there's more. Straight up. Like they went from 4 acts to 10 acts, really cool actually. Still a really cool trailer, to be honest. $1.6 million views 8 years ago. Holy fuck, dude. Oops. That was cool stuff. Yeah, I started playing I think right after, or maybe, was it this patch? No, I started playing in 3.1, which was the patch after this, when they introduced Abyss League. It's kind of interesting to think that PoE 2 was supposed to be Path of Exile 1 4.0, right? This was the 3.0 patch 8 years ago. And PoE 2 was supposed to be the 4.0 patch. I think its bug pressure was 6 months ago. Hi, Fagblood. Check out Silver XYZ. Some neat ideas on what GG could do. Like on YouTube or what, Monkus? Okay, let's see.
Hello, mate. Welcome.
We can check that out. 28 minutes. Okay, perfect. Wait.
Back to the channel. It's me, Silver.
I don't know this guy actually.
Alive and well. Thank you for those of you that have been asking. At the end of this video, I will get into why I've taken such a break. The reason I'm back is obvious, right? It's like a super exciting time to be an action RPG player. Right now, we've got Last Epoch doing its thing, which looks really interesting. Obviously, we've got 0.2 early access for PoE 2 patch coming up. We're going to get a whole economy reset, as you well know. Now, this video, why you're here, is all about reimagining the end game. So I call it reimagining, right? Because there's some pretty fundamental decisions that they've, taken that have changed in PoE 2. We've all now got a feel for it. We've got a feel for what they're trying to do there. And there's a lot to discuss there. I have my own ideas, and as you know, if you are familiar with this channel, I don't like to just talk about them. I like to also try and present them in a way that's kind of visual and digestible and kind of in the UI sort of design of PoE 2. That's what we're going to do today. We're going to be talking about towers. We're going to be talking about tablets. We're going to be talking about a reimagining of the Atlas tree and how the extra content can kind of work, but also the way that we progress in that content and can customize it. And then we're also going to do like a little bit of a bonus kind of theory thing, which is inspired by the legacy of Fresia. So if you've been playing PoE 1, stick around for that, because I'd be really curious to hear your thoughts on it. I think it's interesting. We will see. So without further ado, let's just get into the video. So the way this is going to go, I'm going to break things down into kind of like the problem and the area of the design and then what I think the solution kind of is. So let's just start really nice and light with this one, and that is just the way that we view the Atlas. Currently we have like, the map view, and that looks like this. Obviously, as you can tell, you're all very familiar with this. We look at our nodes, and this is about as far as we can zoom.
I'm planning on finishing Aria.
They also added like the ability to see citadels in the fog, which is really helpful. However, what I think would be nice is to have like an aerial view that we've got now, but then also like a map view. So the map view would be like if you carried on scrolling out.
Yeah, basically like a 2D grid like in Delve, right? So I think this is also something they should introduce just in order to make this like more, comprehensible or something like that, where it's like, okay, it's nice to see like this graphical interface and so on. It's really cool. But I think they should make something like the Delve overview as well.
We would get a bit more of like a tactical kind of like traditional map layout, and this would zoom out, much further. It's like bird's eye views. It's obviously just a rough mock-up. So you'd have a search bar up in the top left up here, and then you would have like a filters thing, and you could filter by like the biome or the node type, whether you completed that node or not, or like the proximity to you, etc., like the nearest X or Y. And this would be a little bit more detailed than it is in this image. You could have like nice icons showing off the different kind of tower mods and whether things were completed or not. I just wanted to give like a rough idea that, imagine you scroll out and you get like this ruffled sound effect, and it's like paper unfolding. Kind of like the act transitions that we see at the minute with the kind of like animatic paper animations that they have there. Do you know what else would be really cool on this, as a side note, is like if you could actually just like create a series of connected dots, and that is like to plan your path. All of these changes will make more sense as I talk about the next thing I want to talk about. That is tablets. Okay, so this is where probably my most cutthroat take here, and that is that I want to argue and petition for the removal of tablets entirely. You just end up in this situation where you're having to set up a load of these different tablets and then kind of like, you know, get them all on all of your different towers, and you have to do all this stuff to get maximum juice, and it just feels like half of my gameplay is spent setting up the game that I want to play. I get the point that you're creating a sense of like juicing and reward, but gating that behind kind of like RNG and trade, and then I think it basically makes you feel more like you're losing out rather than you're winning. And I think there's actually a theme of a lot of the design challenges when you're dealing with like endgame that kind of sits on one side of this fence. Sometimes it creates a feeling that where you're getting a bonus, and on the other side it creates a feeling that if you're not doing it, you're losing. And we want to avoid the sense that you have to do something, otherwise you're doing it unoptimally, as much as possible, and we want to create fun bonuses as much as possible. And this philosophy drives a lot of our other changes. So that is my argument. Just remove tablets entirely and just go back to a much more simple thing of just rolling maps. That gets rid of 90% of the busy work that the system's created in PoE 2. Now, I've put an alternative here. I don't actually recommend this. This wouldn't be like my desire to see this. However, if the designers did really want to have a system where you've got this extra bit of content, you know, this extra consumable item essentially that can drop and juice maps even further, like sextants, I would drop compasses. Let's call them compasses for now. And these compasses, instead of tablets, they're like an item slot in your character, and you basically like just put the compass in there, and then it has a number of uses. So it's not specifically affecting certain nodes, so you don't have to do the whole tower overlay gameplay. I
don't have to install it.
I still think this is bad. Most players, I think, just want to alch and go. Essentially, I mean, you can only alch and go basically now, and I think players want it that way. I think we've got a better idea for what a compass could be, and that is as we're going on to talking about towers. Tower gameplay. Towers is a pretty hot topic. Obviously GGG.
Yeah, about it, the tablet of the tablets and the towers. I mean, obviously, like a lot of people probably dislike this the most, right? And I kind of agree with that, especially for people that really want to choose the maps like PoE 1 style. This is like way too tedious. And then you don't really have like enough control. They need to make this a bit more reliable. I think it's okay that there's like sometimes like there's like a bit of RNG in it, right? Like where are the towers, which maps are affected, which maps are nearby, which biomes and whatever. But it's just like you have to run to the towers, do those, and then eventually they have like half the maps around completed, or even like complete some maps even more without juicing them. Just to like then have like, you know, those 6 maps where like 3 towers overlap and you have like actually a bunch of juice. So that's like way too tedious. In general, like, you know, like this whole like micromanaging of stuff is already way too bad in like PoE 1, I think, with like scarabs and so on. I don't really like that, you know. It's like they made like a bit of quality life changes at some point with like, okay, you can put like a stack of scarabs and it just uses like one of the stack every time, and then you do like every 10 maps and so on. But even that is like kind of like a lot of micromanaging, I think. And in PoE 2, they just took that and then made it like 20 times worse. So I think they have to like really cut back on this somehow. But I'm not sure how exactly. Unless they like significantly simplify the system and just like make each tower like, you know, giga boost everything. And it just kind of like affects all the maps in range, and, you know, like you can't really stack them, but, you know, they're like super juicy or something like that. I don't know. So either way, it's kind of a struggle. Kill all rares, definitely face waivers, and kill the boss. You mean for the tower maps? The map layouts are bad, and the kill all rares just makes it worse. Yeah. That is also true. But I mean, they have checkpoints now in maps. Like, I don't really feel like it's such a problem to clear maps now. And I think there needs to be some kind of objective for you to like actually mark a map as completed, because not every run has a boss, for example. Not even every map can have a boss. I mean, maybe eventually they'll have enough bosses in a game to give a map boss to every map. But right now this doesn't exist. You've never used checkpoints? Yeah, same. I feel like in maps they're like pretty like useless. But it has happened like once or twice where I was like, okay, let's just teleport over there and check this corner or something. Or like I missed a rare right at the start, next, around the corner or something. So sometimes I have used the checkpoint, but I feel like in maps it's relatively useless. It's actually kind of weird that there's checkpoints. If anything, I think it would be nice if they would just like maybe show us the rares earlier. Like maybe at 400 enemies remaining instead of 200 enemies remaining or something. So like you go through the map a little bit and then you just see the rares, and I don't see a big problem with that. For example, they need a real solution to the problem. Yeah, checkpoints are definitely useful in a campaign, because he sometimes don't know which way to go with the layout, or like, it's like RNG, or like, for example, but like you already see this in the first zone, right? In Clearfell, like you go out and they go left, and there can be either the skill gem or the mud borer, and it's always the one there and the one on the other side, on the opposite side. So you need to have the checkpoint to go back and forth between them. In a campaign, it makes a lot of sense. I think on maps it doesn't make that much sense. They could just improve the layouts a little bit. Or maybe, for example, instead of just marking all the rares on the map immediately, they could also just like mark them in like a radius around you on top of that, right? So you keep the existing system where it's like after 200 enemies left, it shows all the rares. But maybe you just have like some kind of like, 5-screen radius around you where rares show up on the map or something like that as well. So you can just like go through the map and there's like less risk of, losing a rare in the last corner somewhere. And then it wouldn't need the checkpoints at all, I think. Steal from D4 and have the rares ambush you. I mean, that could be another solution as well, that, basically over time, maybe the monsters kind of like aggro towards you, or like it increases the aggro radius or something like that. And they don't have to like teleport to you, but maybe they actually like path to you at some point, and the rares actually just, they pick up a few monsters along the way, and then it's like a little horde, like kind of like waltzing through the map, trying to hunt you down or something. I mean, there's actually a mechanic like this already in the game, right? Where when you just stand still at the start, then monsters will slowly walk to you. But it's like a very small radius. It's like a few screens or something. And then, it kind of like there's like 3 monsters coming from this side, and then it waits like 30 seconds, and then there's like 3 monsters coming from that side. So this needs to be like a lot bigger and a lot faster and so on. Would like to see a good and better leaderboard system in the game. I'm kind of content with just like racing for now. I mean, PoE has usually been about racing, and I think that's fine. This is what the game is about when it comes to competitiveness, and that's fine. So, eventually we're gonna get gauntlets, we're gonna get private leagues, and community competitions and whatnot. So I think this will be fine, especially once you get the tools, the API, and whatever. Right now we don't have them, but considering how this went in PoE 1, I don't really have any issues or like any requests. Like as long as they do something similar, this will be fine. What if when you have only X amount of mobs left, all rares remaining merge into one and you know where it is? Oh my god. Dude, the rare metamorph. Holy dude. I think that would be a very funny idea. But I don't think this is really practical. Oh man. Yeah, the stream is starting any moment, 60 minutes for now, so here we go. That's a line item on a corrupted maps. Wait, what does it say exactly, Wonkas? Wait, do corrupted maps have like specific mods? I don't actually remember seeing those, but maybe there's something. I never really checked them so much, because I usually just look at, like, do they upgrade into tier 16 or not? And if they don't, then I just throw them most of the time. But like, Anyway, shall we continue?
Have heard the feedback about towers. People don't really like them. They felt pretty static, so they added the extra maps. And now in 0.2, it looks like we're getting even more interesting tower options. So we're going to have bosses in towers, and you can get other extra content can now spawn in towers. And this, I think, is GGG's attempt to make towers interesting and fun and have equal parity and equal value to a regular node or a regular map. I think there's a missed opportunity here. I got a shout out to Felix, who is one of the members in the Discord. Join our Discord, by the way, link in the description below. So Felix mentioned this idea just in passing.
Are you talking about the Yawn monsters?
Let's start off with reducing the number of towers by like 5 to 8 times. So they're much rarer, so we're not having to do them all the time. We've already got rid of tablets, so you don't have to do them for tablets. And then in place of like the tablet holder at the end, we're going to have something different. But the actual gameplay of these towers, let's imagine you go into a tower, it has a series of floors. Each floor that you complete, the challenge increases, but you're also gaining increased reveal radius. The idea being that like when you see a tower, it's something you want to work towards because you want to reveal more area, but also it's a unique kind of gameplay, kind of like the elevator lift as you go into a Trial Master fight, or the ziggurat lift, that kind of thing, where each tower has its own randomized little like floors and different challenges, different types of monsters and bosses. But the cool thing about this is you can add like Atlas support that kind of changes the way that towers play. So, you know, say an example here, Precursor Panopticon, tower's reveal radius is increased by 25 to 50%. And these are additional nodes that you can spec into on your Atlas passive tree.
How did he make this presentation?
Vertigo, that should be the other way around. You should be able to see this, but that actually says towers have 2 additional floors, so you've got even more chance to push the tower content there. Compass attunement, reward options offered by the Precursor Compass have 30% increased rarity. Now, what is a Precursor Compass? Let's get into that. It's a device that offers the player specific information about the Atlas. So this is offering players more agency about how they want to engage with the Atlas and kind of craft and traverse and navigate their own Atlas. So it allows them to make informed decisions about which direction they would like to go. Like the Divine font in PoE 1, which I think people really like. It's like you open it up and you're like, oh, here's some cool options, especially since Transfigured gems come in. You're going to get like 3 to 5 options. You can see like an example of mock-up just here in the middle. And each floor not only increases the reveal range, but it also increases the rarity of outcomes you can get on this tablet. Alright, so let's take a look at the list on the left here. You've got direction, location, and travel options, which are increasingly rare. And then you've got a load of other options that we can go into. But direction of Citadel. So the idea here is if you click that option, it would give you like a compass pointing exactly in the direction of where that nearest node is. So say it was like a Citadel of Copper or Citadel of Iron, you would then be able to see kind of like, okay, this is the way I need to go to get there. Same thing with unique maps, you could have that. Then you've got location of. Now this is like rarer and more powerful because not only does it point the direction, but you actually reveal that little bit of fog of war for that node specifically. And then we've got the really kind of like quite powerful and I think like really interesting and empowering kind of option here, which is travel to on your Atlas. You can now like actually click a node that was, you know, the nearest Citadel of X or, you know, the nearest unique map. And essentially it acts as if you have a connected point there. So you can actually just travel to that node straight away and kind of jump over maybe a mountain range or et cetera, et cetera. We then got some other stuff like, you know, towers reveal, and they have like, you know, increased rarity options so you can get lucky with the rolls, and you can drop additional horizon orbs. We'll talk about horizon orbs in a second. You don't even see the Divine font until you say, right, I'm finished with this tower. I don't want to go any further. And one cool thing you could do as well with this, like less punishing, every time you die in a tower, you might not immediately lose that tower, but one of the options is blocked out. So the more portals you use, essentially, the less you're able to actually use the Precursor Compass at the end. So you have less options, or maybe you even like brick it completely. So you're still getting the reveal benefit, but you're losing the additional bonus. And I think that is, as a side note, I think that's a much better way to like approach
no comment about it.
Penalty difficulty stuff. Is
every
time you die, you lose like there's an
I wonder what
opportunity
he's using for
cost
this.
to
That's
some
kind of
sort
nice.
of reward that you're losing. And it's not 100 to 0. It's not like you lose the whole map. It's like, oh, you lose 2 of the mods, or 2 of the prefixes, or whatever. And in this case, this is a really nice example of that, where you just lock out one of the options every time you die, and then you could have chance to not lock out an option on the Atlas node and on the Atlas tree. Anyway, that's kind of getting into it. Now I want to talk about the other reward here, which is bringing back Horizon Orbs. So I think a really fun, unique way to make towers, not only from a gameplay point of view, but again, thinking about the rewards here, beyond the Precursor Compass, would be that could be the only place that Horizon Orbs drop. And Horizon Orbs or Horizon Shards would, basically work very similarly. They would just allow you to change the layout of that node. So within that biome, you could change the layout of any node. All right, so that is towers. That's how I wanted to change up the way that towers work. So they're different.
But he had like some kind of overlay, he moused over and then it actually showed the stuff and so on. But yeah, TLDR, I'm also like a fan of the idea of Horizon Orbs. But on the other hand, and I don't know if it should work exactly like in PoE 1, where it's like it just changes the map to another one. Like he actually has like an example here, right, where another layout that can actually appear in that biome. Yeah, exactly. This is how it has to work. On the other hand, it's kind of weird from like a lore perspective, I guess, since this is like the actual real Ray class and not the Atlas, where you can shape things basically, right? Like lore-wise, is kind of like a problem. But yeah. Overall, I guess it's a good idea to introduce Horizon Orb, regardless of the lore problem. So maybe they should do it anyway. Precursor Compass is a device that offers the player specific information about the Atlas to make more informed decisions. Like the Divine Font in PoE 1. Okay. Reveal direction of Citadel, nearest unique map. To enter the nearest Citadel. Tower reveals more area, drop Horizon Orbs. Okay, kind of cool idea.
Different from a gameplay point of view, they're also different from their rewards. Now, the meat of this video, I want to get into extra content, your breach, your expedition, ritual. I want to talk about how that stuff I think should work very differently. All right, first, let's start off with the extra content accessibility. Okay, so here's the initial problem that I've seen, and this is the problem I'm trying to solve here, is that it feels really steep to get into those Atlas trees. In PoE 1, you had a really nice smooth curve, but all you had to do was, especially at the beginning, was just complete maps, and then you got some points and you could put them into the content you liked quite early. With this, it felt like, I have to kill a boss, just to get my initial points, which then helps me get enough, ritual shards or whatever, to then get the boss again, right? It just feels too painful, that initial curve. This will bleed into a whole other load of changes, but the idea here is to increase the number of points to 10 from 8. Those first 2 objectives to get your early points are much easier. Just open 40 class pans, 10 breaches or 20 breaches or something to do that. Then you've got, kill 100 breach rares. Okay, it's a bit more of a difficult thing, but I can do that. Then you've got kill Zesht. And you don't have to necessarily do these in order, right? So maybe you can get to Zesht before then, maybe you've funded, maybe you've got a breach stone from a friend or whatever, and you can do that and get those points that way. But there's just 2 extra objectives in there that allow you to get extra points. So now we've got 10 points. What do we do with those points? And this is my big advocation here, which is I kind of want to make the argument of going back to having a chance to spawn content based on your Atlas investment rather than the node having content inherently on it. We've got rid of tablets, obviously. Okay, well, how do you get your extra content on those nodes? I would advocate going back to the PoE 1 style of chance to spawn breach, chance to spawn expedition, because I think it's just much more reliable, it's much more consistent, and I would actually simplify the whole thing a lot, which is that every point you spend in a content tree, you get 10% chance to spawn that content. In theory, by the time you're at 8 points, you probably have a 100% chance if there's a 20% base chance. Let's just ignore that. Let's just say for simplicity of the argument, there's 10 points. Every point you put into that tree, you get a 10% chance to spawn that content, to a point where eventually every single time you go into a map, you'll be able to guarantee that content. And I think that just feels really good for people. If you're going to give people the option of how they want to play, just like let them play that way eventually if they invest enough, right? And then this creates a problem, because the way that PoE 2 works is that in theory you can max out all of your trees, right? If you just complete all of the objectives, you get all of the points, which was not the way in PoE 1. So I think like this is actually spawned like a really cool idea, which is that players can now toggle on trees that they want to have active. So you wouldn't want a situation where, you know, especially if you're adding like more and more content, say they add blight, say they add, you know, heist or like whatever, not heist, but in-map content. You wouldn't want a situation where you've maxed out all your trees and then you've got like 8 different types of extra content in each tree. It would feel bad for many reasons, obviously. So as you can see on the right hand side, we've got like trees active. And what if you had like up to 3 trees that you could have active at once? And you can see kind of like the example here, I've like activated the expedition tree. And so it's like highlighted. So you're getting your...
I don't ever like that very much. I don't really like the idea of having multiple trees like they did in PoE 1. I would like this to work a little bit differently. He's basically just copy-pasting the PoE 1 system, no? With what he's explaining here. Have a chance to spawn the stuff until it's guaranteed. Have different trees depending on what you want to farm. I don't know if I like that very much. I kind of like a little, like at least to some degree, I like how you go to a map and then you know, okay, this is like a juiced up map. It has like this, and that. And this map has nothing, you just rush through. It kind of like gives you like a bit of like a, you know, like this is different this time and this map is juicy and I spend more time here and I need to, you know, I'm gonna get like a juicier map here and then I use my shitty waystone there and so on, right? I kind of like that it's like a bit of like an up and down there. But I can also understand a lot of people just like the consistency where it's like, okay, they go in and like you just get expedition every single run. You farm this whole while and then you switch and then you get breach every single run. You farm this until you're done and so on. I like the general idea of like just adding some more of these objectives, like, you know, extra points you can get. Here, kill 100 breach rares and open class 10s. I think this is nice to kind of like get going a little bit and kind of like get a foot in the door, right? Because that's really the big problem. It's like, okay, you can't farm Ritual until you have killed King in the Mists twice. So how do you kill a King in the Mists? Well, you farm Ritual like 2,000 times until you finally get a King in the Mists. And then you do that again 1,000 times until you get another one. And then you can actually play Ritual. You know, that's obviously pretty stupid. Like the entry level is like way too high. And then after that, okay, you can actually play it now. So that is kind of stupid how it works right now. And I agree with that. But I don't really like this system, just like copy-pasting from PoE 1, basically.
Oh, I think like this is actually spawned like a really cool idea, which is that players can now toggle on trees that they want to have active. So you wouldn't want a situation where, you know, especially if you're adding like more and more content, say they add blight, say they add, you know, heist or like whatever, not heist, but in-map content. You wouldn't want a situation where you've maxed out all your trees and then you've got like 8 different...
Anyway, we would have to check this out later, the rest of it. But it was a nice video so far. Let's do this here, guys. Morgan. What's up? Some water, go to the bathroom and stretch. Stay hydrated, I guess. Oishi. Oishi. Yeah, that's antenna. This sounds like not far off from just doing something like last Epoch, of adding some form of faction. I don't know. The factions work very differently in last Epoch, I feel. I'm not sure if like Path of Exile should really introduce something like perks for SSF players and so on. Like in PoE 1, it was always about, okay, you know, SSF is just like kind of like the hard mode, and trade is like the easy mode. And I think that's okay to work that way. And it's like interesting how playing SSF like really changes a lot of things. Like if you introduce like factions like COF like, I like COF a lot in last Epoch. I've always played COF, I've never played Merchant's Guild. And that works really well there. But I'm not sure if I want the same in PoE. Seconds, guys. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live.
Let's talk.
Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Early Access, so it's about time for our first major content update. Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update. We'll cover a new class, 5 new Ascendancy classes, and huge expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the in-game improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content. We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
We as Mary are guided by the spirit.
No druid.
It provides prey, shelter, even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden. And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must, no matter the cost. I will hear the spirit once more.
Looks really cool, man. What? Oh shit, she can also go on mount. Ah, mount is like a spirit skill, right? Holy. Hundred support gems. What the fuck? I didn't expect that. They have pretty like 7 or something. More stuff than paid expansion. Oh, Mega Ball. Well, at least the
Now, as
wait
you
was
can
worth
see,
it.
In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she
Hey, you saved us.
specializes in
Now,
both
fuck
melee
off.
and ranged combat, dashing into
Good
and
logic.
out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range.
It looks really
The first
nice.
skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to
Nice.
follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes.
Boss is
that
tanking in
bring
corners,
damage.
guys.
In
gonna
her
happen.
offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, Parry. While holding down Parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge.
Holy, Bone Shatter 2.0, guys.
Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos.
It's actually crazy how different this looks from the
Using Whirling
original
Slash
Huntress
over ground
preview.
fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion. Using twisters
stuff.
inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice and lightning too. Now
Okay.
a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with disengage
No.
and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as
Okay.
well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them.
Beast.
While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame them.
Like this?
Now this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options.
I guess they
There are
haven't.
22
They don't have the
new
spec
skills
ready
available
yet.
for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky.
Plus 420 gold, guys.
But we still haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The corrupted life force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them. The ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The unfurled finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time. Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact. The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and Asmeri Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana. So those are the two new ascendancies for the Huntress. But those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too.
Only 3?
First up, for our warriors out there, we have
Let's see it
Smith
over
of
there.
Kitava.
They teased it a little bit already.
The warrior is a blacksmith in origin,
And
taught
the
by his
looks
father.
amazing.
With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith.
It's a bit like a Death Knight in WoW, their rune
armor
weapon.
can be enhanced too. Now you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there.
By taking
taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the Mercenary.
Definitely very
Alongside the
creative.
existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like Suppressing Fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the Right Where We Want Them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to Freeze.
That is really strong,
With
actually.
the soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the Whoever Pays Best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The Watch How We Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows. Finally,
archers, I like
will be
that.
able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain.
You probably notables out.
Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse.
Okay.
It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raised Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game,
Nice
which you
animation.
can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die.
It looks
But
like
the
you can only have
spirit
one
cost varies
type.
based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively spectres. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead.
Very cool.
Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill. Summon your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked
I can see
off
a stagger
and
bar on the bottom
overwhelmed.
left.
It's worth
Building
keeping an
up.
eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems.
Good hardcore skill.
Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals.
What the hell?
Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will
That's
allow
not
you
so
to
nice.
litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity, Unsteady Tempo, Profanity, Retaliate, Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more. Now we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the
The
items.
Woody gem.
To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items.
Dude, 100 uniques is
This
crazy.
time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and endgame tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher level characters. Let's look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover.
Cool stuff.
Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Cypher's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also
cool.
introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Calgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding
You can do
our
like
first
weapon swap
unique
with the aggravate
charms.
thing.
Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have one tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear, and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury. If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded.
Been like tormented spirits
was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold
look at the top right map objectives.
energy shield and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb.
Animations look amazing.
If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence.
What an escort mission.
Like
it's
the
like
wisp
Dell.
of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares, and rare monsters into actual bosses.
What the fuck?
Asmarian wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot. As mentioned, the Asmarian wisps can be encountered throughout the game.
Ah, these are socketables,
There's
right?
also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmarian wisps can also be further modified by the endgame atlas tree as well, and by tablets.
Wow.
But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in in-game, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2.
Let's talk.
There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmari Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one. The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss.
And then a portal to New
defeat the
Tristan.
boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another.
What?
and another, and another, and another. You have
What the hell?
10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting two of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of
That's
the other.
insane.
The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center. It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you?
That's really cool.
How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice. Speaking of essences, alongside visual
That's
improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences, with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences, reroll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences. What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity. Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes.
And look at the life
The
and mana
essence of
plus.
Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next
What?
Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
Dude, what kind of vision crafting is that? Look at that belt. What?
It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too,
Rigged.
if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps. Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run. On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out taking their items with them.
And they will
Every
take your
fight
items
will feel
too.
completely different depending on the items they come
Oh, that's really cool, man.
These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay.
And thanks to AI, they will
like
get
you,
better over
they're
time.
not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat. Another encounter you might stumble
cool.
onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes. Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access the loot. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Oggun's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding.
This thing needs to close though.
This Strongbox is infused with Thaumaturgy from ancient File technology. Eshel's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by Chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have to
Dude,
find
I
the
recruited
other two for
counter
yourself
to
to see
play
what
this.
they do. Now, let's talk about the introduction to the endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the nexus, you will have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree. The upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess. Now, let's have a talk about towers. One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics, but that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets,
maps in range,
and affecting even more maps than before. But because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the Waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot. Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers, while drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do. On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses. Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. who will win? Hopefully neither. The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning. It uses a full suite of lightning abilities. But be careful,
Wait a minute.
if any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up. Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map.
Wait, you actually just revived the corpse?
As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful.
Okay, that's a good system, I think.
In parties,
That one
everyone
little
gets to
portal.
respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another
Oh, wait, the
complaint
boss doesn't
we've seen
reset?
a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Oh, this means also no breach and
Dawn
stuff,
of
right?
the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop charges for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas.
Okay.
And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too. Now through this livestream we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players.
Oh, 100
It allows
though.
you to merge
That's
two
very
items
costly.
together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost. That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today.
Wow.
With all the system changes
That looks
and new
really good,
content,
man.
we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues. so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2 Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2.
The right one looks really cool, I
and
think.
contains 6 microtransactions each, and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to
Huntress.
playing the Huntress,
I mean, they don't even
trying
bring
new
druids.
builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll
Actually, they
begin
didn't
the
say
Q&A
why not
shortly,
druid, right?
So please get your questions ready.
Yeah. But I do have to say, they did like a really good iteration on all of the stuff that was like previously problematic, right? Essences were kind of shit, towers were kind of shit. You know, a lot of stuff was kind of shit. And yeah, now like, you know, like, okay, I'm not sure if like, you know, this essence upgrade, while it seems much better, will actually lead to enough essences, for example. But I guess we'll see. I did mute him, by the way. He's just not, it's not working. Why no druid? Ah, here we go.
But on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about.
I have maxed volume, by the way.
The future of Path of Exile 2, and you had an update about the recombination.
Yes,
first,
that's right.
though.
That's right. Yeah, so we actually last night had a bit of a design session and realized that we weren't actually
Turn it
really
up.
happy with the way the recombination worked. So we actually made
I can't.
to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously.
Well, actually, I can try some stuff with OBS. One
We
sec.
sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player.
But get ready in case they blast us.
And we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinators is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra endgame players. But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that
It might
you
turn
pick
it up
which
and it's gonna be
mods
very
you
loud for
want
a
on
second,
the,
but I'm ready.
on the each item from each item. And then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you pick. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, then the chance is much, much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So that means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like, okay, these 2 mods that I found off the ground, that's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from a relative.
I wonder if you can recombinate fractured mods together,
kind of in-game,
like double fractured.
Perfect stuff.
Does it work in PoE? It does work in PoE on, right? You can recombinate
though, so that like
multiple
if you
fractures.
pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 02 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. Yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what we had before for recombinators.
If it's not there for 020, it'll be
Yeah,
as
very
soon
soon.
as it can afterwards.
Very
But yeah, spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, "Oh, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice." So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, new
Recombination
league
definitely
is
felt like something
on
that
the
was
4th.
both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended
Yo.
for, but also
Holy shit, mobs, thank you so much for the 20 subs, man.
intuitive.
Yes. You just take what
selecting
you
the
want.
mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Logging in.
It does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end.
Volume is ramping out.
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Like because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers.
And
end up,
Ronald, thanks for playing, man.
But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both
deleted,
items
yeah.
are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So it's basically
Whether or
percent
not-
chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
Roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing.
both
Like
to
for them
go
both,
over?
for them both. For if you pick 2,
Yeah.
and then but we'll
It
see.
kind of depends. Again,
It kind of depends. We'll see how we have to do
higher
some
tier
math.
mods are rarer, and
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends.
also the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not going to
Yeah.
And
the idea is
dollar
like
based on
and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
so is the part of
It seemed like it was
expedition
very
you get to
costly.
craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean, you still got the
These
that whole mechanic.
those are so fucking
it's
badass,
effectively
I agree.
competing for the
Really cool
artifacts,
update.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
not yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah. It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
It is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another,
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us. If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start. And that's also really important for you guys as well,
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive. Or rather, what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that, a league means something in Path of Exile. In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmeri Wisps. But there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit, we kind of were deciding, okay, should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one, we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do
I think
is
it's fine that the stuff is available in standard. What's the problem, really?
League that we do will actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation, and so yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just like start again on a new character. I think, you'll have a much better time because, obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. There's things like that are going to happen that mean that, and also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And speaking of the Huntress then, so we saw initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else, which is why it's so hard to predict like how long a class will take. So it changed a lot since the last time we had we were showing Huntress. And honestly, it's like while there are some skills that you'll still see, it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to what is the special about the character class? Like, how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Hundress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You can throw them. And so because of that, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. Action RPG players, they generally speaking, the balance can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively is try to make sure that like there are combo chains where, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards and forwards and kind of moving around. And I would say that given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. That's been a really good one. But look, there are, in terms of changes, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's quite a lot of things going on that just meant that the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, I was like, you know what? There was 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's going to work. And then you were like, okay, I think we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, for parrying, the way that works is that you have to time to push the block button at exactly the right time. But that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you're often packs of monsters. It's just you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game. And at the same time, we need to make something where there's going to be if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back, which means that you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you. And then you've also got the one that there's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to so in both cases, you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you. And that was kind of the biggest challenge, I think, that we had with that mechanic.
I'll also make note of, there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too. So it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
Yeah,
you
in that case. Yeah, there's other,
create your own parry.
Yep, and then of course there's always Sniper's Mark. And there's there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. You've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do, because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. How have you done that? How have you made it so that you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? Exactly. So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, the timing is just not not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the token on the monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize how bad shields are in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
This was 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, 8 p.m. last night, exactly. I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting. So that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
and then that
100%.
feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. You got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and that makes it a lot cooler. So I'll think a bit more about, how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
As like that was just there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happen to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play.
These
the
weapons.
first time I ran
I'm not sure
into
they're
that
gonna
was
have these
actually in the,
weapons. Did they say that?
Graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects, or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like sweet. So how do you go about balancing though when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by end game in a way that, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, recently.
I'm staying in period 2 category, yeah.
Like, as a random example.
You're gonna watch this here until the end, I think. I'm just writing some notes.
But when you get to endgame, doing armor break, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like, we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. We're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that.
No help mention. They usually don't mention the nerfs that much, at least hype,
You have like a baseline there,
things.
like really simple.
You're gonna see that in the patch notes. I mean, they're gonna nerf everything.
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does?
What's the consensus?
I mean,
PoE2 LLE? Why not both, man?
Be able to build that way.
Both look amazing.
Do a combo.
I mean, no,
people who don't want
ultimately
to,
you never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos, right? Because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should feel like a fun, like, oh, I can add this. Like it's the feeling you should be getting.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. It must have been like extremely hard because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you've got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly, playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there, and we missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this? But
but that's the way it is with class design.
That's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class, you question everything. He's not understating the level of questioning everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and looking for more like opportunities to link skills together with?
I mean, we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then aren't in the monk currently.
Range are the same. There was extra poison skills. It was tended to be more chaos dots. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all that in. Hard to say when, but we're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the Summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
And it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go too. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever.
But look, that just means we've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing...
Let's talk about why.
There's a few things like that, actually, because so, I mean, for a start, like, we needed the downside of parry to be, you know, like, that. Yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long... Like, we're like, okay, right now, even... And it's true with shield block as well, by the way. It's like, if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But just to warn people, right, there's a few other things, like we lowered, what's it called, I can't remember the name of that thing now, the thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest.
That's
so there's
not
stuff
really
like
a
that
bad
you
thing.
can do to kind of make sure that you know that, because if you don't
Yeah, cook
have
with
that
Huntress,
stuff
I will
actually
cook.
happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like, you know, things like charms were like not very useful because, you know, those mechanics would happen to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that, you know, that you then, you know, there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So yeah, that's kind of one of those things that, you know, we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count
You think I should add,
the
guys?
number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. But
And
yes.
it's always by those vile ghosts.
yes.
So expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, it can happen.
So that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying. But can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Nope.
No.
At least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different, like, should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you speak into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, you know, there's all kinds of multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, ray shield, and parry,
Essence types. True.
and of which, you know, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. Yeah. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just
So
before anyone misunderstands that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So high evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever.
My roll amount on a Huntress.
There's no real consequence.
Well, I mean, realistically, it's going to be like some kind of like heavy
Not
dex
every skill can be
investment
parried,
skill,
of
I think.
course.
So basically,
otherwise
only
it's
Ranger and
slam.
Hunters will use it.
If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some
Yes,
things.
I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but...
My hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear, and there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things.
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of
Oh, that's too
naturally
heavy.
pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making
So I have it
build
here.
all the time. But I noticed Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements.
I'm at 33 dex for level
The only thing she
14.
doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison
that's the
on tree
minimum.
right there. So how do you like promote this like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together? And how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a range attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that the Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter for one thing, part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And ideally we can achieve that, but yeah, it is pretty hard.
Generally, you're going to become more niche or more selective because again,
That's how it's spelled,
mixing
Asmari
elemental
Wisps.
bleed is just
Asmarian.
probably often going to result.
You
in
probably
something
wouldn't do both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got sort of linkages between them though, right? Because it's like, for example, the thunderous leap detonates the spears that you do from the bleed thing. So it's like kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I mean, like. What will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the ascendancies prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the ascendancies never mentions weapon types. That there's like that they're always generalized. So, for example, the like infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles. It doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a a bow user, and that's all fine. So like it's effectively like
open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, like I know that Mark does like. It makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an ascendancy class. We have to think about it that way for sure.
Oh, it'd be much, much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there. But now only really... I mean, it was similar to the original PoE 1 Saboteur. It called out traps and mines. And so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, that... Yeah. You could do something else, but no one else is playing.
I made a sub earlier. I missed that because I had my alerts muted. Thanks, Sarah.
It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So, yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just...
The reason I don't like as many guides on PoE 2 as OD4.
The players will take care of that for us.
I mean, I think
I'm planning to.
Impossible to come up with everything, but
and I have done a lot of videos on PoE 2 actually in the last months.
It's going to be broken with anything else in particular, and there just has to be certain rules.
Probably have like, I don't know, 40, 50 videos already on the game, I think.
Debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff. And even
just kind of like try to, cover as much as I could. The thing is that builds take a lot more time in PoE 2, especially when you play hardcore as Zep.
But I mean, even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things like that, that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand all the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's like it really does depend a lot on on seeing reports on what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes. Over time, the balance I think will get to the point where we no longer have crazy outliers
what about Talisman?
To the same extent. And it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because right now it's obviously very skewed because there's certain broken things. So we just the balance over time we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access. Is just
One unique charm.
let's get the balance of characters right. And yeah, this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems. You know, the next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to like here's only a few things going, out of whack. There's always going to be something because we add too much content for it to even be controlled. Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in like thousands and thousands of hours internally.
Yeah, it's like new
find it
sockables.
and then you give it to the players.
So where exactly do we
So
come from
many
again?
people
From the
to
wrist,
deliver
right?
something.
Yeah.
So
I get that.
it's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get to that level of testing and feedback and on such a mass level, and especially, with things like, Ninja and all of that and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly, we're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
Well, 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just this patch. It's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
I know, that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You do.
Because otherwise, it's not going to work. Like, especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better.
There's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
For sure.
You must be looking to play.
One day is
find some of those
160x.
recommendations down the line as well.
Oh my god.
In some cases.
What stuff is popularly getting
But the
used?
thing with the recommendations, though, is that they can't really take into account what you've already got.
And it didn't talk about
So
rarity,
the
actually.
recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. That kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like,
Beats
I'm
at
kind of
800.
doing
What
lead
the
stuff,
fuck,
so you
dude?
go to the submenu for lead recommendations.
I'm less certain about that because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. That's a little different there.
Maybe like
Didn't mention new weapons. I mean, Spear is coming.
All the gems. Oh,
Yeah, the weapons already come when the class is
there's a lot that
introduced.
are
I mean,
only
that
in there
makes
that are
sense.
Never recommended right at this point.
There are, yes, there are.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge you set yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's, hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made so many new monsters.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you. And there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
I mean, they've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem, and then adjust numbers
Yeah, but now
accordingly.
you've got to account all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and like, what the hell is that going to do? Like, it's impossible to completely know. But yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of Spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE1 where
Exactly.
it's like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So,
But the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
yeah, exactly.
On death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So
They also didn't really say that like the pinnacle boss is going to be
Nice
more
specific
accessible, right?
Player versions of those things for which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good. Yes. So,
but also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So basically.
Yeah, but we don't get them
still
more
have
often,
it
is what I'm
sort of
saying.
It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So it's player versions of the monster mods for that.
yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new... probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the demons and the stats, and those technically also have player versions too, but actually not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and the monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful, actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat, actually, the whole like Asmeri modifiers and things on stuff, that wouldn't transfer over with the companion system, surely?
No. No.
That would be a little bit too far for us to get unhinged.
We actually had to, because this is certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because it would mean that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it. So you can't TFT it's like a whole, like there's a lot of thinking about that stuff in order to make it so that
it's a sad thing to have lost, but it is like I'm not
I didn't even think about that. The like needing for cheat sheets and guides
exactly,
and stuff,
right? And so you have to be really careful. You have to be so careful.
This week.
And then the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality
actually
of what it will turn into. It's like but at least we're thinking about that kind of thing. Like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't sort of run into those problems. Exactly.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
I'm glad we've learned from past issues with that sort of trading.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the rower, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes.
It's obviously... you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks.
Yeah.
But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, like you will definitely want to, but we want to just make sure that we've got like sort of fun things like that, and like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean sure, I suppose, but like I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
It's balanced.
As I said earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means you can probably get to the point of running a roll indefinitely.
Sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough stagger speaking into and all of that.
Yeah.
Fundamental question, actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's what you don't get is the penalty for when you attack.
Course.
Yeah.
That's the thing. But it's funny though, because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like the fastest thing on the planet.
It is
when you're doing
there are other like more mechanical benefits like. It's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So like you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tame beast if you're using the rower.
And then there are heaps of passives for like if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage is player damage node.
So companion is a new type of minion.
Companion damage nodes become player damage nodes. I was like, oh, that looks like I'm going to take that.
Well, so that's the like companion where it's like more the mercenary over to ranger huntress is more like you want your one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you, and you benefit it, and there's that synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of like balance wise. Maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on rollback, and then you get to the boss and you dismount like old school mounted knights who charge in battle and then dismount and fight.
Yep.
So if it ends up like that, that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
that should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your dodge roll for the boss fight where you need it.
Yeah.
And does the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean, it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe
I mean, it's a minion, right? Like it attacks things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So
yeah. Oh, I mean, there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah.
Poor little guy. So that sounds.
It didn't say anything at the minion bit as a sword, but I guess so.
Speaking
because a lot of stuff would
100
overlap
uniques
anyway,
this time.
right?
So how many are you aiming for? Kind of in general, is this about really like filling that roster?
Well,
out?
we want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of challenge.
Outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques, we want every base type to have a unique that you can chance. And so that's the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way that spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques first, kind of before the higher ones, and it was kind of we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get
we thought we'd get through them all, right? We were like, okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. This time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So the focus really is on making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find. Lots of really chase things.
Hova doesn't need the key from getting slashed. It's just an alternative way of getting it.
You discovered the sort order changing in the spreadsheet.
That does help. Effectively, this should be a lot better, and there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just going to keep going with that.
Of course. Yeah.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it.
Thanks for this.
There's a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well.
So then let's talk about the idea of players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good. What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of Exile 2? How powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, that's always we want rares to still matter. We don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. The early game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at in-game. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it. And that's because you're kind of putting in things where later on some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when the unique kind of comes into its own. And I mean, that's the same as magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in kind of weird stuff and sort of, maybe you find something. But obviously it can mean that when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss it. But then one day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So you could, but I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because it's the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing, and then when people see something that feels smart, and it's if we don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen.
Yeah. When we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be.
Yeah.
We're not even coming out of it going this is going to be really expensive, or this is going to be really cheap.
Well, in some cases,
Well,
you knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
More the charm but that's the thing. Are you aiming for the? Honestly, there's someone said the other day, they were like, a successful unique is one that should be divisive, and I was like, I agree
Yeah.
for the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful, I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build.
Little chase.
And others are like, what can I do with this now? And then others are just like, we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this, throw it in. And sometimes it doesn't get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't know that necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment and throw it in there and let the players figure that out.
Yeah, I feel like you're with a lot of these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just like, I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Rishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle or half of it. Maybe not. And then others where it's just like, yeah, this is powerful. Like,
I mean, there are definitely some chase uniques in this. In this.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So on chase uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point you do need to consider like how expensive they end up being.
It's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like, you know, post pinnacle boss type, like a level of character development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like, you know, so I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also you've got whatever. But also you know, we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh, it's still crazy for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's good. So therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Due to the...
We had also the issues with like I mean, there were three real issues. One is Darkness at one point bypassed Honor Loss. So all of a sudden a no-hit run, it wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had Guard bypass Honor Loss. So once again, a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So those three problems. And so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself. That it is much harder to acquire, require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. But the reality is, once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time. Yeah. So that's kind of meant that the rarity kind of didn't work like we thought, and now that should be better in both ways.
Like again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same role in PoE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give us some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
Yeah. And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced, I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing, maybe you'd do something with essences or something, but we've got essences coming out a lot more, it looks like. You've got, because you're violent, you can...
So greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is that like omens are way more common, because I believe you made the change. There's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
Yeah, than every thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, like what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences, obviously, the Varlord thing makes it much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then, of course, there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like, we just wanted to expand the set, and having the kind of like, the niche mods that you can get and craft on things, like it just needed more options. And
that's probably going to be like, it's crafting omens, and then there's the shitty omens, right?
Some people say, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench. But it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful, because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. Like and I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff. That you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is.
There's a chest that gives you all 3 heralds for free.
But yeah, I think that the stuff we've added here will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's more smart things that you can do to kind of improve your stuff.
Yeah, well, I think done right, and what you're doing is making sure that the ground items do matter with each of these crafting systems. So you have that fundamental change where you can't just turn an item back into a white item.
Exactly, and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think. And that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the socketables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all because they don't, they're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of things
like water stuff.
That part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system for that reason.
Well, so on that topic, we've had this. Talking to you, it's like you're always saying to me that like this rune system is our crafting bench, but players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's like a branding issue or a functionality gap.
So it is funny because I was actually saying the other day that like if we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune system, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE 1 style crafting bench.
I guess it must have also been like.
I mean, sockets only exist for half the items.
Just not as many options as
100% as well. So that is the issue. And that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that. And we'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? Like we'll add more categories of them or do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods because there is a thing where it's the more like in the base mod pool for items, there can only be things that are really fundamental. And so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool because then you end up this sort of situation where you get items and they've got random shit you don't care about. Like the crafting is where you want to have all of the kind of stuff that's like very build specific.
Yeah.
And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right idea.
Why is it that you can't socket and rune some things? Like non-attack weapons, for example?
Well,
it was more just a choice for asymmetry where we just wanted these things to feel different. There was also just like a little bit of a like, in the future, we'll add some system where we can do something else there. And so just not having everything be completely identical. Much like how, the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just, base damage.
I do think that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Yeah, because the asymmetry things.
Thanks, Samantha.
Like not everything be super homogeneous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcaster.
Maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for those
okay.
ones.
All right, you forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of like cohesive, all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame? I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but like at endgame, it's so much clicky.
You're not happy enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and
no.
Well, that's all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good. I've planted the seeds at least.
Yeah. Okay.
Done my part.
Right.
There's ways.
Max, there's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame, like
that's
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So,
But
having it that you can just like
you've got your hideout where they're
it would have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, people are putting their NPCs within each other's personal space anyway, so the law goes out the window at that point.
For sure.
So we've also got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed monsters. How rare are those?
How do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like I think I was kind of saying like one per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all that on top of that.
So is that like 5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah.
Because the ones you didn't cleanse while you were getting to the Nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the Nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of...
Wait, what is the reward from corrupted maps again?
Use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
It's the other way around. Do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want that.
There's a bunch of new modifiers and how they... so there's like
Yeah.
random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that stuff. So you kind of really are like, I'm gonna, have a look at the mods. I like this. I'm gonna do this, then this, then this, then the Nexus, and then I'm gonna do the rest cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have. It guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so you can get the boss.
So and it'll display if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name. Then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah.
So with fractured orbs being away fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
Wait, did we ever pick out if rarity actually counts as an on-kill effect
We might do it later.
for this?
Yeah. So an extra add-on. Is there a particular reason for it? Or?
There's like a glove that does
There
that.
just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think.
At some point, you'll want some new thing to
Yeah,
go in
probably.
that, like this
Personally, I would rather just drop more orbs, honestly, and let people choose how they want to use them.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're
Yeah,
seeing
but
a rare,
they kind
and
of
then
already
like,
do. They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
because you need that as the thing with the fracture.
makes
So it's
sense.
kind of not necessary, I think.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything. So they're more like currency sources. Is like an interesting subtle thing.
If you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially the ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
Design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination's certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like that?
Honestly, I mean, look, on some level, it can just be like you need an economy to see how things evolve. We just don't want to do too much at once. I mean, although this may seem like quite a lot. I mean,
It does, yeah.
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start, I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way: it is hard to take the stuff away, so that's why we have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
100%,
ults, and stuff like that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that, which I'm super excited for. Crafting.
But of course, and if
actual
you know
crafting.
us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be more.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're gonna have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh yes,
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank you.
something like that.
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
yeah.
I love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because that had some humble origins as well with the initial implementation of PoE 2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame, but how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit like might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly, right. So let's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters, if you will, whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters, and that's if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you have a situation where, you've got the Asmeri Wisp that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before, or then like you've got some essence thing that like like, oh crap, that like this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just like it's all that stuff combining, or like what happens when this goes with
wisp,
with
essence,
box.
boss,
It's
let's
like all
go.
that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way. And that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well, because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time. And it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE 2 lacked was, I think, that. And so that will mean, I think, that the end game is overall just much more engaging. Now, obviously, we're going to be adding more content and more of the other stuff, but fundamentally, it's like it was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like we want.
It doesn't
more.
mention
We'll keep on adding
talismans.
stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that when we're first working on the end game, it's right. It's like
I
we
like
need to
this
come
one.
up with the big ticket items, right? Like what are the the league things and like the maps, and we need to come all that stuff. And so it's the little detail-y kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more like time and stuff to work on. Even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make. Like we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're like making a new strongbox. Like sure, it's like it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is
Who doesn't have title?
but it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that, like more like what the campaign has. So we haven't like got there yet, but like as through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details everywhere, so that you get the interesting things happening.
Yeah, so a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah, exactly. That's just we just want to make sure that you feel that same.
Can't just be like Amazon.
Well.
And with
It
the
literally has an
leagues as well,
ascendancy called Amazon.
like there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas, and again, in PoE 1, you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions, things like that. And it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning.
Wait, do we have the full ascendancies?
Whatever else, I have a whole set. I don't want to spoil them
Where?
yet, because that's a whole later thing. But
Oh, by the way, what about that?
expand all that?
Press kit. Where is that?
Even Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. Like we need to get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise, we're just signing ourselves up
And
for like,
press
here's
kit,
1,000
okay.
things we need to improve. It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like it is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like we work on a thing and then the players get to play. Like it gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content itself. Because it adds to everything else too, and so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have, and so. Like it's an n squared thing where like the square of all the stuff we add. So that, like basically it'll feel like it's ramping up in terms of interest as we add more content, rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmeri Wisps, that's not just about adding that. It interacts with all the other things that already exist that it can go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the ultimately, I think, the biggest things is just that
Nice.
core stick mapping of running an empty map was boring, and that's never what you want to be, obviously.
Yeah, we need to get it.
So like some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards, it looks like.
This is
we
very
want to
good.
try and honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in in-game. Like, not necessarily directly in the form of, like, here is a quest objective, but, like, that you sort of have this feeling of, like, there's, like, different stuff that you're, like, that you feel like, there's a thing, you know, like, exactly, right? You need to, ideally, like, every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So, if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But, it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like, just more and more things. Because, obviously, you know, you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
It seemed like this like explorable world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
well, I mean, ideally we can. It's just about content, really. At that point, you know, you just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this
100% get more.
and 0 to 0, I think, goes a long way to improving that for sure.
Huge.
the corruption mechanic.
This is actually insane for us.
You're going to want to go there because
Just penetrate mods.
you can interact with.
Exactly.
Because I always slam accuracy.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map. And
You can get all of accuracy.
2 skill point. It'll give you your first two skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you go do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like, let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus. And then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. If you're like, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal
Very interesting.
more, and then, you know, what you're doing way less frequently, mind you.
Yeah, this critical strike could be really good too.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just, again, random grind and random exploration. There's at least, and you should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique.
She looks like female Tarzan.
Yeah.
They call them
It's
unique
funny,
maps.
it's funny because I was pointing out to Matt the other day the distinction between a unique map and a like there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like, it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique.
There's not a
system.
unique.
We do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon.
Yeah.
But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from PL1.
Yeah, because you can use mods with them with Waystones anyway, so it doesn't. There's no actual reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft
It's
it and
just,
enhance
it
it.
really just comes down to how rare they are relative to other things, right? So,
And how rare are they? How like
I mean,
maybe in
so hard to
terms
explain.
of player screen.
yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
How many
that
screens?
how many? I had the numbers, I just don't remember them.
Well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like, this is reasonable. So
Yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
The good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the 2 that existed.
Yeah.
They are just more common. It's not like part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only 2, and that would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions is that the Vault of Kamasa was restricted to the Val City.
It's a butter armor after all. Look.
biome, so to speak, and that was one
Coming
of the Citadel
Calamity.
biomes. That's like one of the rarest.
I said that earlier.
You know?
Yes.
So it's like we've not only made that more common within that biome.
Also, there's life as an
but
implicit.
A lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that. You know, so like ideally, there's a little bit of just like you see the edge of a desert, and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like I felt there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome because there's that one.
Wait,
node
what?
that, like affected your drops slightly. Obviously.
So probably this is why,
Because
because
the shattered lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome.
yes,
And
I have
so there's a
minute.
little bit of like, you know, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually 3 special maps that can spawn only in the water.
Good.
So go to the water.
And otherwise, how easy is it to find? You said there's an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
Yeah, so the one we
looks
looked at with the
interesting.
one we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning. Well, on the map, it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So yes.
That's awesome. Cute. That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics, you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 0-2-0 isn't getting a change there, to that side. But in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier, there's more, it's a bigger tree, there's more interesting stuff.
There's subtle changes to getting them in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, so that's like a pretty substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same,
Yeah.
as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0, but you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Yeah.
So again, it's just opening that up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much dependent on if your build can't do difficulty 4, you're not really a viable character kind of mindset.
So much more easy onboarding for those.
Yeah. Which will give you...
Wait, they didn't say to make it more common though, right?
Certainly a lot easier now. That being said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that balance goes.
With their new broken build.
Yeah,
sure.
one of those
Spectre builds,
specters. Yeah. Anyway, the ultimate point being, you're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before. However, you are right that something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do anything about it in 0-2-0 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think that system will probably look quite different.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify right now. Right, there's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like sure there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different itemizations or additional things with catalysts and whatnot. Like you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it. Right. But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through a level, you don't need to. Maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change. So yeah, as you were saying, you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from Pinnacle, so you could just feel free to do them anytime. I think that's just a straight up upgrade, and I think that it's not like
that's a very nice change.
For experience. No. So it does the downside is not an issue really.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping like if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a domain of timeless conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra.
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type of content to be the way you
now
level.
we can say like maps are the way you level, like that is what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and maybe not. I don't know. It depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either way, like it's just really you're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
It's
and
not, that's not itemized content, right?
At least until we've added Dove.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Right?
I know you want to do something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
This note is very good.
You're a fan. I mean, you
This
made
seems
the game
very
yourself,
strong.
so-
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. That the whole like can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like,
It's just not as bad. Yeah. It's just not as bad in PoE1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah,
so it hasn't been on our radar as much.
It has a vibe.
So speaking of like map progression, there's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you no longer get
what?
if you're playing a T5 map. You're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually
that's actually huge.
Map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has it can affect. at T1, that is a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then the way there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3 to 1 recipe to go up a level. Or
Wait, how do you go down though?
If you're running a corrupted map, then because
If I want
the
to.
same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up plus
corrupting up +1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those three options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that.
That's for -1.
And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now. Now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying. But then it's like once you've achieved that, it's like you effectively can sustain forever. Like the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic. And ultimately you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, that high enough mod count, and there is a boss here. I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah.
And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
And if you
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty. It's
and
just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100%. Ability to go up tiers, then and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like it's just kind of like it just much more effectively gets the thing where good.
There's no
players
tier
can
17
advance
raised
at the
on
right speed, normal players don't
or
fall off
16.
the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues.
At least droppable.
But also you're not
You can
gonna
corrupt
have
to
just,
16.
hordes of low level waystones that you don't need as well. So
and just no, it does. There are still you can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer.
It's gonna be very interesting for racing.
Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to T15 quickly.
Like a day 1 arbiter race is actually thinkable, I think.
Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable, and honestly, it probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously, if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both because if because the
So much
guaranteed
RNG for arbiter
drop
race.
comes from the final rare. So if you were just dying, you would never get it. It's
probably not that bad anymore.
The respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen for players who and
You can see this a little.
It gets more difficult. And you get less portals. You start to get to the point where you're going to run into trouble. But if you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top and sustain very well.
Yep.
You mentioned the idea of maps dropping magic by default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing?
And this will not cost
I
money.
believe it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that. Which
If you have early access already, everything's for free now.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues. So we'll discuss that.
It's been like an hour of Q&A or something.
Undecided.
Undecided. Yeah.
Undecided, yeah.
You thought it was decided.
Got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more deterministic progression if
yes,
you're
that's
able to
the main
prove
thing.
the power that you have.
That's the
Well,
main
it
thing.
just should be. Am I
This
strong
ascendancy
enough
looks
to do
very
this?
strong.
Yes, I can do it.
Defensively,
Not,
especially.
Am I lucky enough to do
Like,
this?
this is very
And
good.
Am I strong enough to do
And this is also very good.
one of those
Both these
axes,
nodes are insane for defense.
yeah.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How
But you
come
kinda have to
these
choose
guys
one, I
actually
guess, if you want some
unique, since you can
damage.
get their unique guaranteed. I love that. The whole-
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas tree be Atlas tree, so you can speak into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or?
Is there like range totem in the game?
I think in this case this one is the exception, whereas like you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee.
Nothing
all the
about druid.
They
time.
don't always have uniques.
Yeah.
But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean, they can have
Nice.
0, 1, 2. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But like,
There's a chance that would be.
it is
incredibly low.
absurdly rare.
Assume it's just roll per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
it's roll per
slot,
slot. So
Yeah.
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 But
So
you
we're talking
might have a
like
line of just
fraction
like,
of a fraction of a percent
Yeah,
for like
exactly.
all of them, but still like 5 or something like that.
Arcos Ballista.
But they
Okay.
have quite a lot, like, because they're a player, the assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop more biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
they're doing that like full set of items because
Wow.
you kill
Yep.
the player.
Yep.
Cool.
Lightning exposure.
That little thing.
What?
And I feel like it's even more important here in PoE2, so that's awesome. Bet just some of those will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys? Leap signs from off
You
screen?
won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
but they talk though, and they'll say something before they.
They monologue before they murder you.
He was good with that new chest.
Again,
Oh,
when I
true.
said- When I said some insult you, I'm not joking.
Oh my God.
Some do literally insult you, and I
Yeah.
believe one of them.
Imagine
one of
a rogue
them-
exile
one
with
of them
this thing.
is pacifist, and he's
Oh
like,
my
I
God.
want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just. You're just like running away.
Exactly.
Don't make me
Don't
do
force my
this.
hand. Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, you can just run away. You know, I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason as well. But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it, and of course, even though they portal out, you still have your number of portals you have. So unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, but or whatever, you've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know.
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take.
That is
your
insane.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event. At some
Don't
point,
give me that
perhaps.
idea.
That's maybe a 1 week event or something in the future.
Very easy to do.
Just take one of your items, and then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
You need the Tame Rogue Exile gem.
I don't tames the road.
Higher
exile.
You run up and you can quickly be like, take $1 million gold.
Just give me a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
Running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000 gold and I'll be your ally. Is kind of
I know you've tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points in the past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. You recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
So we did have some League mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more
It is a
over.
very
Any
tanky ascendancy.
unique ones that we haven't seen before.
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are, that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE1. Absolutely. But I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, as we kind of get, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, just going on, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new league mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, like, and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like, a
This is
new way to
also pretty
interpret
nuts,
something,
man.
I might be like,
5% region.
That is great. So it honestly, people
You
assume
could take 8 of these, right?
we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality, it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening and like the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening. Right? You're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like definitely like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It sort of happens in the background. You've got outsources and armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, let's do something cool, let's just make this, what if we do this, and we don't have a I don't have a plan for the next 12 strong boxes. It's just just come up with an idea and like that's cool. Just a fun little project for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were... I felt some
Yeah,
of
there's
the
lots of
ones
really
that
good stuff on
Exile
this.
1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2. Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is. I mean, look, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove it. I don't know about like. I mean, there's probably been some balance changes.
I mean, it was spawning too many.
It has.
monsters,
Yeah,
let's just say that without a doubt.
It's much better now to PoE 2 standards. Yeah.
It's too like currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill. There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating herald builds that are just literally can kill anything.
Which, by the
in
way,
every
heralds
direction.
don't self-propagate anymore.
Just
Just get that out of the way right now.
The power of the characters kind of
Yeah.
distorted the league balance in a way where it's like we have to, make some changes. So yes, like it's coming down a bit.
I think we saw that one coming.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
We've been
100%.
waiting for the
There's a lot of
stream.
things people say they saw
The stream was very good.
But it certainly does end up being the case that like
Big
the patch
W.
notes are, so by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week. But they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure because like there's a lot of things that needed to get.
Let's talk balance.
Yeah. All right.
My
Settle in here.
expectations
Yeah.
and anticipations are that this first one is going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should be the case.
As I said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going in with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything you know. Exactly. So basically we'll that kind of just means that like everyone who's finding builds like do it again. Like you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Attribute stacking.
Yeah, you can get 8 nodes on the.
So, I mean,
This one costs 0,
is though the
and they cost 1.
Stabilized to the point like
So you have 8 points,
It will take time, but we will get
or
to the point
4,
where we no longer have things
and
that
2, 4.
easy to become outrageous with. Right, like the idea is like it shouldn't be that you can just slap a few different combination of supports together and then like you're just like destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. Like it should be that.
Seems a long time.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
You mean 14? That sounds like terrible.
Yeah,
Builds. That's not even on PoE.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that like the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get back to the ability after like when like kind of like continuing to expand, like continue to develop your character post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just like that has to be earned. It can't just be that like just a combination of supports that you can get trivially will do that.
Or like a common unique, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, but it can be, but if you get temporalis, it's like, well, now, like now you've got you've got some shit going on, but it really has to be that there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem that we need to hit shit with a big giant balance sledgehammer.
Yeah, so originally I was going to come in and like ask about all the specific things, but we just assume that like it's going to be chaos. So I like the idea instead of focusing on kind of like your core. What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics?
This is the ring slot.
A number of like damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
That you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed that, and you're like.
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. Like a good sort of benchmark for like just a guy walks in and like has kind of got something that's like not stupid, but also like not like doing something, like not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50k DPS doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times
is also okay. And well, that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to like a 20-second fight. Like that's your range of like potentially acceptable kind of things going on. But if you're doing above that, then you're in like we're probably going to nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of like the thing. Now it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right and sort of things like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to sort of get things in the right place here. So that's a sort of expectation. Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing many things. But the thing I think that when we're
non-unique, by the way,
how we want to do my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing with it that's actually affected by this. And I'm struggling to think of an example off the top of my head. Maybe you've got some of like, you know, a way that a targeted nerf that kind of like...
I mean, like, say, Lightning Conduit, you're not going to reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from it. Like, that comes from the compounding, like, top-end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect.
Yo,
right?
thanks for
So
raid.
it's more about, like, take away
Polaris.
the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the
Welcome,
base
guys.
damage even, you know? Like... Do changes like that where it's like for an average person.
We
it's not
are
better,
still watching the
for someone
Q&A here
who's
from PoE.
Absolutely.
Should be about to end though.
Abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards. That are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like it'll increase the average.
Yo, have you also been watching this or what?
Not
Thank you for the numbers too.
you know,
Appreciate
bringing
it.
this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was.
I'm looking at the price kit right now.
Yeah, like ultimately you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points. It has 500k hit points, and so we expect players around 50. Yes.
Right.
So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you.
Oh, Bruno, thank you as well, by the way.
Than we expect.
Right.
But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
Exactly.
Then we're
10,
like,
10 times is fine, right?
And the problem with
And Red
the
X
more
pushes
DPS
up.
you have, it is now I have to dodge less.
yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
Bring frame gen.
Yeah, so you're always going to be incentivized to do that, and
Labanza.
yeah, you get to this weird thing where now it's just like, okay, well, I think you after a while was like, I haven't actually seen a pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first pinnacle boss fight. And it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
gave
it was
it so many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there's so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said,
yeah.
10,000 things before, there's still going to be
There's still going to be
many
more, and it will
thousand
happen every time. And
it's-
people will find stuff,
Look, this again by the end of early access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this.
Yeah, I know.
We're
I need to
it's
change the
not
settings a
gonna
bit.
have
I had to
much
make a
abusive
new
stuff, and
OBS
getting rid
setting.
of that whole I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes,
it is
that,
very
100%.
demoralizing to
not
play
so-
as they
not
play their
immediately.
thing, and all of a sudden something comes out and they're like, oh.
And so the way
Yeah, very-
the way
Warrior
you
looks
will
cool.
know that we're successful is because you get more diversity in classes.
Good for hardcore for
Because
sure.
it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean,
successful.
you definitely saw that where it's
Hunters log in, though.
the comments of any build guide. It's like, oh, another Archmage build. Oh,
Exactly.
it's just Heralds again.
Exactly.
Another
It's
run,
like,
by the way.
this isn't even a build. This is just Herald again.
You go look at like what are all crossbow people playing, and crossbows is actually the least used weapon type, and so you specifically start there, and you're like, okay, well here's a bunch of people using these skills. Oh, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom. Oh, okay, well never mind. The crossbows are relevant, right?
Yeah, even without stat stacking, it's still better.
Yeah,
than
and
it
it's
was,
like,
so-
okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So what do you have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage mods for added damage, they use two-handed and their base damage. And then
Oh, shit.
all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with other external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So
Yeah.
they will be getting more damage per level, whereas before most skills were very consistently growing per level.
I'm gonna do
So
Hunters first,
almost
but the
every
Warrior
skill
opposite's
would
cool.
get
I
the
wanna
same
try
amount of
that.
damage per level, regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, you know, out of control because it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration and other multiplicative scaling factors, you'll end up with just like, well, of course I'm just going to spark everywhere. And so now it's like, well, Spark has these other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 and was the right answer, and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing that we did.
Yeah, everything
So-
just had the same damage growth.
Yes, we end up with exactly the same. So now every single skill we're looking at it and going, you're going to scale more, you're going to scale less, you're going to scale more on the damage axis because they have other things that scale.
And this just means that, like, when you're asking, well, what skills have changed? Well, the answer is literally all of them. Like,
Yes.
no skill will have the same damage as before. It's like a complete, a complete rebalance of the
And
whole thing.
expectation-wise, it means that any skill that didn't have a lot of things you could do for it will get more damage. 'Cause that's
Yeah,
what it
that
does.
should be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like, I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game. which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah. So crossbow's been buffed a lot, and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs is Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything
yeah.
up and up, everything down. It's so hard to even
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single like this class is better.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like it's
well,
that's
that's
too
the thing
easy
with
to
Warrior.
say.
It's like Warrior was like in many cases there was a lot of things that it was actually not bad.
Yeah.
Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did.
Yeah,
in the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yeah.
You know, Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got a changes to, like, you know, Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like, where's just my like good thing, you know? So like, you got like a good
my
thing,
bonk node?
you know? Yeah, less niche, more something. And then we've just done that on every single class. We've upped a lot of the undertaken or bad things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch note cycle of a couple of days beforehand, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, look, absolutely.
If they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished, right? Like, and giving someone half the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated
You get a lot of
decisions.
viewers for his update stream.
So it's completely pointless at that point.
Yeah, a few
we'd rather
hundred
give you
thousand.
everything all at once instead of just some like, here's, you know.
But even once you have the patch notes, like, don't even be under the mistaken illusion that you'll be somehow able to determine what the best builds are from that. Like, this because it's such a big difference.
It's hard to take things into context because you can look at it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just 2 things. You're not linking all of the other things.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know,
We'll try though. We'll try.
Sure, give it a shot. Do your best.
Look, when the game released, you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again and again. Every single patch every major patch after this, you know, you're going to have less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So at least from a balance perspective at this point, like you know, it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help you play the game better anyway on your you know second. I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people this might just be their second character. So they're certainly going to be more equipped. And we've had the races, so you've been able to see how the best people play.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some good tips to learn from there. Oh yeah. That lever skip with the portal, oof, beautiful. My favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shields, are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shields certainly, I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast. And like mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong and more the inside of defense for sure. Expect some pretty
Barrage is now here.
As for armor, well, you know, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like dexterity and like, you know, where it's like, honestly, our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch and, you know, we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, to make sure we end up as better, maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like it might also end up being relatively the same, and maybe it was the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion and worth the time, because you know, I wouldn't say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it, but there's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite interesting.
Well, 100%.
This is the time to do it.
We drastically changed how evasion works, and I would say it's for the better, you know, and we should be exploring that with everything, and you know, so we just need to do that process still. You know, that being said, you know, as we make things more like the shield block
It's
better,
not suspiciously like Hammer of the Gods.
The ascendancies or in you know, the other defensive arcs. things like armor will become better. But yeah, again, it's not quite right. But I don't have enough information to say where it will look, what it will look like.
Wait, it's a map version.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take, and just back up to full. But it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have access to tons of recovery with cannibalism and things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be it would be useless for them. Now, there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so, yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong. And there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really. Okay. It's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, we've really made sure to just... It's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done because, again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time because there are so many changes that it is hard to even, understand how this is going to fit into
once the dust clears, you might be able to see how
100%. Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of all right, we need another round of testing for this because... and again, I'm going to stress it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision is still that idea of like more stricter recovery or less powerful recovery than what.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier itemization, right? Like. For sure, it should be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then, for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still like unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a much more different thing? Like, this is a hard thing to communicate, but it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's funny though because like once again, it's not. I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like
you can check the planner for
engaging and fun
affixes
and also,
if you want.
Are you getting to
just make items here, for example.
With bosses, like if you're never if the first time you fight a boss you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like if you look at some of the Huntress stuff we've got there, like it's incredibly fast paced when it comes to like dashing around and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So like obviously players want to get ridiculously powerful, and we still want to let them get ridiculously powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be like after a certain point, and like after you like once you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then you should be just like like crazy and like beyond the point of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it, you have to get there, right? And like that's the power growth thing. It's like it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game, but like that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that you constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next like, oh, I got this and now I'm better and now I'm better and now I'm better, and keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end, because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the rest of the game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be that there's the level of that you still have to get.
And so kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game. But then later you still then get to a new level of challenge that still requires you to engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then do
the uber gods.
Exactly right. So you have to keep on with that train. And it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful, back down to like I'm feeling, and so you have to kind of get that in there as you
want that Dragon Ball anime arc.
Yeah, for sure, right?
There's always a new level of Super Saiyan after the previous
exactly,
one.
Right? That's what you have to be able to do. And so it's smoothly taking up that power level curve, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things like movement speed when clearing, it's about like if you're able to just ignore everything because you're moving so
Yeah,
fast.
exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big a thing. So long as there are still things that are challenging you, as long as you reach the next tier and like everything's harder again, then you're good.
I feel like a point of the difficulty here between the communication of this with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically.
Yeah.
So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly, right? It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of spectrum of stuff there, but I would say that you want to be able to engage with the boss. You want to be able to fight its mechanics and do its skills, and you want to feel like you can overcome those over time and get better. And you want to engage with monsters, and there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to look or do anything. And
so that's an interesting point. Is this let's say the quote unquote mythical average build is. Are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something? Or should that be able to happen at kind of like
once you're at your tier of godhood?
Yeah, but I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching. Well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button, you know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy; it's just a skill issue. You
I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying that your muscle memory can develop for more than just using a single skill. You just and we've always sort of said that there's this thing where like, okay, sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's
this is an update to the classic, second monitor.
I love how
Netflix thing.
friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a
I
fundamental
know
part
it's just
of
the community's just grabbed it and it's become a thing forever. But it's been updated now. Like this is the update. You want them to have to pause
it was
sometimes.
a philosophy set for a different
because I feel like I've said that 10 years ago about how like sometimes you get the spike in difficulty. It'll
haunt you forever.
Like now you have to do this. Yeah, I guess that turns into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no. But look, if I play this way as well, right? Like it's not like I'm, like once you get to a certain point, it's like obviously you're going to want to, the music. You've heard it lots of times, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be the ability to have to have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
exactly.
Do harder maps, do easy maps.
But but look, people always want to choose the hard stuff, right? So therefore, that's what they're judging it against.
That's true.
And so that's why you do need a level of economic gating to make it so that you can't go too far with difficulty without without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying and losing the map.
Exactly, you're dying and losing the map. That we have to think. Like all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that reason. Getting that exactly right.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So I've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on? I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
I mean that's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Yeah.
Like there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that I'm still doing. There's like big lists of
make the campaign longer. That would really excite people, I guess.
The argument there, which I do believe in, is an area should be able to be large if it has enough.
It's campaign easier. It wasn't a beta.
Interesting things as high.
Yeah.
Or
nothing has really happened to that.
Area is completely right. Like imagine there were no load screens. You just walk from place to place. Like you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just is the density of interest enough. The fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place and the other is not really the relevant.
Long is directly proportional to interesting.
Yeah, exactly, right? So to me,
one thing we do need to obviously do, and we have done in some areas, is just making sure that if it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that it's not just so repetitive.
Exactly.
Yeah, where you've got like almost different biomes.
There are
no
some
druid and no
areas
Act 4, 5, 6,
large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough
that's fine.
monster variance, and so it gets a bit repetitive.
But yeah, it's completely true. Anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay. So what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're stuff.
They got a
Fine,
lot-
the
they got a
fun
lot of
things
things
Also,
and
like,
stuff.
there are good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again. Like areas have like the fast travel thing now as well
Yeah.
to
It's only a big
between
help.
checkpoints and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as well and see how they feel
And
about
it's
it again.
worth mentioning through campaign, we've got both the wisps and there's also strong boxes as well through campaign. Like they feel a little bit different. There's just as you play through, you're certainly finding some things you wouldn't have
Shrines
noticed.
soon.
couple more
soon.
shrines.
Yeah.
Soon.
The what's it?
Shrines.
Oh, shrine.
Have them actually in the campaign soon.
Cool.
I think art wasn't quite done, right? Something like that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it might be a bit weird. The ones in the end game, it works a little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done, we'll be chucking those in as well.
Thanks for
Perhaps
Prime.
that could be after.
Elaine.
It'll certainly be shortly after.
But also like every time we do like that we're expecting people to play through again, like we'll probably tweak like which the content spawns in different areas and we'll just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh and things are going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe
Well,
perhaps
it's
more an issue.
it's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about that. Like the
exact
boring
same.
empty
Yeah.
map.
When
problem.
the maps when people say the map's too big, just not.
I think I phrased it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It wouldn't matter where I'm standing in the map. It would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step. Like we were looking at Step. And
Yeah, I kind of agree with like Samantha.
Like
it's a
Like
big
early
square.
access does imply a certain thing, right? It's like, okay, the game is not done in terms of the game is not, at the final stage of what the devs envisioned as like, the release version or something, right? On the other hand, some games are in early access for like 3 months and others are like 3 years or 5 years or something, right? And, some games actually are not even like much of a game, but they're just like kind of like a very, very tiny thing. Like, like look back at PoE 1 or last Epoch when it first launched. In early access, the game didn't even look the same. It had like no content or anything, right? And it can always be like a massive range. But I guess like the underlying, baseline, I guess is just that, okay, the game is potentially more buggy than usual. Potentially, stuff is like kind of missing that you would expect. Potentially, not as polished and so on. I think all of stuff also kind of matters. And this is like something that I at least have in common. But otherwise, that's like such a range and it is what it is. But honestly, the same applies to full games as well, right? Like, T4 came out and many people hated it because it didn't have enough content or something. And, you can still say technically Diablo 4 is a complete game. It has this and that and this. So on paper, it looks the same as like other RPGs. There's 5 playable classes and you can level to 100 and there's like a, skill tree and there's a paragon tree and whatever, right? And there's even crafting. So, you always have to look at the details, I guess.
don't crash. Which
You tell me about this.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, what we do is what we're now changing it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new device and then upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going. And so that is what we're doing to solve this crash. And it's kind of ridiculous that this has to be the solution because it's just mysteriously in the NVIDIA driver we have and we have tried to find a workaround for this. It is just like so difficult. So that in Zero Two, that's what will happen. And so
while we're here, do the players have a workaround?
Well, you can install the driver earlier than.
Sure. What about Vulkan? Does that matter?
Yes. But no, not entirely. It does still happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing about whether or not that's less. But
I figured it might be.
No,
a good
it
opportunity
it is in the driver. But if you install an older driver, it will go away.
So all of this time when people have been saying the classic armchair developer meme, it was like, why don't you just add a bit of code that says if crash equals false?
Yeah, well, something like
It
that.
works.
Basically do the engineering to allow us to just recreate the entire GPU context, and then there you go, and then don't crash, and that is actually the solution we're now doing with. But it's like
What the fuck?
The thing is, the other one that sucked though was that stupid, damn full system freeze. Because I'll tell you what, if the entire system freezes, there is just nothing you can do to find out what the hell caused it. Because nothing, there's no like
report.
crash report, there's no logging, there's no literally nothing, right? And it's like that happened. That happened when the Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it." And it's like nothing happens. It's like Jesus Christ, guys! It's so annoying.
I can feel your frustration.
Yes,
is
it's
palpable.
incredibly frustrating because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed. There was some spinlock implementation that I don't have any understanding of why it causes this to happen, but we tweaked it a bit and now it doesn't happen anymore. And it's like there's no rational reason why this should cause the operating system to freeze. And it's like there's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even here's what was wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. And it's like, well, cool. What do you do about that? It's just terrible. And so yeah, that one sucked. But basically now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So general stability, apart from that crash, is incredibly good now.
99% down, probably 99.99%.
And it's like, the thing is, we'll fix a crash and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least it's good to fix, right? It's
hopefully it also improves performance a bit, because performance was also a big issue, right?
Now
that's good.
That will basically recreate the graphics device if
so you might get a pause, and then
you'll get a pause for 3 seconds, and then roughly depending on hardware, and then it will continue, and the game will pause at the.
I obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously,
yes. Obviously, we're still trying to fix it, but at least it means you're not crashing. And you're certainly not freezing anymore. That's sorted out. And then we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so this is another stupid one, right? So there's that whole Intel CPU issue, on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where there's some freaking voltage regulation problem that causes CPUs to break in a certain way. And if that happens, then the thing that will break is that the decompressor will it'll decompress something and one bit of it will be wrong. Literally one bit in there, and then it fails a hash check, and then that just causes the game to crash. And so the fix, it's things like that will happen as well. You've got stuff like that, and it's well, once again, it's it is our problem. We have to fix it because it's affecting real users. But the solution to stuff like that, is just so annoying to find. And so yeah. Anyway.
It sounds like you've improved a lot of the unrelated crashes, and you've come up with a good workaround at least.
Yeah, at least hopefully. But
so that sounds like a massive improvement. But I also just think your obvious frustration is very validating for people who have been frustrated with this.
Exactly. But the thing that's the most annoying about it is that all these the engine team who are spending time fixing this, they're not able to spend time working on performance issues, which is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time. There's been a few performance improvements, but not nearly the number we would have had if we had all 7 of those people working on performance improvements. That's been the most frustrating thing about it.
Crashes first.
100%. But it's when they're kind of
we have been chipping away at some decent ones though.
We have.
We got some pretty good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, there was that ice one that was really bad. Yeah. And, there was things like that. So the worst offenders we're certainly fixing. But and I have no doubt by the time we get each time we do a new release, it'll be even better. Yep. Great. But by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's tangential sort of as well. Obviously, we had a lot of woes around the release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes. Yes. So the launch should go smoother as far as all
it was pretty good
stuff. It was.
Wow, it still was 5 hours of not good.
Yeah, but 5 hours compared
No. This time.
Days,
I mean, look, I'm
standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but we've made significant improvements to the ability for the realm to handle stuff.
So 5 minutes this time.
Well, I mean, we'll see, right? You never know what's going to go wrong. But
sometimes you get caught out by something random.
It should be much better this time.
Yeah. I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. That's always a good thing to aim for.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the player number is going to be.
The random kind of
for the launch
before we finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered, especially with all the changes going on?
We're sort of not in love with it. It's just one of those things where I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and respecing the journey of the character it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the answer is going to be the exact same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and you know, it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold. And
Oh, they didn't talk about last Epoch, actually, right?
I want to find a way to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is like grounded
That's
and
interesting idea.
and difficult to. Well, not I wouldn't say difficult, but like requires some actual.
Yeah,
work.
18 was 500k viewers and now
That would be the
150k.
compromise. I'd
This doesn't say
certainly be
much
willing to
about the
explore,
returning
which
players,
I
though, I
have been
think.
thinking about recently, because I know every single time we come to an expansion, it's going to come up. So
The trial of respecting or something.
yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're
Gotta
not
make some
entirely wrong, but
sacrifices.
something a bit more.
Sacrifice a few animals,
so I'm
few thousand
sure-
enemies.
I'm sure we'll have a conclusive decision, or at least a level of articulation one way or the other by the end of early access.
Alright.
But for now,
I'll ask you then.
yeah, it's just going to take me a bit more time to figure out what I want to do there.
Is dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and controller coming at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so
Work-
and
being worked
I'm
on.
really hoping by 030, we should be able to get that. That is a very key feature.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juice maps with only one portal. Oh no, well, this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's
No,
still one
this-
portal.
this
This is a concern.
That's
We
true,
have to
with
do
juice,
something about
juice,
it.
yeah.
We have to figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it. Still, there are other things to come up. Like,
Yep.
you know, you also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually
one
a good point.
portal,
Yeah, it's a
that's
good point.
one
We didn't
portal
I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You know, you don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there is still some things we need to figure out with this, because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually solve that. So.
That's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as there's not like a way to cheat it, it seems like almost like you'd want to allow people to come and go as they please until they die, right?
Yep, which is a potential solution.
Yeah.
But again, can't say for sure. But yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and it is on our radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific like league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
No,
I
there's
don't think
there's
so.
no achievements or challenges
Yeah,
yet.
yeah. I'm pretty sure we weren't going to do that for a little bit yet.
There's not really. Maybe later in early access, but for now, not really.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it more about
Make
the
the
game
game.
and the mechanics, and less about
Make the game first.
the achievements. And the achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for Stash Tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh,
Especially
100%.
with more runes?
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab. Those two things appeared from an implementation standpoint, so I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without
We
it.
Oh, yeah.
wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they just didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime, like in a point release after, like within the 020.
As soon as the patch is out and
yeah.
stable and we're on top of
yeah.
things, it's going to be like, all right, we need to get all those like UX or quality of life things that we blatantly missed out on.
Yeah,
I think
For
that-
example, like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and
Yep,
write
that's,
the name.
that is one
That
that
is
we,
something
we
are-
designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got it yet.
cool.
I want to say it's like 80% implemented right now.
Yeah. So
So
it'll be as soon as we can. We'll get that in there.
All right, that is excellent. And on that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you very much for coming.
And thank everyone
Love
for
it. Thanks
watching.
for having me here. Great time. Thank you very much, everyone. And
Okay, that's
I'm
nice.
Ziggy, and thanks for watching.
See you.
Okay, that was good. Good stuff, actually. Is the Hunters going to be a thing? Yeah, the Hunters is going to be a big thing, actually. I'm gonna log in next week. Yeah, overall, a very good update, I gotta say. There's not really much that I dislike. Or not really anything I really dislike. I mean, you know, you could always argue a little bit about like certain implementation or so. And I don't think it will like fix everything, basically, you know, like as a... You know, oh, the game is safe now, but... definitely, pretty much everything is a step in the right direction. That's probably my summary. What the Hunters was there to play? Yeah, you can play it next week. When can we see a new passageway? I don't think they're gonna show it to us before launch. It's gonna be like, you know, you log in when the patch drops. But maybe we're gonna get like a pre-download and people will data mine it for half building and the Maxwell planner and stuff. The ascendancy graphs are in the press kit, so if you go to this link here. Wait, where is it? Yeah. So take that link, and then you scroll down. There's a press kit. Yeah. What I'm playing tomorrow? Good question. Path of building, I guess. Well, I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff, you know, where you can like dive deeper into some of those features. Like looking at, for example, the ascendancies and then thinking about, okay, what kind of builds can we do? Even if you don't have like the whole info about like skill gems and stuff, you can definitely start thinking about, okay, what are we gonna do? Like, how's it gonna work? You know, what kind of combos are there? For example, like, you know, also like how good are some of these unique items? Like the common calamity, for example. Stuff like that. So it'll be anything to actually like draw a bit of comparisons to like what we currently have and how much better or worse is it and so on. So I'm probably gonna be doing a bunch of stuff this next days. Play a bit of Last Epoch maybe. And I want to finish Ori, so I guess that's probably like the schedule for now. I wish they didn't bring Spiritborn just like Diablo. What do you mean? I'm gonna try and gut the Heralds. Yeah, I mean, Heralds are good by themselves, besides maybe the Ash one. But even the Ash one does something at least, once you're like really overkilling shit a lot. So the Heralds are good overall, I think. It's just that the combination of like multiple Heralds is crazy right now. Aquatas has been saying a lot of random stuff. I don't know. Put them in info links in Discord. Alright. Yeah, we also have a good channel with like this kind of stuff on my Discord, so if you wanna check that. Here we have the PoE channels. Where's that? Here. So let's go paste this link here as well. Why does it not have a preview? Interesting. Okay, anyway. Beer and stuff isn't alike. I mean, Huntress is like Spiritborn. I mean, I guess like the feeling of it might be somewhat comparable, because it's like, you know, both are like kind of like agile, some fast-paced classes and so on. But that's pretty much the extent of the similarity, I think. Like the weapon types are very different, and you know, all the skills are very different. There's also like a lot more range, to be fair. Honestly, I would compare the Hunters a lot more to the Rogue in D4, and not the Spiritborn. Because Rogue also has this like, you know, back and forth with like melee and range and lots of mobility and so on. And Spiritborn doesn't really do like a lot of like combination of like ranged and melee, for example. Like here, like, you know, you jump back and forth and stuff. But I think it will definitely feel different from any of those two. If you look at this here, for example. You also, they have the parrying as well. There's always like some movement involved here. The companion. Kind of cool. So the access that I have to generate much data, so I think Hunter is going to be strong. I'm not sure if they're like planning to make like the new classes OP on purpose. I think they're still trying to keep it somewhat reasonable. I mean, there's a lot of like overpowered mechanics in the game already, right? But I think a lot of people are gonna log in on Huntress and blast it. Especially now that there's only one new class and not two new classes. Like the number of Huntresses is gonna be crazy, right? No rest for the wicked. Yeah, people keep saying that. I'm also excited to see the new update for No Rest for the Wicked, but on the other hand, it's like not really anywhere close to the same. But I really enjoyed the first round. I'm excited to see the new stuff. I still need to watch the video, by the way. I haven't actually watched it yet about the new update. The problem is like the timing is really bad on No Rest for the Wicked. Just gotta race real quick in D4, get like all the bosses down in hardcore, and then go No Rest for the Wicked a bit, and then go back to D4 or something. I wish they dropped the Druid to that. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it didn't. It felt like they already had a lot of stuff ready for it. But maybe they still want to cook more with like, especially how the weapons work and the transformation stuff and so on. So we'll see. So who here is gonna do a Huntress? Or you're gonna log in with like another class? With like 100 new support chains, I think it's gonna be also very interesting to see like what you can do with those and like other existing builds. Displays the real race is 2027. Oof. I mean, maybe they're gonna bring two classes in 0.3 and then like two classes again, and then if they do like one update like this every 3 to 4 months, yeah, the next one will be like July, August, and then another one will be like December. And by then we're probably gonna have like 10, 11 classes, and then like the last 1 or 2 classes sometime. Maybe they will actually release the last class with the final game or something. I wonder if they would do that. Did you say something concerning about i9? I didn't talk about like specific like hardware or something. Lightning, Fury, Amazon. Yeah, I wonder if we can do something like just similar to that. I hope they keep some class and acts for the full launch. Yeah, it kind of feels like they should, just for like the big hype level of it, right? On the other hand, like, releasing it untested is also going to be pretty scary. So we'll see, I guess. You're going crossbow, the buffs sound insane. That's true. I mean, to be fair, looking back, looking at my mercenary that I played way back at like the first character, and then what kind of builds came after that, back when I did that, it seemed like a pretty good build, right? The explosive grenade and gas grenade stuff that I was doing with the mercenary. And now look at the builds that we discovered later and that people were playing, right? Which was like 1,000 times better. So I guess like buffing the crossbows is definitely in order, especially for like late game. Like when I played, for example, the monk afterwards with quarter stuff, it seemed like a different game. It was so easy. So I guess it makes sense. It's kind of funny because they've done exactly the same thing back in PvE1 with bows, right? Where at some point they just like took bows and just like upped all of the damage rolls. And now they're doing exactly the same thing with crossbows in PvE2. It's kind of hilarious. Iron Reflex at launch was not the best idea. I think the idea was great. It's just that the game didn't agree. Explosive shot data ranger was bonkers. Yeah. I'm actually really excited to try something like galvanizing shards, especially now that they're buffing it. Like galvanizing shards and what is that, shock burst rounds. I definitely want to play that in the 0.2 cycle. And we'll see what else. Well guys, it's time for summary. We have a lot of notes. Make a YouTube summary for this. Alright. I just launched Spotify, but maybe I should turn it off again while I'm doing recording. So I'm gonna do like a little YouTube summary for this, and then we can discuss a little bit more about the patch and stuff if you want. Okay, let me just see. Like, we have the press. I mean, we have like the press kit. We have this stuff here, so we can show a little bit of it. That's fine. Actually, maybe go to this side. Let me see. Okay. So we have that. Oh my god, I have so much stuff open here. See this? All right. And my notes. All right. So, say hi, YouTube guys. We're doing a YouTube recording, so I can get it out right after. Okay, so hi everyone. We just watched the PoE 2 announcement for patch 0.2. I have some notes here that I will go through just to kind of sum it all up. There was like a 30-minute, like, you know, prepared presentation, and then there was like a 2-hour Q&A with CGD and lead devs. There was a lot of really interesting info in there, and overall the update looks amazing. So the patch is called the Dawn of the Hunt. It comes next week on 4th of April. And there's a lot of stuff to unpack here. But overall, I think they're really moving the game in the right direction. At least previously, it seemed like there was like a lot of hype around the original launch. And then it kind of like, you know, flattened out, and like, you know, people got disinterested with just no big updates coming, and, you know, stale meta and economy problems and so on. Crafting wasn't really there. So there were definitely issues with the game, and overall there have been a lot of updates that will fix many of those problems, or at least make them a lot better. So on top of that, we also got a bunch of new content, like the Hunters is coming, not the Druid though, which they had previously said is supposed to be in that update, but apparently it's not ready. But it doesn't mean that it's a small update. They added in a lot of previously not mentioned stuff and surprises in there, and overall it's a very big patch. As you can see here, it's like some of the highlights from like the overview. For example, 100 new support gems, 100 new unique items with a big focus on endgame items as well. There's like a new mechanic, the Wisps here, which is a bit like the Tormented Spirits, for example, in Path of Exile 1. Lots of new maps, lots of new stuff. Endgame is reworked, crafting is reworked, and it looks like it's going to be really fun. I think this patch is going to be pretty massive and a big turnaround. Now, it doesn't really solve the entire, you know, host of issues that the game has. Obviously, this is just patch 0.2 and not 1.0, for example. And with the way it's going, I also think that the end of early access is very far away. So let's just say that. I don't think they're going to finish this game in 2025, as they had previously said, 6 to 12 months, which would mean the end of the year would be the latest, and I don't think that's happening. But this doesn't really mean that the game is not going to be in a good state. Anyway, let's go through this here. So we also have the press kit here. I will try to like show this a little bit, but it's like not really in the right order, so forgive me for that. And I'm just gonna go through the notes here and try to show you the important stuff. But yeah, there will be an economy reset. So with the launch, there is the kind of like standard league and then the new league. You can play your old characters and you will be able to access all of the new stuff in the old league as well, but you will not be able to play together with people that have created a new character in the new league. So this is kind of like seasonal standard stuff basically. So just keep that in mind. You have to start level 1 again if you want to play together with like all the people coming back basically. But you can also do the old stuff here. That being said, there will be a lot of changes to existing builds, and they also said forget everything you know about how the game works basically, especially when it comes to the builds. A lot of stuff will be nerfed into the ground, like all the OOP stuff, Temporalis, Double Heralds, you name it, is going to be nuked most likely. We don't have the patch notes yet, but they did say it's going to be a bit of like a nerf fest. This was literally their words. And this is absolutely expected, to be fair. They definitely want to bring down the top end power, and especially the easiness of getting to like ridiculous power levels. They said they want to still have like, you know, ridiculous builds and whatever, but with the current games and the game systems, it was too easy to achieve that. So they want to like make sure that it is a bit of a longer journey basically to get to the point where you just destroy everything, but that should still be possible. Yeah, other than that, 25 new skills. These are mostly the hunter skills, which are the spear weapon skills, but there will also be like some others sprinkled in, like some spirit gems are coming and maybe here and there some other things. Specters and companions, a new minion type, are coming. So minion players can rejoice here. Companions are like a new category of like a maximum 1. They said there's a keystone for up to 2 special type of enemies. For example, the hunter has a skill where she can like revive enemies and then they become like a companion and they can buff you or like, you know, play with you or something like that. So you have an example here, like this quadrilla ape here that you can revive, or the roa, I think, is also one of these. So there's like some stuff like that. And specters are like a revived, you know, whatever minion, whatever enemy you choose, basically. So this is how that works. 100+ new support gems. There's some examples here. Lots of really cool stuff. So you can also check this out on the website here. I will link this in the description. 100 new uniques, I mentioned that. Now for the Huntress. Yeah, what you need to know, it's kind of like a fast, agile class. To me, this looks amazing. I'm very excited for this. I have been excited for Huntress ever since they previewed it, and now it's finally coming. So this might actually be my new main. It's a lot of like, you know, jumping back and forth, you know, with positioning and engaging, disengaging. There's actually a skill even called disengage, which is like one of the level 1 skills. So you're gonna have a lot of like this kind of combo potential, going in melee, going from range. And you kind of combine a lot of stuff together. There's also like ways to, like, for example, do multiple types of elemental attacks with like the same setup. They also have like a new kind of like shield skill, which is a parry. So you can actually like add some extra damage taken to enemies after parrying them. And it's not like the same as blocking. So there's like a functional difference basically with how that works. I don't know exactly, but it's going to be quite interesting. Roa mount is not hunter specific or something, but it's like a very high dex cost spirit gem, but you can run around on a mount and then cast and like attack at full mount speed, walking speed, for example. It's kind of interesting. And yeah, lots of really cool stuff here. So Hunters looks very exciting. I think what they've shown in the preview was amazing. So I'm going to be cooking on that for sure. Now for crafting, there's lots of really good updates. Previously, people were very dissatisfied with how crafting works. I'm gonna say playing basically hardcore SSF all the way. Yeah, that was pretty bad. And it seems like they're adding a lot more ways to actually get the items you want. They did highlight that they want to make sure that loot on the ground remains important and useful. So they don't want to, like, you know, make crazy crafting mechanics just yet, like in PoE 1, where, you know, you can only get this stuff through actual crafting methods and everything on the ground is useless. So they're kind of trying to be very careful here, but they are making things a lot better. One such change here is 1 omen is in every ritual. Now there can be omens that are not tied to crafting. There's like some that have like kind of like a gameplay impact. So they're generally not really that sought after. but this means that generally you're going to get a lot more of them. If you don't know, omens are those extra currencies you can use to change, for example, like an Exile will only add like a suffix or a null, or will only remove a suffix and these kind of things, which is very important for high-end crafting. Greater essences are going to be much more common and targetable, so there's like a new like unique map now as well, for example, that has many greater essences, and you can kind of choose which ones you want. You can corrupt them. There's like these new corrupted essences now, similar to like the PoE1 essences. So greater essences can upgrade into those. Normal essences can upgrade into greater when you corrupt them. So that's like some stuff like that. There's like here these icons at least. Somewhere in this press kit there's also like some of the effects of what they have, I think, or I think it's here on this site. So yeah, this looks pretty amazing at least. So it's like interesting new mods here. So for example, this one, the Essence of Horror with increased effect of stockables, and Essence of Insanity with you get 2 enchantments when you corrupt the item, regardless of if that corruption actually changes anything else, I think. Or maybe this is just like replacing the original corruption effect. But either way, lots of interesting stuff. And you see here, there's stuff like this here with like 4 greater essences and so on. So you're going to get a lot more of those, have a lot more like targeting of mods, for example. Fracturing orbs are coming. So if you don't know, fracturing orbs, they are also from PoE1, where you can lock 1 modifier. I think they also have an example here. So basically you can use this on an item, and then this mod can never change. So if you have like a really high mod fractured, like here, like a high fizz roll, for example, you can then try to like use chaos orbs and whatever to, you know, dump some currency and maybe get a good outcome. So that is really exciting, and I'm also looking forward to that. So especially for like the chaos orb spam and these kind of things, that's going to be very big. So this is like another way. And then recombination. This is also a thing from PoE1, where you can combine 2 items into one with like picking random mods from each. And this is also going to be another way of crafting your gear. Yeah, then we also have new socketables. So there's new types of runes. I'm not sure if that's here, but I can try to find this. But basically there's like new tiers of runes now. And there is also like talismans, they're called. So here we have some examples of these. So lots of new exciting choices, and they basically talked about this as the replacement for the crafting bench in the end. So effectively, this is supposed to kind of give you a lot of like options to add some interesting, you know, novel stats on your gear, similar to what a crafting bench in PoE1 can do. And it's a little bit more out there in terms of like, you know, specialized stats. And you can see this here quite clearly, that like the minions gain physical damage as extra lightning, or, you know, you have weapon has a chance to affect lightning exposure. So these are all like kind of like very build specific, whereas most mods that roll on gear, that is just like, you know, life, res, movement speed, whatever. That is like, you know, kind of like the more generic stuff. So they want to allow you more flexibility here. And then there's also the so-called talismans, which is going to come from new wisp mechanics. And there's also like really interesting stuff to get there. So that's pretty cool. Other than that, yeah, new ring and amulet type bases. I think we had like some screenshot of this as well somewhere. Here's a talisman as well. These are the other socketables that you can get. They also have pretty interesting effects and can kind of like, you know, close like a gap in your build or something like that, as you can see here. And yeah, overall, lots more customization with your gear at least, and lots more chances to actually like make some interesting items. Now, I don't think that this whole like, you know, crafting upgrade here will really close the entire gaps that the game has right now. Especially, it depends on how rare and how common are these different encounters, how often do you get those essences, how often do you get the omens, and so on. They definitely have to make stuff a lot more common than it is right now in order for this to get anywhere. But overall, I think it's going to be quite exciting to see, and I think a lot of people will start engaging more with the crafting system. And they also said this is definitely something that will like iterate on and introduce more stuff. So they're maybe going to port more stuff from PoE1, or maybe they're going to start introducing more stuff like, you know, the new socketables, or maybe some other crafting stuff. Now for endgame, also big updates here, and they all look really good. One interesting change that they said in the Q&A, I think, maps cannot drop below the current tier. So you can just like move up, and you don't run like tier 15s and find like tier 3 maps or something. That's really cool. Now, if you want to kind of keep some nodal maps around for your alts, or, you know, if you want to respec and whatnot, you guys have to like build a bit of like a pool but overall sustain and going to higher tiers is much easier. Also, for example, the endgame quest line is changed a little bit. You now don't have to do like 10 maps of tier 1 and 10 maps of tier 2 and so on, but you have to like kind of cleanse these corrupted maps. There's like a bit of like a storyline attached to this now. Looks like this here. So these are like these kind of like, I'm not sure what they're called, like hubs of corruption. And you go there and then you cleanse it. And then you go this like tier by tier. You have to find one of these things and then you go to the next one and then to the next one and so on. So it's a bit like RNG where you find them and how fast you can progress with this, but we can basically kind of like go from this corruption hub to the next one and then to the next one and then kind of like move up in tiers like that. And like this, you progress the storyline and get your Atlas passive points. So it sounds a little bit more like, you know, integrated in the lore. Doriani is going to pop up and he's going to cleanse the stuff. And that is actually going to change the surrounding maps to then not be corrupted anymore, but cleansed, which actually changes what kind of monsters appear and what kind of rewards you can get. So you have the option to either choose to run corrupted maps or run cleansed maps, which both have their own purposes. So for example, like the cleansed maps, I think, drop the fracturing orbs that I described earlier, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think you can only get them there. And there might be like some other stuff they can only get from the corrupted maps. For example, some of the beyond bosses appear there and so on. So there's like basically specific stuff that only drops in some of those. And that's kind of exciting, I think. Towers are also much better. So we might have like a screenshot here. But now basically towers are going to be much rarer and there's going to be much more juice behind each tower basically. So we have maybe an example here somewhere where you can now put multiple tablets into a single tower. So that's kind of interesting. And if you do like a higher tier tower, I think, then here you get like more slots. And then also it affects a lot more maps. So here it says 15 ranged maps contain rituals. And we've also seen like even higher numbers than that. So basically there's like one tower every once in a while and you like giga juice everything around it. And you don't have to like go around from tower to tower and then, you know, try to overlap like 4 different towers at once and then try to juice your maps that way. So I think that's like a huge upgrade. This was a big complaint from many players and it's going to be much more fun as well. Yeah, other than that, there's also like interesting stuff like unique tablets now. So they showed this briefly during the presentation. For example, there's one that you get from Expedition, I believe, where it allows you to go to any map in Radius. So you can like not even run the connections, but you can like jump over the sea or you can jump over a mountain range and stuff like that as well. So pretty cool stuff. So this was also like a much requested feature in some way, and they've done that now. Now it depends a bit on like how rare are these things, but it might actually help you out once in a while. Also, you can have now more portals. So it's not like only one portal and you're out, but if you run lower rarity maps, then you will have more portals. So basically, if you are kind of struggling and you're not really sure if you can like tackle the map or something, then you can just like not super juice it. And basically, the more you juice it, the harder it gets. Now, there is like some concern that they talked about with how many portals you have to just take out loot from the map, because if you have only one portal at the end, then you can't like loot a lot of stuff, for example. So they want to try to find a workaround here, but overall it means stuff is going to become a bit easier, especially on the entry level. So, you know, for like the lower end builds and lower end players and so on, you're gonna have more portals. You can actually reattempt the map and you know, kind of continue where you died, and that's kind of cool, I think. Then we talked about this here, and this new unique maps are coming. So for example, one of these like essence maps here, this is like a unique map, and there's a bunch of other stuff where you get like these extra runes and so on. So it's interesting stuff coming. Towers in general are also upgraded with mechanics now, and they have bosses. They've already previewed this a little while ago, so it's not like a really big news feature here. And this is also quite interesting. So they want people to try out pinnacle content a lot more. So they actually removed the XP penalty. You can now just go in at any time whenever you have like your Arbiter ready, or you have your King and the Mists ready or something like that, and you can attempt it. They also reduced the difficulty of the T0 pinnacle bosses to half, but they scale up to the same that they were before at tier 4, but they also now drop all of the items at tier 0. So without upgrading the bosses and without having extra Atlas points, they now still give you all the items, but there's like a different chance for each of them. So the bigger items are going to be more rare at the, you know, the start, and then they're going to like scale up basically. But overall, this allows you to kind of like look forward to any of those pinnacle encounters, and they want to try to get people to do them more often. Another new thing, besides the Asmari wisps that I talked about, I think they're called Asmarian wisps actually. is the new Rogue Exiles. Those look really cool, actually. So compared to PoE 1, where they're kind of like whatever, they added 6 Rogue Exiles, so not that many. There's like one of the existing classes, basically. And here's like a counter example. They showed us off a little bit. But the cool thing about them is they actually really behave like a player, and they jump around, and they're like much smarter than the typical monster. So it's a bit of like a special fight, and probably kind of tanky as well. But also, when you kill one of them, it will drop the items that Exile has equipped. So they have like mods, like, you know, it wears this unique item and it wears that unique item. And when you actually successfully kill them, you will get those items. So potentially the Rogue Exile can be really beefy and really crazy. But on the other hand, you can also get super juicy rewards. So that sounds very fun, and I'm looking forward to that. And well, this pretty much sums up the presentation. Yeah, there's like some additional stuff in the Q&A. I talked about this here. For example, Temporal is also getting nerfed. Double heralds and so on. Crossbows are getting a buff. I think that's probably a pretty good move here. They did seem a bit under-tuned here, at least with most builds from what I've seen. Tons of crash fixes. They did talk about some pretty funny stuff there with how they're trying to fix some of them. But overall, they are pretty confident that the stability is much improved. Also, the servers seem to be much better. They've said that they've done some backend work here. So we expect like a much smoother launch than on the original early access launch. And yeah, quality of life features are coming later. They did talk about an Atlas bookmark. So when you have, you know, something you want to save, like a citadel in a distance or something, you can do that. And stash affinities, for example, for runes are coming at some point, but not with the launch of the patch directly here. Now, some stuff that did not address here, at least specifically, with any kind of detail, is item rarity. So this was a massive topic and potentially problem, at least that we encountered. At least the economy, especially on softcore, was like really wild with, you know, divines being like crazy expensive and so on. So anyone who's traded a bunch has noticed this. We're not sure if anything changes there right now. Druid, we also don't know when that's coming. They didn't really talk about it, all the new acts. Also, as far as I know, they did not talk about like making pinnacle encounters more accessible, like you get actually more chances of fighting King in the Mist, for example, or something. This is like a huge problem where right now you basically need to kill King in the Mist twice to then actually kind of farm King in the Mists. So you have to like struggle your way through this, like, you know, starting scenario where you don't have any Atlas points, and then eventually kind of picks up the pace. But it's really like hard to get there, basically. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Maybe they like overall increase the spawn rates a bit or so, and they might have done some tweaks, but we don't know. And yeah, last Epoch, they didn't really talk about that either. But yeah, this is what we got here for the summary. As I said, you can go check this out here. So there was also like the live stream that I will also link down in the description. Otherwise, here there's like the overview a little bit with some of the new stuff. Personally, I'm very excited for this. It looks very cool. And, well, we have at least 2 weeks or so to blast Path of Exile before Last Epoch comes out, which I'm also going to be blasting. So you can expect a lot of videos. I'm going to go through, for example, the new classes, the new skills. I'm going to try to cook a bunch of stuff, and we'll see where we end up. So there's going to be like a big 2 weeks Path of Exile blast into Last Epoch blast. And then, yeah, we'll see. At some point, I'm going to go back to PoE as well. And overall, 0.2, really big win in my book here. So we'll see how it plays out, but the preview looks amazing. Other than that, did I miss anything, guys? So asking chat here, but I think I covered pretty much everything. So we'll see what comes up. Maybe there's going to be some more teasers in the next few days. As I mentioned, stay tuned for more uploads. I wanted to go in depth in some of those topics, and see you guys next time. All right. I didn't specifically talk about how recombinating works, but I just like explained the concept of it though, but I guess that's okay. A lot of people will probably know it from PoE 1. Sad no Druid. Don't feel Exile compelled to play. Well, if you only want to play that one class, I guess I can understand, but I feel like overall it looks like really good. It is different. You get to pick your stats. Wait, they didn't say that. What? They said actually that there's like, you know, a certain chance that it you know, takes those mods, and even if you have like 2 items with only 1 stat and so on. Okay, then I don't understand exactly what changed, Wonkers. But I mean, it's fine, you know, in the end we're gonna have to like experiment with it anyway. It's just like the general concept of it though is kind of important. Which is actually interesting because then like this whole like, you know, crafting that I was, you know, usually doing with my, you know, weapons, like the, you know, reforged bench and like, you know, all that kind of stuff. In SSF, it's actually gonna be a lot more meaningful. So I'm really excited to see how this will actually play out. You pick the stats you want and there's a chance. Ah, okay, I didn't realize that this is how it works. So you actually have a lot more options then, I guess, to craft your own gear. I failed to mention that there's maintenance. I mean, by the time the video goes out, this should probably be over, so that's fine. Word in the street is that LE will push back Season 2 again. Ah, there's no reason to. You know, LE comes out at a really good time, I think. It's like 2 weeks after this, 2 weeks before D4. Like, it doesn't get better than that, I guess. 2 chosen stats should be easy. I did not catch that at all, that they can choose. If it doesn't hit the things you want, the item goes poof. Okay, interesting. But either way, I mean, recombination, you know, yeah, at least have an idea of how it works, and we'll see how it will play out. In the beginning. Ah, shit, okay. So you caught that. Okay, this is why I didn't hear it. Yeah, because I also didn't hear anything at the start. Just use the PoE1 system, 6 borders, that's not a bad way. Oh, we got some subs here from Gigatron. Thank you so much, by the way, for the 5 subs. Appreciate that. Any info about keyboard and mouse support for consoles? They did talk about some stuff like at least like seamlessly switching between them or something. So I guess they might also add that. I'm going full blown Pepe Stabby bleed build. I don't know, honestly. So I was just like load up 100 and see what works and what I find fun. So, you know, it's like one thing to kind of look at the skills and with just like, you know, tooltips, which you may or may not have, honestly. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna get all the skill gems, you know, in the patch notes or something, right? Maybe. But maybe not. So you might just have to like go in blind pretty much anyway. First class ticket to Dot City. Yeah, I mean, this whole like bleed stuff on the Hunters, it could be pretty good. Have I actually played any kind of dot build? I have not actually played any dot stuff yet in PoE 2, I gotta say, so we'll see. But yeah. 100 plus support scheduling is mind-blowing. That's crazy, actually. I agree. This is also gonna kind of like close a lot of the gaps that other builds have and so on. Like, for example, when I was like making my setup sometimes, I was like, yeah, I don't really have anything to put as like my 5th or my 6th link here, right? It's like, everything is kind of like whatever. And I mean, there's not such a problem with that, as long as like the, you know, it's fine to like kind of add some weird like, you know, quality of life buff as well or whatever. If it doesn't have to be like a direct damage effect always, right? It's not like I want to have, you know, 20% more, 20% more, 20% more damage and that's it. It's cool if they get creative with it. But yeah, with like 100 support gems, it looks like they are trying. Yeah. Maybe you're actually gonna get to the point where, you know, you have so many support options that you can actually play like even the same skill with like, you know, completely different supports. And then actually have like a very different feel for it. We'll see. Mercenary looked pretty good in the trailer. Yeah, they were showing off a little bit of like a Mercenary with like galvanizing shards. It's actually something I considered playing before this patch. But now they're buffing crossbows. So I'm definitely gonna make a Mercenary of crossbow in 0.2 at some point. Not for the start. I'm gonna play Huntress. But I definitely want to try galvanizing shards. It was really fun when I played it a little bit to like level 30 or something. I did like some hardcore run with Rax and DM. But it ended like somewhere in Act 3. But yeah, definitely cool. It has like this kind of like auto shotgun feeling. You know, like when you're like a noob in Counter-Strike and you just buy this auto shotgun and you just run around and you don't aim, you don't care, right? You just blast. This is how it felt. So, pretty good. I'm going to have like 20 hours of YouTube React videos. Yeah, good luck. You wish you started with Witch Hunter last league. It was so much better than I expected. Yeah, I might also do Witch Hunter actually if I play crossbow. We'll see. Honestly, the new Ascendancy also looks pretty juicy. And also like this warrior thing. Actually, yes, I didn't really talk about the new Ascendancies. But I guess we can make individual videos for those. I guess tomorrow I'm gonna like go over a lot of stuff on stream and then like follow up with some videos. But yeah, the new Ascendancies, there's gonna be a lot of stuff to talk about. I wonder, like, you know, this warrior stuff. This is like extremely versatile, right? You can literally just play this and then do whatever you want. Because all it is just a bunch of defense. And okay, you start on the warrior side of the tree, where it will be a bit of pathing to really get anywhere, but it's like not too far from the spell and minion stuff on the top, and it's not too far from like the range stuff on the bottom right. So I think you can actually realistically make like this, what is it called? Smith of Kitava, and kind of just like, you know, a bit like the Gemling, right? Kind of play anything. So it's interesting. Didn't do anything to warrior. I mean, it didn't really say the specifics, but warrior is at least getting this ascendancy, and then we'll see what else will happen to like the warrior skills and stuff. Exactly. Finally caught up. Okay, yeah, a bit late though. We kind of just like, you know, went through everything here. I think actually this is my YouTube summary. The Forged in Flame node, yeah, the Forged in Flame node is insane. Like when I did like the Gemling and I had this like maximum res and I was running around with like 87 fire res and like 82 cold res and 81 lightning res, that felt incredible. And then Cloak of Flame, of course. Like if you can actually get to like, you know, 85 plus on all of the elemental resistances and then like a Cloak of Flame or a bunch of armor, is actually juicy. So that's gonna be pretty big. I mean, some of these nodes are kind of like whatever, but they're kind of like also nice in case you really need to like fix something on your setup, right? You can actually just like take this cold res or this fire res and then focus on the other resistances. Honestly, one thing that's really missing still is like res swaps, I think. Like, you know, res swaps would be so good for like, especially as a dev. Like harvest res swaps. There you have to add them at some point. I think that's like such a like glaring, like missing feature right now in the game when it comes to like gearing up. They have the runes, but the runes don't really cut it, you know? Like in late game, you don't want to use runes to fix your res, right? You want to use the soul cores and the talismans and whatnot. You just finished watching the content reveal video, okay. Yeah, that was a bunch of stuff in the Q&A as well, but the Q&A is like very long. So I got with the boys to talk about the changes. That'd be good. Ask the M or the Rax or something if we want to like hang out and talk a little bit. Why not? Do you have to reply? Is this still on? Yeah, we can also ask this actually. Sure. Let me see. Is this around? Why is it playing my standard alerts, by the way? It's a bit weird. Palsteron, thanks so much, man. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, guys. Yeah, we were just like finishing the wrap up here a little bit with like, you know, the summary. I just recorded like a little YouTube video and stuff. But yeah, what do you think, man? I think it's a really cool update. I'm looking forward to this. Huntress login, new main. But honestly, there's like so much new shit now that I want to try. I'm also excited for the crossbow buffs, of course. I like the new ascendancies. Like I like this warrior ascendancy a lot. It's very amazing. Bunch of the new unique items look very interesting. The crafting. I was just talking about crafting and rest swaps. I think like rest swaps is like such a big thing that's still missing. If they introduce that, then crafting is actually kind of like slowly moving towards like an acceptable state, I guess. It will really depend on like how rare are these, you know, essences and how rare are the omens and so on. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. Okay, so the M replied, he's still going over some of the images and so on, and then we can chat after. Okay, so if I'm chilling out a little bit more, we can talk with TM and maybe Rax later. You can make hundreds of crossbow. Actually, wait, let me see the ascendancies. This is a Hunter's one, right? Yeah, this is one of the Hunter's one. I don't know, I mean, you can do some weird stuff at least. You know, some of these are very generic. Like here with the +1 ring slot and you know, those kind of things. Did they talk about balance changes, patch notes anywhere? Patch notes are not out, but they said there's gonna be a lot of nerfs, which is not a surprise. Yeah, one new class, I think a bunch of new ascendancies. Like 3 new ascendancies for other classes. Hunters is a new main, can't say no to a 3-ring ingenuity. Oh, true, actually. That's gonna be wild. Like 3-ring ingenuity, but they also have this here, I guess, which slightly devalues ingenuity at least, because I think ingenuity is also increased bonus, right? So this will like stack additively. We use a unique ring instead of stat rings. Yeah, it is a very good node. It's like just a lot of raw power, lots of raw stats. +1 ring slot is a very good node. But you also have a malus here. Reduce spirit, reduce mana. And this might not affect you necessarily that much. Or the res, you know, maybe you just have too much res, but it's still a cost that comes with it. So, and the good thing is that depending on, you know, how itemization evolves and so on, they can actually, like, you know, make these downsides even bigger over time, right? In case, like, you know, rings just become a lot better in the future or something. So that gives him a bit of like an option here. Accuracy stacking crossbow Amazon is real. Yeah, that's like a very interesting note. I wonder how good that is gonna be. How much accuracy can you really get? Right, where is it? That's not this one. Here. This one, right? Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%. Gain additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of access chance to hit with attacks. Now, I don't know exactly how accuracy works in PoE 2. I suppose it's somewhat similar to PoE 1, but it doesn't really tell me that much. So I'm not sure if, like, for example, it has like linear scaling. Like, you know, does like 500 accuracy have half the hit chance of 1000 or whatever? Like, I'm not sure exactly how it works actually. And then again, like, I hope they really improve the tooltips, because right now the tooltip doesn't tell you anything about ranged attacks, right? It only gives you the hit chance for melee attacks, and they have no idea how much accuracy you actually need if you play a ranger. Like, they need to give like at least a tooltip at like you know, 10 meters range or something. so you have like an idea. Penetrate notice a lot of flat. Yeah, this one looks really nice. Now the thing is, I think this will not actually interact with like the percent physical bonus that you have on your weapon, right? So this is not like a local mod on your weapon. This is just like, okay, 25% of the accuracy is added after the weapon itself. But it's still pretty good, I think. You can have like a lot of accuracy. Unless they nerf them. Maybe they nerf accuracy as well. Let's see. But how much can you actually have? Let's just take this here. So here's 650 accuracy. That's a lot. I have like kind of a bad base here. Let's take a dual string bow. Let's see what is like a really big dual string. So let's do this. And let's do this. So let's say tier 2, tier 2. To keep it like, you know, somewhat in a realistic margin. So let's say 160%. And let's say like 27 to 45. I can't actually. We can do this. Okay. So it's like pretty good. Let's say 2 sockets of iron. So how much is that? 211 to 377. Alright. And now let's add accuracy. 650. Let's say also a tier 2 mod. It's still 500. So 25% of that is 125. That's a lot of fucking flat damage. Actually. That's a lot of flat damage, dude. Like, accuracy might legitimately just be the best mod to get on the weapon. Like, standalone. If you have that node, of course, you know, it's like only for that ascendancy after all. And it does come with the cost of ascendancy points. But it actually seems pretty good, honestly. Now the interesting part about this is also that it makes like the faster weapon types, or like kind of like the smaller damage roll weapon type is better, I guess, right? Like let's say when daggers come out, they will probably have relatively low damage because they attack very fast. Compared to like maces, right, that are slow and have like the two-handed weapons, you know, compared to one-handed weapons, for example. Actually, let's see. Let's try this with like one-handed and two-handed. You can add runes for 100 flat accuracy. Is that better? That's a good question, actually. Accuracy. 100 flat accuracy. So this is 211 to... Okay, we should calculate this. So this is 294 plus 125 from the accuracy, 25%. Okay, so 420, basically. Why is it so big? Suddenly. What the fuck? Okay. Let's see. If I do like 2 accuracy runes. Is that an upgrade? 184 plus this, divided by 2, plus 175. Yeah, it's actually more. Look at that. The accuracy rune is actually more. Now, it will depend on the weapon type exactly, I guess. You have to like map it out specifically for the weapon. And then, you know, what is the range of your... I mean, this is like a very good roll, right? This is like a tier 2 flat and a tier 2%. So this is like pretty crazy already. Which means that if you get like a high accuracy roll, this is just like even more impactful. And getting this kind of combo is already nuts. 300 DPS. Emote only, uh-oh. Accuracy from F tier to S tier. Yeah, I would still like to learn like how does accuracy work though. Like first of all, like how does this like crit mod work? Like here, I don't know, like Chance rate can exceed 100%. Okay. Now the interesting part about this is actually this will be better for melee builds than it will be for range builds, right? Because at range you get up to a 90% accuracy penalty. Which means that your chance to hit is actually going to most likely end up being below 100%. You don't get anything from this. So this is mostly something for melee builds. But yeah, very interesting stuff. I want to see this penetrate and maybe check like some melee weapons. Actually, let's do like set 2. Let's do like a 2-handed mace. What is like the 2-handed? Leaden. Let's do this one. This is like the big one here. So let's also do this here. 160 and these are flat. So let's say like, I don't know, 37 to 68. Okay, and then we do accuracy. So this one can actually have less accuracy. Interesting. 400. It's like a middle tier 2 roll. So maybe here, for example, it's not worth it. And here you probably want to go iron. If we do this. So this is a lot of damage. Plus 100. Let's see. Yeah, so here the iron runes are better, for example. Despite the accuracy roll that it can do is, also low. So the runes comparably have a bit more accuracy impact. What about this though? If you have like a tier 2 mod of this, so this is like... It doesn't actually show the ranges for the accuracy here. I know it does. So let's do like 60 and 160. Something like that. Okay, so how does this compare now? Iron. It's probably the best option, to be fair. So now there's barely any accuracy on this anyway. Only 162, 81, 40. But yeah, this is actually the strongest option in this case. But I don't think it would be, for example, for bow of like the smaller weapons. So it might be mostly for like the small weapons. Like for the maces here, I guess this is just the best. I should probably make like a sheet for this. And then we can like map this out a little bit more in detail. But let's do like one more example. Let's do, I mean, daggers, wait, what? Apparently they are in the data. But what is like the fastest one-handed weapon type that we have right now? I guess it's just maces, right? We don't have anything else. Spears are very fast, actually. Broad spear uses both hand slots. Interesting. Lightning. Projectile speed when thrown, maim. There's a bunch of stuff that's like not from 0.2, that's like somewhere in the data mine. Okay, let's see. What is like the best one-handed mace? I have no idea, to be honest. But there's only 6, so definitely not the smithing, I guess. 43 to 89. This one has almost 100 DPS. Honestly, I might take the Slim Mace. I don't know. It's gonna take this one. So let's try this again. We do physical. We do percent. So these are the same ranges as the bow had, I think. Let me do accuracy. 400. Let's see. I think you can turn out the emote chat, by the way. So this is with iron runes. And this is with accuracy runes, look. So on the smaller weapons, the accuracy stuff is better, basically, and on the big weapons, yeah, the percent, basically. So I guess you would have to like map it out exactly for the case, like on a case-by-case basis, like which rune you want to use and so on. But it is kind of interesting. I'm just gonna save this for now. What no called? That's right. Okay. Server's down. Yeah, apparently they are. What's the business about the Reddit crack piece? You have like you have a design as well or something, Honkas? Yeah, I guess they're probably kind of like reaching out to people, you know, but on a wave basis or so. So maybe some people already got the chance to do one, and others wait. I don't think they're gonna do everything at once because they're probably gonna have like 1,000 requests or something. So I could imagine that they're gonna wait a little bit with that. Also, no one has talked to me about the unique that I can design. You know, I did the puzzle box there. You might see this on the shelf. I get to design a unique at some point in this game, so that's pretty cool. But I also have no idea when that's gonna happen. So sometime during early access, apparently. Would be nicer to clarify that. Yeah, I agree. Maybe they should say something, but if I had to guess, it's probably like, okay, they're doing like, you know, the first 100 people now, and then the next 100 people then, and so on. Herald armor was level 84. This is like the unique base for something, right? For the Herald thing. Heroic armor, this one. Requires level 84, you're right. This could potentially just be a boss drop now, right? Because first of all, if this is like a random drop, and then the fucking Rogue Exile comes around with this, F, right? I mean, it's probably going to be a very valuable item if you get it, but on the other hand, I don't really look forward to just randomly dying to a Rogue Exile that has this. But yeah, level 84 is very high, for sure. Might be a boss drop. Maybe they're going to add it to, you know, the Beyond bosses, or maybe to like one of the other new bosses. I mean, there's a bunch of new bosses, right? A bunch of new unique maps and so on. It's probably somewhere there. It does make sense. You can find these images here in the press kit. So if you go to this link, where do I still have it? No. Where is it? Yeah. Scroll down. The press kit is here. You'd only be able to get it with Juice Map Boss. Let's go to 82. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not just a random drop as well. Like, it doesn't make so much sense for this to be a random drop. Like, it requires over 84 is very high. That's definitely like the highest I've seen. Actually, we can like compare this. Let's look at what is like wisdom, hands of wisdom in action, for example, and so on, right? Let's see. This one is level 52. What? Okay. What about, I don't know, Arbiter Chest? Dude, Belly of the Beast? I've never seen it, actually. Fuck, what is it called again? Moria Invictus. Requires level 65. Yeah, this is 100% some kind of like new boss drop or something. Soul Eater body armor can get to 90% less damage taken and maximum stacks. Wait, do we have like a tooltip of Soul Eater somewhere? Forbidden triple tower overlap, 9 tablets. This is how you get the Herald chest. The curse explosion is connected to Unholy Might effect node. Wait, let me see. Yeah, maybe they messed something up there. Someone also said that like one of the nodes is like missing completely. Wait, let's see this. So here's like the explodey thing, which is in this path, the first. Like here the small nodes are not actually mentioned at all. This and this and this. Although they might all be the same, I guess, with the AES. You have Unholy Might, you have the Curse. And here's Unholy Might again. Yeah, so this is what I mean, right? So that's Unholy Might here and Unholy Might there. Yeah, definitely is a bit odd. So I'm pretty sure that, you know, the additional curse might be this one or this one, and then the exploding might be this one or this one. They're probably going to be on the same path. The last two are swapped. Yeah, okay, so this here, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. So the additional curse is going to be here on the right, and the magnitude, the Unholy Might stuff might be here. Yeah. %30 of all damage is extra chaos. It's kind of legit, man. You and allies in your presence have Unholy Might while you are not on low mana. Lose 5% mana per second. I mean, you regenerate 4% of mana, right? Will you try Spectres? At some point I might try something with them, but more as a kind of like a, you know, support kind of deal. Like if I have a build where I don't want to put any Spirit Gem, maybe I'm gonna try to make some Spectres out of that. I've tried something like that in PoE1 at some point, but usually it doesn't work out because without investment into minion nodes, they just die, and then it's kind of pointless. But maybe it's better in PoE2. Life is too short to test Spectres. I agree. Oh my god. We have Gazi for that, it's fine. This could be a mana minimizing angle like HP minimizing on demon form. Yeah, okay, but this is an ascendancy. And a demon form is an ascendancy. You can't combine them. What are they saying? Just like, I guess, how you build it. I mean, you have to stay not on low mana here. So you have to have a lot of regen. So I'm just thinking about, okay, so you have a base regeneration is 4% per second, right? And you lose 5% per second. So you just need to like get a bit of extra regen to then overcome this penalty. So basically it wants you to stick mana regen. So you get like 2 rings with like decent mana regen rolls. And you're probably okay already, kind of. As long as you don't have like a super hungry build. And then you get Unholy Might. And Unholy Might is a very strong buff, turns out. 30, there's like the single strongest ascendancy node. If you overcome the downside easily. 30% of all damage is extra chaos. There's over 300 enemies in this game. God bless the brave soul and Godspeed. Yeah. The level 84 requirement from the Herald's chest comes on the level 19 skills. It could be, actually. I guess they don't allow you to use skills from items before their time. But do you really need level 84 for level 19 skills? Maybe. Hello, Tim. Oh, I didn't see this note here, actually. Non-channel spells consume power charges, deal 25% more damage. But yeah, I mean, the one thing that's really gonna make Lich really cool is the explodey stuff, right? Like, worst case, you just want, like, blasphemy with a curse, and then everything just kind of explodes around you. Or you just actually curse them as part of your rotation. You do, like, you know, curse, pop, a bit like Hexblast or whatever, right? I wonder if it's gonna work with Hexblast at all, actually. Because Hexblast removes the curses. So I wonder if you, like, one-shot the enemies with your Hexblast, will they pop? Who knows? But I think you only remove the curse from the guy that he targeted with Hexblast, right? At least in PoE1, that's how it works, I think. You don't remove from everyone. So if there's a pack, one guy will not explode, okay. What's the juiciest jewel we can do with the Lich? Well, it's only non-uniques, so... What's the juiciest unique? Juiciest jewel, I mean, we can check. There's, like, you know, like ES. Let's see what I can make. What's it be? Let's take a Sapphire, I guess. How do you get Diamond, actually? Is it just like the base type in the planner, but it doesn't actually exist, right? But like one of these uniques as Diamond, this one. Can you make them? I know in PoE1 you can make them. Okay, so there's big ES. And then elemental damage, a bunch of damage. Sure. Increase effect of auras from your skills. Pin. Something like this here is not bad. Magnitude of ailments if you're like playing some kind of like, you know, fire ignite build or so. But I mean, ignite builds are not really a thing currently, I think. Effect of Wither could be interesting. So that is not bad, honestly. If you're playing a Lich, you're most likely playing a Chaos build. And you will have Withered. So something like this could be pretty good. And then here, there's a cast speed that's not bad. There's like maximum cold res. Mana regen as well, which you actually need. Stuff like this could be interesting, I guess. Meta skills. This is like relatively big node, I guess, if you rely on them. It's also not bad. Maximum energy shit has additional stun threshold, but I guess you usually don't need that much of it. I probably wouldn't put it on a jewel. Skill effect duration could be very interesting for certain skills. Yeah, there's definitely like not bad stuff. But is it worth an ascendancy node? If you compare this to like a ring, for example, even with the little downside that comes with it, I feel like the ring node is much better than this node. But yeah. So let's imagine, I guess you can corrupt it as well, right? You can corrupt. Let's say you actually have like a corrupted, like a 5th stat, right? So let's do like, I don't know, spell damage. So that's like relatively juicy. We don't even have everybody sets inspectors. Yikes. It's like if you get a G jewel, you now have 2 of them without wasting passive points on pathing. Yeah, I feel like most of the jewels that you have are kind of just like auto pickups anyway, because you kind of path through them to get them somewhere. I don't really find myself going out of my way very much to just pick up jewels. But it might be an SSF thing. This might prove useful if there's a gem heavy build. I mean, the thing is that jewels in PoE 2 don't really solve problems like they do in PoE 1 that much. You know, like in PoE 1, you could like get some rest there, you can get some attributes there and whatever. I mean, some of these stats are pretty impactful, but only if you have the right build for it, right? Like here, minions arrive faster. This could be really good on like some popcorn build or something, right? The meta skills gain increased energy. That's really powerful if you have like a meta, like a, you know, cast on freeze build or something, right? So there's a bunch of stuff that is actually pretty impactful. Also, stuff like this here is not that terrible, to be honest. I don't time those jewels, those aren't unique. Oh, they are actually. Yeah. Ah, those. Ah, wait, I thought you were talking about these here. Well, I guess they don't work, right? How will they even work? They have a radius and stuff. I've actually never had one of these. Where do you even get them? Are they from Sekima? It's like the one thing I actually never really farmed. But yeah, I mean, they don't even work, right? You can't put them. Can't socket one unique basic jewel. So here, this probably just means like sapphire, ruby, and emerald. That's it. This is not basic. Will be one of those three, basically. What's with this one? Timeless jewel. Timeless diamond. Kind of interesting, man. There's actually so many uniques I've never found. Even after 600 hours. But yeah, some of them are like very specific sources, right? Like a lot of these jewels are from Sekima Trial, I think. This is from Synachrom. I guess this is from Breach. Looks like a Breach item. This is from the Trial Master, I think. Yeah, I remember like some people used Adorn for some very specific reasons. Increase the effect of jewels, stalker passive skills containing magic. And this was like for the quiver nodes, I remember, right? People did like Adorned. And then they did like actually let's see. A jewel. What else could we do here? But I mean you have to play some really weird build then if you want to do something like this here. But I remember people did it for the quiver nodes, yeah. 50% increased bonus on the quiver. And Ruby, doesn't have anything. Block chance. I mean, this would be kind of weird to put like a Ruby as a Lich or an Emerald even. But who knows, maybe there's something that you really want to get. Weapon swap speed, for example, could be interesting. You can do like elemental damage, weapon swap speed, max fire rest, cause why not? And I don't know, maybe one more thing here. Area of effect, elemental, yeah. Something like that. And you could actually have like a, you know, gem like that is like pretty generic. So there's definitely some options, let's say. And can tweak it easily enough by changing the percent increase buff on a jewel. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice to have like a straight up 100%, right? It's like, okay, it's double, nice. But I guess if they really have to, they can tweak it in case they make jewels a lot better in the future or something. Sure, or they can like make another downside, because this downside here seems like very useless. Like, what is this downside, right? It basically just means, okay, you take Chaos Inoculation, and that's basically what it says. Well, I mean, okay, maybe not, right? It's like, if you have like a very energy-based build, energy shield-based build, and you have enough ES most of the time, and a bit of leftover mana, maybe it doesn't matter, right? The Forge and Fire Node on Warrior is really nice with Cloak of Flame, being able to not worry about resistance and getting very tanky. And let me see that one again. Which one is the Forge and Fire? Is that the one with like same res for everything? Yeah, I mean, first of all, you have to get a lot of fire res though. It's not that easy. But yeah, like each jewel can be 2%. And then there's like 3% on a tree or so. Let's see if we can find like more nodes or res. Ah, true, there's this one here as well. So there's... Okay, I guess realistically you can get to something like 120 fire res pretty easily. In worst case, you can actually stack this higher, right? You can just like get more fire res if you need to. So you can even go 160 if you want. But it's like at least 2 extra juicy res rolls. But let's say do 160, that's 8%. 9%. 10, 11, 12. So only 3% more. Yeah, so you probably go for like 120 uncapped. You get, actually it's 2% each. Yeah, so you need like 2 jewels basically. One with 1% and one with 2%. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like, elemental damage is actually really dangerous. Like, overall, there's a lot of elemental damage. Like, I noticed this on my gemling when I had, like, the extra elemental res from the Ascendancy. I was much tankier. Once I did, like, the Cloak of Flame plus the elemental res combo, I just felt, like, invincible, even with 4k life only, on a life-based build. I had no armor, almost no evasion. I just had, like, 87 fire res, 82 cold, 81 fire, or lightning, and the Cloak of Flame. And I felt really tanky. So, I wonder if we're gonna buff life in general a little bit or something, or if we're gonna nerf ES in general a bit. I wonder what they're gonna do. Don't forget Soul Cores. True, actually. They have the Soul Cores too. Yeah, so you can get a lot. It's like kind of useless. Yeah, this is a very strong node, for sure, on the Warrior. Forge and Flame. Also this here, actually, the Coal Stoker. Modifies the fire res, also grant cold and lightning res at 50% of the value. So if you stake 120%, for example, like you get basically just double the res, right? If you have like a res roll, it's just double, and then distributed between the two. It's not bad. It saves you like, 3-4 suffix slot rolls or something. It's pretty solid. Yeah, you can get this here as well, but I don't think you really want to take this. And, you're going to take this early on maybe if you have to, but you kind of want to get rid of this. Like the dream combo is like Forge and Flame, which is 4 points. And then you have 4 to spend on this stuff. So there's going to be Molten Symbol. And then there's Flowing Metal. It also has 5 maximum fire res, actually. Oh, shit. Okay, so those two. And then the life, and then the strength, I guess, or something like that. But if you don't play like a mace build or like a strength build, maybe you don't do this. And then body armor grants armor, also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Kind of whatever, to be honest. If you have capped chaos res, you're fine. Like chaos res, as long as you hit 75%, you're kind of chilling. The 5% life regen is not bad. 5% life regen is actually a lot. I'd probably take this, honestly. It's pretty good. So increase life, life regen, and then Fizz taken as fire, max fire. It's pretty juicy. Do we have too much, actually? So we have 5% from the Ascendancy, 6%. Maybe don't path over there. 11%. And then 2 jewels. So you don't even have to go up there if you want. Like, especially if you want to play like a warrior and then kind of like path over here and get like projectile stuff or something. You can do that. And then you just kind of pick this up here at some point. Or you anoint it if you're rich. It needs 3 white oils. You assume you can take only one of the armor bonus. No, you can take as many as you want. Well, each of them costs 1 point. So this one costs nothing. And then you can choose basically 8, or 6, or 4, or 2. Depending on how much you take over here. Or you only go Fortune Flame, you spend 4 here, and then you have 4 on this. "49 Fist, Fire, Crouching, Cards, and Max is ridiculously strong." Don't think these points are better than Cloak of Flame. Yeah, okay, I guess, you know, if... The thing is that this node here kind of like loses value the more you progress your gear, right? Because the more you have access to good gear, you know, the less the gap is between having these nodes and a good chess piece, basically, right? So maybe at some point, yeah, if like a super juiced up, corrupted Cloak of Flame, or like, I don't know, Arbiter chest or whatever, it might actually just be better at some point, right? But still, like SSF wise, this is insane, and you know, League Start and so on, like this is obviously really strong. And there's still other stuff to go for, but I guess it depends on like what does this actually do exactly. The temper weapon, fire spell and hit, you know, this is like something very specific, right? This is like a 2-pointer, this is a 2-pointer, this is a 2-pointer, and they're all kind of like, you know, their own kind of like build types. Although Manifest Weapon might be generic enough, and Temper Weapon, maybe they're like very generic for like at least many builds or something. You know, tempering a weapon every 10 seconds. Yeah, if you can make it like last an entire minute or so, I wouldn't mind. Or like an entire map. Maybe it's like for the entire area, you know, it's like you walk into the portal, you press the button, and then it just lasts until it leaves the area or something. That would be nice. I don't know how it works. Is it like a tooltip? I don't think I have a tooltip yet, right? You're not sacrificing a mob every 10 seconds to the hunter buff. After every enemy. Pull out the anvil. Oh no. My god, this is sense even the... What is it called? Tactician. I mean, this is also a very defensive one. Like, I like the pin path. Yeah, where's the one? Projectile damage builds pin. That is really strong because like I didn't try that much with pin, but I did try it a little bit for like combat frenzy and stuff like that. And the thing is that pin is way easier to build than anything else. That's the thing. Like compared to stun or whatever, pin builds extremely easily. And there's also like a support that gives you like 100% more pin and whatever. So there's like crazy stuff for pin. And then you can basically stun them, right? Pinned enemies cannot perform actions. And the interesting part about this is not the same as stun, so you can still build a stun as well. It's like, you know, a bit like freeze, basically. This is like more like what this is, right? It's like crazy. It's like so good. Yo, holy shit, guys. Hello. Yes, ooh. How's it going, guys? Yo, the party. Yeah, we're talking about the ascendancies and stuff right now. What do you guys think about the reveals? Appreciate the raid, Rax. Yeah, I was reaching out to Rax and DM earlier if you want to like hang out and talk about the patch a bit. But maybe, you know, I'm gonna get to talk with Rax one of these days. Anyway, welcome everyone. Yeah, we're just kind of going through, you know, like this is a press kit here right now, and like all the stuff that we revealed, and we're talking about everything. So if you have any comments, throw it in the chat. Anyway, let's throw a shout out to Irax. This Ascendancy looks so fun for groups. Yeah, they definitely added a bunch of really interesting stuff here. I also liked how they talked about the supporting fire skill here. Where, what did he say exactly? There's like your off-screen archer minions that just shoot the artillery or something. Kind of funny. Like it actually almost says that here. Summon a hidden artillery squad trailing you. It's kind of hilarious how that skill works. Yeah, we can do tomorrow, Rax, you know. I just got back. It's like my first stream for like the last week. I just came back from a mini vacation. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about, and you know, theory craft and so on. I wanna start prepared. I'm very excited for Hunters. They hide the archers in the tower and call in air support. I mean, the idea behind it is kind of cool. I wonder if it's actually going to be like an instant skill this here. Like we don't see the tooltip of this, right? But I wonder if it's actually like an instant skill. So you can just like press it and it will like feel really like reactive. Which shed fires arrows. Oh man. Yo, welcome back, boy. That's but he had a sub as well. Who was that? From Straw Dude. Thanks, man. And Boiler. Is Amazon like D2R Amazon? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a bunch of stuff that really reminds of it. We haven't really seen all the skills yet. But when they originally previewed Hunters, it definitely looked like they had something like Lightning Fury, which I guess is like the one thing that everyone thinks about when they talk about Javazon or Amazon, right? It's like Lightning Fury. Here's the skills. So there's Lightning Spear, which could be something like that. Or Stormlance, but this looks more like a ground-based ability. But yeah, it might be this. So maybe it has like some kind of like built-in chain, and then maybe add like a chain support for like double the chains or whatever. So yeah, we'll see. I really wonder what this one will do. The Spear of Solaris. I was saying this earlier. I wonder if there's like a Hammer of the Gods version of Spear, basically, or something like that. It looks like it as well. The name also sounds like it. So we'll see, I guess. And the Wind Serpent's Fury. This looks a bit like the Viper attack, potentially. That would be cool. Imagine you for like this, you know, massive Viper snake. We saw the Spear Solaris for a second. Oh shit. Okay, I'm not sure which one it is then. But yeah. The Solar Beam on the Ration. Panic ability is called SOS. True. They showed the Wind Serpent Fury. Maybe I should look at the stream again. Let's see. So we look at it again. Like it was like a few minutes of Huntress, right? So maybe just check this out again. Well, round of Omni Knight Purification on Dota 2. Let's check it out actually while we're at it. Okay. It was pretty hype anyway.
And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. No.
Okay, so this seems to be the Thunder Asleep.
Will hear the spirit once more.
So let's see, actually. We have this here. Let's make this a bit smaller. like this. So I have all the skills here. So I think what you see right now, this is the Thunderous Leap probably, and this here is probably the Lightning Spear that she no, Storm Lance. Like she throws it into the ground. This is probably this one.
I will hear the spirit once more.
So these are the whirls and the disengage. So these are the level 1 skills here. They showed off this whirling stuff. And this is the spear field. I think these are infusions, probably. The infusions like give you like 2 throwing spears of either lightning, cold, or fire. I don't know what this is though. What the fuck? Blood Hunt, I suppose? This is like probably like the dash. Spiritborn. It's not really like Spiritborn at all, I think. Like it'll maybe feel a little bit like it, but I think that's like, you know, Spiritborn doesn't really do like a lot of like disengaging and so on. There's a lot of like jumping around as a Spiritborn, but it's not really the same, I guess. He has like, you know, go close range all the time. It's more like Rogue, I think, than it is a Spiritborn. But yeah. It's Amazon in humans. I guess, you know, like a lot of these classes have like a lot of like common themes with like, you know, lots of mobility and positioning and so on anyway. Rogue and Spiritborn. Yes. I'm very excited, man. I might just like play like 2 or 3 Huntresses in a row. Who knows? Rake. Yeah, this, let's see this again. The thing is you can only jump 10 seconds every time, so I have to like rewatch some stuff. Yeah, this looks like this could be Blood Hunt, which is probably like some kind of like, you know, spear, engage, jump kind of deal. I wonder what the Bloodhound's mark will do. And also Sniper's mark is on the Hunter's tree for some reason. And not on the Ranger tree. Which is kind of... And also Barrage is here. So I wonder if these abilities are just on both. This used to be a bow ability, and this as well. Actually, Sniper's mark, I'm not sure. Is that in the game right now, or is that PvE1 only? But Barrage definitely is on the bow. I used it. So I wonder if it's going to be on both. And then Rapid Assault is like maybe the same thing, but for melee attacks. And this is maybe, you know, maybe you can use Barrage for spear throwing and for bows. So maybe it's like on both. Yeah, Sniper's Mark is a bow skill. Okay, I wasn't sure right now. So yeah, Sniper's Mark is a thing. So maybe it's just on both trees. It's kind of interesting. Okay, Boiler has a link.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, we can do the YouTube version, I guess. That's a bit easier to navigate.
All that we changed.
Okay, let's make it not too loud.
That day.
Would be a spear skill to use when it was pairing, like a Spartan. Some kind of like riposte or something. Okay, let's see this here. Also, like this circle there explodes. What is this exactly? I think it's like just a wording thing, right? No, this is not the same as the wording slash. Like she threw this. So what is this? Whirlwind Lance. It looks like this one. So I know that this whirling slash, you create like the whirl, and then when you leave the zone, it explodes, right? That's what they showed. And here's another thing like that. That seems to work similar, but as ranged. Look, it exploded when she left. Here. So you kind of like, you throw it into the pack, you jump in, you jump away to the next guy, and then boom, and everything explodes behind you. And cool guys don't look like explosions, right? Oh, here, this is the one. So this is the Wind Serpent's Fury. Looks cool. What is this? Also, this guy has 6 frenzy charges in this clip here. Wait, is that the Spear of Solaris? But this looks like it comes from the top, you know? It looks like it comes down, similar to Hammer of the Gods. Yeah, by the way, look, he spent the frenzy charges here. So this is something about frenzy charges. You'll know, okay. So this is the wait, it's actually this is not a skill, right? This is like from the Ascendancy. Rake. Yeah, this is boom. This was a tornado. Tornado is also like here, right? Twister, actually. This seems like such a good clear combo, man. Look at this. Here. Bam. Like it goes in all directions. Look at how many. This looks like D4 Twister Barb, man. Look at this. Look how many twisters this is. What the fuck? Oh, that looks amazing. What is this? Is that the Primal Strikes, I guess? Looks like it summons like some animal though. Ah. Yeah, look, we can see them here. Yeah, this is Primal Strikes. Javason, Druid, Wallbar. Looks pretty cool. I wonder if this can shotgun. Oh, that's interesting. So here's like an explosion. So this is probably like the Bloodhound again. So maybe like if they are bleeding, then you get an explosion or something like that, I imagine. Here comes the roar. This is the leap again. Ah, here we go. This is Solaris. Okay, so it's a bit like Comet. So you jump backwards, and the spear comes down, and then boom. Okay. It has a long delay though. And not only that, you have to keep them in there. So holy. I wonder if it's gonna be like some super intense like ignite or how it's gonna work. It's probably like an ignite based setup, I imagine. Getting exploded, wait. It's like a timing of stun hits, yeah. Let's see what they say again. Oh, yeah, it's cool. Lasers on the mothership. Dude, we have like the off-screen artillery squad. We have the laser on the mothership. Let's go. Oh man. Hi.
As you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt,
Ah, shit.
introducing the first new class
Not high.
since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged.
Wait a minute, before we watch this, which skills did we not see now? Or at least not identify? So Fangs of Frost, I don't think I've seen that. Rapid Assault was probably somewhere in those clips, but I guess it doesn't look very special. Explosive Spear, I think we've seen that. It's probably like this one we see on the screen right now. Glacial Lance, no clue. The Bloodhound's Mark, no clue. Tame Beast. I think they're gonna show this here, right? Elemental Sundering. I think this has to do with the whirls and stuff, right? Yeah, otherwise we've seen most of the skills, I think. Did by any chance mention adding fast swapping from keyboard to controller? Yes, that's a feature they want to add in the next patch, like after this.
into and out of battle. Spears have extended
Will be on on Twitch for more than 1 hour? I will.
range and a short dash.
I'll be here for a bit.
But unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will use...
I really wonder if, like, you know, how reliable this is gonna be. Like, look how they're, like, flying. Like, they didn't actually hit this one wolf here. Look at this wolf on the top right. Yeah.
To shoot out
This one here, I think.
extra tornadoes.
So the first one died because it was right in there, but here they perfectly all miss this guy.
Way more damage.
Okay, this one came back and got him. So I wonder if they're actually gonna add in some kind of like extra targeting or so. Where it's like, okay, they kind of like seek out enemies or something.
The whirlwind to shoot out extra
Because that's usually the problem with these things. You know, twisters are always fun, right? It's cool, the concept of it. But the problem is like always this randomness makes it kind of oof. So if they add like a little bit of like target seeking or so, that would be nice. Needs a storm chaser, yeah. And like another problem with this is that we might see stuff like, okay, like, you know, you pull them to the corner and then you just one-shot them with like 10 twisters where they all overlap. This could be kind of nuts, but I guess most boss arenas don't really allow that. So this might be only like for very specific fights where you have a bit of a perk like this. I guess it's not such a problem. Rated post in 3 weeks, top build, 108 or Huntress build, destroys boss in 10 seconds. In 1 week, I guess. Twister Wizard all over again. It was season 5. But then you had to stack at reverse corners. I'm talking about real corners. But for example, like in D4, this was actually a problem now in with the druids. Like you have Cataclysm where it's like random storm strikes all around you. So it's not exactly the same. But, you know, you kite stuff into the corner, and then it kind of like removes possible area where the storms can strike, so that there's only like a narrow AoE around you where they will come down. And it's going to be similar to this, like you just shoot them into the corner, and then they overlap, and then, you know, they blast down the boss. But yeah.
Damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, Parry. While holding down parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, it will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you.
Okay, so it's not like in Elden Ring where I have to like time it. Like, you know, it shows you like the glow and stuff, and it's like, you know, this glow would indicate that this is okay, that this appears, let's say, you know, 200 milliseconds before the impact, and you have to press a button in that moment or so, right? This is usually how parry works, at least from like Souls games. But here it's kind of like you just hold it like the raised shield, and you don't really care, it seems.
In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects.
Why does the glow swap enemy arms? I guess it decides which arm to attack with.
Stunning them. In addition, character will
Actually, let's see.
to do a new skill, parry. While holding down parry, your character
So, right?
will counterattack.
Okay. Maybe it's just random. Because now he's attacking with left.
Counterattack any incoming attack from
And now he's glowing left and he's attacking with left.
stunning them. In addition, the monster
Maybe it shows like the last hand
will
used?
take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike.
I don't know.
Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects.
Parry is an active skill from bucklers,
Quick
yeah.
jump back,
On the
damaging
item.
enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy in front
It
of
looks
you,
very smooth,
it can be
man.
used
Look at
to
this.
interrupt other actions,
The animation.
like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried
Very
enemy,
nice.
though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy check.
Ah, frenzy.
Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash.
Shotgun got a relic ray, key submission.
And you'll get
Oh,
an
nice.
explosion on the disengage and the
You know what he's gonna put?
The Huntress also has a variety of elements.
He has the... There's a Lightning Fury, kind of. Just doesn't look that impressive because it's like Act 1. He doesn't have any damage. But here, like imagine if this actually one-shots the entire pack. It's basically Lightning Fury. But it doesn't like chain as crazy, I guess. Maybe it's gonna be like, you know, something for it later.
You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when...
So this is a bit like grenade gameplay, I guess. It's gonna be interesting, and it's probably gonna be really strong. Which one is this? This explosive spear. It's also like a very early skill. So this is a very early skill. Lightning spear. Like, yeah, they get a lot of like really good stuff. I wonder what Fangs of Frost is. I don't think I've seen it yet. I'm not even sure what this is supposed to be. It looks like someone kneeling and there's like a frozen sword. I don't know.
When they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast.
Like this also looks like it's just some nice thing to mix into your setup, right? Especially like early game maybe, where you just put like ignite support and whatever, like 100% extra ignite duration, a bit like Perfect Strike, where it's like you just do like Perfect Strike and ignite them. Okay, I mean right now people just spam Perfect Strike because it has so much damage, right? For like boss killing. But for example, later on, I use Perfect Strike just like kind of like once in a while to get the ignite rolling, and otherwise I was doing other stuff. And this might be similar to this, where it's like, okay, you throw the explosive spear every like 8 seconds, and it does like a big ignite, and otherwise you just do the other stuff.
All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground.
Oh, and it's also instant, by the way, look.
Spears will do an even larger
Bam.
Explosion and leave fire on the ground.
Very cool.
And these empowered versions can do it on the...
Wait, how did the frenzy charge generation work again?
Stunned and tossed, though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy, like dodge, quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy, though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge.
Ah, so this is part of disengage. So you first parry, then disengage, get an explosion like Bone Shatter, and get a frenzy charge. That seems very balanced, honestly. I think this is balanced, right?
All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges.
Can't believe how common they are going to make fracture orbs. That seems crazy. Well, the thing is that compared to PoE1, you can't do that much with items that have a fracture mod on them, right? Like the thing is, you can basically just chaos spam. And I mean, at least SSF, that's not really a viable strat anyway. So realistically, I think the fractured orbs for SSF will not even do all that much, to be fair. Because you usually don't remove mods from your item. You only can do this with chaos orbs, or like maybe a null or so. Okay, but you know, how often do you find a null orbs? So I guess in Trade League, fracturing orbs will be much better because you can chaos spam a bit. Especially on items where there might be like a lot of potentially viable stats, right? Let's say, I don't know, a chest piece or something, you know, okay, fracture, like a decent life roll, and then you kind of just like try to get some good combination of, you know, extra armor and extra res and extra attribute or whatever, and whatever rolls like T1 or T2 you're kind of happy with. But yeah. Can you put 2 fracture on one item? Yeah, with the Recombinator you should be able to. At least in PoE1 you can do that. You can have multiple fractures on one item. Yo, Macro, thanks for the raid, by the way. How's it going? Banks is coming, okay, we're gonna see that.
For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground.
Yeah, I'm calling.
Empowered versions can activate even more combos.
Ah. Yeah, sure. So we wanted to like hang out with the M and Rax. Rax raided us earlier, so maybe we're gonna do that tomorrow. But let's go call the M here. Oh shit, I actually I just called Rax as well, but maybe he's gonna jump in, who knows. Ah shit, okay. Ah, he's hanging out with Khan and Gazi actually. Sure, I guess. Hello? Hello? Discord is not working. What do we do? 1 second. Okay. Uh-huh. Hello?
Just these two nodes look fucking stupid, and then I think Blacksmith is also stupid. That ascendancy is that ascendancy is dumb.
Hello, guys.
Dumb
Can you,
good, dumb bad.
can you hear me?
Dumb good.
Dumb good, yeah.
The fire res, yeah.
Woody.
Yes, I have a new setup right now. I was wondering if you actually hear me at all.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're good,
Okay.
bro.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, what up, man?
Yeah, I mean, I guess everyone is pretty amazed here. At least, like, here the opinions are pretty good and the mood. So I'm not sure about you guys.
I feel pretty positive. I couldn't believe it when I saw people whining about being underwhelming already. I was like, what the fuck? Like 100 new support gyms alone, I was shocked about.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they didn't put a druid in there like, we had hoped and stuff, but on the other hand, they brought a lot of stuff that we had never heard about or like thought it was coming or whatever, right? So there was like a lot of surprising stuff in here, I think, which really makes up for that, like much more even. So they were cooking, I think.
I kind of agree. I feel like everything the community had been complaining about and moaning about the most, we got all of that except for armor. Like the armor change, I would have liked to see that. That's the only one thing that the community is screaming about. We got everything else.
Yeah, we can't have warriors being happy for a league, so.
I mean, okay. The weird thing, like, we have probably the most ascendancy we have in the game. Right?
Yeah.
That ascendancy is fucking dumb. Like, okay, picture this. You're a warrior, you're a blacksmith, you enter maps, and you have 90 all res.
I know. That's what I was looking at earlier. You get the 75% all res for free, and then you get the 15% from the small notes. You get 90%, and then you get the max res, which I mean is fucking. You gain max fire res is easy, dude. So you can get all of those. You're a Chad from the beginning. The question I have though is how many points does it take for the chest plate? Like the chest plate seems like bait.
Okay,
if you have to.
Each ascension is two nodes pretty much. So you will have Forging Blades, Forging Flame, and four body armor nodes.
Yeah, you get 8 points in total, right? So you get like the max res stuff is 4 points, and you have 4 points for the chest, basically. So
it's gonna be just dumb.
Yeah, this. I also like talked about this. I was like, wow, this is like actually nuts, right? I mean, okay, like later on, like I guess the advantage shrinks a little bit once you have access to like insane gear or something. But like league starter wise, this looks insane.
No, I think even then, like you just free up all your suffixes.
Yeah, that's true as well. Like, if you can actually put like good suffixes, like for example, with the new corrupted essences, like I think one of them is a suffix, right? Like that we saw on the belt, for example. It might be a suffix of the corruptions on. So there's definitely cool stuff to put there, I imagine.
Yeah, and it's like for SSF, especially in PvE2, because in PvE2 making items is a big problem. And so you play SSF in PvE2.
True.
So now you don't need suffixes on your items. You do not need body armor because your body armor is white, and you have all your you don't need anything. You just walk in. You
just walk in, man. Like the only thing you care about is getting a big bonk, and that's it, right? So.
Yeah. You enter maps. You have 90 all res. Like it's stupid. With no items. Like if you have white items, okay, you're not gonna be quite capped for lightning and cold, but you can just fix it. But you will enter maps capped res with almost capped res with no items and 90 all res.
Okay, so
how much do you get for the node on the tree that gets plus max fire res?
Yeah, I mean that's obviously that's how you get.
But how much do you get from it?
The fire res, it's 15 on the small node.
Yeah.
Do you mean the max res, right? You mean
the max res? Yeah.
Yeah, I checked this out on the tree a little bit. So you can get 3% up on the top left somewhere, and then you have like this.
You don't need that. You don't need
You don't need that.
Yeah, you don't need it really, but there's like the other note on the bottom left where you get like 2% per 40 fire res uncapped.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
It's in good positioning too.
Yeah, you just check that. The thing is that you can even play this warrior ascendancy as like a projectile build or something as well, right? Like you can probably like go over to the mercenary and to the ranger area, and it's not going to be such a problem. You can be like a giga tank archer or something.
You're trying to figure out a way to fit crossbows into another build, Woody. you're doing.
I mean, the buffing crossbows, to be fair.
Yeah, you can. Like that essence, you can do anything. You can play.
Yeah, it's very versatile, and the positioning is pretty good. You can, you know, go pretty much anywhere, like on the path tree. Yeah, I wonder how this like this forging weapon, or what is that temper weapon thing is gonna work. Like if you do this, like for example, once at the start of the map, I think it's fine. But if you do this like every 30 seconds or something, it's gonna be yikes.
Dude, I bet it's like the ritual sacrifice where you do this long ass animation for some reason, and then you're like good for 30 seconds. Like I don't see that.
It needs to be way longer. I think.
Place at all.
Like I think
like I'm meditating before battle, and I get 20 minutes.
I think it should be like once per zone or something. It should last until you leave the area or something like that. I think that would be fine, you know?
Yeah.
So you like walk in, you do like a 5-second animation, yeah, sure, and then you get the buff, and that's it, right?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't matter what it does because you just click the rest anyway. You click full body and Forging Flame. That's it.
Okay, so the 4 body. I'm assuming what? Strength, max life, fire res, and then physical taking this fire. Is that your 5?
Well, it depends. It depends. If you're playing maces, yeah, you're probably gonna want the strength. It's gonna depend on the build.
I mean, once you have better gear later, you're probably gonna just like roll fire res everywhere, and then you can also take stuff like the 5% life regen. I mean, 5% life regen is legit. I think that's
I think the one that you will drop is flowing metal. That one you will not need. Eventually, you don't need the 5 max fire. You will not keep the molten symbol, the feast taken as fire. Yeah, you always keep that. The life, you always keep that. So then the question is, well, the fire res also you will ditch eventually. So yeah, it's probably just maybe I would say ideally eventually you have taken as fire, strength, life, and regen, I guess.
Like I'm more in the category of only wanting to take 2 of them, which is still already strong, which is saying something considering how insane this is. And that's because I want to do the manifest weapon. Like I love that weapon in PV1, so
I told you that's what it was gonna be. I told you.
I cannot believe you were right about that. Like I'm glad I did not do a bet on that.
I told you, man. Forge your weapon and get into battle.
I was way off. I thought it was going to be like weapon has 30% quality. You get an extra socket on your mace strike or whatever.
Yeah, that was fun. We had that conversation as well. I was like, you know what? They're swords. I was a firm believer, or hopping on the copium, but I mean, if it's only like a couple weapons, it's going to be pretty bad. So it all depends if the skill is good enough to actually play with. But still, I mean, even 2 nodes from the Smith's Masterwork, it's still good.
I wonder what you can do with the fire spell on hit here. There's also like another one with like I think lightning skill on hit from like Mjolnir also has this effect with like lightning skills. So I wonder how good that stuff's gonna be.
Do we have any info on that fire spell on hit?
No, but it's gonna work like spirit gems, I guess, like the trigger gems with like spirit and maybe build energy. Like every hit, maybe with like maybe it gives you like more energy if you have like high damage hits or slow hits or something, or these kind of things. This is how I imagine this to work.
But what if it's on every hit?
Yeah, I guess in PvE2 we can't really expect, but who knows?
But wait, hold up a minute now. On every hit, we have it says grant skill. Mjolnir, the Mjolnir weapon has the same thing with lightning spell on melee hits. I'm guessing that will also be a meta gem with energy build up then.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's gonna be some meta gem.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept.
With cast on ignite also, and you just pair them together.
Don't know. I saw Blacksmith. I can't think about anything else now. I don't even know why I'm looking at the other senses.
I'm surprised.
Why?
I mean,
it's so dumb.
There's lots of crazy stuff on all the ascendancies, and actually, I think they're gonna like buff a lot of the other ascendancies that already exist as well, because some of these nodes are cracked, I think, or could be pretty cracked. Like I also was looking at like the Hunter's one with the Amazon that has like this penetrate thing where attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of accuracy rating. So I checked that out a little bit. And I mean, for SSF, this is actually really nuts because you can have so much more options.
Yeah, you can actually use accuracy weapons.
Yeah, man, you're gonna be happy, man. Like accuracy best stats is suddenly it's kind of funny. And like I was looking at like some different weapon types, and it looks like, for example, for 200 maces, it's still better to have like flat fizz, percent fizz, and hybrid with accuracy percent. But for example, for like the faster weapons that have like lower ranges on their overall DPS, this accuracy has a bigger impact. And in fact, it goes so far that you might even want to socket accuracy runes, which is kind of funny.
What did they even give?
100 accuracy. So that's 25 flat, which is pretty solid for like a, I guess maybe this is also something for like later when.
Yeah, there's no way it's worth it though. 25 flat is a bit low.
Yeah, on the small weapons, it does seem like it outperforms, and you get the bonus of the accuracy itself. So there's also that. So.
Is Stream Feather in PV2 yet?
I'm not sure actually.
I don't think so. No.
No, but when daggers and stuff come out, and like swords might also like have like they're like fast weapons and probably have like lower ranges. Like the faster the weapon and the lower the base damage, the better this node is basically. So this could be interesting as well.
The Lich is the ascendancy I'm the most curious about, though.
Yeah, Lich also seems pretty insane.
Yeah,
It seems like
Crazy.
I haven't looked yet. I was looking at it when you...
Pull that shit up now. Take a look at this. Because look at the, like, Soulless Form, Eternal Life, at Series Disdain.
Yes.
With Black Out as Hector Rogue.
That is not gonna happen. Okay, there is no fucking chance that Exile stays the way it is, because it was already an item that you would put on every single character. It was already an item that was overused. And now that this node is introduced, I think there's 0% chance that Exile stays with the current values. Absolutely no chance.
I mean, I kind of agreed with that as well.
Wait, but what are you talking about now? At Series what?
At Series Disdain.
Ah, Disdain. Okay. You're talking about the helm. Okay, I was looking at the notes and I was like, what? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let me pull that up.
I think the crazy part of the Lich as well is Unholy Might. Like, it's 30% of all damage. And then
Unholy Might is like the single strongest node, I guess, on its own, right?
Yeah.
Like in the game.
Hard is 4% magnitude of it, and 4% of 30 is 1.2. So every 100 mana gets you another 1.2% of all damage is extra chaos. It's ridiculous.
How much mana do you get if you gear for it? I haven't played mom build, so.
I think people have like 6k, 8k, something like that. I mean, on the high end, probably even more, but yeah.
Yeah, just like something reasonable, so 8k, yeah.
And reasonable is like 5-6k.
I mean, you have to see they're probably gonna nerf all these interactions between like Exile Disdain and the Everlasting Gaze and the Ghost Rift and so on, right? Like all the stuff's like this was like working in some really like unintuitive and most probably bugged ways. So I'm pretty sure that most of the stuff is either nerfed or fixed or both. So I wouldn't really like think too much about it right now because that is probably gonna get nuked. That's like my expectation.
We have a lot of interesting stuff like with the amulet or whatever it is for energy shield. Basically, your life kicks in before your life is cut down by Ghost Rite, for example. So
yeah, that's what I mean.
At which point, like Soulless Form. Like, we have no idea.
Yeah, it makes no sense for this to work that way, Like, why would it do it in that order? Like, why do these items even exist that can interact in this way? Like, they just kind of like messed up there, I guess, to even like allow these items to potentially be used together, right? Like, this was the first mistake. And then now they need to like either change those items or remove them or at least change the interaction to be more reasonable somehow. But yeah, it didn't make any sense the way it worked before, at least.
The jewel passive seems insane. So you get a socketed jewel, but then 100% increased effect of socketed jewels. Like,
yeah, I actually checked this out earlier, and I don't think it's that crazy, unless there's something I'm missing.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm not 100% sure how this works. It's either it's dog shit or it's insane. But
no, this has to be a spelling error. I think that it has to be 100% effect to socket the jewel. Because now it's like kind of hinting that it's like all the jewels in your tree. That's 100% adorned, not requiring them to be magic.
Or
like,
time loss.
Like, yeah, but the problem, like the opposite, is also kind of bad. It's like you get +2 jewels from that. Basically, that's it.
If it's not all jewels, it is absolutely horrible. But if it is all jewels, I think it's pretty good. Like Frost Mage would be great with this.
No, this is local. This is like for only this slot, 100% Exile. Else would be kind of nuts. But like with this, it does seem not that strong. Like if you have like a corrupted 5 more jewel or something, like I just made one and you can get like, I don't know, okay, you get like 30% increased spell damage and then 30% increased elemental or like, I don't know, 30% mana regen. Like all of this sounds like, half a shitty ring or something like that, basically. So if you compare this to the actual ring ascendancy, like this is dog shit, I think.
Well, yeah, but that's why I'm saying it has to be all jewels, because or else it's like one of the worst in the entire game. You're just getting like 1 extra jewel basically, and then it has a huge upside of 50% more mana cost. It has to be all jewels.
You're talking about 100% Adorn without requiring it to be magic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Node in the game.
I mean, they can just increase the number, right? They can make a thing like 150% effect or 200% or whatever. So if they have to,
crazy.
Yeah. I mean, for only one.
Non-unique jewels. Like it's probably all non-uniques, like just yellow jewels or something, or like the rarity of the jewel that you put in that's non-unique, like blues or yellows or something. Because if it's just that jewel, like who the hell is going to do 2 ascendancy points for 2 jewels, basically? Like that's terrible. And then you have to do 50% more mana. Even if it didn't have the 50% more mana, it's still bad.
Yeah. Someone who's waiting for the buff is going to do that. Yeah. So this thing is going to get buffed, I think. Like it can't be all jewels, because all jewels is further away from what it should be than what it is now. You know, like all jewels would be too crazy, and right now it's too weak. Yeah.
Like, it's way better than an Adorn. Like Adorn is only magic. This is like any.
Now the interesting part is, can we somehow make use of the more mana cost? Is there like something like Indigon or so where we want to spend more mana? That is like a real question here. We play like a no ES build and then use more mana for whatever reason. They like this mana storm ability or something, right? That charges up, and like sigil of power and stuff like that. But I guess both of them are not really warranting, you know, spending that much more mana, right? Like mana storm kind of like drains you. Wait, what is that? Is it even called mana storm? I don't know what it's called.
Bro, it doesn't matter. I'm not clicking Eternal Life on a Lich, so. The same thing as with Blacksmith doesn't matter, because you don't not click the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I like, from a minion perspective, I do like the jewels. They are so strong for minions. I'm not sure how it is for other builds, but like, we get to a point with minion builds where the only thing you want to do is get as many jewels as possible because of how insanely strong they are. So when I read Crystalline Phylactery, like I consider that a very strong jewel slot for those builds specifically. At least compared to the options, because I would go for like Explosion, I would go for the Unholy Might, and then Blackened Heart to scale the Unholy Might. So I have another Ascendancy node I can pick up. And what would I grab? Hexproof, Additional Curse? Nah, probably not. And then the jewel slot is a lot of damage at that point.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say this is probably just a filler node if you don't have anything else to take on your build.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's important to like look at the overall power of like of the 8 points you're gonna take, right? So it's fine for like some nodes to be stronger and weaker than others, as long as the overall package makes sense. And maybe this is exactly how this is gonna work, right? So you have like the chaos stuff on the left, where you get like, you know, the Profane Bloom, basically the pops. And then it's like, okay, what else do you take? Do you want to take the defensive side on the right? Sure. Then you skip the jewel. But if not, then yeah, maybe take the jewel and you take like one other thing that's like kind of like a random buff. And that's it.
Well, someone else made a good point, which is you could probably put like, if it's the one jewel, you could still put like a upgraded radius large and increased effect of small passives within there, which then the increased small passives would go from like 30% to like 60% increased effect of small passives, right? Of all of the nodes that you're actually hitting there also.
Well, it says like basic jewels, and the radius ones are not basic jewels, are they?
No.
Oh, the time lost?
Yeah, it says basic jewel here, and it actually has like a tooltip, so it probably just means like emerald, ruby, and sapphire.
Yeah, actually, it's like that would be pretty nice, but
that would be kind of funky, to be honest. It would still not be good. These jewels are not very strong. The timeless jewels, they're not very good.
I mean, most minion builds wants to use at least one time loss because of how strong they are. I think it's just different builds, you know, value these things differently, because we're kind of limited in the available options of minion nodes on the tree. So the jewels becomes a very valuable asset at a certain point of the game, which is like towards the higher end game state of the game. Jewels are so valuable, especially
yeah, I mean, just in the ascendancy tree like that, it would not be very good. There's not enough nodes to click.
So Ritualist, we talked Ritualist yet?
Nope.
That one? Let's pull Ritualist up. Okay, so what do you think?
Well, the +1 ring slot is OP, even with the downside. Like, you know, that with Ingenuity later, holy shit, yeah. I wonder if like Ingenuity is gonna get changed to only work with your standard slots, for example.
No, I don't think so. No, that would be lame. I think it's still the same. They're just gonna adjust the values because the item's OP.
Yeah.
They'll drop the number. Like they'll take the top down off of it for sure.
Wait, you think 98% ingenuity is too strong?
Just maybe. I mean, imagine having 6 rings, dude.
That's just a lot of rings, to be fair, yeah.
I can just see a minion build with it and got them stacking up Ventress Campbells.
I mean, the thing is that for this Ascendancy specifically, they could move the 1 ring slot to the second part of it, and then like dilute the value a little bit with the Mystic Attunement node. Right? It's like increased bonuses from a crit ring, and they could make it only ring, for example, and not the amulet, and then give it a higher bonus, and this would dilute the value of ingenuity. So I guess they could like try to balance it a little bit that way as well, if they wanted. But yeah, I think the +1 ring slot and ingenuity, if they don't change anything on the item, is like cracked. And even without that, it's kind of good. So
Mystic Attunement is already really strong with like the approach of I think it's called Solar Flare or something, or Sunflower. The amulet can go up to +4 level of fire skills, like for any fire-oriented spells or mini builds, doesn't matter. Like that can get +1 from that node alone, but you can corrupt it up to +6 or something. Like there's so much value in amulets. Spirit for any builds that want to stack up spirit stuff, and all the other stats in general. I think Mystic Attunement is really strong because it applies to amulet as well.
Yeah, I mean the only problem is the rest of the nodes are kind of bad. They're not really usable. Like Charm slots are completely worthless.
Follow my weird logic here. You somehow self-ignite in order to reproc the unique charm that does AoE ignite damage, so you can have a poor man's RF, and then you take the thing that makes it where you can re-trigger the charm with your mana. So you have dog shit poor man's RF.
I literally said that like half an hour ago. I was like, that could work because you can do it versus bosses. Like that's you get infinite charm usage versus single targets. So that's your budget poor man's fulcrum build.
Right? Oh my god, dude!
You better have some mana regen, dude.
Yeah, log out.
Like DM went from like Astra Mantis, Omega, GG, Gemling to this. You know, this is like.
Oh yeah, well you know what? I'm probably gonna get baited into playing Warrior again, dude.
I mean,
what do you mean baited, man? It looks fucking OP.
I'm full baited. Dude.
I'm getting high. I'm getting baited. I know what's happening. We're gonna log in. I'm gonna play this Warrior shit again, and then it's gonna be there's still no swords or axes. So once again, I'm gonna pick up my trusty mace or try to make spear work somehow, and I'm again gonna be miserable. I really so what? I don't take any damage. You can make my character immune to all damage. It's still gonna feel terrible.
No, but
I mean, you clear the campaign in 2 hours.
Just equip the onslaught helm, man. You're gonna be fine.
Well, no, you can't because the helmet for damage now.
Ah, shit.
You know the new helmet that gives
which one?
Makes enemies count as low life. That thing's OP.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, we do get a ton of damage off that.
Oh yeah, there's like this lucky damage node and stuff, and like I think it's like 490% increase or something if you pick up all the nodes. It's actually cracked.
Yeah, there's like a 30 small nodes and 100 notables, whatever, and you get lucky damage. That is a big thing too.
Yeah,
notables, they're insane.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's
giga damage.
So how does culling work interacting with low life? Because if they count as 35% low life and white mobs get culled at 30%, but then you take culling threshold to make it 37%, can you auto cull all?
No.
It's not an on-kill effect. Cull is not an on-kill effect. Cull is just it kills them. But the bigger question is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Okay. Sorry. I mean, one is checking a box telling them that the monster is low life. Culling requires the HP to be at a certain threshold. That's the two differences.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. It might coincide with like the same number or so, but it's not the same as being low life. Like Cull has different thresholds. But another thing is like there's like this there's also like a glove, right, that has like on-kill effect that happens twice, and there's like a new support gem now that happens twice. Does anyone know if it's confirmed if rarity works as an on-kill effect? Because it says that in-game in the tooltip. In your skills. If you look at the skill, this is where your rarity shows as an on-kill effect. So, yeah, it's like someone told me about this like some weeks ago or so, and told me that he's using this. But I mean, you know, they were already at like 400% rarity, and then they had like double basically. And
no,
like,
I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah,
the on-kill effects are just stuff you get from killing monsters.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. But I mean, is this actually confirmed or not? Like, I have no idea. So this would be interesting to know.
I don't think it would make sense. It's not because rarity is not something that you gain from killing the monster. It's a stat. You kill the monster and it has increased rarity. You add that rarity multiplier. Right? It would not work like that.
Yeah, maybe it's just
For
like some
example,
really
rarity-
weird, outdated tooltip or something that they copied over from PoE 1. But it's still sus, at least. So I'd like to see some
rarity
actual data.
Rarity charm, for example, that would work probably.
Yeah, I understand, what are the
Maybe?
actual on-kill effects. But rarity does show as an on-kill effect in your tooltips. So it's weird.
But they do have a few
Imagine-
contradicting tooltip stuff already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they were
tooltips are
talking
cool.
about-
Yeah, tooltips are dog.
yeah, like they said bleed was supposed to be your anti-caster energy shield effect that's supposed to do damage past your energy shield. But in the description and the mechanical application of it is that you can't even get a bleed effect on you unless the damage hits your life in the first place. So if you're CI, you're just immune to bleed. And they said that that's not how they wanted it to work. That's what the tooltip is saying.
Yeah, I think there was like a misalignment with like the vision of what bleed is supposed to be, and then they did something. That's what we got now.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You guys want to talk about the Amazon nodes a bit more? We just talked about like the penetrate one, and that was it.
Yeah.
I do want to point out one thing with like the animate companion, right? Which we are seemingly assuming that's going to be happening thanks to the tactician, right? And the animate companion is like the PoE 2 version of animate guardian, so you can put gear on this guy, and that to me screams like everyone's going to want to run it because of the low life application. Because you just put that helmet on your animate companion, and you get that for free, and now you don't sacrifice your helmet slot because you put that on a proxy.
Wait, which guy? Which skill are we talking? Who's got anime companion?
No, it's from the data mine information, right? And
Oh, you're talking about
we've been-
the mercenary data, like the one where you can like equip the guy with gear.
Yeah, exactly. The animate companion, and that's what we've been assuming based on the
Oh.
imagery from the tactician, right? So we are assuming that's going to be in the game, but we don't know if we're getting it. If we get it now or later, that seems to me that's going to be the obvious choice where you put that helmet, so you don't sacrifice your own helmet slot for that giga damage approach plus lucky hit, right?
Wait, is that for all your allies as well?
I mean, it's enemies in your presence, so whoever's
Ah.
wearing the helmet.
Oh shit! Yeah, that sounds pretty cracked actually.
Yeah.
There's no way that companion's actually being added to the game, right? Because I mean, everyone gets their own rarity bot. Then it's like, let me. Just
I mean,
put
okay,
5,000
realistically,
rarity.
I mean, if you don't invest into it, like okay, because you can probably speak to this a bit more. But I remember like trying something like this, like Animate Guardian as a ranger and stuff. As they have like my own kind of like support guy with Cull and like an aura and whatnot. But the problem I always had is that the guy just dies and I lose my 5 divines, which was very sad. So like if you don't invest in the minion stuff, they just don't live. At least that's my experience in PoE 1. So maybe Gazi can speak to that. Like how is that in PoE 2 with minion survivability? And how much can you invest into it?
So in PoE 1, it's a no-go because you have to keep the guy alive. In PoE 2, he's counted as, according to the data mine, he's counted as a reviving companion. When he dies, he's just going to come back alive a while later, so you're fine.
Okay, that sounds...
Grapevine gloves on him, and then you have,
put
you know...
gasp.
Yeah, and you have a bajillion fucking, insane amount of rarity. With you could have 0% rarity on you, and you have 200% the other guy, and then there you run Grapevine, and then GG. You have a rarity bot running around for the low cost of 100 spirit.
Yeah, that sounds really OP, and everyone's going to do that, I think.
That seems disgusting.
I think that if they were gonna add companions like that, they would have mentioned it, because that seems like a pretty big thing.
Does someone have a link for this, by the way? I already posted it.
It's in the database. I have a link to
the group chat here.
I'm gonna show this. How the hell do I do this?
Here, I'll put that. Yeah, there's all of them. Like I don't think that skill gem's making it in the game either. It feels like that's like a major problem.
Yeah. Jonathan has said multiple times that he is a big fan of this, the ability, and they wanted to have a version of it in PoE 2. He's been very vocal about this, at least in conversations that I've had with him.
Yeah, he's coping.
I mean, this is cool. They would have talked about it. This is too important.
Yeah,
you just not talk about it.
It's just like it's also like potentially a mega problem and opens up to a lot.
I mean, okay, this thing might happen at some point, but I think it's gonna look very different from what we're seeing right now in this like data mine here. So this is probably not in this patch. It's probably not ready. They didn't talk about it. So maybe like in 0.5 or whatever, they're gonna introduce it, but it's gonna have a lot of caveats.
0.5. Holy.
0.5 in like 1.5 years from now, yeah.
I mean,
PoE 3 will have it.
DM literally says new abilities done for the hunt. Where was this taken from? Because the companion is.
It's just screenshots from the database that someone put in Imgur. It's nothing official.
Oh, because I mean it's missing a lot of things, like the
Yeah, it's just I just sent it so he could pull up the companion.
Yeah. Because I mean, you have the demon magnuses in the DB. That's not in that list either.
Well, but the database also has claws, daggers, swords, axes. Like we're not getting 5 new weapons here.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of stuff that's in the data that is like half ready and that they just didn't enable. So.
But then again, it's like I said before. I mean, whether or not it happens with the O2 patch or if it happens later, I think that once we do get that, and based on the conversations I've had with Jonathan, it is like we're going to be able to put gear on that guy. And as long as they allow that, things like that helmet goes on that guy immediately. And
yes, but I mean, they could also give it like some kind of like restrictions, right? It's like, okay, maybe certain auras cannot apply from this guy or whatever, right? So they can also do.
That'd be lame. I think that would be lame.
It would be lame, but instead of breaking the entire game, I think it's probably better to do it that way,
Just don't add it. I mean, just don't add this to the game. I think this would actually be a huge mistake. Adding the companion that you can basically have a co-op buddy that just runs around with you that everyone uses as an aura or grapebind.
I mean, they could make it. Oh, it only works with rare items or something like that. I mean, it would be a pretty big restriction, but it would work at least and not break anything. So there's ways to do it, I think.
I'm a big I hate restriction, like arbitrary restrictions like this. Like if you put cool stuff in the game, you should be able to do cool stuff with those. If you just prevent people from doing the cool stuff, then
I mean, if it leads to the inevitable nerf of everything with item rarity, I'm fine with that, to be honest. So they didn't talk about item rarity, by the way, so I'm very surprised.
I mean, personally, I don't care about item rarity. I don't think it's a problem, and whether they leave it the way it is or they don't, I don't care. Like the game is playable without item rarity, without much of it, and if you have more, then it's just better. And I think I don't dislike rarity. I feel completely neutral about it personally. Like I like.
Yeah, I don't really have a big problem with it. Besides the fact that item rarity is something that you technically just want to completely avoid for any kind of like pinnacle content. Right, all the bosses and stuff, it doesn't matter. So, technically the best, like the meta would be to have like a completely separate set of gear, specifically without item rarity, just to do like the highest end challenges or something. So that is like the main problem that I have with it. Now, realistically, you don't do that, right? But this is the meta, technically. So that's my problem with it.
Technically, it does something.
Yeah. Okay, you get like maybe an exalt instead of an alteration from the Arbiter Guild.
They said the whole cleanse, right? Like the corruption being cleansed, and they were like, yeah, these guys are not going to drop gear, they're going to drop currency. The only thing I heard was everyone will farm cleansed and get fracture orb. Like that's going to be the meta of farming currency. That's all I heard.
Fracture orbs are going to be so expensive. Holy shit.
Well, really? I think it's the opposite.
Yeah.
You don't think fracture orbs are going to be expensive?
Well, it depends on how rare they are, but realistically,
you said it's 1 per biome.
Yeah, okay, but the thing is that this seems like it's like common enough, and the thing is also that fracturing orbs compared to like everyone thinks about PoE 1 fracturing orbs, where you have all kinds of crafting methods, but in PoE 2 you only add stats and then you have chaos orb spam. And what else do you do, right? So the fractured orb is not that strong in PoE 2, at least right now. You can't just chaos spam, and that's basically
it. Isn't it because the lack of crafting that does make it strong? Like it makes it where the chaos orb can't hit it, so you finally get something that has 200% increased physical on item. There's your base item, like that's the closest you're ever.
Yeah, but look at this. Like let's say you have like a weapon, you fracture like a T1. Let's say T1 for the best, right? And you fracture a T1 phase roll on it, right? And you like pork, and then after that, you have to like chaos the rest of the entire item to be the right stuff. Like you have to spend hundreds of chaos orbs to get anywhere. So it's crazy when you think about it.
You're right, but then omens are 2.5 times more common now. So
yeah, wow.
Okay.
You can't use them.
Wow.
We're gonna get 2 of them a league as opposed to 1 of them.
Bro, we've heard that one before. Like last part, you're like, guys, there's no omens, and then I looked at my rituals and still no fucking omens to use. So,
yeah, I've played 600 hours. Yeah, I have like 5 characters at like level 93 plus, and I have gotten 0 omens. I've done every ritual.
0. Yeah,
so,
exactly 0 omens as well.
Omens, right?
2.5 times 0. Like, what is that?
700 hours, 0 omens.
Dude, they can make it 25 times more common, and then maybe I would have a chance to craft one item with them. Yeah, if I'm lucky. So, out of 600 hours. Like, they need to make, like, realistically, what they need to do is they need to make omens a bit worse than they are, but like 100 times more common. Like, you know, they need to, like, they can make something like, you know, omens, you know, the thing is that omens are too OP for making like perfect items, right? If you have like abundance of omens, like if you have like thousands of omens, you can just craft mirror items easily, right? But let's say that omens can only be used, like similar to the alchemy orbs, like, you know, alchemy orbs adds 4 stats. Maybe like omens can only be used if the item has maximum 4 stats, or, you know, something like that, you know, like as an example, where there's like some restriction that prevents it from like making the absolute dream items, but they can make them a lot more common. And I think then it would be much more interesting, because right now it's literally only useful for making like the best in slot items, and they will always be extremely rare, they will always be extremely expensive, and almost no one will ever touch them because of that, right?
Listen, I had that I've had the discussion like multiple times. I had it like earlier today while they were talking about it, about factory orbs. And yeah, like Lorena, they don't exist.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it's a big problem, because this is basically just a currency item, crafting currency, that, like you said, you need a lot of them to make your items. You don't just find one. Oh, Pog, I got one. That's like the one, the thing you're gonna find maybe once in a year. You use it on your item, and boom, your item is done. No, you're gonna click it, and then you're gonna life leech. So it doesn't make or break your item. You know, it's like you need a lot of them for them to do anything. So they need to be.
Yeah, exactly. You need like 50 of these omens to even have a chance to do anything with them on one item, right? So it's like. Yeah. It's like insane how rare they are.
Arguing that the omens aren't rare, it's that it's what they do, so everyone wants them. That's why they're rare, because people are consuming them. It's like, okay,
no. Well, okay. Found one.
I mean, if you have like a fully juiced ritual tree, and you farm with like a you know, super juiced like temporalis build, and you clear maps in like 30 seconds, and then you do like rituals, you know, like non-stop all day, every day. Yeah, I see that you get some of these omens once in a while. Yeah, but you know, outside of that. You know, at that point, why do you even want the omens anymore, right? Like, if you're that juiced up, right? Like, what do you care? You know, so it's like.
So my problem with this is like it's at least the way it ended up being implemented to the game and design-wise is these things are in the game for you to make items, but you can't really make items with them because you don't have them, or they're too expensive for you if you play trade, or you can't afford to just. If you find one, you just sell it because it's too rare, it's too valuable. I feel like
that was my issue. Like, I played it so much, and I had stacked up currency, and I had, you know, a couple hundred divines, and I thought, you know what, I have a lot of currency now. And I looked at the omen crafts because I wanted to do some big crafts. I like doing that in PvE1. I looked at the prices of the omens, and I had a couple of hundred divines, and I realized I don't have enough currency to craft with these properly, not the way I want to. And that was a couple of hundred divines.
You can buy like 4 omens. Good luck.
Yeah, basically that's how it felt. It's like, fuck this, man. But I mean, on the other hand, like I've always been under I've been in the boat where I keep saying that they need a currency sink, and I want that currency sink to be the metacraft, like they have in PvE1, right?
Yeah, of course. You know, this is what you want. You want to be rich at some point, and then like make some cool items out of that, right? But the thing is that they really missed the mark completely with that, with omens. And they will continue to miss it as long as they keep them the way they are. You know, this is like supposed to be one of the major endgame feature rewards, right? It's like this is like one of the 4 things that we have in the game, but even if you farm that thing, you don't get anything out of it, you know, besides killing the king in the mist sometimes, which is the actual reward, I guess, at this point, right? But the omens that you're supposed to be like, that is supposed to be the thing that you get specifically from rituals, you just don't get it. And as long as you keep them as they are, they can never make them common enough to actually fulfill that goal. So they need to do something about how they work, or, you know, like some kind of restriction, or you know, there needs to be something so they can actually make them more common. They need to make them 100 times more common. And then we can really consider this like similar to the expedition crafts, right? They said, okay, expedition, recombinating, you're going to do this like once per expedition or so, roughly. You know, that is like a good target, I think. You know, maybe it could make it like slightly more costly or whatever. But yeah, if you compare this to rituals, where you have to like literally 100 rituals to maybe get an omen, and then you need like 50 of those omens to maybe make an item, you know, like this is not in the same universe. Yeah,
so chat keeps saying that they said that you will get 1 omen every ritual.
Yes, this is something they said.
Yeah, you can fill up your items with all mods with prefixes when you click an Exalted Orb. That is a crafting
Yeah,
element.
pretty much.
Yeah, why do
Yeah.
these orbs even exist, man? They should just delete them. Fuck this.
So, I mean, you instead of spending 3 Exalters to fill the item, you spend 1. So that will, obviously, that will make you not spend one of your 300 million Exalted Orbs you dropped.
Here's a question for you. So Recombinator, if you ever...
You cut out there,
you
DM.
Yeah, I cut out.
You
DM,
can...
DM.
Wait, can you
You
hear
cut
me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah,
So here's a question for you. Recombinator with a fractured item. Can you even recombinate an item that's fractured or no?
Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to. Why not?
In PoE2, that has seen a couple of iterations, and it was changed without us knowing it at one point as well. The way it currently works in PoE1 is that when you put 2 items in and one of them is fractured, the recom will choose at random one of those 2 bases. And if it chooses the base that has the fractured mod, it will keep the fractured mod. If it chooses the base that doesn't have a fractured mod, the fractured mod is gone. That's how it works in PoE1 right now.
Oh, so you can't do multiple fractures anymore. Like this was a thing though.
Well, okay. The thing though is like it was different in now. You have to choose which stats you want to keep.
Okay, it's actually kind of interesting because I guess it does make sense that, you know, it's like attached to the base because, you know, like with the way the fracture works, I think it kind of like makes lore sense in that sense, right? Like, why not?
I mean, that was not why they did that. They did that so you could not move fractures around on different bases. But I don't think they need to do that with PoE2 because of how they will work in PoE2 and how just itemization works in PoE2 in general.
Well, I mean, if you do like PoE2 and then you can have like 2 fractured mods or 3 fractured mods, like you can like start combining other items with fractures as well, right? Then you could just make like
yeah, but I mean, okay, if you want to recon fractured mods, you're gonna fracture it like high tier mods, and these mods have lower chance of succeeding and stay on your item. So like that would be like super. It would be possible, I guess, but it would be extremely high risk.
Didn't Jonathan say if you choose 2 mods, it will be like in the ballpark of 35% chance or something like that?
Did he? I don't know.
I think that's what he said.
35 for 2 mods is oof. Getting more than 2 mods is gonna be kind of rough.
Yeah, I guess we have to like try it out and see how the recombination feels. But I think especially for SSF, there's gonna be a pretty huge deal that recombinating. So I'm definitely excited to try expedition farming and see how that goes.
Yeah,
definitely made expedition good now.
Yeah, expedition might be really nice. Like, I mean, they should probably still change the merchants a little bit as well. I feel like they're like definitely undertuned right now. So hopefully they're gonna at least make the items always start at rare and maybe give you like one more option or something like that, and maybe make the other like the interesting stuff a bit more common. You know, like the upgrade tiers of mods and whatnot. A little bit more like PoE1 expedition crafting, I would hope. But maybe they were like kind of careful, they don't buff it too much.
I mean, I was very happy when they talked about recombinators being added because I've always said that recombinators was what PoE2 was missing for itemization to feel like right. And it doesn't go against what they want PoE2 to be, which is like, you know, stuff on the ground loot to actually matter as you're picking up items and
that's true.
Items to
yeah,
it's like it's
actually a good point. It does fit in the theme of they want you to like pick it up, crunch items down that you're actually acquiring, and have it be dopamine and basically Gamba. It's just another form of Gamba, but with a little bit of agency added. I like Recombinator as an addition, actually.
Yeah, I think for SSF it's like a huge deal.
Yeah. I also like that the system right now with fracturing orbs and the recom is kind of incentivizing and putting a higher value in chaos orbs. It will be more chaos orb spamming, especially with fractured orb bases. So I hope that we're going to see an economy change where exalted orbs just take a back seat of value because they don't have much trade power. But now chaos orb takes that role instead.
Well, I really hope we're gonna get Chaos Orbs in the first place in SSF. That would be nice.
Dude, Chaos Orbs value is going to go through the moon with like Fracture being added. Chaos Orbs are basically the only like, you know, Harvest Essence alteration type spam we have. So I would be investing in Chaos Orbs early.
Hear me out though.
Stonks, man.
I mean, some items we can use some of the bigger essences on, like the corrupted essences. Now, Orb of Annulment becomes valuable. First, you get 4 mods to get the fracture. You fracture your shit. You annul it down. You essence craft it up. Right?
True.
That's where we're going, Karn.
Wait, hold on. I don't think the item goes magic though. If you annul down.
Yeah, it will remain a rare.
You have 4 modifiers.
So you can't essence.
Yeah,
Like,
essence can only be used on magic.
Yes, but corrupted essences. No, you can't do that either now because it turns it.
You can't. You can't. Yeah, it just removes the stat line. It doesn't make. It's like with ROG. It stays rare, but you have to have 4 modifiers regardless.
But you can recomb it down to magic very likely, right? Recomb the rare item with a magic item and keep the fraction bond. That could theoretically work.
Yeah, well, then you have like one shot at your essence, and then you're back to the same. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a venue you could go down.
Yeah. I think you just get Chaos Orbs, man.
Yeah, I really hope they're gonna make Chaos Orbs much more common. I feel like if Chaos Orbs were just like 3 times as common as they are, this would be like a much better experience, like at least from the SSF perspective. And especially if they add stuff like the fracturing and so on, you wanna use them a lot more. And I feel like they're just way too rare. They're super fun to use, and most often they just break the item anyway. So why not just make them a bit more common? I'm kind of sad that they're so rare, because I think they're fun.
Personally, I think I was getting a good amount of Chaos Orbs when I pushed 100.
Yeah, okay.
Wow, grinding to 100 got you a lot of currency? You don't say.
No, what I'm saying is if you kill monster fast, you get currency. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah, okay. If you play like one character for like 500 hours, sure, you have a bunch of good stuff at the end, and you can even craft a few things. But
no, but I mean, I was literally chaosing maps. That's how much I had. I was chaosing maps, and I finished. I said like I don't know, I had a bunch. I had a lot of stuff.
I mean, I kind of with you, Rudy, what you said earlier about the value of fracturing orbs, because I think a lot because of the fact that the cleansed monsters and bosses are just they don't drop gear, they drop currency. I think that's going to be the home for a lot of people and might even be the meta way of farming for currency. You just do the cleansed zones because of the currency drops instead of gear drops, and that's going to put a very high supply of fracture orbs on the market, which will lower the price eventually. I think that's the play.
Yeah, likely, I guess. It depends, like, how much is that impact of, like, okay, what kind of monsters are there, like, how many, and like, how often do they drop the currency, and so on, right? But we don't really know, like, the specifics.
No.
I still think Ritualist is going to be crazy. Maybe
It's cut off again. Even your internet's trying to save you from this. Hello?
What is happening with my mic? My mic's cut me out? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, let me change the Discord server to East Coast.
Yeah, maybe that.
What is happening?
Yeah, we were talking about
the a few times on stream too, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're back now.
Could be me.
Yeah, because I mean, we got Europeans. It might be on a EU server and the routing fucks it up. It's on a US East now. It should be fine for everybody.
Yeah, you missed it. I made a really intelligent point that there's no way I can reiterate it.
Lucky.
We believe you. Don't worry about it.
Unfortunate, man. Now we always have to think that you're not smart after all.
No. Okay, tell me. Okay, what is the plan with Rituals outside of the self-ignite stuff? Because yeah. What is it? There's just the self-ignite? Surely there's something else.
Wait, what are we talking about? Self-ignite?
Ritualist. No, Ritualist. Was a
plan. Ritualist? Oh, yeah. I don't know what the hell I'm getting baited by the rings and amulet, dude. Give me an ingenuity with the rings, and I have 7.25 like rings and amulets, or 1.25 amulets, 7.25 rings, right? That's where my mind is going. I'm thinking log in yet another stat stacker for the millionth time with basically 3 catalyst rings, juice to the tits with attributes. That's where my brain's going.
Wait, are you talking about the new item bases as well? The +1, -1 suffix and prefix?
Oh, that's right.
You can do that too, man. That was gonna get
all the additive damage.
You can have strength, dex, int, and all attributes. all on the same item. It's possible. It can happen.
Okay, so what happens with Calandra's touch? So if you're wearing Calandra's touch, does it mirror the other two, or like how the hell does that interact?
Yeah,
that's true.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna make something like the base ring slot and like all ring slots or something like that. So it could be that they're gonna do something like that.
Wait, how does that work actually?
Holy shit, dude. Instead of stat stacker, you're a ring stacker build. Like Michael Jordan with 6 rings.
Oh my god. You're gonna be stabbing monsters in the middle of your maps too?
Yeah, I don't know about that stabbing animation. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know about that one.
I mean, the RP
a breach hitting that button.
I mean, the RP that they introduce here with the forge the weapon and the stab the monster and like stab yourself, like you know, the RP is like top notch. But I don't know about the gameplay of it. Yeah, they need to make it like a bit smoother, I guess. But we'll see.
What if the self-mutilation node makes you drop down on your knees to cut your arm open as well?
It has an animation, but it's way faster. Like it's like you like slit your hand real quick, as opposed to like you got to do this whole like I'm skinning a cow animation.
Yeah, by the way, I like how nobody's talking about the tactician.
We can talk about tactician.
Is looking hella juicy.
Is it though? I don't.
I mean,
bro, it is meaning. Okay, I opened the thing. First thing I see is meaning damage. So of course he's gonna say that.
No, yeah, I know. But you know, the other part is like the totem one. Like, okay, so let's talk about tactician for a second. Okay, so look at this. Totems 30% more skill speed. Totems only use skills when you fire an attack projectile. Is there an internal cooldown on that? Cause
definitely not.
No, I think it's gonna work like the focus ballista from PoE1, right? So the focus ballista is like a very strong support gem, but you have to attack so they attack, and they kind of queue it up for like a little bit, and then if you stop attacking, they will stop. But they kind of like fire at their fire rate, you know, like yeah. Basically, as long as you are active, they will be active. Yeah.
Well, okay, wait, isn't it? Can they not attack at your... If you attack too fast for them, that's possible.
No, it doesn't matter if like you mismatch the attack speeds. So at least in PoE1, and I'm pretty sure it's going to work the same here. It's like, as long as you are active, they will be active. So just kind of see it that way, you know. They will fire at their speed, you will fire at your own speed. And there will be like some kind of overlap.
There was a point with the more skill speed on the totems then.
Yeah, that means that the totems are juiced up. Yeah, the totems will do a lot of damage compared to you, basically. That's the idea. So...
No, but like they use a skill when you fire an attack projectile. So you fire, they fire. So
yeah, yeah. So what I'm trying to explain is, it doesn't matter if your speed doesn't match the totem speed. If you do like 5 attacks, and the totems will do 8 attacks or something like that. You know, they will just kind of keep firing at their own rate. They don't only shoot in exactly the same moment that you shoot. As long as
it's like a light switch. Like I'm attacking, therefore it will attack, but it's attacking.
Yeah, it's a bit like this. You know, there's like a bit of a delay basically. There's like maybe the half-second delay, and there's like a window. And if you have attacked in the last half second, they will just shoot the next time again or something like that. You know, so that's kind of how it works.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to worry that you're losing attacks because your attack speed is too low or something. But yeah,
I think look at this and I think I'm not playing this character. Like I place multiple banners. Oh yay! Presence area of effect. SSF Iron Man. By the way, like what am I supposed to do with that? I don't know. Maybe minions.
I mean, the supporting fire could be really strong. We don't know how strong this is. This could be interesting. But it's like,
that's cool.
I made a cheerleader champion minion build in PvE1 some time ago with low Lash and Naturals. It was fantastic, and that used like war cries to buff the minions' damage. And the tactician has this "watch how I do it," where the allies in presence gets 25% of your main hand weapons damage added as extra damage to it. To me, that just screams that entire build we made in PvE1 to be inside an entire ascendancy to function in PvE2. That's kind of what gets me excited. But it also works as a pseudo support role as well. We don't really have any fully support dedicated characters, right?
Yeah, but that's Rallying Cry, right? The watch how I do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that this is like a pretty defensive ascendancy. It might not be as crazy as the warrior thing, but if you look at the stay light, use cover, I think it's a relatively good node. So this might be kind of interesting to go for as well. Like it makes armor actually usable, I think.
Well, the problem is like you defend with 200% of armor. 200% of 0 is still 0.
Nah, I think you can get to the point where you actually like have enough. There's also like extra armor evasion here on the tree.
I mean, my problem with armor is like it doesn't even matter. Like armor could make me immune to physical damage. I still would not invest into armor because physical damage is relevant in this game.
Yeah, it might be like a really bad band-aid for armor, but maybe you can actually try at least with this here to make like an armor-based setup. Well, armor and evasion hybrid, I guess.
Oh, that's good though. Maximum evade chance is 50. Oh wait, no, never mind.
I think on the other hand, the pin stuff is also pretty strong defensively.
Oh no, wait, no. Oh no, it's like a imbalanced guard. Maximum physical damage reduction is 50%. That's
yeah, it's not that much, but on the other hand, for like the big hits, it could help you out more. But basically, it's just like a shitty Cloak of Flame, right? Think about it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean-
Why this over for defenses? Why would I pick this over like Forge Master, I guess, or Katava, whatever the hell it's called?
Blacksmith.
I mean, Karn, would you prefer it that PV2 does what D4 tried to do it first, where armor mitigates elemental damage as well? And then have like Graf talking about it for 6 hours?
I mean, I don't know. Like, all I know is like armor is wrong right now. That's all I know. That it's. I think a good way to fix it would have been like something like Molten Shell that exists in PV1, but do they want that in PV2? It's weird because to me, Molten Shell makes perfect sense in PV2 in terms of how they want you to play actively and like react to stuff. Like guard skills like fit what I think they want the game to play like.
Yeah, I guess they wanted to avoid that people just press a guard skill and like tank all the big slams and like all the crazy stuff, right?
Yeah.
So they kind of just left them out entirely from the game, which I don't think is like a problem. I think this is fine that they're trying to balance the game more around, you know, actually dodging the big hits instead of pressing a button. I think that's fine.
I think, yeah, I agree. I think they want you to dodge or they want you to like raise your shield. And it's like, I'm sorry, but if I have to sit here and hide behind my shield, like my character's ass, I want to kill him.
What's your guys' take on Last Epoch's endurance system? Because I feel like that could be a healthy solution for life-based defenses. And I guess that could somehow weave together with armor, increasing value of endurance or something.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that without extra mechanics that somehow activate at low life, endurance is not much more than just an extension of your total life pool, right? So it's like, okay, you know, you have like this, okay, first of all, let's explain it real quick. So endurance reduces the damage taken at low life, basically. There's like a multiplier applied, so let's say below 20% life, you take 50% less damage. But it's effectively just the same as 10% more life, at least when you don't have any other mechanics that interact with your low life or with endurance itself. So the question is, what can we have in PoE2 that would interact with being at low life that would help us here? So they have to like start making like new effects that actually like do something while you're at low life or whatever, right? And then it could be interesting. I like the endurance mechanic in PoE in Last Epoch. I think it could work here as well, but there needs to be a lot of support for it.
I mean, there's that, but like, I just rather have Fortify. Like, I just rather have something that straight up it makes me take less damage. I already have less life with life than I do with Energy Shield. I don't want something that's like, oh, I'm low life. Okay, now my character's tanky. Like I would just rather be tanky because that's literally the point of like that thematic theme. Like if I'm playing a warrior with all this plate mail, like we should add Fortify on like armor gear or something. Like I don't know why we don't have Fortify or endurance charges or damage taken as Ellie. Like all of the things that made melee like tanky and viable in PoE1 are all gone. They're all gone. So I need one of them back or a new mechanic or something. I guess we could do the low life mechanic, but I just rather have like another defensive layer I can build as opposed to, okay, my character is defensively dog shit until I'm 35% life.
But I mean, 35, I mean, it doesn't have to be a low life state. Like you can have, in Last Epoch, you have an endurance threshold and you can have endurance built up to a point where, okay, once that is taken in effect, you reduce damage like 65% or something. But you can also increase the threshold when that damage mitigation kicks in. And I think like you can have so much more energy shield in life, right? That's why energy shield is so strong. And you wouldn't go energy shield with armor related pieces on your gear anyways. So I feel like having armor be connected to some sort of endurance mechanic where if you go below 75% of your life, now your endurance is kicking in and you take a bit reduced damage as a result of that, which is connected or scaled through armor. I think something like that could be a really cool solution.
Yeah, it's basically what I said, that there needs to be some kind of a special mechanic attached to that system, and then you can make something cool out of it. But just introducing endurance for the sake of it makes no sense right now. There needs to be like a whole system built around it.
I think Molten Shell just fits perfectly the game. Like again, same story as with Combinator. Yeah, Molten Shell just fits the bill.
I mean, Molten Shell is a reactively pressed button in PoE1.
Exactly. That's what they want in PoE2. That's the type of stuff they want.
Yeah, you're right about
that.
Energy
Shield doesn't require it to be reactionary, though.
Yeah, I mean, like I will 100% if I have Molten Shell, I would start building armor because then I can just be like, whenever you see yourself in a dicey situation, yeah, this is where I press Molten Shell. I'm about to get hit. I cannot avoid a hit. I will press Molten Shell. I'll be very happy with this. That will make armor actually worthwhile. But right now, yeah, having armor doesn't really do anything. Like, I honestly don't see any reason to ever invest into armor currently.
Yeah, I
But
agree
with
with that.
Motoshi, I definitely would.
After playing like an armor-based build as like my my first character in the entire game, including iron reflexes, by the way. Oh my god.
It's really bad. It's like I played a warrior with 20k armor, and then I played a warrior with 3k armor. My warrior with 3k armor was, I don't know, like 7 times stronger. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Armor does not really do anything.
Yeah, they definitely have to like rebalance it in some way, or like even like rework how it functions at all, right? So I guess we'll see.
How you feel about what they said in the interview where they said that they're probably going to have to take armor back to the drawing board and redo it? Like, are you satisfied?
Yeah, they should do that. I mean,
yeah. I mean, it cannot stay like this because like the problem with the way armor works currently is very good against, well, it's supposed to be good against smaller physical hits, and then it gets worse against big physical hits, big hits, right? The problem is against small physical hits you have block or you have evasion.
Yeah.
You cannot. The game is not playable if you do not have block or evasion. You will die. No, regardless how much armor you have. So because you have block, you don't need armor. And if armor was good against bigger hits, then yeah, that would be a different story because then it would have a role. But right now it does not have any use because again, small hits you just have block, big hits armor is ineffective.
Yeah, maybe they just need to like change the. I mean, maybe you can just change the formula to be like a bit more beneficial towards big hits as well, and that would maybe solve most of this problem. But then you still have like random bullshit like, you know, armor break for monsters, and then you get like a 5k armor break on you, and then you just explode, you know, like nice.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you just walk around with your armor character.
Dude,
like
you're gonna have fucking rogue exiles with armor break. Oh my god, dude,
Holy
man.
shit, log out. I cannot wait to watch the clip. Like, the clips of people dying in hardcore this season are going to be fucking phenomenal. Like, we're going to have people getting ganked by rogue exiles. Like, it's going to be so good, dude. Or the wisp-empowered shit. Like, people are going to be dying to that. I mean, I cannot wait.
No, what do you mean? If you play hardcore, you play blacksmith. You don't die. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, I know blacksmith log in, but like, dude, still, like, I guarantee you there's gonna be some horse shit rogue exile RNG that run just one shots people are gonna be trying to figure out how to die. Or imagine a lightning skill dude that's got 3 dragons on, just freezes you like over and over again. I cannot wait.
There's gonna be a rogue exile that has the coming calamity equipped. You have no elemental res. Good luck, yeah.
He spawns in with
die to like the monsters around it instead of the exile itself just because he's wearing that. Oh my god. That's gonna happen. I can see it.
An accidental spark mage like logs in. You get blasted from off the map by something. Oh man.
But I mean, I think that a lot of people will die to the, at least the people that are less experienced with the game will die to the unique essence map. They're gonna go in, they're gonna pop all the small ones. They're gonna go to the boss and it's like 20 essences on it, all greater. They're gonna click it and die within a second.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. This things are gonna be giga rippy because you can also corrupt them, right? You corrupt all of them, kill all of them, and then you go to the big essence, and there's like, I don't know, like 3 insanities, 2 horrors, and like 7 greater essences, and you just open it and you get killed by 70 times.
Oh man, people are really gonna like bite off more than they can chew. Like, it's gonna be wild.
A rogue exile with original sin would be fun as well.
I mean, I guess the rogue exiles are probably limited to the standard unique pool, right, and not the boss pool and stuff.
Yeah,
I imagine.
Boss,
yeah.
So I also expect, for example, the Canon Calamity to be like a boss drop or like a new like kind of content dropper. So that's probably like not allowed for an exile to have or so. It has a character level requirement of 84, by the way. Like, what is the highest unique item in the game right now? That seems very high.
There's boots. I think I've seen decomposed boots be in the 80s.
It might be because of the skill, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it comes from like some other source and it actually has like a lower level.
At least they're not bad level 52 gloves or anything.
What do you mean? Don't you go for high level gloves?
Yeah, I heard they're getting nerfed this season anyway.
Yeah, maybe they need to add more things to it.
A few more. So speaking of bosses, what do you guys think of that? You see the map where they have like the 10 waves of bosses? You click on the rooms and they constantly some. Yeah, that's fucking badass,
really
right?
Cool. Yeah, that's really cool. I really like this. When I first saw that, I saw people in my show like, oh my god, what is that? Me too, actually. When I first saw that, I was like, oh, they're making us click like stuff like that remind me of the D4 dungeons. You have to pick the thing and like put it in another thing. And I was like, bro, really? They're gonna make us do that? But then it was like, oh, it's a boss gauntlet. I was like, oh, never mind. This is actually cool. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, pretty amazing, I think, as well. But it's like a unique map, right?
Is it?
Yes.
Was it
What?
unique? Was it?
I think it's a
Pretty
unique
sure
map.
it is, yes. I will double check. I have it.
I mean, it sounds like something that should be a unique map at least, but I'm not 100% sure what they said here.
Yes, it's called Esomite Megaliths. It's a unique map.
Yeah, and this is also where you get like some of the special runes or something, right? Or the great runes or something.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, cool stuff.
Like it's really cool.
I'll be right back.
Especially because, I remember when I played Warrior obviously not very good mapping, but it was very good against bosses, and there was not enough bossing you had to do in the game. You know, my bosses didn't show up very often. We didn't have the boss tablets, so it was a bit disappointing. And so I like that they add just more boss stuff to do. It was a bit lacking before.
And also they get like juicier and juicier, right? Like, so it's gonna be like, maybe you don't even do all the 10 waves. You just stop at 8 or something and, leave or whatever. So
I mean, it's a unique map. I think if it's a unique map, you don't see it that often. You don't go in there until you're strong and you can do all the waves.
Yeah, I guess that's a way to do it.
I think that's what experienced player would say, but I think that the newer players would go in and they would just.
I mean, it's fine. There's gonna be blacksmiths and walk in. It's fine.
I really like the system they made, like the kind of balanced approach they did for people that were complaining about the one map death punishment.
Yeah, that's
too severe. I love the change they made there, allowing you to have 6 portals, but if you juice the map up really hard, then you have fewer chances. I think that's a really cool balance, like a middle ground.
Yeah, it's a decent change. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it like allows players to make mistakes earlier, and then like the stronger you are and the more complete your build is, the less mistakes you can make. It makes sense, much better than before.
People can't complain. They can't complain. It's like, okay, you choose how many portals you have, right? So you can't be like, oh no, I'm losing my maps. Yeah.
Like the thing is also, like they said, you can't get lower level maps anymore, right? So, or like maybe there's a way to get them, but realistically, you're not gonna have many low maps. So if you want to reduce the difficulty through map tiers, you can't really do that anymore. So it's kind of like you progress to the next tier, and then you always get maps of at least the same tier again. So
wasn't it just for the bosses? I think that's already the case.
Oh,
if you kill a map boss,
I thought this was like overall.
That's already the case. I'm not sure.
I thought it was the overall, just like you can't get maps below what the tier is of the map. But maybe it's only for the boss, or like the guaranteed map or something.
Maybe, because
does
I
anyone
think
know?
it would make sense to never drop lower tier maps. Like if you want to drop in tiers for whatever reason, you want to be able to do this. I think it's boss is +1.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, for example, like, if you're like, I don't know, if you feel like you've overdone it and you can't actually do that tier that you progress to, I mean, okay, I guess you kind of like slowly progress with a tier, so you notice when it gets hard, right, and these kind of things. So maybe it's not that bad. But it could also be that, a patch drops, your character is much weaker, you want to go lower tier, or, like, maybe you respec to a new build and realize it's not as strong as you thought, and maybe you have to go lower tier and so on, right? So you have to have like some of the maps lying around, but I guess you will generally. So
apparently, it's for the last row of the map. It always drops a map with the same tier, and then the boss is a +1. I don't know if people can confirm, but that's what.
Okay.
Boss being +1, that was already the case. I'm pretty sure. No, maybe it wasn't actually. But yeah, so that should be how it works. I'm not sure, honestly.
I mean, you can buy low tier maps from Doriani.
Yeah, you can do that too. That's true.
5 or something, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So I don't think that's an issue, and I think that before your character's ready to do the next tier of maps, you would very likely have a bunch of the lower tier maps.
Yeah, maybe it's not such a problem as I thought, but it's still kind of like a weird scenario. But I guess it will remove a lot of the clutter, right? It's like, okay, oh man, waystone drops, and now you have to go fill them out, and or you just kind of like OCD, pick them all up, and at least like that problem will be solved a little bit, I think. So that's good.
Yeah.
What do you think about the spear abilities? Did you guys seem kind of hype about spears in Jimro, or?
Yeah, they look amazing. Actually, just this was like kind of like the thing I did right before this call. I was going through all of the spear skills and looking at the clips and stuff. And I mean, the visuals look amazing. The combos, like, you know, there's all this like jumping back and forth. At least for me, this is like kind of right up my alley. So I'm very excited for it.
Do you have gem info somewhere or something? What were you
Nah, no gem info, but I was like looking, there's like a screenshot in the press kit about the entire skill tab, at least, with the names and stuff. I was kind of like trying to match it to the clips that we saw. And just kind of like getting a feel for how they would play and so on.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they looked okay. Okay, the problem is I don't really read too much into skill reveals like this, because yeah, it's always gonna look cool and stuff, and then when you play it, it just doesn't have numbers, and monsters don't die, and you're like, okay. So I'm holding judgment until I see numbers on the gems and all the details personally, because there's a lot of skills that looked cool at first, and then when you played them, they didn't kill monsters.
How do you think
So,
parrying's gonna work when you're like in a breach and there's 13 mobs on your ass?
You're gonna get insta-staggered and killed.
No, how does it work exactly? Do you just need to parry like one guy?
Well, it's like, it's not like Elden Ring parry. It's like you just, it's basically raised shields,
cool.
but it's for individual attacks, and it kind of like stuns them instead of just blocks it or something. It's like an improved raised shield, it seems to me. So.
I mean, to be honest, I played a lot, and like most of the builds have gone with block, unless I'm dual wielding with like Trench Timber or something with the builds I've played. And I have had raise shield on my action bar. It's been keybinded. I just never pressed it ever.
Yeah, same. I think I only press it when I do Zesh 4. You know, when there's on Zesh and on Arbiter, there is a use for it. Like on some bosses, I guess you can use it. But I mean,
yeah, there's like a bunch of possibilities where it actually is really nice to just kind of like, you know, if you know a certain possibility can be, you know, shielded, then you can use it sometimes. I've also done it a little bit.
I mean, everything can be shielded. You can block everything that's not in AoE.
Yeah.
Unless it's a red ability, I think it was, right?
Yeah, it's like if it's red or if it's AoE, you can't. But other than that, you will always be.
Can you block Arbiter's fire beam? Because it's not red, it's orange, right?
It's not a hit.
It's an
An
AoE.
AoE, isn't it?
I think you can, yeah. I'm not sure, but I think I tried this.
The whole death trap of standing in a circle and then they fire beam right at you. Maybe they're supposed to actually use shields. Anyone try?
Dude, there's no way.
No, there's a timing. No, you just have timing. You just need to know the timing.
The timing when you stand inside a circle and you shoot a fire beam on top of that circle. There's a timing.
You have to stand outside and then dash in at like the last second.
Yeah, it's like you stand outside, he beams, and then you jump in.
It's a little scuffed, but the window's tight, but there is a window.
I think the window is tight at every ability, because like I tried to do that without having blink, the fight without surging it down in a second, and I felt like it was doable. It was extremely hard. Like a millisecond of you step in the wrong direction, you're screwed immediately.
You mean
I think it's way too fast. Yeah, like the explosions and the waves thingies he's done. We have to stand in the safe spot. Blink is terrible there because you scooch forward a little bit after blinking. That's one of my first death was that. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, the waves you can just roll. You just roll wherever is safe. And
yeah, if you're talking about the wind phase on Arbiter, like if they go to the corridor, so I realized like the secret is you have to not move until you know where to move. So this is like perfect. The main problem that I had is like I was just always in movement, and then if you walk in the wrong direction, you're dead. But if you just like wait half a second and then actually walk in the right direction, you will be fine. So that's like what I learned. And
I did that, but if you have the blink just buff where your dodge is blinking,
I mean you can turn it off. Have you tried turning it off?
Go in that phase.
Turn it off? What?
No, I would not use blink in that phase anymore. I tried it once to my character and I slid outside the safe zone and died. It pissed me off so much.
Yeah. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
To that. I was dodge rolling, but then I like hit the A button and made my guy like stagger to the left after the dodge roll. I walked right back into it and got myself killed.
Oh,
that sounds like a WZL.
Yeah, it was unlucky is what it was. Not a skill issue. The cat was on my keyboard. Sun was in my eyes. I didn't have my CRTV controller disconnected. There's a lot of issues going on.
Yeah.
Professional streamer.
That's a shame. No.
Actually, Who here? Okay, WSD or click to move?
WAC.
WSD.
Okay.
Am I the only click to move?
I mean, no, I'm click to move. Fuck WSD, dude.
Yeah, like sometimes I'd like to play the game with one hand for a variety of reasons. We don't have to dig into that. I'd like to be able to do that. I can't with WASD. I have to do click to move to be able to play the game with one hand properly.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I think WSD is 100% better if you can attack while moving or cast while moving, and Warriors can't, so that's why I'm clicking.
That's fair.
But I hate WSD.
Yeah, for Warriors it doesn't matter that much, I guess. So it's fine, I guess. But
Yeah,
I
if
still
you
would
crossbow,
miss
it
like
doesn't
the thing is that like, are they gonna add like basically swapping between WSD and click? Like they said they want to do this with controller and mouse and keyboard, right? But I wonder if they're gonna do this with WSD as well. Because for example, like Diablo 4 also has WSD, but I don't play WSD in Diablo 4. I only play it in PoE because okay, cast while moving and so on is OP, but also in Diablo 4, I still use it sometimes when I like manipulate my inventory or I do like my skill tree stuff, and you know I just kind of like, keep walking with WSD. But other than that, I never use it. But it kind of like has like a very like fluid. I just switch back and forth depending on if I do something in my inventory, for example. And for that alone, it's very nice.
Well, you can switch back and forth in D4 now?
Yeah, I mean, no, you don't switch. Like, it's not like you select a mode like in PoE. It's just like you have the keybind, and if you press it, you will walk, and if you click left click, you will walk too. There's no mode.
Yeah, but you're using all the hotkeys then.
Yeah, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, so it's fine. Yeah. Okay. I just use the numbers.
That is one of the things I don't like about WSD. It makes you lose 4 hotkeys. Well, actually, technically, it makes you lose like 3 fingers. It's kind of annoying. And 3 hotkeys.
Yeah, actually, like I have like 2 side mouse buttons that are really nice in PoE. Like I use a lot of skills on my side mouse buttons actually. Like I have two on the side.
Yeah, you have to do that if you play WSD.
Yeah, with WSD, like it works. If I have 2 buttons on the side plus left click, right? Actually, I don't use left click, so I actually only use left click for interact and stuff. But I have right click and 2 mouse buttons, and then I have like 2, 3, 4 buttons on my bar that I also press. But it's fine like this if I don't have to use them frequently.
I just realized you're going Forge Master. You're not macing again, right? Whether you.
But what else are you gonna do, man? What?
Listen. I don't know, man. I don't know. My plan was, I was like, okay, fuck Warrior. I'm gonna log in on Huntress because it's new. It's gonna be spears, whatever. And
sure.
But now they present me with a blacksmith, and I have to say yes. So what can I do? What can I say?
Dude, just make like a badass like forged weapon thing, like with the floating weapon, man. That looks kind of fun.
Okay, so what if we both log into Spear Forge Master?
Oh yeah, but maybe high chance of that happening. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do exactly because I still need passion. We need passions. There's no passions. No
But I was thinking bleed Spear Forge Master. You saw the 2% more magnitude per life flask charge use gem. Do you see that one?
No, I don't think so.
So how it works is you take 20% of your total life flask charges and you add 2% per charge used as more magnitude. So if you have like 100 life flask charge, you're getting 40% more bleed magnitude. It's more.
Oh, I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking because the spear it has all the bleed shit. So I'm thinking Forge Master Spear bleed.
I mean, impossible to know until numbers. It's all about numbers, man. Like it doesn't matter how cool it looks if it doesn't have numbers, or how.
If you play by how it looks and how thematically you like it, then you end up with what I launched on the game launch, which is Sunder Warrior, and you're surprised you're alive a week later.
I'm kind of jelly about you guys. You guys like have these options. You're like looking at different things. Oh, I can do this. I can do that. And all I know is that launch is gonna come, and I'm gonna sit in Spectre hell for the next 1 week, or maybe 2 weeks.
What do you mean hell, dude?
No. It's like a dance. It's a very enjoyable dance. We've done it in PoE for the past decade. Basically, it's impossible for them to balance everything. We know that it's literally impossible, and there's 600 plus different monsters. So I did the mistake if we want to not actively playtest everything. So we went to the DB information and skimmed it off and took the ones that we were assuming are going to have a theoretical idea of being good, and then we playtested those. And that's how we missed the Syndicate Operatives till there was a Korean guy who showed off the Syndicate Operatives, which were bugged and weren't supposed to work that way. So the only way we can verify everything is to literally playtest every single monster in the entire game that it has to offer and go through every single one of them before I touch anything else. So I'll probably be sitting on a Lich and doing that.
And you think you're gonna do that in 1 week? Good luck.
You complain about options. Then you have 600 specters to go through. What do you mean?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's a fun dance.
What will we do?
It's like, oh, I don't know
it's a fun
which
dance.
OP specter do I want? I don't know. What do I want?
Do I want the Sea Hag that one-shots everything in the game, or do I want the laser beam guy that shoots a fucking Kamehameha the entire game? Like, which amazing build do I want to do?
The funny thing is, when they introduce new campaign acts and whatnot, we're gonna get even more monsters to go through. But the funny thing is, right, we're gonna go through this dance, but we're gonna find the list of X amount of really good or brokenly overpowered or overtuned monsters to use with specters. And then GG's gonna nerf the top performer. We're just gonna go down the list and take the second highest performer. Then they're gonna nerf that. So then we're gonna take the third one. They're gonna nerf that. And we're gonna do this dance till they run out of stuff to nerf, which is impossible because they never catch up. They done this in PoE1 as well. They never catch up because they have to go through so many iterations of it. And then we're in like 2 leagues later when they've introduced even more stuff. So we keep this dance going with finding the best specters. And I love that dance. But the first version of it basically goes through with 1 to 2 weeks where I will be doing nothing but that. So I don't have options to play with. I know what I'm doing, and I know what I'm gonna do the next 2 weeks after launch. I love it, don't get me wrong, but I'm jealous of having options to like, oh, I want to try manifest weapon, I want to do this, I want to do that. Like, I'm gonna go through all of the specters before I touch anything else.
Yeah, but that's what you should do. The thing's gonna be broken. It's guaranteed.
Can't wait though. It's gonna be fun.
But you can only have one type of specter at a time, right? You can't have multiple different ones.
You can have multiple.
Can't you? Yeah, you can have multiple.
Oh, you can. Yeah. I guess with like a different skill gem, I guess, right? You can just make more skill gems.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, true.
I will have a stack quad tab or more filled with 600 different minions in the end.
Okay,
It's gonna be glorious.
Pokemon of Exile.
Yeah, dude. Ash Ketchum fucking cosplay come through.
Are you guys satisfied with the tower solution?
It's pretty good, yeah.
Well, it's basically, like a very simple change, but a very impactful one, and it solves most of the problems that people had with it. So for now, I think this is good.
I think that removing towers, which a lot of people were screaming for, I think removing towers would have been really bad because it would have created more of a shallow approach to the Atlas tree. And I think that tripling down on the towers would have been equally bad, if not worse, for the other half of the community. And I think that what they did was a very nice and effective middle ground solution.
Yeah, I feel validated too because they did some of the stuff I suggested. So that's cool.
Yeah.
And
I want to see the unique tablets. Unique tablets looks. That's going to be real interesting because like the only one they showed was you can teleport anywhere type tablet, but I'm curious, how juiced out those other tablets are.
Yeah, some of them are probably gonna be insane. Like if you want to do like maybe like one of them is only for like if you actually overlap it with like another tower, and then it's like some crazy synergy you unlock or something. And then like I don't know, another one is like solving like another problem like this. Maybe there's even something like spawn a citadel in like the next biome or whatever. Like who knows what, right? There could be like crazy stuff that actually makes this whole thing like a bit less RNG and a bit more like, okay, you have a more player agency. I think that's probably like what they're trying to do there. And that would be cool. I'm really looking forward to that.
It's like 3, right? You can get up to 3 tablets per tower.
Yeah, 3.
I just put like 3 unique tablets.
An opening for a 4th one in the interface as well.
Yeah, I wonder where that comes from.
Yeah, there was actually.
Yeah, and there was no information on why we're still able to put. There's 3 empty waystone slots when you put in a waystone. So I'm guessing that's for future. Because I was under the impression that was like a leftover.
And they talked about it somewhere like a while ago.
I think there was no reasoning behind it. That just
it was just like a leftover, and they said, okay, maybe at some point we're gonna do something. That's it.
Okay. I think in PoE1, 2 was the same thing. It was just there for no real reason, and then just later added stuff.
Did you guys catch that in the maps they showed? There's different map completions now, so it's not just kill rare mobs.
I missed that.
No.
Elaborate.
Are you sure about this?
I'm 100% sure, because if you look at it in some of the review videos when they're in maps, you top right corner, it shows map objectives in the top right corner, and there's like multiple different ones. There's like a breach icon, there's like a delirium icon, there's like a rare minion icon. So there's actually different map completion requirements now.
Yeah, I saw that as well, but I don't know what are the objectives so far.
Are you sure it's not just to tell you what are the things?
No, it does say map objectives, and then it says like, for example, there's like map objectives, and then there's like an icon of like a rare monster.
And then there's a check mark too. Like there's a check mark for the ones that get completed.
Yeah, there's also like another one where it says like map completed when it's done, and there's like here I just saw one, defeat Braca, the withered crone, so you have to kill the boss, I guess, and that's it. You probably don't have to kill the rares.
Yeah, I got a screenshot. I'll send it in the group chat.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't go over that and highlight that as well.
I see another one, map objectives. So there's an expedition icon and a rare monster icon. So you have to do both, for example. You have to do the expedition in order to do it. So it's kind of interesting.
I don't
Here's
think
one with
that...
one of them complete. I'm sending screenshots in the group chat there. One of them has a checkbox on the rare monsters, I guess that is.
What was the map completed at all, or no?
No.
The map...
Yeah, true. When it's done, it has a checkbox and it's like a check mark and it's like grayed out. Yeah. So here's another example where there's like a breach icon and a rare monster icon as the map objective.
Yeah, that's the one I sent the last screenshot there. Where the rare monsters check mark is done, but the breach isn't done yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I missed that entirely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I did.
I hope, like, it's something I discussed actually, like, you know, like, people were still upset that, you know, sometimes there's backtracking and sometimes you just miss some rares, and even with the checkpoints, it just feels a bit awful and so on. I guess it's good that they're, like, taking a new approach finally here. But on the other hand, you still have to kill the rares. Yeah.
I don't know if it's just objectives to complete the map. I think that would be bad. It's like if you don't want to do the expedition, and there's an expedition, now you have to do it, even though you don't want it. You don't want to do it.
Or maybe it's you have to do one of them. I mean, they didn't talk about it at all. So maybe it's like these are the objectives. You complete one of them. So it's like now you can either do the breach or do the expedition or do the whatever, or it could just be a tracker letting you know what's available.
Exactly. But I think that's more what's available.
Oh, maybe it could be that.
It does seem weird to like have them on the front of the UI, like just straight up there at the top, if it's not, you know, a requirement or something.
Yeah, and the thing is that there's like another one where it only shows the boss name and no rare indicator, for example. So the rares are basically always there, right? So they should always show, but in that case it didn't.
Oh, that's because boss maps only require you to kill the boss.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But so, you know, the rares are still there as like a thing to do, basically, right? And they should show them, but that's not the case. So I'm pretty sure you have to finish the objectives in order to complete the map. And maybe those maps that they showed with like, you know, a breach, an expedition, maybe these are like, you know, maybe special, you know, maps or something. Like, you know, tablet expeditions.
If you have a boss, you don't have to kill the rares.
Wait, is that true in the current game right now?
No, not the current game, but the next patch.
Okay, this is like a change they're making or what? I didn't know that.
I missed that. Is that in the Q&A or?
Yeah. Yeah, but I think like I hope they're going to do something about like the rare objectives in general, right? Like I was just going to talk about this earlier, and that's something I said on my stream. It's like, you know, like the rare objectives, like I think it's okay that they show up on the map at some point and so on, but I think they should also add some kind of like extra radius on like around you on the map, you know, like a 5-screen radius where you just reveal rare monsters or so. I think that would be nice as well, like from the start, for example, so that you walk into a map and you don't like miss the guy in the corner like right at the start or some shit. I think that would be nice, just to like smooth it out a bit. They don't have to like show us all the rares immediately or some shit, but you know, something like that would be cool. Just so that as you go through, you don't, you know, forget a guy somewhere.
Light radius meta. Make it where if they're within your light radius, you can see it marked. You can see the elites marked on your map or something.
Oh no! I just wish we could see them properly. You can't tell rare magic monsters are too hard to tell. I mean, usually you can't tell.
Yeah, they don't have like a glow or anything, so that's.
Yeah. It's like it's really annoying. Like you have to hover over everything to know if it's magic, if it's rare.
Yeah, I think I should give them like some, like, it doesn't have to be like in PoE1 where they're like, you know, literally like painted in blue or yellow, right? But it can be like something like a little bit of a glow or, you know, whatever.
They just need to look different than like the other. Like they need a different model. Like their skin is a different type of skin. You know what I mean? Because currently you can have mobs that look just like white mobs that are actually yellow mobs, but it's like yellow mobs just have them be like fancier textures or something. They don't in and of itself don't have to be painted. But I think there's other ways to have them actually marked would be nice. It definitely is something they should do though. But we asked that question in me and Ghazi's last interview. We asked them about that because there's you know some visual clarity related to mobs because you know obviously it's scary when you're playing hardcore. You're like, oh, that's a yellow mob, and the answer to that was they didn't want to like pull you out of the environment in the moment by basically just painting like this neon color over it, which is like okay, fair enough, I get that, but like you definitely need a way of indicating so you can know without hovering over a mob, like for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
I would like that as well. I mean, I definitely agree with that. On the topic of you mentioning our previous interview, though, we are gonna have another tavern talk on Monday. Little promotion here, sorry, boys, but I'll get to the point. That's happening on Monday. We don't have patch notes before this. We don't know if we get patch notes after that either, but sometime next week, right? So with the information we have right now, do you guys have any questions that you would kind of want us to potentially bring up on this podcast?
No shit, caught me off guard here.
Armor buff when, yeah. This Khan's question.
Give it to us on a sweet pot, and we just got the info. I figured I'll bring it up at least.
Dude, if I mention the warrior to Jonathan one more time, he's gonna reach to him on there and choke me, dude.
Oh no, by the speed. Okay, no, the speed. Oh, the speed penalties. Are we getting rid of this? Can we get rid of all the speed penalties?
What speed penalty do you mean?
That's the number one.
The
you
armor.
don't like having reduced attack speed on everything just because you're a second-class citizen mace user?
Yeah, no, I don't like it. I would like to, when I tell my character to attack, it attacks before I have time to, finish.
3.26 seconds is what my warrior takes to cast under. 3.26 seconds.
Yeah, I tried to. I did because I leveled the warrior recently to get back into the game, and I equipped Earth Shatter at level 50, and I attacked, and I thought I was lagging, like unironically, because I couldn't move for like a second afterwards.
You're like looking for the latency spike. You're like, oh no.
Yeah, I unironically pulled it up. I was like, I'm not lagging. Like, what's happening? Like, this has to go, man. Let us attack. Let me perform actions, please. I beg you.
But Angormus can beat the campaign in 2 hours, so obviously there's nothing wrong with Mace.
I mean, listen, the thing is, warriors were being good at going through the campaign was not a secret. This is why they told us that melee and warrior and maces were good, because it was good in campaign. That's the information they had. They didn't have the endgame one where monsters move at Mach 3 turbo speed and you're a warrior walking at -8% movement speed.
Well, I mean, all the data points to we need to nerf warriors. What do you mean?
I mean,
fastest class.
Yeah, I mean, warrior. There has not been a single PV2 patch where warrior has not been nerfed. So I mean, we're used to it.
Not only that, they were also like focusing on stacking armor for like the best survivability. So I think it should nerf armor while they added as well.
Well,
I mean, at least your Sunder doesn't get stuck in doorways.
You want to say something about this, DM?
And Gormus says warrior's best level 28 class.
True. You see the funny part? I am pretty sure that if the race was not Act 3, but like Act maybe 4 and 5 or 5, well, whatever, cruel, it would not win. It literally took like probably an extra act for warrior to get caught up.
I can't wait to see how many people like pick up maces at the start of the campaign and try the perfect strike their way through and just get fucking murdered.
I am actually worried about this, by the way. Like, if they nerf hammer, they nerf perfect strike.
Yeah, they will nerf perfect strike 100%, man.
I don't
think... we have to have a window of OP somewhere in the game. Like you can't just be like, oh, it's good at this one time. How dare it? Like I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, listen. Perfect strike is a channeled skill. You need to use at the right time. If it does not do good damage, why would you use it?
Well, no, okay. What I mean is they're probably gonna do something like they're gonna lower the impact damage, but they're gonna buff the ignite of it or something. Something like that. I imagine. Maybe they're gonna like convert more damage to a fire. It's like 80% right now. Maybe they're gonna make it 100. I don't know, this kind of stuff. So it's like more of like okay, you sometimes try to get like the big perfect strike, and that's it. And otherwise, you just press other buttons. So it's like just my guess. At least that's what I would probably do, and just make it more of like a situational tool for like boss killing or whatever, instead of where people just spam it like all non-stop.
I mean,
good night. Sorry, I was just saying good night to my wife.
Like, okay, Woody, well then, good night.
No.
Like mic drop. Have a good one, boys.
yeah. Warrior suck. Good night.
I mean, I'm worried because outside of these two skills, Hammer and Perfect Strike, the rest is not really. It doesn't really do much damage. I guess Bone Shadow is good clear, and then like, yeah, but that's pretty much it. I think these are the three skills that are.
Well, you actually think they're nerfing Hammer? I mean, the only thing that makes elements do anything? Like, how are we? There's no way, right?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it needs to get nerfed, or maybe some small adjustments, but. Hey, this is not sadly what I think and what I know is not necessarily what aligns with what most people think. Like I know most people want to see warrior nerfs because it's content for them. So
okay, but like that Green Goblin nerf where he's like, "Don't you know what I've sacrificed?" I mean, that's how I feel about the warrior. You sacrifice literally everything about the class to at least have Hammer the gods do damage. Like if we nerf,
I know. That's like, what I'm saying.
What's the reason?
I think the problem is that Hammer of the Gods kind of holds bleed builds hostage a little bit too much. It's actually, like
okay, no. You know what the problem? The problem is not Hammer. The skill itself is items are too OP. Like the amount of damage you get from items is ridiculous. I think that is the main problem. Like for example, if you drop a Hammer of the Gods like two maces with +7 and I don't know like a 1k fizz, of course it's gonna do like ridiculous damage. It's gonna be completely out of hand. But I think that's mostly tied to items more than anything. Like gem scaling is out of control. Like crit scaling is out of control. Gem scaling. Well, I already said that. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean to be fair, I guess like the extra skill ranks are extremely impactful compared to all other suffixes on weapons, right? Okay, there's attack speed, and then if you're like a crit build, maybe crit damage. But how many builds are actually crit? So it's like there's like this one big suffix, right? And especially like on something like Hammer of the Gods that they use like once every minute or some shit. Like, you don't even care about the extra mana cost of the skill ranks, right? It's just literally free real estate. So, this is probably what makes it so crazy.
No, you do because you don't have enough mana to use it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you actually don't. Like, one time, I remember, it was so funny. I got a big weapon upgrade, and I put it on, and my Hammer of the Gods cost more mana than I had. And I was like, okay, well, that's great. I guess I'm not getting an upgrade.
Yeah, if you use blood magic, you don't have enough life anyway, so you basically just kill yourself when you cast it.
Yeah, if you use blood magic, you.
I mean, you don't have to take every minus mana node, right? So you can unspec them. So there's that.
I mean, that's true, but all of the nodes have minus mana on it. When I looked at the crit and I realized that Monk gets the same crit nodes, but Warrior's crit nodes just have minus max mana on it for no reason. That's when I realized, like, okay.
But it's for the RP, dude. The RP.
You never had a strong guy that like passed the bar or anything. You're telling me that anyone who ever has any muscle mass is a complete and utter mental failure?
Well, in RPGs that's the case. Yes, that's how it works.
I don't get me wrong.
Bunga.
I don't think Warrior was weak or anything because the game was just too easy in 0.1. It's like Warrior was strong because the game was easy, but there was a lot of problems like like feeling like shit to play because you can barely move, can barely attack, and
I mean, my experience with the Warrior has been very, very straightforward. Like when I was done with all my mini stuff, I was like, okay, I want to play something else. I tried melee build. I went with a Warrior first. I tried it out, and my experience was that, I got this new skill. I tried it and realized that me just default attacking was way better for single targets.
Yeah, because every skill sucks.
Yes,
that's why.
It takes too long. It's like, that was terrible. Like, okay, I'll use this, I'll use Bone Shatter. and it was the most excruciating and painful leveling experience I've ever had in my entire life of playing any ARPGs ever. And then obviously I got super humbled by Agrama's insane performance, because I was like, Warrior's gonna be so bad.
Oh, dude, I
This
baby raged
experience is
so
so
hard
bad.
on the trials. It's the only time I've actually just lost it on stream. Like I was do the fucking
I'm sure it is.
Warrior.
Thank you for bringing up Bone Shadow, because I have to rant about that one. It is a skill that if you become too powerful, it stops working. Think about this: you get a new weapon, like, oh nice, I got this nice weapon, and then you use it, and you cannot prime targets anymore.
Well, I guess it. Yeah, the thing is that I guess it really wants to like min-max your like stun build up and stuff, and like it's just
exactly. You have to tweak your stuff so that your whatever you're using to prime it does not do too much damage, but does enough damage. So it's like, and you can't even de-rank your gem levels, for example, to lose damage. You have to somehow have another gem, like low level untouched skill gem, which you don't have because you only drop high level gems.
Just have it, man.
Up to a certain point. Yeah, so you either do that. Sometimes you even have to use all the bleed / poison gems that makes you do less hit damage, just so that you can maybe not do too much stun damage. It's so dumb. It makes no sense.
I mean, maybe some people just really like to like use like some finicky stuff like this and like build a combo around it. I mean, you know, like the thing is that you get rewarded with like an extremely powerful skill, right? If you actually manage to pull it off and like min-max your setup to that degree, then
except you want to log out, so you don't use it.
You know, it's funny hearing about this, because the more I hear about it, the less annoyed I am with my minions getting stuck indoors. Like, my issue is like, so much bother.
You think you have it bad, Gazi?
Oh, I'm good, man. My minions can get stuck indoors. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You have no idea how annoying this was. Like, at some point, I was like, okay, I can't deal with this shit anymore. I'm just not using Bone Shadow anymore. I don't care. I'm just going to use something else, even if it's worse.
Dude, I'm just sitting here laughing because I'm thinking about watching you die twice to like level 99 or whatever it is while you're leveling Warrior, and just the immediate like, oh my god, I have to play this shit for like another 10 hours or whatever.
That was bullshit. That was bullshit because I died to fucking bugs, man. I died to like invisible on death effects. Like I only died to invisible on death effects because if you, to survive these things, you needed to have blue life, and unfortunately, my life was red, not blue, so I was dead.
Blue life.
Blue life.
There's this thing called Grim Feast. You should try it.
Okay, guys. Predictions like how much are they going to nerf Grim Feast and Energy Shield in general?
It's gone, dude. Grim Feast is fucking gone. Like that gem has no business existing.
Just delete it. Okay. Okay. What about ES in general? What do we expect here?
Gutted, right? I mean, I guess if they remove Grim Feast or gut Grim Feast, like ES is like 40% worse or something. So they might just do a smaller nerf with ES on the tree and then just, you know, basically make Grim Feast garbage, I would guess.
Yeah, I think like they have a general problem with like these what is it called, overflow mechanics.
Overflow, okay, yeah.
Like, you know, like there's also like overflow life, I think, for like the blood mage and so on. Like I think like all these things are just kind of like, you know, it takes like too long to actually get there, and then you have like double of the normal, which is just kind of like too wild. I think like maybe the overflow in general is like a problem. It's just like too much.
I mean, Grim Feast is like completely out of line. 30 Spirit, you get ES on kill, and you double your ES. It's insane that you made it through. Actually insane.
On the minion build, it's disgusting. So like with the because it counts as a minion, so I get bonus to the level of it because it's a minion. So I have like 33 minion or whatever. So it every time I get Grim Feast, it gives me like 1200 energy shield.
What?
So I'm getting every time I kill mob, I'm getting 1200 energy shield.
Wait, how is that a minion skill?
It has a minion tag, so you get bonus.
Why?
You get bonus to it as a minion because it's I don't know, it's Grim Feast, you know, herd to dirt. So you actually get bonus as a minion build. It's disgusting. Like it's 1200 ES every time you kill something.
On the other hand, minion builds don't get leech mechanics. Like that's the only way.
Nobody gets leech. What do you mean? Nobody gets leech. It doesn't work.
Who the fuck is leech, dude? What do you mean?
There's
no leech, dude. It's only for physical attack damage, dude. Have you checked how many attacks in a game?
Okay, that's fair.
Like, don't convert.
No. Physical attack that also do not have leech. Leech does not do anything. It doesn't do anything.
Okay, I didn't get to try it. So.
Yeah, I can tell you, it doesn't do anything. I tried. Like, mana leech is good because you only have 200 mana. It's fine, you know. But like when you have 6,000 life instead. You know, what is good with 300 pull is not so good when you have 6,000 pull. It does nothing. It's completely the only time I've ever noticed Leech doing anything was when I dropped Hammer of the Gods. If I'm not full HP and I drop a Hammer of the Gods, yeah, my life goes up. But that's the only time. The rest of the
Wait,
time,
it goes up, but by how much?
By like half the amount of a normal Slayer in P1. A regular Slayer thing. So yeah, it's like every 20 seconds. Login.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really bad. Leech is in a really bad state. I don't think it's on their. I don't know if it's on their radar at all. But it is.
I mean,
really bad.
didn't they like? Wait, didn't they introduce something? Like, wasn't it like a?
Yeah, they did something.
Hunter's. No, there's a Hunter's Ascendancy node that converts.
Elemental Leech.
That node is basically not there. It doesn't do anything.
Okay.
Leech is dog shit. It doesn't do.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna like actually like buff Leech in the patch notes at least or so. Might be.
I mean, the problem is like the way Leech works. The way Leech worked in PoE1, it was percent base, so it was fine. Balancing it for mana and life was fine, right? Because there's a cap, you can't really get out of control. But for PoE2, because it's based on the damage you deal, if it's good for life, it's gonna be insane for mana. Like you're just gonna graze something, boom, you're full mana. Right? Like right now, it's good enough now for mana, but for life, the values are way too low still. The leech resist, I guess, is too high. I'm not sure exactly where the problem is, but we don't do enough damage to leech any significant amount, I guess.
But there's always recoup.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have to do a lot of work if they want to make all these like leech, recoup, and like regen and so on, like any more viable, right? Like I actually like looking at all these speedruns I've been doing for like the races lately and so on, right? Like it's actually really cool to see how you actually have this attrition against some bosses, especially, right? You have like this, or like sometimes even some maps. Like sometimes I just don't kill enough stuff to refill my life flask, so I kind of have to think about, okay, do I play more offensive or defensive now, in order to not run out of life flask and so on. I really wish that this would kind of carry on a little bit further into the later stages of the game, but I'm not sure how they would ever do that, right? It's just like the game gets too fast and too like one-shotty and so on. Yeah, like this kind of like attrition, like it's like, okay, you can allow yourself some mistakes against this boss, but then eventually you run out of healing, right? So in the campaign, this works that way. Yeah, I like it actually. I think it's a good system. But it's hard to kind of keep that up for like the entirety of the journey, right? Because at some point you have to give people some kind of extra power and whatever. And I guess it's fine that, depending on how your build functions, there is a bit of attrition, like for example with energy shield builds, I guess, because energy shield builds have like this really high pool, so you can take like 2-3 hits, but then you have to make sure that you don't get hit at all for like 8 seconds or whatever, right? So it's a bit there.
I think the attrition thing is already there if damage was in line, because right now we just do too much damage in 0.1, so we just kill everything instantly. But if you fight, for example, if you in 0.1, when my first Dash 4 that I fought, for example, was on a warrior with like shit gear, and it was a real fight, and yeah, there was attrition. It's like if I got hit, it's like I just eat through 2 fast charges, and like eventually run out of them. And
thanks for sub, by the way, Dom.
It is already the case. It just because there's no recovery options, right? So if there's no recovery options, the attrition game will be here. It's just that we have way too much damage right now, and
yeah, I guess it might be a problem. And if they nerf like all of the crazy, millions of DPS kind of things, then I guess it might be much better. But realistically, I don't really expect fights to really last a lot longer on like at least meta builds, right? I think we're always gonna have some kind of meta builds that just like melt stuff, and this is just how it's gonna go. So,
well, I mean, 100 new support gems, like something's gonna be busted.
Yeah,
like, for sure.
Yes.
100%.
Dude, speaking of busted, I hope Chronomancer actually gets his time in the sun. You see what they were talking about in the Q&A, like Chronomancer, it basically had too much utility, which I agree. I mean, utility is cool, but basically has no damage. So they said it was just utility. They're actually adding more stuff on. They stopped short of saying exactly what it was, but Chronomancer is getting like a little bit of a rework too.
Well, technically, time and again is 32% more damage on anything that has a cooldown.
Yeah, true. And you also have the more cast speed, but like it's I mean that basically boils down to you play Hammer of the Gods, I guess.
Yeah, that is the main thing. Yeah, Chronomancer is pretty much just so you play Hammer of the Gods, and that's where you get the most out of the Ascendancy. And I would have played that if I was not fed up with maces already.
Fair enough. I mean, this is something like we saw a lot in the Fresia event in Period 1 as well, with the Senecy's choices with a lot of front-loaded power. That's something, like, at least from the minion perspective, that was very clear with how much stronger the Aracali one was because of how much power you got from your first one, the first Ascendancy, and the second one just gives so much power compared to everything else. And the current Ascendancy classes in Period 1 at least has the same approach as well for that, the archetypal builds, where you get a ton of front-loaded power. And you look at PoE 2, you have the same thing there. Like most of the ascendancies for most builds have a lot of front-loaded power. You do your first ascendancy, your build has now excelled in power. And if you look at the Chronomancer, it's like nothing happening. Nothing.
Well, no, time and again is not bad. No, wait, hold on. The first one, you can get time and again, right, on the first lab.
Which one is the first?
It's the 2 point is the chance, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
that one's not the full reset. The full reset's like the 4-pointer, I think.
Yeah, the chance is good though for first lab. Like for stuff like Frost Bomb, it works. Oh, it was supposed to work on Shit Charge, for example. But I mean, like on Frost Bomb, for example, it's pretty good. Like it's just straight up 32% more damage on anything that has a cooldown. Like, it's not horrible.
It's not horrible. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not comparable either.
I mean, Titan, you get a bag, man.
Okay, Titan is a very special one, though. But that's a warrior thing, and clearly they don't care about warriors. We don't have to worry about that.
So my first playthrough when I was playing Titan, I was playing Bone Shatter, and I took because I wanted the heavy stun damage, so I took the prime for stun or whatever, and I bricked my Bone Shatter build, so it didn't work. And I was like, what the hell is happening? Like I can't Bone Shatter. Like I was so confused for like 3 hours. I was just like, I can't kill anything. Like I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, that's another funny one. Did you ever know that literally breaks one of your main skills? Like it doesn't work anymore. It's really funny.
Yeah, I was a confused boy there in Act 2.
No, I think Chronomancer is not as bad as people make it sound to be. I think even the first lab is actually pretty good. It's just that, yeah, you don't have, like, I think it's mostly that for league start, I guess. If you don't play something like Frostbomb, you don't really get much out of it, out of the Ascendancy. And it's like, yeah, there's Hammer, but like starting maces. Yeah. Starting maces on a Chronomancer is kind of rough. But I still think I do agree though that probably needs a bit more, so you have more options than just cooldown one trick, reset cooldowns one trick.
Yeah, I mean, look at the front load of power you get on the Lich. 2 points in, you now have Unholy Might. Enjoy.
Is it 1 point in?
It's your first ascendancy.
Oh. Yeah, Dragonkin, you type some there.
So ridiculous. First lab, you're done. You're in maps now. You don't have to worry.
Yeah.
It's like, to me, the Lich Ascendancy, like,
Yeah, this is
that I'm looking at it, is very similar to the Servant of Arakali in the Fresia event. Like, it is so much power.
Made with which node exactly on the Lich?
Sorry?
Which node on the Lich?
Necromantic Conduit.
Let me see, which one is that again?
It's
top left.
The Unholy Might. Okay, so here's an interesting question. So couldn't you use the Infusion Gem where it swaps the extra damage to cold damage? So couldn't you actually use this to freeze? So all of the damage you get, you go as extra chaos, but instead of extra chaos,
yeah, it should work.
Yeah.
It should work, yeah.
That would be doable.
And then
you put Archmage on Archmage with that.
And then could you do that on your Frost Mage, Gazi? So you got Frost Mage, so you get 30% extra Frost instead of the Chaos bonus. Converts and then ramps from Frost.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty legit for sure.
And if they ever introduce the Magus one, you can have the Magus throwing out Io Winter for you for free as well. But we'll see that in the future. But the extra dual socket is also very important, specifically for Frost Mages, because you want to have as much crit for them as possible. And the Notice of the Tree isn't enough, so you do want to use duels for that specifically. And you get a free duel, essentially, from your Ascendancy, right? So
it does kind of seem like Lich would be... It'd be crazy for Frost Mages seem like they will be crazy with Lich.
Yep.
Actually, wait, it says lose 5% of mana per second. That's not max mana. Is it actually going to be current mana? Because it would specify maximum mana, no?
Yeah, it's a good point.
I'm assuming it's for max mana.
Oh shit!
I'm assuming
5% of whatever mana you have.
but it doesn't say maximum mana.
Wait,
Yeah.
what does it say on like the life region nodes, for example, on the tree or like on the ascendancy? Let me see. It says body armor grants regenerate 5% of life per second. So this would also mean 5% of max life. So I'm pretty sure this is max mana. So this is basically just like, you know, removing all of your natural regeneration plus a bit more. That's my expectation.
Well, I mean, Soulless Form is talking about maximum life. So
I think it would probably call out current mana if it was the case that it's going from a current pool.
Check what does Archmage say again?
Yeah, what does Archmage say?
Yeah.
What does Archmage say? Good question. I'm checking it.
Oh, you are. Thanks.
Yeah, yeah, see, cost an additional 6% of your maximum mana.
So then it would be more likely to see that you lose 5% of your current mana. But I mean, that means you'll find like a sweet spot where your region is covering, essentially.
Yes.
But that also means that Mind Over Matter is kind of because you're not expected to now sustain full mana, if that's the case, right? So then we further go.
No, I think you just expected to get a bit more mana regen, and you're probably fine, right? You can put like a clarity, you can put like, you know, like 2 rings of big mana regen and whatever. I mean,
also losing your unholy aura.
I mean, let's say in this scenario that this is actually 5% of your maximum mana per second. Like, if is there any kind of like flat mana regen in the game, like in PoE1? No, right? It's over percent. So you need 125% mana regeneration to completely negate this downside, right? Because your base regen is 4%. So if you have 125% mana regen on like, you know, 2 rings or whatever, then you negate the downside entirely. And then you can still get like, you know, an extra mana regen roll somewhere on the amulet and whatever. So I think it's gonna be okay, honestly. So it's not gonna be such a crazy downside.
I'm not concerned. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not concerned by it.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem, really. You have to build around it a little bit, but that's it.
Man, this looks insane though. The first 3 you click are so insane.
Yeah, and like, you know, Profane Bloom coming back, holy, that's gonna be fun.
Well, it would be nice if Blasphemy wasn't, you know, 3 centimeters radius.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can also make some kind of 2-button build with like a big curse and then, you know, boom. Like, I don't know, if you play a Hexmaster or something.
Contagion build people are going to be doing. I feel like Contagion's going to be interesting. You got that new gem too, where it's like you stack intel, and then on the intel stacking gem, you get energy cost, but then also you get the damage over time ramp. Like, I want to see the dots. I want to see the dot Contagion.
I was a huge fan of SS Train Contagion builds in PoE1 until they gutted it completely. Like,
oh, by the way, eternal of life means you cannot get one shot if you have ES ever.
Oh, right. That's an interesting point. Yeah, actually, you're right.
Oh shit! Right. Wait.
Yeah, because you can't. Because the first hit would remove all ES, the next hit would remove all life.
Nah, I don't think this is how it's gonna work. This will be busted.
I mean, your life cannot change while you have energy shield. You're getting hit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's gonna counter together for one shots though. Like this, like, you know, just fucking tank the Arbiter wave, like, you know, like every single one of them, right? They can't do that. You know, if you just stack a bunch of like energy shield recharge start, right? To make it start like after 1 second or some shit, and you just stand there, right? Who cares? So
that would be so cool, though.
No way, dude. No way.
According to like the wording says, like,
the wording
you get hit by 1,000,000 damage, you have 1 energy shield.
No way, man. I think like you know, the only thing that this is in my book, the only thing that would be intended way to do this, I guess, to make it like balanced, would be that, you know, okay, like the bypass doesn't work from like, you know, the node before, and like the helm, and you know, stuff like life tab, and I don't know, like, you know, maybe there's like other things that would like influence your life. But if you just go like, you can't get one shot with this, that would be completely broken. I mean, what the fuck? Like,
are there any sources of energy shield regen in the game?
There's probably ways to do that.
You just need 1
Isn't
AES per second.
Isn't it like Zelda's Oath or some shit? Like, I don't know.
What, Eternal Youth, or what's the one where?
Oh yeah, Eternal Youth with the flask. Yeah, you just have the fucking life flask running all day long.
Is it Zealot's Oath in PoE too?
Yeah.
There's Eternal Youth is there. Yeah, Zelda's Oath too, I think.
Plus the dodge. What is it? Ghost Dance.
Yeah,
Well, you could run evasion with Ghost Dance, and you're fucking dodging off evasion. Every you get 2 chances to dodge, basically it gives you ES back. Like, yeah, there's no way it can work like that. Woody's got to be right, because there's about a million combos you can do to make it where you're like fucking immune to everything.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, this would like instantaneously break the game. Yeah, this is.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, Zealot's Oath just does it.
But I wonder, is there like any other mechanics that would really like make this valuable besides the bypass and stuff like life tap? What else is there that would drain your life somehow?
I don't know if life tap is gonna work. I don't know how this is gonna.
Yeah, like it would try to spend the cost, but you just don't lose it, I guess.
I think it just means you can't. I think it just doesn't work.
Yeah, like if you have blood magic, your life can't change, therefore you can't spend it. You can't spend it, it costs it to cast it, you can't cast.
Okay, my interpretation would be that you kind of get the perks for free, right? You have blood magic and you just don't spend anything. So that was my interpretation of this.
Well, if that's true, then the support gem that makes it where it spends energy shield would work with like mind over matter without everlasting gaze, which I don't see them doing that. Like I think you have to be able to spend it to cast would be my guess.
No, I mean, I would understand that it would be free to cast with Bloodmatic. The problem with Bloodmatic, though, is that it removes all your mana. So now you're screwing over the Unholy Might stacking, but I guess you can live without that.
Okay, but then aren't we... Okay, so then if we're by the same interpretation, then you just get Conduit for free because you can't lose what you don't have. So like, that's why I don't know if it, I don't know if it really works that way.
I have no idea. This is something you should definitely ask, by the way, when you sit down with them. So.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm sure Gazi, this is part Lich, so we're going to have a 3.5-hour section of him going over like every Lich interaction.
Every interview we've had has been like, I've done my best to keep my little minion rant section super tiny. There's no way I could do that this time.
I'm sure you do.
You're going to have to be cut free a little bit on this one, unfortunately. We're going to have to let you go.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I have to let the dog out the pasture on this one. There's a lot of information we do need.
I'll let you do the first 30 minutes, and then you can just take a toilet break or something.
That'll work. My first 3 questions is, what gives you the right? Like, where's my blight?
A goddamn blight, man. They gotta do it sometime, right?
It's coming sometime, Copium. They said it in the one interview, so I'm holding true to that.
Oh.
When the chat says, so half the interview will be minions. Well, I mean, we do have some we're gotta actually ask some Spectre stuff, right? I mean, some people are going on about Spectres. Lich looks good.
I mean, there's a lot of chaos stuff as well to uncover, and then we have the whole manifest weapons, but we also have the Smith of Kitava. Like, it just looks so busted.
Okay, I don't know if it's gonna go through like this. Do you think they're gonna change what is called unnatural resilience?
Man, I really like that Khan is at the forefront of like the nerf warrior crowd right now. Like,
no. I'm just curious. That's all. I don't know where they stand. That's all. I'm just wondering. I don't think
unnatural resistance is that the overcapped fire one, or which one are you talking about?
Yeah,
overcapped fire. No, I mean, come on, that's the whole point.
Yeah, it is the whole point, right?
It's like, why would you have this without it?
It is the whole point. Yeah, true.
I mean, what am I gonna have to do? Wear Rise of the fucking Phoenix and like that dog shit belt that gives me plus fire res just to be able to like actually use the ascendancy? No.
It has no damage. It's fine. I'm not gonna change a node for 1 ascendancy. That's crazy.
It's also fair to point out that it is hilariously expensive to oil this because it's 3 isolation to get the natural resilience.
Yeah, true. Warrior is way too far from that node.
No.
What about just wearing Cloak of Flame and say forget the chestplate?
I'm a big Cloak of Flame enjoyer, I gotta say.
I'm a big Cloak of Flame hater. That item is useless. You know why? Because
you hate your Cloak of Flame hater?
Yes, because
because physical don't matter or what?
Yeah, exactly. Physical damage doesn't
Yeah.
matter. So why would you wear a Cloak of Flame and lose all the stats you could have had like live? That
Yeah,
would
you're not
be
wrong.
more
You're
useful.
not wrong. You need the life. We really need the life. Yeah.
Cloak of Flame, I think it's just bad. There's no reason to wear that item, honestly.
I don't know. I had a good time with it, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, but you could have had a better time without it.
Well, if I get like a super juicy 5-socket arbiter chest with like max life, sure, I go for it. But I don't know. I feel like it was really helping me. Once I don't know. Maybe it was just like the overall switch I did in my build. But when I did like a switch from like armor to Cloak of Flame and a bunch of other stuff, I was suddenly so tanky against everything. I was kind of chilling, even with like 4k life only or something. But yeah,
I think a Fox Shade is better.
Fox Shade.
Okay. I'm not even memeing, dude. I'm not even memeing, dude. Like it's good. Like ironically, like if you're gonna use a chest that doesn't give you defense and life, then I think Fox Shade is good.
Holy
no speed is pretty hard. I did that for a while actually. Until I got Invictus, I was running on my warrior. Well, first I took off my chest as a meme. I was like, oh, I'm faster now. My character is better because armor is useless. And then Crip was like, yo, but why don't you just use a Fox Shade? I was like, you know what? You're right. I'm putting on a Fox Shade. And then I stayed with the Fox Shade until I got an Invictus.
Let me see if Fox Shade, what does that thing do? So it has 100 evasion, 30 dex, 10% movement speed when on full life, 100% evasion rating on full life. Cool.
Yeah, 10% MS. And you don't have the armor-based... well, I guess with the Cloak of Flame, you don't have as much penalty. It's a cloth, right?
It's a quilted vest.
Wore the Burrowers item so you could have that coin flip of staying alive. You could save yourself 20 hours. You know, I won the coin flip of that literally twice, dude. So I was fighting the monkey, and like right before I killed the monkey, like the yellow mob before the monkey dropped that chest plate, and I put it on as a meep. I fought the monkey, and I like choked and ate 2 slams that got me the 1 HP, and I won the coin flip both times.
Easy.
Oh, the 50% to not die.
Yeah, you got 50% chance. Yeah.
Wait, what is that item named again?
It's like Dwellers or Burrowers or something. I don't remember. Yeah, unique chest plate.
Yeah, no, it's like some weird chest that I've never tried to use.
Barrow Dweller.
Yeah, Barrow Dweller. That's it.
It's not really something you'd use.
It's a meme.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good for Arbiter, man. Just equip it when you do Arbiter.
It's good for a clip, is what it's good for. That's been.
I mean, why bother using this when
look at this, by the way. We have like
you're good.
Yeah, we were talking about the endurance mechanic from last Epoch, right? This thing actually has that mod as well. Damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky while you're on low life. You know, this is the kind of stuff I was talking about when it comes to like, introducing an endurance mechanic. This would actually be really good at that. So you can try to stay in low life range, and then if something actually catches you and it would kill you, you have the chance to like not die. It's actually the perfect item for an endurance mechanic.
Yeah. But memes aside, I do think Cloak of Flame is not. It just. I feel like if elemental damage was not so dangerous and physical damage was not so irrelevant for the most part, it would be better. But yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But for argument's sake, if you have 90% res, if you got 90% all res, you still scared about LE damage that much?
I mean,
no.
If you have 90% all res, you're a blacksmith, so you have a white chest. No.
Well, I mean, you can get it without though, but like, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oh yeah. I mean,
you can be a blacksmith who goes for the 90 all res and has the floating weapon and hammers the weapon every map. What about that?
Oh, I can't wait to hammer the weapon. I wonder if the reduced attack speed from the tree reduces my hammering of my weapon, so like I have like a 3-hour hammer.
That'd be sick. I hope so.
Oh my god!
No, but honestly, 90 res, are you scared of elemental? I mean, the thing is like you're not gonna be scared of fizz, so.
But if you have 90% res, then isn't surely some physical. I'm for playing devil's advocate here. If you got 90% all res, then surely there's some value to physical mitigation.
Yeah, because physical is suddenly like the next most dangerous thing, because all the elemental damage will be like irrelevant to you with 90 res. Yes. Yeah, and then chaos 75 is fine. Like if you have 75 chaos res, you're chilling. And so the only thing that is left in the game is physical. So it makes sense to like build some physical mitigation.
Sure. Maybe, yeah, sure.
We're not going to talk Karn into wearing a dress on this warrior. It's not going to happen.
I mean, I'm never wearing that item. You won't catch me wearing. If
I think I used this in like 3 different builds. I think.
The thing is, like, if I'm not using armor because armor sucks, for the same reason, I will not use that cloak. For the same reason, pretty much.
I'm curious about
yeah, armor sucks because it doesn't protect you, but this thing actually protects you. That's what I'm saying. You know, like it's still physical damage that kills you in the game.
Yeah, but to his point, you probably get more like EHP by actually having the life stacking from the chest plates. If you have the white, you get the life.
Yeah, okay, you get like 250 life or some shit.
Like, for example, you will definitely be tanky against Fizzle with the cloak. There's no question about that. But you're
gonna be a lot more tanky. Like you know, let's say you have like a chest piece that you know. I mean, let's look at what Cloak of Flame does. It has like a juicy fire res roll. Okay, so that's basically like a T1 fire res or something. Then it has reduced ignite duration. Okay, it doesn't matter. It has fire thorns. Doesn't matter. So it basically has one stat. And then it says 40% of physical taken as fire, which is like an effective reduction of like 30 to 35% physical damage, right? So this is what it says. It's one suffix and let's say 35% fizz damage removed. So this is what Cloak of Flame does and nothing else. And now compared to like a chest, right? A chest can have, let's say, 250 life. With like juicy prefixes, armor is irrelevant, so whatever. And then,
well, I mean, no, you gotta count the armor in the equation now if you're doing this.
Yeah, exactly. We're not gonna include armor here. Exactly. So you know, whatever armor it has or like whatever prefix besides life is irrelevant. So then it has like 3 suffixes.
No, I mean the opposite. The opposite. Like you have to count the armor in the equation if we're talking about physical damage mitigation here. Like, it still mitigates.
Okay, but how much do you expect from the armor? To be honest, so
like I mean, I can log in now and check what the armors I have sitting around have. But
and then Angormus has a good point too, which is that the body armor you get from the guy from the white base actually gives you 25% of physical as fire if you actually want to pick it up as a node.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is really good on the blacksmith. Yeah, this is like a mini Cloak of Flame, and it's just gonna be really nuts for this.
Yeah, I mean on blacksmith, I think it's fine because it doesn't really cost you anything. It's not like you're trading anything for it. Like you already don't have a body. That's like one of the things you just get. You're not trading anything for it. You're not becoming less tanky against elemental for that. That is why I think it's fine here.
I was curious to something you guys were mentioning temper weapon earlier again. You guys were talking about the buff lasting an entire zone or something. I don't think they will do that. We have the ritualist with like 20-second duration and head up. I think they're going to have forces to click the button to reapply.
I think you're right, Gazi, but unless that thing is absolutely insane, I'm not hammering that weapon every 30 seconds. I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing it. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm with you. I just think that is the venue they're going to go down because of how we see the ritualist with a 20-second base duration at least. And just with half an hour carving a cow, it's like it seems to me that it's more likely that we'll see them expecting the player to reapply this forging, and it's like maybe hiding behind the argument of it being immersion or something. I don't know. I just don't see it lasting and not like.
So what do you think it actually does? It's got to add like fire damage or something, right? So it's like you have like fire spell on hit, you add the fire damage, the increased fire damage. I mean, they're trying to make you be a fire Andy, right? So temper weapon, you think it just gives you like 60% of your physical is extra fire or some guy? Like, what do you think it actually does? Do we have Well, actually, we might have it in the press kit. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm curious about that.
I checked the press kit. I didn't see it there.
It doesn't.
I think they said it triggers an explosion when you attack. Like you explode.
Oh, you're right. It's like Herald of Ash type thing.
Yeah.
Well, no, Herald doesn't do anything, so it's probably not that. Just it's probably like I don't know, fire burst or something.
Yeah, it was like AoE explosions or something from your hits.
Yeah, you can see it in the footage. You can see it hit the monsters, and then there's a fire explosion, kind of like a boom shadow pulse or something, but fire.
Okay.
But yeah, we don't really know more.
I have a question. Like for the coming Calamity, did they say that they will be in no reservation? All the 3 heralds?
Yeah, no reservation.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But it doesn't say that on the
Is it
item or
most-
something. Is that normal when you have like an item that gives you an aura? Is that like a thing?
No, that's
I mean,
new
no.
though.
With
Wait,
no
what are we
in
talking about?
PoE 1, you still have to pay the reservation for it, right? Am I mistaken? Or...
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
think here they said
yeah.
they don't, apparently, so...
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
they
I heard
definitely
also,
said-
yeah.
Then I guess also
They definitely
Mjolnir,
said
for
that.
example, also like probably doesn't require you to like spend any spirit for like the cast on, you know, like attack or something. So
I mean the proc, the fire.
yeah,
thing,
like
fire
and also
spell
like
thing.
okay, that's interesting actually. Like what about the ascendancy node? Yeah, actually like there is like some spirit based or like, you know, buff based things. Like what about the doggy on like the witch, the infernalist?
It
Doesn't
doesn't.
have anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess
It's
all
really
these things that
exciting.
come from items and ascendancies and stuff are probably all free, and because they're not spirit gems.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's
This
actually
is
quite
a
interesting.
crazy item, though. Enemies in your presence have no Ellie res. Did they say where this drops? Is this a boss fight or?
They didn't say
That's
anything
really
about
a
the
chest
source.
item.
I would imagine it's like a
Surely
new
this
boss.
is not. Yeah, I was gonna say it's gotta be a boss drop, not like a tier 0 or something, right? Like this.
Yeah.
Gotta be a.
This looks like something
Yeah,
that should
or
be a
the
boss drop at
design
least.
looks
It's like so
fantastic.
special, and you know what it does and whatever. So, I mean, I feel like enemies in the presence have no elemental res. I mean, it's kind of good mod, but it's like very easy to build pen. I think, you know, you can get so much pen from like, you know, 5 passive points or some shit, and you kind of have the same effect.
I mean,
But
you gotta be merc sided with you for that. That's where you get big pen juice.
yeah, okay. The
Right.
good thing is here it's like for all free, right? So you can like actually make multi-elemental
Yeah.
builds very easily. That's the big advantage, I think.
Yeah, that cluster there is really good for that.
Mhm.
I
Well,
would
especially
you
when
get
you like
life
also
and
tier
res.
0 because, like it's level 84 items. I would assume it's a tier 0 boss.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
that
it's
is
because of
wrong.
the skills. They need that level 19 skill.
That's 84
Yeah, true.
requirement for 19.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So because I think it's like 78 or 82 or something for 18. So I wonder if
maybe
you
I
can
missed
drop
out
this
some stuff.
lower. Like if a lower level version of this could drop, if that's the one that's relegated to the scale, it's like what if you can get like a level 6 version of this, you know,
Or
scale
you mean
wise.
like similar to the Black Walker boots? You can have them from like level 7 or something if you have a low
Yeah,
tier
exactly.
1 on it. Yeah.
There's actually an interesting point that someone just brought up in my chat. So this item has 86 requirement. So does that mean you can just wear it with those low stats and then get the high level heralds?
Ooh,
Wait, does the higher
you mean without the
heralds have
requirements
higher
for the-
attribute requirements?
No, but the what is it called, the skills you get from items do not have any requirements.
Yeah, okay, so the
Yeah,
item is the
that's
requirement.
crazy.
Yeah, so you actually have like all the heralds and you don't have to have like all of stats. So you could
Yes.
maybe do some really wacky stuff with this.
Yeah,
And the
but
heralds
I'm
are
asking,
mostly
does-
dex and
does the
strength
level
based.
19 herald, does the 19 herald, like the Ash, and like, do they have a higher attribute requirements than 86 if they're level 19?
Yeah, like I think Ash is like mostly strength based, no?
19? Oh yeah, it's way higher.
Yeah.
It's,
Way higher, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
86 is
That's pretty
that's like yeah.
Yeah, kind
I
of.
wonder
mean,
what
also
the
the-
max row of life and res is. What, like 40% 80 life or something? You think?
That's cracked in my opinion. Like, what the fuck?
What's
Not
up,
the,
DM?
the life isn't implicit as well. It's not even.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, life isn't implicit on this thing. It's also like, is it like a new base type, heroic armor?
No. Wait, life implicit exists already on some bases.
Yeah, but it's not heroic
Okay.
armor. It's like the expert steel
Yeah,
plate or something.
Yeah, I've never seen heroic armor.
I mean, maybe this is actually what is going to replace the expert steel plate or whatever it's called, you know, at some point, because you know, all these expert and advanced, whatever, they're just like placeholders right now, right? So maybe they actually like, instead of introducing all the base types now, they're just kind of like doing a few of the uniques already with like base types that, you know, we're gonna get later. So it could be that this is actually the replacement for the expert base.
Heroic armor has 60 to 80 life as implicit. That's
Yeah, let me check the steel chest or whatever it's called. Where is that?
Doesn't the steel one have life regen as an implicit?
Steel plate the expert version has life regeneration 1.5 to 2.5, but only the expert version has that.
Oh, sorry, expert steel plate is the life regen, yes. And there's another one that has a flat life. It's like an armor evasion base, no? Which is actually this one, right? There's also this armor evasion. Let me see.
Yeah, the heroic one has 60 to 80 life implicit.
Yeah, rogue armor. Okay. Yeah, this is the replacement for expert rogue armor that has 60 to 80 life. It needs 86 strength, 86 dex. This is the replacement for expert rogue armor. At some point down the line, it's gonna be heroic armor. This is like the tier 3. Like currently there's like the normal base and then the what are they called? Advanced and then expert. And all of these advanced and expert will all be their own thing at some point. And this is the replacement for that. But I guess they're not introducing all of the base types yet. At some point when they probably introduce like all of the acts, then they have finished all the items, they're gonna do like this the switch, right? And all the advanced and experts gonna disappear, and they're gonna get, unique names and unique art for all of them. So that's what's happening.
Yeah. Heroic armor is in PUB too.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they already have like a few of them done in the data and so on. But this is basically what's the expert rogue armor right now. It has exactly the same requirements and it has the same implicit. And then they added the 3 heralds as unique.
Seemingly, yeah. It's 86.
I'm kind of excited. Seeing this one unique, I'm kind of excited to see they have 100 new uniques coming to the game. So I wonder what percentage of those new uniques are actually going to be like decent items that are usable. If we're seeing ones like this.
Yeah, I mean, you see it this here already. Like, this is like on the tier 3 base, right? It is like the highest base of armor evasion, right? So this is already like a pretty high-end item, I guess. And the reason why we have so many kind of useless uniques in the game is because they only made the base types for the low stuff, right? And then all the others are just placeholders. All the advanced, all the expert stuff is all placeholders. So they don't want to make the uniques for them, because then they have to like, port over the uniques from those placeholder bases to the real bases at some point and whatever, right? So it's kind of a mess. So right now they're probably like introducing a few unique item bases only for that unique right now, or something like that, I guess. And then at some point they're gonna like introduce all of the bases, and then they're gonna make a lot more endgame stuff, I guess. But yeah, this is mostly the reason why we have so many like shitty uniques right now.
Yeah, it's a good point actually, Woody. I bet you're right about that.
Yeah. And they kind of like tried to make up for that, right? They actually made some of the boss drops like, these like shitty low-level bases, but then they add like, plus 300% armor evasion and whatever, right? And try to like juice them up a little bit. And this is kind of like how they did it as like a band-aid, right? It's like, like for example, the Arbiter chest is like some shitty low base or something, I think. And it drops like
it's a different base.
Oh, is it also like this? Yeah, but there's examples like that basically, where it's like a shitty low base and they just like juice it up like artificially.
It's like a Grand Regalia. It has like life, yes, energy shield.
Yeah, and Grand Regalia doesn't exist.
Armor, yeah. I don't think.
Right, it's like a triple base, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a triple base, so same as a.
Yeah, it's like a special one, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about life if there's no life additions on the Trina? Are you feeling fine about the quantity you can get? I mean, you're going to be saying what, 4,500, 5K, 6K on if you're luckier, right?
I mean,
I think they could nerf the strength contribution a tiny bit and then maybe add a little of life in some places or so.
Did you just say nerf?
Yes.
Yeah, he wants to nerf.
No, I don't think that life builds are OP. I just said, they should like reduce the strength contribution, because I feel like it's like too focused on strength stacking, like, gemling and, like also like as a warrior. It feels like I always just want to get more strength, wherever I can, and, everything else is kind of like...
Well, that is because if you don't have 7,000 strength, you can't use your weapons, man.
That's true as well, to be honest. But I don't know. It feels like it's like... like the only way to really get more life besides the life rolls is to get more strength, and it just kind of feels odd, Like I wouldn't mind if like strength like contributes a little bit, so that warriors generally have a bit of a higher life pool than other classes. But right now it kind of feels like I always want to go for strength, Like even if I play like a ranger, like all my leftover stats should just go to strength.
I did the same.
Yeah, it feels odd,
Yeah,
I just put strength on my rangers because
Yeah.
what am I gonna do? Put fucking dex.
Maybe they should just juice up life a little bit in general, like just make the life rolls a little bit higher than they are right now on the gear, and like so that we end up with like maybe another 10 or 20% more of what we currently have with like good gear. I don't know. So make it like kind of scale up a little bit, as you get better gear, reach like a higher maximum. The thing is that life is, it does have some advantages as well, which is especially recovery, right? It's like this a big thing compared to ES. Like ES is harder to recover, but has a higher total, and life is way easier to recover, but has a lower total.
In theory, I mean, right now as it stands, ES is easier to recover.
Yeah, okay,
in theory, life is literally the hardest to recover. Like you can recover mana easier, you can recover ES easier.
Yeah, I was letting him finish, but like recovery does not exist, man. So this is not. This is null.
Yeah, I mean, in theory.
And chug a fucking potion, like.
I mean, I just think it's kind of weird with like how the.
Oh shit, we got a big raid from Fubgun, guys. We had a lot of people from Fubgun who also just joined the combo.
I mean, like, strength gives us HP, and there's no life on the tree, but strength gives us life.
Just real quick, guys. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. We're talking with the M, Karn, and Gazi right now. We're chilling.
Awkward. There's an evasion nodes there, but dexterity don't give you evasion, right? I actually don't know. Double check.
I mean, the thing, it would be better if, like, it would be more true if the values of the regen on the tree were actually doing something. Like, it's like a notable 0.5% life regen per second. Like, what is that, dude? Or better yet, I'm gonna bring that one up because we have to talk about that node. What is it? Thickened arteries?
Yeah, what do you guys think about the patch? I also think it looks amazing. I'm really excited. Hunters log in.
That is a banger if you haven't seen it.
Which one, sorry?
Thickened arteries. It's top left of the tree. Like straight from Templar.
Found it.
Yeah.
Wait, what is that? Thickened.
5% reduced movement speed.
Yeah.
And you get 1% life per second while stationary. So you have the worst downside possible with the worst upside possible. And not only that upside is conditional. With the worst conditional possible.
I think
you get 45% extra percent life regen while stationary to get there. So it's also a 4-point investment.
I think this node needs to be buffed. And you know how I would buff it? I would make it cost only like white oils, That would be a buff to this node because you can't accidentally anoint it.
I like the idea of just deleting the entire cluster. I feel like that would be better, so that new players don't accidentally feel like they want to spec into it.
Dude, look at the crit nodes. Look at the crit nodes, and they have reduced maximum mana too, like the ones over there by the skill speed. Like for no reason.
American Vulgar.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that reduced crit. For like why?
Wait, which one?
Okay,
as I told you, man, it's for the RP.
Yeah. Oh, right. I think I see it.
GSG likes to put the RP into their ARPG,
But what do you think about Thornhide right next to Vulgar Methods?
Thornhide, man, what the hell?
Just look
what is that? Oh my god. 5% to Thorn's critical hit chance.
What the fuck is that?
Dude, wait a minute. The Caltrop it's a Caltrop support, I think. And when you throw spears, you can
ramps off Thorn damage.
It goes to Thorns, yeah, exactly. You can do some big Thorns action with that. Watch out.
Log in, dude.
Thorns spear thrower. It's gonna be big. Trust me.
Do you remember the Crusader Thorns build from back in the day?
I'm going all in on Thornstonks for this patch. I'm gonna be rich. Watch out.
The connecting nodes before is 25 crit damage bonus before as well. It's massive numbers as well. And there's they just had to add the word thorns in there to make it irrelevant.
I'm Titan, so these numbers are real big. It's 37 for me right now. That's
oh yeah,
holy.
That's massive.
Caltrop
Thorns Titan. There you go.
Bones damage is gonna be maybe good with druids, someone says. I mean, could be that we're gonna see some mechanics there, but I mean, honestly, I think Thorns, why is Thorns even a thing? Why do they even make passive points for this? This is like the bloodiest bloat I've ever seen, man. Even if there is some stuff on the druid, why is there stuff on a druid? Why should this be there?
Listen, when I first before PV2, I kept an open mind because in D4 Thorns was good. It has been good multiple times. In D3 was not real Thorns. It was actually taking you Thorns damage to deal damage with your fucking weapons, whatever. But I was keeping an open mind, and then I played PV2 and I realized that you can't tank anything. You can't just sit there and take hits. You take 3 hits, you die. So I was like, yeah, okay, no, never mind. Just fucking. I actually wanted to try to make a Thorns build, but after playing the game, see how it plays, and how you get blasted in maps, I was like, yeah, no, never forget about it.
There are 4 entire clusters dedicated to, well, 3.5 dedicated clusters to Thorns on the skill tree right now.
Yeah, that's one way to say, oh my god, our passive skill is so large, it has 1500 nodes. Yeah, like, why are there Thorns nodes? You know, like.
I mean, I don't mind it, honestly. Like, it just like right now it doesn't work, but eventually maybe.
Holy dude, gain physical Thorns damage equal to 2% of armor from equipped body armor, man. Stack that armor, dude.
One day, dude, it's like, listen, it's like when I looked at all the regen nodes on gear, I was like, why is there regen? Why is that a stat? But then I played the Infernalist, Demon 4 Infernalist, and suddenly you want regen on every single one of your items as high as possible.
Yeah.
So this could happen to Thorns at some point. Eventually, this will happen.
Oh my god,
might
man.
happen, man. You buy one Thorns.
The reason why this is gonna happen is because there's gonna be some weird boss that's gonna be really hard, but really juicy. And this boss has like some weird mechanic where it hits you like 100 times per second, and you just proc the Thorns.
Hold on. What is the name of that boss in D4 again? The Baron, the Blood Baron. What's his name?
Oh yeah, the Blood Bishop.
The Blood Bishop. That guy that's instantly to Thorns. I remember I love that boss because when I played Thorns Barb, you just run at him and then he sucks you and he dies like instantly.
Yeah, or the Greek War as well when he jumps down off the lightning tower.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. It's gonna be some shit like that, exactly like that, where you just stand up your Thorns build, and someone is gonna make that build just for that purpose, sit in TFT all day, carry people with their fucking Thorns warrior, and that's the only use we're ever gonna see of the shit. And one patch later, it's gonna get nuked from the game, and no one will ever touch it again. That's the timeline, guys. So
yeah, we have time. I think we have a lot of time before that happens.
Yeah, who knows? There already is, wait, the fire boss with the mini projectiles. Which one are we talking about? Yeah. What is that? Fire boss with mini projectiles. I'm not sure. Is that maybe the sun boss or what? Which one? In the campaign?
I mean, I was thinking the Titan, because Titan throws a bunch of lightning.
Yeah, maybe the laser beam from the Titan like hits you many times. There's certainly gonna be some weird skill that's gonna be coded like it hits you like 100 times per second, and this is gonna be the thing.
Kopek, actually, yeah. The Kopek thing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, it was actually the Sun Temple boss. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's not that many hits though. Like he does a lot of hits, but it's not that many. We need something like more. A lot more.
The Valve Factory boss hits you a lot.
Yeah.
Like with the lasers, like he spawns a bunch of lasers and drags them on the ground, whatever. That hits a lot.
Yeah, like the thing is, like, why is Thorns even like a mechanic in RPGs in 2025? It's like my question here. It's like, okay, in D4 they try to do something with it, but the thing is that the only reason why it works in D4 is because they have like 7 different like special mechanics for it that makes you actually use active Thorns. Like you press an ability and then you apply your Thorns damage around you for a while and whatever, right? So there's actually some stuff like that.
The idea of
No. In D4 you actually used Thorns at some point. I think when was it? It was during the Vampire Powers thing. I did the Thorns build during that league. That was really good. That was actually one of the fastest clearing builds in the game back then.
Yeah, but
because
how?
Gorilla.
How? By getting hit, actually. You actually just get hit.
Okay, but again, you had like the needle flare thing where it like spreads it around you and stuff, right? Like one guy hits you and then it explodes all around you and stuff like that. So there's like lots of stuff attached to this Thorns where it's like, okay, like it kind of preserves the idea of it, but it's like already quite far away from the original. Like, okay, a guy hits you and takes damage, right?
Bro, okay, you don't wanna. You seriously want Thorns to just be okay? You get hit, but every monster has to hit you themselves.
Well, I don't want that, but the GG definitely wants.
Bro,
it's like,
I think needle flare type of Thorns is completely fine. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine as well. Like in D4, like the way it works, it's like kind of like refreshing take on Thorns. Let's say, compared to what we see here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just undercooked. That's all. Maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
I've always been such an anti-Thorns player. Like, I don't like the idea of me doing damage by waiting for the enemies to hit me. I just never.
Yeah, but now, bro, you the way you play the game is by waiting for your other things to do damage instead. It's the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why is it different if you wait for your minions to hit them compared to like the NPCs to hit you? Yeah, it's kind of the same, right?
Because I have more of a level of control over what's happening there, when, where, how. Whereas the other is like, okay, well, if I'm facing a slow hitting enemy, I'm just gonna sit there and wait for him to attack me, and then waiting and waiting. Because what if I'm hit? What if I'm facing an enemy and like a rogue exile, and that happens to be a warrior? Do you want me to sit there for 2 minutes before he hits me one time?
But it's be the change you want to be. You want to see in the world, and make sure that the warriors don't stay this slow. Then that's all, dude.
That's your only comment? I was like,
I mean, there's been, I think there's been some cases where when I played Thorns where that was a problem, like monsters that are stupid and just won't hit you or just AFK or whatever.
Yeah, it's always like, you know, some monster types are like crazy for it and some just don't work. And, you know, the thing is that, at least myself, I always like value consistency in my builds, you know. Like, I'm fine with not being like, you know, like the strongest in like, you know, overall or something, as long as my builds just kind of like functions, you know. I like to make like overall all-rounder builds a lot more than I like to do like very specialized ones. I'm also not such a big fan of like making like a, let's say, a dedicated bosser and a dedicated mapper and these kind of things, you know.
Yeah, I'm the same.
And you know, when I look at Thorns, it will just never appeal to me, you know, just because of this extreme variance of how it works. You know, it's fine that sometimes there's a gap, but yeah.
No, Thorns in D4 was actually a good all-rounder. At least in the vampiric parts.
Okay.
He actually did everything well. I actually played it.
This was like a long time ago, by the way.
I mean, this. Listen, man, I get lost in time. I don't even know. I don't even know how long.
Okay, in Khan days, it was only like, you know, 100 days ago, but you know,
it's 100 days. So that's what, 3 auto attacks from the 3 Sunders. Just so the warrior players will understand, you know, the time frame here.
Yeah, listen, it is what it is. What can you do?
It is what it is. Oh man.
What did we even go into Thorns talk? Because of the region, right? We're talking about region.
Skill tree.
No, yeah, we were talking about something on a skill tree, and then there was we got stuck there.
Region stuff. Yeah, it was like I was talking
Got
about
baited.
Yeah, because you're talking about recovered life is supposed to have good recovery, and ES doesn't have good recovery. And I was like, yeah, but life does not have any recovery, and that's how we ended up there. Okay.
So basically, you're saying life is good, and wudijo thinks that strength needs to, you know, give you less life. That's wrong. That's what I got out of this conversation.
That's like a very oversimplified summary, but okay.
I mean,
anyone who just tuned in is just hating on all of us right now.
Wait, who?
No, I'm just saying, like, anyone who just tuned in here, and yeah, he wants that to be lowered and nerf life. That's a good take.
Yeah, you should add that to your list of questions for the Tavern Talk, by the way. So, guys, when you're nerfing strength, by the way, we have too much life from strength.
Yeah,
and also
I preface that with this is a question from Woody.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay.
You're welcome.
How about we just swap Grim Feast from doing what it does to Energy Shield to just life, and we'll just call it a day, and we can call it even between life and Energy Shield.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Dude, I don't want to fucking overflow my life all the time, dude. I'm playing a life build, so I don't have to deal with that shit, you know?
No, go, dude, that you want to. Have you played Blood Mage yet?
No, I actually want to, but I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, because I think if ES gets nerfed, if Green Fist dies and ES gets nerfed significantly, then Blood Mage is gonna be very high up there. Well, it's already pretty high. But like right now, that would be the only source of overflow left.
Nah, there is a unique chest that gives you overflow.
And there's mana overflow, but it's a little bit more like mana remnants, but you know, you're casting it all the time. It's a little bit harder to...
Isn't the overflow chest one that makes your life leech overflow? That is a problem. I'm pretty sure that's life leech. I'm gonna check.
I think you're right about the life
existent, right?
And that's life leech is not exactly the best thing. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, life leech can overflow life, and you have 25% reduced maximum life, and you're using your shit armor. That does nothing.
You know, I feel kind of bad. Like, if we're all expecting Energy Shield to get gutted, and I'm like salivating over the Lich, and it's just screaming for us to go energy shield.
I think this would be still fine. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I mean, I'm still
defensively-
coping with the whole eternal life and Zealot's Oath, just perma immortal.
I wonder
Yeah,
if they forget about Asteri's disdain, dude. Then Lich is going to be insane.
There's no way they forget about this.
Yeah,
The item
like
was already
this
probably
entire
under the-
combo of like converting your life to ES and converting your stuff to mana, like like Everlasting, Aziris, Ghost Rift, all of these items have to be changed, like 100%. So, like not just because they're OP on by themselves, but the combo, like how they interact and all that stuff. I mean, you talked about this like a while ago, right? Like it's just kind of like it makes no sense. First of all, like, the way that they interact is like something needs to happen. So. There's just like no logic. I don't mind that it can get very tanky on ES builds, but I feel like, especially like by combining like exactly those 3 items or something, or like together with like Eldritch Battery, and there's also like this weird shit with Eldritch Battery going on then suddenly, and then Mind Over Matter, and then you combine all of these, and they go like in like very unintuitive sequence, giving like exactly the perfect outcome. So like I think it's like a huge contributor for like why these ES builds and these Mind Over Matter builds are so strong as well, right? And all of that then feeds into Archmage, because suddenly you have like a bigger mana pool, so your Archmage is stronger than it should be, so your defense is higher than it should be, your damage is higher than it should be, and everything just goes out of control. So
I agree, but I agree, but I also feel like part of the reason you see everyone stacking basically the equivalent of life so much, like mana and energy and all this, we don't have any other layers. So it's the way you survive in the game is just get as much life as you possibly can. Like it's not like we have suppression, no fortify, no. I mean, you can have it's evasion or energy shield. Like that's it, and you're probably just going to stack life. You're going to stack mana. You're going to stack whatever. And obviously, mana double dips with.
Yeah, I don't see it as such a problem with like limiting defensive like investment to a certain degree, as long as like reasonable and you can build defensively and kind of like feel that difference. I don't think you need to have like 27 different layers stacked on top of each other just so you become like completely immortal. It's just like another way of solving the same problem, which is you want to be immortal, but like how far do you want to really push that? I think. So, if they actually want to keep some kind of a gameplay left with like, you actually fight enemies and then you dodge mechanics and whatever, then they need to make sure that the defensive investment you can do is, limited somewhere at least, right? So that
I don't think there should be a limit to the ceiling when it comes to mapping, at least. Like I think at some point you want to get to the point where you're mapping, you're watching your show on the side and it's fine.
Yeah, I think, I agree with that. I think it's okay, for like casual mapping, like, even if you like stand in like 7 explosions and you have like a tanky character, you should live, I think something like that is fine at some point. But, in general, like, stuff still needs to feel a bit threatening for this to work, right? With like all this like slow combat and dodging and, the blocking and whatever, right? Like all this kind of built-in mechanics.
You mean doing progression then?
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
If like for like the first like 50 hours at least or something, like on your character, there should be like a bit of like back and forth and like like stuff is like hurting you, right? And not just like not just the big slams on the bosses, but also like the occasional like elite or like the rogue exile that pops up and whatnot. Like these things at least sometimes should really be threatening to you. And if eventually you just kind of like outgrow them, right? Because there's like a limit to how high the maps go. They only go to tier like 18 basically, right? And then at some point you go beyond that, but the content doesn't go higher anymore. Well, that's fine. At some point you just overpower it. And then what you have left is like the pinnacle challenges, and you like try to grind them out, and then do like tier 4 King in the Mist and tier 4 Arbiter and whatever if you really get all the way there. And those will always remain a challenge because of the one-shot mechanics and stuff. As long as you don't one-shot them.
Yeah, I mean I see things the same way. Like just I don't think we should ever enter a tier 4 pinnacle and not ever be worried about dying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like as long as we don't have that issue where it's like like okay, you just like face tank literally all of the Arbiter one shots, or whatever. You just stand there and don't even move or something. You just like kind of whack away at him, and you have like say some insane ES lead mechanic or whatever, right? So you just regen it all back between every single one shot. and then that's the problem, right? This is what we have in D4, for example, and that's just awful, right? Everyone hates that.
That should never be the case.
Yeah. So this is what I mean. Like, they need to limit the defensive investments somewhere at least to make sure that this doesn't happen. And other than that, yeah, I'm totally fine with, like, eventually, like, users become so powerful that you can do, like, super juiced maps and you don't really worry about dying at all or something, right? That's okay. This is kind of like the payoff for the struggle, to get there, right? Like, the first, like, let's say 95 levels of your character or something. And eventually it's just at the point where, like, okay, you don't care anymore.
Yep.
What do you guys think of the like? There's a lot of in-game changes, right? With the map systems, tower reworks, and objectives, and all that. So I'm reading a tweet response from Macrobio, and he was talking about how Jonathan was shrugging off the complaint that maps are too big. We're referring to the cold plains from D2 and saying that there's just not enough stuff in them when referring to areas like Apex of Filth in the campaign. What do you guys feel about the big areas in campaign as well as big areas in maps?
I think in campaign it's not a problem. There needs to be more in there, for sure. There needs to be. It's not everywhere. Like some areas are fine, but in maps though, I think it's not. I think it's not the same because in campaign it's fine if you spend a lot of time in one zone because you're just going through the campaign from start to finish. You want to finish the campaign. But in maps, if a map is a lot bigger, you're gonna spend a lot more time in there. Even if there's monsters, it still slows down your progression because you gotta complete the map to get to the next, etc., and travel through your atlas and find citadels, whatever it is. But in that case, I think even if there is a lot of monsters in the big maps, it still kind of can be a problem there too big because then you spend more time just getting completion and progressing. Since it's not just kill monsters, right? If all you cared about was kill monsters, then yeah, it would not matter.
Yeah, I would say that eventually they should maybe think about making at least campaign maps a bit smaller, especially if they want to put more stuff in them. Because now you'd say, okay, it's a big map and it's empty, but the thing is that people are already getting tired of like redoing campaigns all the time, right? And if anything, they could like try to speed up the kind of like repetitive campaign grind every single week with every single character and so on by actually making the maps a bit smaller and like, squishing the XP a little bit and whatever, right? So this would be one way to actually like slightly alleviate that problem without like compromising too much on, okay, you want 6 acts and you have to play through them every single time. Yeah, if you make like all the maps like a little bit smaller and whatever, right? And like then you could actually get people through the campaign faster. And I think a lot of people would be happy about that. And, if you think about, okay, they're going to add a bunch of like optional shit into the campaign, well, most people will skip that. How many people actually interact with like the league mechanics on the way to maps in PoE1, right? No one does that who actually wants to like speedrun the campaign at least, because it just slows you down for no good reason. So will people do that in PoE2? No, they will not, because they want to get the maps. So
no. I think in PoE2 is different because
why?
The game.
My headset battery dying. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't have an issue with the campaign, particularly myself. I feel like the campaign has been probably overwhelmingly the best received portion of the game in terms of like getting it through faster to rush to the end game. I don't know if I necessarily need the campaign to be rushed to get through. I think I want the campaign to be like enjoyable to get through, even though we're going to have to do with a bunch. And I feel like it's mostly there. The only part that kind of feels like drags on is we have to like redo the crew acts. And so you're doing 1 through 3 and it's like, I got to do 1 through 3 again. So like it feels a little bit of a bummer there, but that's like an early access problem. It's one of those things where I can't kind of hand wave. I don't think it's necessarily the maps are like too big because I don't feel like once you know the layouts, it takes forever to get through them.
I mean, I think the map size point Jonathan was making is that it doesn't matter if it's like 10 zones or 3 zones, right? Just it's gonna take the same amount of time. All he was saying is
okay. They probably have like in mind how long you should play it, and how many monsters you have to kill to level up and whatever, right? Yeah. So if that doesn't change, then okay, nothing changes about this whole like topic I just described, right? It's just that at least by potentially making them smaller, they could speed up the campaign if they wanted to. But do they want to? Yeah, probably not. So
I don't think they necessarily have to. It's like the first time we went through the campaign, it took I don't know. Like right now, you go through the campaign, it's gonna take like what, 6 hours maybe? The first time we did it, it was probably like double that. I'm not sure exactly. I don't remember exactly how long it took. But it's just like people getting better, people getting more familiar. There's probably gonna be some power creep too. Like when you get more tools, more support gems, more skills, more options to go to do stuff and go through the campaign efficiently, we're gonna get faster. And
yeah, I mean, it was
think
already
it's
pretty obvious if you look at like the speedrun stuff that we saw in the races lately and so on, right? How even like for people that care about the stuff, how much it actually, you know, evolved the meta, right? With like, you know, all the sleep slamming stuff and like, you know, skips and, you know, like little tricks that we learned. And for people that actually kind of care about going through the campaign fast, they will pick up on these things at some point and, you know, they will have a decent time going through the campaign to the point where it's not such a big deal anymore. And, you know, I personally also agree with DM where he said, okay, a campaign is like one of the most enjoyable parts. And yeah, it's true. Like the campaign is extremely well crafted. So I'm personally like a campaign enjoyer and I don't mind doing it like, you know, every time. But I know there are people that do. So question is, should we care?
The other part is the type of people that are going to be rolling like multiple classes every single league, like the type of people that might run into the friction point of having to do the campaign multiple times will get their times down. The types of people that would be in there like, oh my God, I can't do the campaign. Like that's the barrier to me actually playing again. Like they're not going to get to like level 100 and be done or go to like 95 plus. Like they play more casually. Once they get into the end game, they're going to spend more time on one character, finishing out the character. Maybe they play a second character, but they're not making 4 or 5 characters. You know, they're making 1 or maybe 2 a league. You know, and playing the campaign once or twice a league, I don't really think it's like that big of a... I just don't think it's like that bad of a scenario. I think the worst part is Act 3, and I think Act 3 is probably going to, I would assume, out of all the acts, going to be the longest, most dragged on one, and having to do Act 3 twice right now feels bad. But outside of like that one scenario, Act 1 feels pretty good, Act 2 feels pretty good. You know, the only unenjoyable part is basically like what Apex of Filth, the Drowned City, and Utzel, and even Utzel is like pretty fast. Once you just go right, go up, you're done.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because those are actually some of the fastest zones if you're speedrunning. It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
But like, I don't mind it in the campaign sense. What I do mind is when you have maps be so goddamn big that there's a mandatory requirement of checkpoints. And I think that's because of the objectives. Like in PoE 1, you're done with a map when there's less than 50 monsters remaining. In PoE 2, you don't care about the monsters. The only thing you care about is the different league mechanics and the rare monsters and a boss. If you check those 3, you're done. There could be hundreds upon hundreds of monsters left in the map, but if you kill those, you're done with the map because that's where the values are. And I feel like that's kind of weird. And the maps are so big that their solution to, oh, you missed a rare in a corner that you didn't have visible on the map when you ran past it. Oh, you miss it. Oh, the solution is to add more checkpoints to it. That's my problem with the map layouts. I'm not so much worried about the campaign, more so than the map system in the end game being so massive that their solution is adding more checkpoints. I feel like the fundamental issue is overlooked when the solution is to add more checkpoints, at least in Waystones.
Yeah, I think with checkpoints and waystones, it like doesn't make much sense. Like that's why I also like, for example, gave this idea of, okay, just give us like some big radius around us where rares are revealed or something, at least, so that you don't miss them in the corner or some shit, right? So that would be nice.
The number one reason to want to log out of PV2 when I played 0.1 is you go through a Valve factory or I don't know any map and there's like one rare somewhere in a corner in a tiny room that you didn't see and you have to backtrack the entire map to get to him.
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly what it is.
A seepage. That's dude.
But I mean, I think it has a lot to do with us being so heavily incentivized, not just for the simple fact that you're completing the map for doing it, but also the rewards are heavily gated behind killing the rares. Like in PoE 1.
Yeah.
I think that's good though. I think that's actually really fun. This is like a good part about PoE 2, I think. Like I really like that I kill the rares and there's like, you know, boom, you know, this is where the juice is, right? And it feels good, I think.
Sure. I don't mind there being boom juice, but I also feel like it's really frustrating when I kill anything else. It literally gives me nothing. Like in PoE 1, if there's less than 50 monsters remaining, it does not matter to me if there's 5 or 6 rares left of those 50 monsters. I'm done with the map when there's less than 50 left.
Yeah, it's just like a different way of like, you know, rewire. You have to rewire your brain a bit, like kill all the rares, leave, and instead of like, you know, 50 monsters remaining, leave. I think it's just like a different way of finishing a map. But the problem is that, you know, you you can leave in PoE 1 and you cannot leave in PoE 2 early. That's the big problem, right? Like if there's like one guy in the corner, we cannot leave him behind. We have to go and kill him. That's the big problem. So this has to be solved somehow.
Kind of. I mean, that's the point. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
I still want to reiterate. You go.
I thought you were gonna go. No, I still don't like the part where you're not incentivized to kill monsters, right? That I think last Epoch is the same problem where you just do the objective and leave. In PoE 1, you just choose what you want to do, right? You choose what the objective of your map is. And I think I like that more, where killing monsters is actually something you want to do.
Okay, I mean that's fair, but in last Epoch, there's one objective clearly shown, like you got to do that, but you're also in last Epoch incentivized to kill everything else because there's a reward behind it. You can build up more timeline for that. In PoE 1, killing more than just the boss or the league mechanics is still incentivized through rewards. In PoE 2, there is no incentivizing feature outside of clearing the map objective to finish the map and make sure the rares are dead.
I don't know. I feel like in PoE 2, it's relatively balanced. I feel like there is enough loot coming from normal monsters and magic monsters. There's XP. Like I think it feels fine to me. But I don't know, I haven't really benchmarked it or something. But I never feel like okay, I was gonna run past these monsters to get to that rare and ignore everything on the way. Like, are you actually doing that?
If you are farming, if you are killing maps with the explicit idea of I'm killing maps in order to farm currency, well, yeah, sure, you're going to kill everything anyway because you're juicing the maps. However, the problem is the Atlas is set up to explore and to push you in a direction. You're trying to farm citadels, right? So it's like, okay, there's a citadel over here. So I have to go 12 maps that direction, which means I have to clear 12 times. So it's set up in a way to make you explore, but then it's tuned in a way to make you have to be a completionist. So they're contradictory narratives in its own design.
Yeah.
I don't really see that contradiction so much. I think it's just like, okay, like, this is part of how the map system just works. You just have to full clear them and that's it. It's just that the process of full clearing them is not as fun as it should be. That's the bigger problem, I think. I don't mind the full clearing. It's just that, you missed a guy and you want to Alter 4. They need to fix that somehow.
I mean, someone just mentioning an idea said they should make the reward scale on the rares depending on how many are left. Like ramping rewards maybe on the rare, so that the last rare is.
Yeah, but then you still have the problem. You have to go and you have to run there and like find him, right? This is the main problem that I see. Like I don't mind that like I lose something if I lose the map, if I go out of the map early or something, and like there's a glass guy in the glass corner. Okay, fuck it.
I agree.
You don't have to give me more incentive to kill him because the incentive is already good to kill him because the rares are just juicy. So it's more the problem that I don't want to, because it just feels awful to walk for like a minute. And even with the checkpoint, sometimes I have to walk for like a minute, because I have to first walk to the checkpoint, then I have to teleport over, and then I have to still walk to the guy, like it's not much better, And that's
like, hear me out on this though. Like, we can clown all we want on D4 with all of their stuff that they've been doing and are doing. They have quite a few things that are actually really good at the same time. And one of the things that they have that PoE 2 could take is when you have an objective in D4 where you have to kill all of the monsters in the zone, and you go down to X amount of monsters left, they will move towards you.
Why not just that, they will be teleported and dumped right on top of your head, basically.
Yeah, no thanks. I don't want to lose a character getting dumped like 3 elite mobs on me.
I don't want them to teleport right on top of us, but I mean, they could have something that makes them like, oh.
Yeah, I actually discussed this as well, like earlier. Like there is actually this like weird hidden mechanic, right, where it just like stand still, monsters will slowly approach you from like all directions. And honestly, why not do something like that, where it's like rares are just kind of like aggro to you, and they kind of like slowly crawl towards you, like throughout the entire run. And maybe they even like stack up a bunch of normal monsters with them. They kind of like make like a whole like caravan, like following.
Now you can have AFK builds, just go into the map with a poison AFK build, like Thorns, for example.
There it is the Thorns build, dude.
Yeah, there's the purpose of
Thorns, man. Thorns is now viable.
It just sounds like we're doing the same thing. It just sounds like the same solution as what they've been doing that people are already mad about, which is Band-Aid. These just sound like Band-Aid fixes. Like, oh, we have to kill elite we're fixing the symptom, not the problem. Like, the problem is having to clear all. Like, having to clear all is the problem. Like, I don't agree that it's, they just need to make it like smoother, have them slowly walk through it. No, I don't. Like, Make it with the agency, the player agency of maps is not there, in my opinion. I don't think we should have to 100% clear it. I think it's a bad mechanic.
But then
I agree
is
with you,
what
but
is
it
the
also feels like I agree with you, Dean, but I feel like that they don't want to step away from that, or they would have already. That's kind of where I'm at. And
think
their
they are,
band-aid
though.
solution was already smack more checkpoints in. Why not just give us that as well to make it?
They are stepping away from it, though. They haven't specifically talked
Exactly.
about it now, but we talked about the map objective stuff earlier, right? So they are at least experimenting with it. So who knows? Maybe they're gonna, maybe they make it so they only have to kill 90% of the rares, so you can skip one or whatever, right? So who knows? So
also, I think it is something that they're thinking about doing, the rare coming to you.
Yeah. It could be like there is maybe like some kind of mechanic where it's like, the rare like teleports to you, but I don't know. This seems like 2d4, like, I guess, some teleport stuff, but something.
Well, I don't want them to teleport based on what DM said as well. Like, I wouldn't mind if they were able to open doors. And like once you have 2 rares left, they will start. They've aggroed on you. They're moving towards you, and then whoever's closest will get to you first, right? Because I mean, like you said, Dark Karn as well, going through the Vault Factory map and missed one in the corner. That walk back, like I don't care if I've juiced the map and I missed like a pack of white monsters. I'm not killing anything because I'm already so angry that I'm fuming as I'm stomping my way like an angry teenager on my way to the goddamn rare that I missed to the corner. Like, I'm so angry about it.
Yeah. So, someone in my chat mentioned light radius is actually good because of that recently. Yeah, I have a unique design. Maybe I was gonna make like a unique helm that just says like plus 500% light radius, man. It's gonna be best item in the game, trust me.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I hate that light radius change. You just made, because normally in PoE1 you see you would see stuff from so much further away. They did fix that though. I think they fixed the mechanics being visible from much further than it was on launch. But I'm not sure if you remember, but that was a big problem. Like you would have to like go kiss the bridge to see it. It was pretty bad.
Yeah, but anyway, regarding the map objective stuffs, I guess they're gonna make it a bit more open. And I think, it's fine if there's like, something you have to do, and like not every map has a boss, so you can't really just like, rely on the boss. Like in PoE1 it was, okay, there was always a map boss, right? You just complete that and then you can do whatever you want. But in PoE2, you don't have a map boss like forced. We don't even have every map with an option for a boss, so you can't do that.
Yeah, that's why DM said fixing the symptom not the problem, but like if you don't make that the objective, then what is the objective to complete maps or bosses?
Yeah, for now it's just like the only thing that exists.
Because you need an objective, you have to complete it in some way. So
I still like Zizran's take. I like Ziz's take still. Like, just put a map boss in every map and have it be the same complete. Just kill the map boss, you're done. If you want to rush to the boss, you can. You'll always get wastestones, so you can sustain fine rare mobs. If you want to kill them for the loot, then kill them for the loot. But like, I don't. If there's like a punishment on the map where it's like, okay, I open this map because I'm trying to get somewhere. On the Atlas tree, I'm going a certain direction. If you're just juicing maps and you're literally only farming, it doesn't matter. Like if all you're doing is hitting towers and you're juicing with tablets and you're just trying to farm, sure, it doesn't matter. Like you're gonna kill all this shit anyway, okay, to get your value out of it. But if you're actually trying to like, go to somewhere, see something on the map, and they seem to be going more that way. They said they want to have more things discovered in the Atlas. There's more unique maps. The towers are rare. You're going to be heading in the direction of the towers. We're still going to be heading in the directions of the things. So it would be nice to have it be like, okay, if I want to speed run in a way, I can go that way, or at least have that decision where I have a decision to make, as opposed to just you have to 100% all of the time kill all of the rare.
Wait, okay, so what exactly would be the goal then? Like you just like walk through the map and go to the other side and that's it, or what?
No, like you just put a map boss in every map, basically.
Yeah, you put a map boss in every map. The map's complete when you kill boss.
They've also said that the fact that they have that they don't have bosses in every map allows them to make the bosses extremely valuable to kill as a result of them not being in every single map. So if they did that, they'd have to tune down the reward structure on the map as well. So I mean, if you look at killing a boss now, it feels very good. But if we were given a map boss in every map, then map boss kills wouldn't feel as good as it does right now.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that answer. I would prefer an option of things. Like if what they have is what it looks like in the corner, where it's like, hey, there's a breach, there's an expedition, there's rare mobs. You always have the option to kill all the rare mobs or you want, or you can just go kill the breach, or maybe it's the best, 50% of them or something. So you do, if there's a breach and rare mobs, you just do the breach and it counts as complete. I just like an option to be able to, not have to 100% the map in order to be able to go to the next map on the Atlas. If this was PoE1, it wouldn't matter. It'd be different because we're not actually trying to have a direction, but the addition of the exploratory nature of the Atlas itself being added to the game begs for that type of implementation where it can be easier to actually go in a certain direction to, explore the Atlas more, or at least faster, because I mean, it can take hours and hours and hours to like get to and clear a citadel. And we're, maybe for us it doesn't matter. We're going to be juicing and grinding and all that all the time. But like the average dudes in the end game, like how many of the median players are getting citadels?
If I ask my chat, there's probably like a bunch of people that said they have never done a citadel. Like, okay, guys, let us know how many citadels have you completed roughly.
Would a solution be to just show us on the minimap where all the rares are from the very beginning? Because you can't miss one then. Would that be a solution?
A lot of people have been suggesting this, and
there's actually a lot of people that say they have done 0 citadels.
Yeah, I have the same. I was about to ask if you guys had the same, but a lot of people saying 0 earlier as well.
But yeah, regarding the map objective stuff, I mean, maybe eventually we're gonna actually get like some, massive Atlas overhaul or expansion, on the level of the Maven expansion or whatever, right? In PoE1, and maybe they're actually gonna like, do like entirely new type of maps or entirely new type of objectives and so on. So maybe this is like just kind of like a placeholder for now. It sounds like it would be a very long placeholder, but I could imagine it's not a final system no matter what, with the rares and rare enemies and whatnot. So even if it's not like, okay, you have to kill the map boss to like go through, maybe there could be like some other thing that they're gonna add at some point that we don't even have, a concept for right now. That would be like the objective, and then you just do that, and you can kind of like shortcut maps if you want, if you want to traverse, Especially if you have too many waystones, I feel like it would be nice to have an option to kind of like just like rush through a map and to kind of get rid of the stones and, like go to where you want to go on the actual Atlas map, right? It's kind of like you're rushing through it and then you're rushing for the next one, you're rushing for the next one, instead of like, full clearing it, 5 minutes every time or whatever. It would be nice if there was like some way to do it. Especially if you want to like, really go for that citadel, or if you want to go to that tower and then choose up everything and so on.
I'm pretty sure nobody likes having to hunt rares around the map, so yeah.
Yeah, personally I don't have like such a problem with like how it works right now, but I do feel like it should be improved at some point.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a quitting moment. Like I don't think people are quitting specifically because of that reason or anything like that. It's just definitely, I think, like an area of improvement. If it's like they showed in the video, I think it's gonna be great. Like just having an option like that would be satisfactory for me for sure.
I'll tell you why I would quit, and that would be Valve Factories, Myers, and Ogres into not being able to make items. That's what would make me, yeah.
So then you're probably pretty stoked about the new maps and recombinators.
I am super happy about recombinators because I think that's exactly what PoE2 needed.
Yeah, now if they finally add rest swaps as well, that's gonna be juicy, I think.
Okay, I think that is too far. That is not PoE2.
What?
Yeah, that's something we didn't talk about yet.
Really?
The new socket items.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but I feel like, okay, just on the topic of rest swaps, okay, you really don't want rest swaps. I feel like rest swaps is like really the one thing that's kind of missing now from like the base, kind of crafting stuff.
The thing, like now we can swap runes, so that's where.
Yeah, but who the fuck cares about runes, man? So like this is like an early game thing, and then you're gonna get rid of them. Okay, they have greater runes now, whatever. But realistically, res is gonna be fixed at some point. But it feels like, especially as it feels really bad if we just end up with like fucking 170 fire res for no reason. Like.
Oh yeah, I know, dude. I was ready for winter in PoE6, man. Like, that was good.
Exactly.
I totally get that.
And I feel like rest swaps were like a really, really good way of solving that problem in PoE1. It was like not too costly, not too cheap. It's like I know, okay, I really don't want to like buy a new item now for 2C. I'm just gonna do the rest swap, you know, kind of stuff like that, right? And that was fine. And I really like that, you know, I really like that feature in PoE 1. I hope they're gonna bring that in PoE 2 as well.
If they bring it to PoE 2, I would not mind, but if they choose that they don't want it because it's too much agency, then personally, I don't see a reason why not. But
I mean, if it's too much agency, they can make it just a bit more costly, for example, right? So, you know, it's like something like, okay, it's kind of painful, but, you know, I really want to use that item, so let's do it, you know, kind of deal. I think that would be fine.
It would be. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to that because it's annoying, but yeah. Like, okay.
You could make that in fucking Omen if you wanted as well, you know, at least under the scenario that Omen's actually like, you know, let's say Omens exist, okay? But there could be an Omen where it says something like, okay, your next Chaos Orb will change, you know, one rest to another of the same tier or whatever, right? So there could be a way to do it, for example.
I mean, I'm not against it, but yeah.
I mean, Woody, you said something about like runes. Who the fuck cares about runes, right? But they're adding these greater runes. Like there's some really cracked ones.
Yeah,
really cracked ones.
Yeah, let's check them out actually.
Like even 8% skill speed on martial weapons. I mean, that's insane.
Wait, that's not speed, that's skill speed?
That's pretty juicy,
skill speed. Yeah, and there's one for minions, which is 10% of fist damage, is extra lightning. I mean, like, there's some really cracked ones.
Okay, no, wait, the problem is like you're never putting skill speed on a martial weapon. That's just never a thing you'll do.
Yeah, you want to do damage, but like I'm just saying, like there are options around here.
Or you do the attack speed core, like you use the attack speed core.
No, the problem is like it's skill speed. It's you'll never use that. It's like
yeah, it's not local like Iron Rune, for example, right? So this is what he's saying.
Yeah, you would never use that under any circumstance.
Yeah, it's relatively weak compared to.
Bunga Bunga. I mean, like leadership is 10% for minions, fist damage is extra lightning. That is insane, for example. But there's like meta skills gain 10% increased energy. There's martial weapons, 10% chance of inflicting lightning exposure. That's just the weapon ones. But like, there's some really cool ones. For example, lightning thorns damage on an armor.
Holy man, you can do fire thorns with Cloak of Flame, and then you sock it in and lightning thorns, man. Let's go. And then you take what was it the name? The thorns 5% crit note, man, and you're gonna be pumping. Watch out.
I'm just saying, like the greater runes, some of them look really, really good, and I think that will incentivize a lot more when it comes to the rune play, at least, just because of those higher tiers, right?
I mean, do you have a link of these things? Like, where are you looking at this?
It's from the kit.
The press kit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right, I can probably paste this.
Interesting. You notice they drop lesser ones now too.
In the chat,
it's like it's a small nerf for early game runes, right? They're dropping lesser runes, which have literal worse stats than the current runes in there.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like the runes have like a pretty massive impact in the low levels. Like if you're like in Act 2 and you have like a double socketed weapon versus no socketed weapon, it's like a massive gap. And,
I like that. I like that.
See, the problem with that is that you will never use your artificial orbs or your runes early on pretty much anything because they're too rare. So when you use them, you have to make sure you use them on something that will last.
I don't know. I mean, like the orbs are not really worth anything, and the runes are also not really worth anything. At least like currently, right? So it's like
but for example, you're not gonna waste iron runes on some random Act 1 weapon that you're gonna change within 5 levels. That's never gonna happen.
But you're referring to this from a Soul Self-Harm perspective, right?
No, I mean, like I feel like runes are so abundant right now. You just throw them wherever you want all the time. No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, not in campaign. First
okay, in campaign, sure, you're gonna think about it a little bit, but other than that, like, who cares?
That's what I'm talking about.
We're specifically talking campaign because they added lesser runes as well, which I'm saying they're going to drop lesser runes. So the lesser runes are worse than the current runes in the game, and obviously lesser runes aren't going to be the ones that are dropping like later on in the game. You're going to be getting earlier in the game, and then you have your mid tier runes and you have your higher tier runes. So I'm saying runes are like going to be worse at league start for going through the campaign.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be such a minor change. Like like okay, your weapon now has like 1 or 2 or less flat damage if you socket it, like something like that. So it doesn't really matter. And,
yeah, I'm not saying it's a big deal. I'm just commenting on it. It's just something I noticed. Like the lesser runes, I'm wondering if they drop in more quantity would actually, because to Karn's point, they are, I'm not going to drop iron runes in the beginning. It'd be kind of nice if the Western runes, like maybe they just drop in more quantity so you can actually use them in the campaign and not feel bad about them because you're going to get the better ones later.
Yeah, I guess you will.
It's the same with artificial orbs. Like they're just too little. You'd never have suckered weapons or armors for that matter. So you almost never use runes in a campaign run. And that they were supposed to be what allowed you to fix your character through the campaign, and you just don't. There's not enough. You just can't use them.
Yeah.
I think that's a
There's
problem.
new, in the end game with the wisps as well. We can get these animal talismans. For example, the game 1 rage on melee hit, you can put that in an armor socket as well. But that's
Yeah, the talismans look pretty cracked, man.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them.
Yeah,
There's a couple there. There's a couple there decent. Yeah.
Go and try to find it.
The rage on hit will be nice because it will remove a jewel line I have to have.
It's on gloves. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That is actually pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, this is actually really nice. Like 1 rage on melee hit. Also the Quad the Blood, like, okay, it's like Quad the Blood is not such a big deal in PoE 2 as in PoE 1. I mostly noticed that it's like a thing in the Chaos Trial, where it's like you can take the pyramid and you don't care. Other than that, like Quad the Blood is like not really a thing, I guess. But maybe they're gonna add more Quad the Blood sources. Cat Talisman. Yeah. There you're gonna add a Cyrus. Alright, it's gonna be more talismans, but the rage one in special looks very juicy.
Yeah, the rage one's nice. Just get 2 socket gloves, 2 rage on hit, and you're good. Like you would actually just put that always probably.
I'm gonna peace out. I've been awake since like 2 a.m. so I'm dying over here. 14 hours. That's it. I'm tapping out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good chat, boys.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, good chat. Yep. See you
Cheers.
later. Good night.
Okay, you guys gonna like chill a bit more or what? Or are you also going?
I'm just chilling, dude.
I'm just chilling. Having a good time.
I mean, we kind of went through a lot of stuff anyway, but I don't mind.
Yeah. What is that that we haven't gone over?
I was just looking.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about pin from the mercenaries. I didn't say there's like some pin notes. What are you guys thinking about that?
We didn't even talk about this in Seattle.
Yeah, compared to the others, it doesn't seem like that pog, but I don't know. I think the pin stuff is actually not bad. Like it's kind of comparable to the freeze, but you produce it much easier. Like it says pinned enemies cannot perform actions, so it's basically the equivalent to freeze, and it can still stack the stun bar. So I think you can actually make stuff just like not touch you at all. Because I tried some stuff with pinning when I was doing like combat frenzy, like frenzy charging and so on, and you pin stuff super easily. So I wonder how this is gonna be.
You also have to invest 2 entire ascendancy sections for it.
Yeah, it is very costly, but defensively and potentially offensively, if you do something like where you actually get like a benefit for pinning them, it could be really nuts. But yeah. Is there like some stuff with bleed and pin and so on, if I'm not mistaken, or is that?
I think I do remember something with pin. I just don't remember what.
I'm logging into the game.
And I wonder if they're gonna buff banners. Can place multiple. Has anyone ever used a banner in like anywhere?
PoE 1, sure.
Like a chat,
Well, there
guys.
was one.
Any
There was
banner
one.
enjoyers?
Wait, wasn't there one?
I guess the biggest problem with the banners in PoE 2 is that they're exclusively doing something while they're on the ground, and they don't do anything passively, right? That's a kind of like big deal here.
Yeah, they don't do shit.
Yeah.
And like the bonuses are also they're like it's very bad conditional bonuses.
MP's movement speed video, man. Okay, so at least one person used the banner in PoE 2. So that's what I get, yeah. Now, did that person want to use multiple banners? That's the question. Probably not.
I mean, Defiance banner is like armor evasion and move speed. Dread banner is stun threshold, edit threshold. It's useless. I don't know. A war banner is okay. It gives damage, I guess, but like the only one you would want to use probably maybe war banner, and even then, I feel like the valor build-up is a bit of a problem. You have to be near a unique enemy. It's like, how long does it take even to build up.
I haven't touched the banners in PoE 2.
Yeah, no, I looked at them and it's like, it's just not worth the spirit.
Like, the only reason I've used them in PoE 1 has been because of the fucking cheerleader build we made. So you can have the lingering effect of it. It is permanently up, right? That's fun.
Oh, I think I remember what the problem was. What was it? I think you don't get value for everything you kill. Wasn't there a cooldown or something? Like when you attack, you only get 1 value per attack or something like that?
I don't know, maybe. Not sure.
I just remember there was a problem with it.
In PoE 2 or 1?
Honestly, at this point, I might be confusing the two. Because I didn't use them in PoE 2. They just didn't look good and not worth the spirit.
People must just say, I have never seen a banner in PoE 2. People are even not even aware that they exist.
I'm aware it exists, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure that something's gonna happen.
I might be confused mixing things up with PoE 1 banners because they also became shit, so...
What are your leagues starting? The same as everyone else, I guess.
Blacksmith.
Yeah, okay, I guess a lot of people will go this, and then there's like most people go Huntress, I guess. I guess just because it's the new.
Yeah, I mean,
Huntress looks really amazing, man.
Huntress. Okay, what are you gonna play? Like Amazon's accuracy stacking crate?
I don't know what it will do, but you know, something on Huntress, and then kind of I might just like explore some of the options. You know, especially if we get like some kind of gem info, it would be nice. But I'm kind of going to be cooking a little bit with just like the ascendancies and like, you know, looking at the general pathing on the tree and whatever. I've never looked at the spear nodes and so on. So, you know, it's just kind of getting an idea.
Basically, would you studying Amazon spear?
Yes, I mean, something Huntress, and I'll kind of take it from there, you know, whatever, like, you know, catches my interest, I'm just gonna go with that and see what I make of it, basically. It's probably the plan. But I wanna like at least be aware of the options, right? It's like, okay, do I go more melee stuff or do I go more range stuff? Do I go, you know, which ascendancy do I choose? I actually have to choose that pretty early, I guess. So
yes, spear Amazon.
We have like no idea, no info on the skills or anything.
Yeah, I mean, when they give us the patch notes, they might give us the skills, right?
Dude, the patch notes are gonna be so massive.
Bro, I am actually pissed about this. This is actually... I'm pissed about this. The patch notes like a few days before.
Hey, so nice to see you, man.
4 days before. They put in last Epoch on this one. This is not what you want to copy from last Epoch.
Wait, what?
I remember like must have been what 5-6 years ago something when they still did patch notes 3 days before launch. And as someone who makes written guides, that is pain in the ass to go live, streaming as 10 hours, and then after the stream, you're going through the patch notes and you're updating a plethora of build guides, and then you try to get some hours of sleep, and then back at it again, rinse repeat for 3 days, and you get like maybe a quarter or something.
This is how it works, man. You chose this life. Don't cry now.
But you know, when they gave us patch notes a week before, everyone was like, yes, still don't get to sleep, but I can make sure everything is updated before the launch at least. And now they're like, nah, you know what? You'll get it sometime next week. And I'm like, what? That's not helping. Let's not go back to how things were when things are really good. You know?
Yeah,
so I get what you're saying with being pissed. I agree. I'm not pissed maybe, but I'm a little disappointed. But it is.
I'm pissed, dude.
I mean, I would have wanted some of it, right? Give us some of the patches. Say that this is the first part of it, and then give us the rest later.
Like, no, I think what Jonathan sent me is fair. Just don't want to give us something without the full picture, without everything.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. PoE 1 had that issue when they had an idea what they wanted to do with flasks, right? And then the one patch was it Calendar 15 or 19, one of the shit shows, and they were like, they gave us they removed part of the power from the flasks without giving us the compensation that was needed to make them really good. Where they only gave us the first step, and it was a disaster, right? So they gave us half of it, but not the full picture. When we get the full picture, most people were happy with it, right? You remember that?
When was that? 2.15?
15 or 19, one of the two, where they made significant flask changes.
I mean, that was 2.15, but there was no full picture there. They were just flask was bad. They just reverted everything.
Yeah, they just gutted it, and then the next changed to that made it really good. So that's like an example of how they gave us half the picture and it was terrible. Everybody was hating on it, and then when we got the full picture, it was really good.
I don't think it was a full picture thing. That was just that they made a change. It was bad, and they just went back on it. If we're talking about the expedition nerfs on the flasks,
I don't remember if it was 15 or 19. Maybe
yeah,
I'm just
15 was
so...
expedition. 15 was expedition,
Yeah.
and like the flask, they changed the flask. You were getting no flask charges. It was awful. And
yeah, I think
don't know
that
what
was
19
it.
was, honestly. Yeah, that was just
details.
yeah.
I do remember everyone being very angry.
Yeah, I mean, expedition
I mean-
it was cinema. That's why I wanted the patch notes today, because it's gonna happen, man. When the patch notes drop, yeah, people are not gonna be happy, man. It is gonna be there's gonna be some
Very
fire to extinguish.
By the way, I just realized there's one topic we haven't talked about, which is like the alteration orb in the league, and I didn't mention it, right? It's not coming. So
there's nothing, dude. Like I don't know whatever this is. This is just whatever it was. It's not alterations. They're never gonna add alterations.
but, like personally, I'm kind of glad about it, to be honest. I don't want to get alterations back, man. Like I've used them enough in my life. I don't want to ever touch them again, to be honest. So. Like a lot of people say, oh man, alterations would be so nice because we can like craft our stuff easier. But I think this is more like a symptom of crafting just being awful and not alterations being a good feature, you know? So
yeah, I mean, if alterations are in, we would not have recombinators.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But I mean, like as soon as they allow us to re-roll items, then that's going to be the golden standard for crafting. And now you're no longer caring about the items that you're dropping. You care about the
yes, exactly.
That's what they did in PV1.
Yeah, like, this goes completely against what they want PV2 to be. So there's not going to be alterations. Not now, not never.
Yeah, I sure hope so.
That's happening. Yeah, like I think if they just keep adding stuff, like I don't want PV2 to be PV1. It's PV2. I want it to be different. You play differently, different experience, and for the PV1, there's going to be PV1. Don't need to keep pushing PV1 stuff into PV2.
But you played PV1 for like about a decade, if not.
No, I've been playing since. Well, actually, yeah, no, you're right. 15, I think I started in 2015 in Breach, was it? But I was playing very casually. Yeah, I think it was. I think I started in Breach. Legacy, when was Legacy? Was it after?
I don't remember.
Yeah, okay.
I've been there since just before Sacrifice of the Vault, so that's 1.1 before that. But it's like back then, crafting was like alterations, augments, transmute.
Oh yeah, I do remember. Some of it.
Dude.
Yeah.
And you had eternal orbs. That was it. Like the entire process of crafting was like 100% just re-roll the entire item until you're happy. Oh, you got good mods? Slab it. If it failed, you're screwed. There was like not even benchcraft existed and everything.
Yeah, no, I didn't play that bad. I'm too new. Like I played since Breach, and then I only started playing a lot in Harvest League. So
Breach was good. Enemy weapon times. But yeah, I mean, alteration crafting back then, like when you crafted like big ticket items, like mirror service items or lower, it was like spending 500,000 alterations on an item until you had 2 mods. Then you regaled it and you cried when it hit the wrong mod.
Oh my god!
And we don't want that in PoE2.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like
exactly, yeah.
Like I also remember shit like, you know, try to roll like Tailwind on like an influence pair of boots or some shit, and like, I don't know, man, fuck that, man. Like, I never want to touch alterations again in my life.
I think I remember that. I remember doing the same thing, like crafting influence items for one specific mod with alts, and then you fucking regal and maybe multi-mod or something. I don't know. It was
Yeah, like there's probably like so many people that use like the Beastcraft to restore the blue mod, not because it was the more efficient route, but just for like fucking their sanity, right? Like it's like holy.
Yeah, I don't think there's any worries to be had with alterations. I don't think it's coming.
I just looked up banners in game. There are 3 banners: War, Defiance, and Dread. So they do exist.
Yeah, I was looking at them. They all kind of suck.
Okay.
I mean, War banner is okay. Like it actually gives damage, but they're just too. The uptime on this thing is just too low.
Yeah, it's also kind of clunky because it's only like in one spot. You can't carry it with you. Like at least like the banners Imperial one. Like if you don't want to deal with them, you don't have to, right? They still do something, and that's the good part about them. You don't have to like throw them on the ground to get like some effect or whatever. It's like,
well, no, you do now. They're bad Imperial one as well.
oh, okay, F. Okay.
Yeah, what's really interesting here, though, like the banner aura radius is 4 meters. You know that within presence is a base radius of 6 meters. It's like super tiny.
Oh shit!
Like really tiny.
Yeah, it's just like not really flexible.
I don't think I've seen a single build, at least not that's been worth mentioning, that I've seen use banners. Have you?
In what, P1 or 2?
P2.
Don't think so. No. I mean, I don't really. I don't think so. No.
I mean, that sound kind of covered summed it up pretty well.
I mean, I played Warriors, so I had nothing to do with my spirit anyway because everything sucks. And well, I looked at banners, but banners also suck. So.
Wait, so you play without using any of your spirits?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm using Herald of Ice right now, so technically,
but you're playing a Herald of Ice build, okay.
So I mean, listen, that's how you get to 100, right? You gotta do what you gotta do. But before Herald of Ice, I was using like, what was I using? I think I was using Herald of Ash in Time of Need. The dog shit, they both don't do anything.
Herald of Ash and Time of Need, man, what a glorious combo.
And I had Berserk at some point.
Holy dude.
I'm gonna get Berserk to get Leash, but then Leash did nothing. So I was like, okay, well, it just makes me degen my life for nothing, for just a bit of damage.
Honestly, so, like if you don't know what to do, like the overwhelming presence is not a terrible. At least when you're not at the point where you one-shot everything. Like the stun threshold stuff is not terrible.
No, I use it for bosses. For pinnacles, I put overwhelming presence. That's the only one that's actually useful. But mapping, it's kind of whatever. I guess mapping, if you did armor explosion stuff, yes, I was using overwhelming presence.
My chat says Khan was molding so hard every day he logged in.
Wait, who, me?
Yeah. Very molding every day at level 99.
No, okay, no, that's not true. Level 99, I was chilling. I was playing Herald of Ice, dude. Herald of Ice Tempe was
yeah, Cold Warrior, log in.
Yeah. Are you really playing a warrior build if you're using Herald of Ice? Isn't that really just a Herald of Ice build, though?
I mean, it does feel really good, man. Like Stampede, Herald of Ice into a pack. Holy man, the dopamine is real.
Oh yeah, you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I played it too. Like at some point, like I also had a warrior, and then I switched it like very late, but I played it for a bunch. Yeah, it was fun.
Okay, yeah, because I saw you played warrior, but you were doing I think you're doing armor explosion, maybe.
Yeah, I was doing armor explosion Stampede stuff, and then at some point I tried this with the ring because I got the ring at some point. I did like one random chance swap and got the ring. I was like, okay, now I have to try it.
It's so fun.
It feels really good.
It's so fun. It's like you open a breach. And
and then pop.
You go to one side, right, to fight, and then you go to the other side that's stacked up, and you go in there, and boom, massive boss, fucking 7 screens explode, and you just not over it.
Yeah, and the satisfying sound, and then like the screen freezes for like even a second, and then like 200 monsters pop like.
Exactly, it's like the more you lag, the more you're like, oh yeah, that was a good one. It feels better the more you lag. Yeah. I'm gonna miss this still. That was fun.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they don't nerf the pulse icon ring and
No, they said that they're gonna make the hills not chain anymore. But I have plans. I have plans. I'm waiting for patch notes, and I got a couple ways to get around the potential nerfs to herald stuff.
Okay,
I'm ready. I'll make it work. I'll give them some work. Hopefully.
I wonder how bad some of the melee builds like Monk and Warrior will feel without chaining Herald of Ice.
Warrior will feel like dog shit. Yeah, you just have to play Bone Shadow, which again I went through the Bone Shadow bit, so I'm not gonna do it again. But it's not ideal.
I got a nice comment here from Bunker's Wonders. I would go from Woody stream to Khan after Woody logged off, and it was like going from a Nordic spa day of peace and happiness to the 7th circle of hell and aggression.
Hey, listen, man. You don't understand what it's like to push 100 on a warrior, having to go to. Honestly, it was probably just fucking Vol Factories and Myers and Ogres that was making me lose my mind. when I'm going to fucking towers, and then I go in the tower and I put my tablet after I've cleared all the shit maps around the tower, and then the maps I want to juice don't get juiced anyway. Yeah, and I'm like, bro, I just want to fucking uninstall right now, but I can't because I gotta finish this.
I want to uninstall, but I'm stuck at level 99 for like another 2 weeks.
I mean, it was not 2 weeks. I think 99 to 100 took me 10 days. Yeah, it was like
10 days.
Holy dude.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
No,
it was like
but
10% a day.
the launch happened, right? I was like super excited. Oh, it's gonna be fun because I love the yellow text announcement, right? And I love to see it. And I like it's like I'm a pretty decent player. I used to race many years ago, and then I'm like 5 levels behind the top people. Then I'm 10 levels behind them. Then I'm 15 levels behind them. Then they hit 90 something. I'm like, oh, I'm catching up. And then several days later, they've leveled 1 level. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Now I'm only a couple levels behind, and I stopped looking at it. So like, what was it? Several days later, someone finally hit 99, and there's like one guy there. Several days later, he hits 100. Do we have any information of how many people actually have hit 100? Because they cannot.
Well, there's like an official letter, no? Like you can check it on the website.
Yeah. You want some funny numbers? You want some funny numbers? In SSF right now, if I type /ladder, there is only 9 people level 100. The top 10 is not even taken yet. Yes, in SSF. SSF, I think it's like 5 people, maybe 4 people. And another funny number.
What are the ascendancies? What are they?
So there is Invoker, Gemling, Titan, Invoker, Gemling, Stormweaver, Infernalist, Stormweaver, Invoker. Okay. I'll let you guess who the Titan is. Fucking dumbass.
One of those Elon Musk pilots.
Oh, he's nowhere near. He's nowhere here. I don't think he was. I think he's. I don't know where he was. He was in Ishino?
I have no idea.
I don't know, man. And guess how many level 100 warriors there are in SSF and SFC combined?
Yeah, like 3 probably.
Gassy, how many do you think?
5 tops.
1.
What?
Yeah, there's one. There's just me, man.
Oh my god.
I mean, world first. I mean, there's that. Also, world last, but
I was 100. I was 100 before Warriors in trade as well. I was actually the first one.
Yeah, but I mean, not everyone is as degenerate as you are, and I say that.
But the thing is, like, trade versus SSF for XP is a massive difference. It would be so much. It's so much easier in trade.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's actually crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you can constantly buy T60 maps. Well, you can do constantly like the unique map. What is it called? Untamed Paradise, if you want. But even if you don't do Untamed Paradise, you can just juice up your maps a lot more with high level and whatever.
No, it's not about Untainted. Untainted is like whatever. It's just Untainted is the equivalent of a good like 16, I guess. That's all.
Okay.
And it's funny that you mentioned, because I had a sub goal where I had to level a melee character, and apparently I said level 90, and that was my mistake. And I remember my excruciating experience playing the warrior, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do a monk. And I got to like, I don't know, level 60 something, and I didn't like the playstyle. So that's when I started calling in favors for getting me Untainted. So I just sat in Untainted from 60 to 90 to finish the goal. Like, came so hard.
After the buff? After the buff or before the buff?
Before. No, wait.
I
did a couple before, and then I played another character and put it on hold. Then the buff came, like, that's my opportunity, and I finished it with the buff. That's what I did.
Okay.
Because
Untainted before the buff was actually fucking. It
was terrible. Yeah.
It's like you enter at like, I don't know, 15% at your 96, whatever. You exit the Untainted, you level 90. Yeah. It was real bad. But after the buff, it was just okay. It was not like insane. It was not necessarily better than running a Juice T16, but it was just worth running.
Yeah, I mean, Giga Breach Juice maps were just absolutely brutal compared to Untainted.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun to see how like meta farming I mean, Fubgun's probably gonna dish out how to farm the cleansed areas for most fracture orbs per hour.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually this is pretty good.
Dude, I feel like you're really overestimating like how many fractured orbs you need. How often do you roll like a T1 mod on an item that you want to fracture? Like I don't know.
Well, I mean, then you need to hit it. That's the thing.
Yeah, okay, you need to hit it, but if you don't, well, the item is bricked anyway. You're gonna throw it away, and then 7 hours later, maybe you get lucky and you find another item, or maybe 7 days later.
You can save it. No, you might be able to save it with the combinators.
Yeah. So what you do is you don't roll it. You put a live search on trade. You buy it, fracture it, fail it, try to save it, recon, rinse, repeat.
Oh my god.
That's the process. And then you gotta slam it with 2 million chaos orbs to finish it. Yeah. And maybe you're lucky after 5 weeks of farming. Rachel, you might have one metacraft to open to play with.
I understand. At least we have that. We had nothing before. It's something. I'll take anything, dude.
I'm excited for it. I also think that it's gonna be fun to see the economy shift to move away from Exalted. I can't wait for that to happen, so that we see Chaos Orbs taking the Exalted Orbs' value in trade power.
I mean, if I remember correctly, at the start it was pretty even, and then Exalt kind of popped off, right?
I don't know.
I mean, I didn't play Trade League, I only played SSF, but this is what I heard at least.
What was the reason for Exalt's spiking anyway?
Nah, I don't know. I guess people really love slamming their gear. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I feel like Chaos was
flew up.
That one. I mean, I guess yeah. As you get more big uniques that you want to divine, I guess it would go up.
Yeah, but I mean, I never agreed with that. Jonathan kept telling me like in every interview and every statement they've made, it's like, yeah, but divine sync. That's just you wanting to divine orb your items. We have that in PoE 1. And I look at the PoE 1, there's like a handful of uniques I would even consider putting divine orbs on. My currency sync of divines in PoE 1 is the metacrafts for the bench. And in PoE 2, there's even fewer. And their argument has always been that the problem is that there's not enough unique items that is interesting to put a divine orb on. I just don't think that's going to ever be enough.
I know if that's the only use for divine orbs, then this is fine. I think I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Like, dude, okay, you're playing trade. Okay, it's like a different story. But you know how I use my divine orb. The other day, I just took a jewel that had 1 maximum fire res, and I throw 7 divine orbs on it until there's 2. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean that's completely fine. I guess
and my chat was outraged, of course. It was.
I've done worse.
That's how it works,
I divine fucking tablets. My chat was losing. They were losing their mind.
You divine tablets?
Yeah, dude. Bro, you get an XP tablet. You're not gonna keep it at 5. I'm divining that shit.
What does it go to? Like 7 or 8?
10. From 5 to 10.
10.
Yeah, 10% increase. Yeah, like you have like I don't know 6 towers or something. That's a lot of XP.
Okay, but I mean, in a solo self environment, you have no other use of it. That makes sense. But that is very tight vacuum.
Yeah, but honestly, like, even in trade, it's just used as a currency, so you never really get to use divine for like a real purpose. But I don't know, this is probably fine, because if you add a divine sync, like, it's also gonna change the value of it or so, right? Like, if you add a divine sync, then suddenly divine is like more valuable, and then it's gonna be like an even higher priced currency basically, and so on, and that's gonna like shift the market again. And then would you actually use divines for that sync? Maybe not, or maybe you will, right? It's kind of like a delicate thing, and I think divines staying where they are, where they're kind of like a really rare thing to use in Trade League, but otherwise they're just like a currency, stamp basically. I think that's okay. I don't know. I don't see the problem with divines, and we don't need a sync for them, like beyond what they already do.
We'll have to wait and see when we get the new uniques and see how it looks. It might be enough. I mean,
I don't think they have to like necessarily try hard to make a lot of uniques that are like really rare drops, but have like massive ranges, so that you really want to divine them if you get a shitty moral. I think it's fine that like, okay, then maybe we can make some more uniques where there's like a bit more consideration at least or so. It's like, even in trade, you would think, okay, do I want to throw a bit of iron or two? Try my luck. Yeah, sure, but I don't know. I feel like divines are not really a problem that needs to be fixed.
No.
I mean, time will tell ultimately to see how it goes. Because I mean, maybe it's enough. I think maybe I'm just stuck thinking from the perspective of Path of Exile 1, right? Because it would not be enough in PoE1 from my
Oh yeah, I mean PoE1 there's I mean you're always gonna have useful divines in PoE1.
Yeah, in PoE1 you have the crafting bench and whatever, so yeah, this is a different story, I guess.
Yeah.
So there's like a very natural like value, like there's like specific like natural value attached to them, and like in PoE2 it's like not really that way, right? It's like, okay, there are some unique items that may or may not be meta, that you may or may not want to divine to get a better roll. Like, how hard is it to divine those items? And there's like a lot of really like opaque factors basically, right? That play a role in like how valuable are the divines, and they can like try to like push it a bit more in one or the other direction by making more uniques that may be meta for some builds and so on, right? But yeah. Either way, I think it's a pretty minor topic. Out of all the stuff we discussed, it's like the most minor topic in my book. So
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's a difference from a Soul Self-Harm perspective.
I was about to say, is this a pick?
I don't know.
Yeah, it
even
really
in
is.
trade, like even if I was playing trade, like I don't know. I don't see a problem with the way that divines work. Even if I was in trade and I had many of them, and whatever. So.
I mean, the problem is that the main value they have is trade power, and when the supply just keeps going up with no demand for it, bad items don't cost a couple of Exaltas. They cost a couple of Divines because there's so many, and they will sell for that price, and that just hurts the people that are not playing enough to generate a ton of Divines. That's the biggest problem for trade. We have to also keep in mind that the vast majority of the players are casual players. They're not generating hundreds or thousands of Divines. I mean, so when the lower tier item suddenly has a price tag with several divines, they have to find an item that is worth that much per currency and then sell that to be able to be participating in the trade.
Okay, I can see the inflation argument that you're making.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, isn't like item inflation faster than currency inflation to some degree? Like at least the items cost a lot of currency than the league because of the inflation. But on the other hand, there's a lot more items available that just sell for absolutely nothing. That the overall floor rises a lot, right? Like the minimum stuff that you get for nothing kind of like becomes better and better over time as well. So especially like on the lower end, I think it should be extremely easy and extremely cheap to get like at least decent stuff. Like where like early in the league, decent items cost a lot more, and then eventually they drop further and further and further to the point where you get like really good stuff, for basically nothing, and only the high end items inflate more and more to like infinity, basically, So I don't think this really like hurts like the overall player base that much if you don't look at the top items.
I mean, in a vacuum, that essentially would work from my perspective. But like if you look at it, compare it to PoE1, for example, you'll reach a point where I don't leave a map if I don't get a divine. If it sells for chaos, I'm not selling it. I'd rather vendor it because I'm not leaving a map to trade for 50C. The same approach happens for the blasters in PoE2 as well. If the item doesn't sell for a couple of divines, they're not leaving their map or spending the time to bother trade because of how obnoxious trade is. And that just lowers the supply of the low tier items that casual players might be interested in, and it just hurts the casual players in the end, and that's the biggest problem with how heavily the inflation is happening. Now the inflation kicks in extremely hard in PoE1 as well. It's just that the sinks that are available doesn't stop it, but it halts the exponential growth that is happening to it enough for casual players to not be directly damaged by it within a few weeks.
Okay, I see that point about like especially like people not wanting to trade for low value items like
yeah, that definitely happens.
So technically, what I said would make sense if you could just buy stuff whenever you need it, right? But since people don't actually want to do the trade because they have a kind of stuff lying around, so they don't care anymore, then yeah, okay, I get it. So I guess in that sense, it would probably make sense if like the inflation was curbed in some way with a effective sink, basically. So that's what he's saying, right? So that the prices are overall more stable throughout the league. And I mean, that's not a bad thing at all, right? I think it sucks. Like if I was playing Trade League, or like, for anyone playing Trade League, they play a little bit at the start, they make a bit of currency and they come back and everything's like 10 times inflated. Yeah, inflation in general, to that degree is just like unhealthy and causes a lot of problems, right? So I can see that.
I mean, it definitely happens in Period 1 as well. It's just that I feel like we as content creators need to kind of take a step back and look at the topic from a broader scale and try to fit in the shoes of how other people that are not degenerately blasting unhealthy, obnoxious amount of hours in the game, because that's where the majority of the player base is.
Yeah, I mean, I do that all the time, like,
Exactly.
and but I don't necessarily always understand exactly what is the problem. But now that we discussed it, and what he said made sense. I also had people in my chat saying something like that, where it's like people just don't answer the trades, for example. So like the entire reasoning that I had just doesn't apply because there's another factor that's just is even stronger, basically, right? So
I mean, it's just different perspectives and experience as well. I mean, some of the stuff that you and Karn are bringing up is like completely out of the blue for me, for example, since I don't spend as much. Well, I do play Soul Self, I'm very limited compared to you guys. So the stuff that you're talking about, like for example, a prime example will be rune usage during campaign. I'm like, that's fine, just pop it. We have plenty. That's not a problem.
It's popping, dude. Just
the ensure's no issue, man. Just pop it, dude. Whatever. You just use spells later.
Pop your auspicious orb, your runes, all of it. In campaign, I usually use fucking none of them because you don't have any crystal. Yeah, just dude, no problem, dude.
Just buy it, man. It's the problem. Buy an Omen of Corruption and corrupt your gem. It's fine. Quality your gems before, of course.
Oh my
buy
god,
it from the
dude,
currency vendor.
Every time I had to fucking vow something, it was like, all right, let's do ritual for 4 hours and stuff. Well, if I'm lucky, so just to get one.
Yeah, the goddamn omens, man.
Fucking omens, dude.
Can someone explain to me what the purpose is of, when you regal this, it's gonna fill it up with or exalt it's only gonna fill it up with suffixes. Like, why?
Okay. The thing is, I was the same for
IGN announced that.
But then I started rolling a bit into
I knew it was happening, but I don't know a lot of the details.
You know what? If I had these omens to save like exalts, that would have been nice. Good. I ended up like completely running out of exalts because trying to make items for rolls were like it was costing so many of them. It was costing me so many, and obviously on 100 push I had to spend way too much. I spent like fucking thousands of them. I had nothing left. But it actually was useful for that. I was like, yeah, I could have used those. But I don't know. I honestly don't even know if you would go to the trouble of getting the omen and then storing it somewhere and then you just pull it out to click the regal, like, even then.
That's funny because I did like in trade it's different, right? Because you really don't need it. But I'm about to log in again. I have a stash where I shoved those type of omens. Like, they'll come of use. Like when I'm rolling maps or something, I'll definitely pull them out to use them. I have never used them.
Actually, now that you mention it, for map rolling, for map rolling, this will be useful because
it is. Yes.
The way, it's gonna be very useful now because you're gonna want to get triple prefix maps or triple suffixes map, right? Because you want to have more pro rolls in softcore. Because there's no point having a six mod map, for example. That doesn't do anything. So either you care about the rewards or you care about the sustain, the map sustain.
Yeah, true. Actually, if they make map sustain incredibly easy, then you actually really want to avoid the waste on drop rates as much as possible.
Even
right?
before you would already avoid that. You would just keep your waste on chance maps for maps with the bosses. And then the rest
basically.
Of the time and when you're farming for currency or XP, you would just put in a full. I don't remember. Is it suffix? Is it prefix? I think
I think prefixes is the good stuff, and suffixes is like what makes the monsters harder in the waystones.
Yeah, prefix is good stuff. So either full prefix if you're farming XP or currency, and then full suffix.
I just realized this is where you need to use the omens for the.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's what you're saying. Yeah. No, I just checked my stash. I've looted 23 omens that I still have in my stash, and then when I realized I never used them, I stopped looting them. I don't even pick them up anymore.
Same. Like if I look at my tab, I'm gonna find a bunch of omens that I never fucking used. Like exact fucking same situation.
Yeah, I also have a bunch of them that I just never touch. It's exactly the same for me as well. It's just like a bunch of omens that are like, yeah, nice. I get like an extra, instead of a 50-50 for a prefix after like Regal, I get like 100% chance for a prefix after Regal. Wow, it's like wonderful, man. And for that, I have to go to my stash, remember that thing, have to search it in my stash, take it out, right click it, and then find the item I want to use it on. Like, oh my god, man. Like,
at that point, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Like, oh.
You also probably don't get enough, because if you're trying to roll maps with those, like you need a fuck ton of them. So you probably don't get enough. Because, I don't know.
I'm using omens now for the sake of it.
Honestly, it's like you just use them. You get one, you want to click it, you just put them in inventory, and you just leave them there.
Yeah.
You just activate them. Just they get
I just made a 3 prefix, 1 suffix map. I feel very good about myself.
Holy, that's the map for next patch.
You have one map ready to go.
Oh, I corrupted it and I got 4 suffixes. Never mind.
Oh yeah, right. How's that gonna work with portals? Yeah, hold on. Wait, map mod. You just get no portals. You can't enter, dude.
No, I have 0 portals in this one.
No, minimum is just 1 portal, so it's not like -1 per mod, I think. Or maybe it is, but it's like a minimum 1 portal, of course.
No, I mean obviously, but it was really funny.
I do have to say though, like what we saw in the preview where they showed like the 1 portal only, like it does look kind of odd when the map device just opens 1 portal, to be honest. Like you kind of expect the 6 portals, so, like it doesn't look good.
It looks scary. It looks scary, like, oh shit, dude. Only one,
oh shit, man. I have only used 1 attempt. It feels bad. It does have some impact, actually.
Yeah, it's like psychological damage.
It's so funny when they announced it.
I don't know, Ben.
It was like, oh,
about Kazan.
Higher from a boss. Does that mean we can get clean tier 16s? Oh, and if we can get tier 16, then we surely can corrupt them to tier 17. If that's the logic, then then we have greater waystones.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's gonna be a stop somewhere. Like the entire chat was just spamming it as well. It's like, bro, like, breathe.
Infinite tiers, man. Instead of level 99 to 110 days, it's gonna be like 10 minutes. Found like tier 69 stones.
Oh shit! I would have taken that. Probably would have died to like 1 fucking archer or something.
Tier 69.
Actually, the scaling is not that bad though with map tiers right now. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I also feel like when you go up in map tiers, it's not increasing that hard. You know, it feels like it's hard to kind of like break into maps. Like, you know, kind of like going from campaign to maps, you suddenly need like a lot of res and whatever. You know, you need like a functioning build, right? And then you kind of just go up in tiers, like ding, 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 ding. And then, yeah, you're chilling in tier 15, right? You farm that for a little bit until you have some good gear, and then you can start juicing.
But it's kind of similar in Period 1 as well. Like the big steps is when you go from white to yellow, yellow to red, because of the mods, right? That's like that's the actual danger. Whereas the tiers themselves, like the baseline of the monsters, aren't that big of a difference. It's just how much the mod scales them.
Well, it's not just that. I think the monsters also scale a lot more with levels than in Period 2.
They do? Maybe they do.
Yeah, they do. It's noticeable, even on the map, because like in AC you're on brew maps for the most part. I saw the completion on day 1 early on, and there is a noticeable difference when you go up in tiers.
You mean Period 1 or 2?
Like outside. Period 1.
Yeah, I agree. Like some stuff gets really tanky there. Yeah. And Period 2 is not that bad.
On Period 2 though,
Let you go.
No, not this time. You go.
Okay, not this time. I'll go now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going. Sorry, it's getting late. PoE1 has a very linear. Sorry. PoE1 has a very linear difficulty scale that feels natural when you're your first character, right? So I feel like it's natural to go up in tiers in PoE1 with your power scaling, at least with most builds I've played. Whereas in PoE2, it's very much like you say, like 1 tier or 5 tiers higher, you barely notice the difference.
Yeah.
But I feel PoE1 has a very good kind of difficulty scaling as you progress up.
Guys, I just found something very interesting, by the way. So I'm just looking at like the footage, and I'm looking at this temper weapon thing from the warrior, right? So we talked about how it's gonna work. Like, is it gonna be like a 30-second buff or whatever? So it turns out it works like war cries, and each hammer you do is like +1 attack that it exerts the next attack.
There's no fucking way.
It is how it works.
No
Yes,
fucking way.
you can see it. Like, he's hammering, and the number goes up by 1, and then he starts charging into the pack. It goes down by 1.
No.
Okay, I'm gonna check.
What timestamp?
Wait,
Like,
I could-
10,
you can watch it, man. You can watch it go up there by each swing.
Was it 1040?
Yeah, I'm gonna link
Yeah,
it. Wait.
1040, 1045.
Yeah, on YouTube, yeah, 1044. Watch it. You can see it. No way, dude.
Where's the number? I don't see the number. I'm a blind.
Like on this skill bar, man.
There's no skill bar.
Wait, are you watching the same link? Like, look at that thing.
Now I see it. I see it now. On the action bar, bottom right corner. Friend.
Okay, wait, I'll check.
It's like a war cry, man. It has a number, you know.
Oh my god, no! I just watched it go from 3 to 4. No, DM's gonna freak out about this so badly as well.
Oh, there's
Holy
no
shit.
fucking way. What? There is no way.
Oh my god.
There is no. Okay, I'm gonna rewatch this fucking 7 times. Like, hold on. Did I see that right?
It's going for 2.
Dude, man,
Oh
you can hammer your weapon, man, between every swing. Let's go, man. On Arbiter, man. Like, you know, he's gonna pop down the hammer.
No fucking way.
There's no way they're gonna let this fly. I don't believe it.
Dude, you're gonna enter the map at the start. You're gonna enter the map at the start, and you're just gonna, like, you know, press the macro and then let it hammer for like 2 minutes, and then you get a map.
There is no shot. This can't be real. Oh my god. Oh, see, there and fucking hammer your thing 35 times, actually. 80 times.
Yeah, what about the cap is? Maybe you can. What DM wanted was go in, click it once, and then have it for the entire area. So I guess if you go in and you play like a demon form, you just sit and wait for half an hour before you do the map. You're good, right? Stack up a few hundred of them.
Holy shit! You just go in there with your monk friend, with your demon friend, and you all meditate.
You both sit there, chill, have a cup of tea or something. Your demon form just standing there hanging out, and your warrior's just hammering on the fucking anvil. Oh man, I'm so sorry for laughing. This is terrible.
Hey, the good thing is, like, you're a blacksmith, so you're just gonna make your armor, and that's it. And call you a day, man.
Yeah, make your armor, ignore making a weapon. It's fine, yeah.
I mean, I just don't know why. Like, how is something like this implemented? Is my question, actually, because like we can cloud on it all we want, but like they made a conscious decision to include this. I just don't understand in what world this would be playable. Like, how
maybe it gives you. I don't know. Maybe it gives you 1000% more damage or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it has to be obnoxious, right? I mean, they could compensate it by having the buff itself be ridiculously good. Then it would make more sense. But you wouldn't do this between packs. It's just not happening.
Just your middle of a breach. You use your 3 charges, like, yo, freeze, hold up, pause. You know,
yeah, you're just gonna fix my weapon here, boys. Hold up.
Oh my god, this is some vision gaming right there.
I mean, it kind of weaves well with the way they wanted the ritualist. It's like, oh, I kill a rare. Let me just carve this cow up before I move on for the next 20 seconds. That's where the recovery is. Like, oh shit, I took damage. I don't have to use my life flask. I'm gonna carve this cow anyway, so I'll get my life regen to cover it before the next patch.
Wait, does it heal actually the thing?
I mean, I'm sure there will be like systems that maybe they have ways to make it so that you don't consume a charge if you consume you don't consume a charge of this if you consume a endurance charge or something. That like there might be stuff like that, for example. I don't know.
There has to be something. I don't know. I will wait and see because there is no way.
Yeah, I mean we don't have to hate on it till we get the patch notes, I guess.
I'm not hating on it.
It is funny.
It is really funny.
I mean, why would you hate something that doesn't exist? You know, like it's just on the note. It's fine.
There's gonna be some roleplay, some nice roleplay shit.
Yeah, I mean the RP is on like top notch, as I said, right? That's
true. But does anyone ever use meditate on the monk? I don't think I've seen anyone use it.
I've seen people use it. I mean, it's pretty OP for like boss fights and stuff.
Yeah, Elon Musk uses it.
So the anvil is a boss boost damage?
No, it's not for damage. It's just like, you know, you just have double yes between, like, you know, every time you get hit by one big attack, you just have double yes again. And
no, but the smith does the anvil bosses.
Meditate will be good once Grim Feast is gone.
Okay, that's fair. Once it's gone, you're just assuming that they're gonna delete it?
I mean, it is, yeah. Grim Feast is killed. I think that's...
Did you guys pick up on one little information? No, interesting note. Let's see if I have a screenshot here somewhere. No, I don't. In one of the... No, I do. Here, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Here. This is the occult skill gems. Note in the first row how the skeletal warrior is gone. It's just not there anymore.
Oh.
First row. Skeletal warrior summons.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Don't you need... Oh, no,
they're gone.
Maybe they're gonna be in like item now.
Yeah, I mean, we have them as a baseline item from Rattling Scepters.
Maybe that's
But they were also a skill gem we could pick.
Yeah, maybe now you have to do that. Yeah, maybe you have to get up on the item now. I don't know.
Maybe they weren't used by enough people. Or there was some footage of a guy who had like 47 of them, so maybe that was
47?
Yeah.
Bro, where do you even put these guys?
You have to find a target big enough for them to hit.
Yeah, that sounds suboptimal. It's like 47 milliminions. Yeah, I don't know, man. Imagine having just picture having 47 warriors.
Yeah.
You don't want
well, at least my warriors will hit fast enough to actually do something.
That is.
Oh man. No, I don't know. My first thought when I saw this was like, yeah, maybe they just moved it to where all the other minions are. Then I saw the pictures, like all the other minions are here. I don't know where they put it. But yeah, no.
It's gone.
No, they just deleted them, yeeted them from existence. So with that information, maybe they will yeet Grim Feast. Like I'm getting a little concerned here.
Bro, it's fucking gone. I am certain.
I am certain. I was thinking maybe they do it like 50%, but even that would be OP. So
no, dude. If they do anything to Grim, the problem is like Grim Feast completely makes all the regen stuff from the tree, all the ES recovery stuff is just completely useless. ES recharge stuff. Why are these nodes there?
I mean, okay, not everyone has like 30 ranks in their Grim Feast and gets like 1k every time, right? That's not.
You don't even need that, though. You don't need that. Like I've played with like what? I can actually check my info list
right now.
And for example, I played like a Ranger hybrid live ES build, and I just didn't have enough int to max it out. So I got like 100 or 150 per thing.
Yeah, that's enough. That's the thing. You don't need to max it out. You have like what, 3k ES, whatever. I don't know how much you have on. So it doesn't matter. Like, that's the thing. You only need higher levels if you have a huge ES pool, which you won't have if you're playing a hybrid build. Like my warrior, same thing. When I played with ES, I had level 9 Grim Feast, something that was enough.
How much ES did you have?
I think not that much, like 1500 or something. When I had ES on my warrior.
You just used like a series disdain or what? Or what were you using?
Yeah, disdain. Yeah, literally just put on disdain. That's it. I'm gonna check actually. I'm gonna go back on my warrior.
I have 8.6k energy shield, and my Grim Feast is only level 29, so I only get 900 energy shield.
I will do it because I just swapped out of it because I was like, you know what, I want to be fast, and I'm not playing without 3 steel. But I think, where is it? Where is it? Oh, actually, it was less maybe.
You know, I never really realized that the Grim Feast has a minion tag. I never thought about that.
But no, man, I had 1k actually. I think I had like 1k, maybe 1200 tops. And Green Feast was, level 9, I think. Like, I don't think it's a problem.
Oh, thanks, Oleg, by the way. I'm not sure when it happened. Appreciate the sub, though.
Feast, but it is minion tagged.
And I'm going to buy Hunters, yeah. I'm excited for it.
You can't put minion mastery on it.
But minions, level of minions...
Now I said build a 50k, yes, with Grim Feast and doubling with Meditate.
Yeah. I have plus
wait,
10 global
you cannot... Wait, can you double it again, or what?
What the fuck? Level 29, it gives me 900 energy shield for a Revenant with an 8.6k energy shield, so I'll have 16,000 when I'm playing maps.
Yeah. But like even my Infernals right now, like I have like what, 6k, 6.2k, yes? But Griffith is level 19 and I had no problems. It was enough. Yeah.
I already had it equipped somewhere. I gotta double check. Oh, there it is.
I mean, Green Fist was so stupid that on my warrior, but like we talked about how useless the auras that are available to you on warrior are. It was so stupid. I had like what, 200 ES at some point, just some random, because I had some ES bases on, and I used Green Fist with that, and it was worth it because you don't even need levels. You only have 200 ES, so it's like. But that was worth it.
I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of the spirit gems were actually coming soon, though, right? So there's like a lot of missing stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they add. But like, yeah, it's like if 200 ES, that like Green Feast would basically give me 400 EHP, which is while you have like 4k life on it. That's like 10%. Like you would do that. 30 spirit. No, that was stupid. It's gonna be gone. There's no way.
There are 9 total coming soon support gems, but I mean they're obviously adding more than what's preliminary. That was pre-planned, right? Of active skill gems that's saying coming soon is 3, 5, 7, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. 17 skills. And they're like, yeah, we're adding 100.
Well, supports adding 100 supports, right? So
yeah, that's crack.
It's gonna be huge.
But I mean, it's pretty clear that I feel like temper weapon won't be used on the Smith. Is the Smith's masterwork is the big one, and then you go Cold Stoker and Forge Flame. That's like the plan.
I wonder how good this like floating weapon is. That reminds of like, you know, old school, like, you know, Lich King expansion, like a Death Knight or something with like the rune weapon. I wonder if it's gonna be actually strong and just kind of kill shit. It's gonna be fun.
My 2 favorite builds of period 1 is Spectres, and before that was Animate Weapon, which was really popular back in Breach League when you started, Karn. And Manifest Weapon is basically the period 2 version of that. It's gonna be fun to see how many weapons we can have, because it's all about quantity when it comes to that kind of build for minions. Basically, ranged minions have a lot of area coverage because of projectiles, right, or distance shooting. And as soon as you go into melee minions, you want to have a high quantity of them to cover as much of the screen as possible. Otherwise, your clear is going to be terrible. So I hope we're going to get plenty of weapons from it. Then the build could potentially, at least from a baseline, be considered a good build, depending on their performance, of course.
Yeah.
Fun.
I think they're gonna change the tree too, though. Like the bottom side, there's not enough minion stuff there if you wanna play weapons.
Which one, sorry?
The bottom side of the tree. There's not enough minion things down there. Or maybe you just go straight to which side of the tree?
Yeah, you just pop up, right?
Weapons.
I mean, there's a bunch of stuff in
nodes.
with like allies, and like you get a buff and the allies get a buff and whatever, like in the mercenary area.
Yeah, there's some stuff in there, but like not much.
In the south, there's 2 damage nodes, one defense node, and then there's 2 different allies nodes. One is just region, I think.
There's one is
one
attack
is
speed,
accuracy. Yeah, one is attack speed. The other one is accuracy, and the other one is region. Yeah. So there are 3 allies nodes and 3 notables for minions, 2 of which is damage, 1 is defense. So normally what you would do is minion builds from that area right now is like Gemini Legionnaires. You're basically just bum rushing dual sockets and getting your ass out of that side of the tree to get to the actual minion nodes.
Yeah.
Same thing
From
with
left side,
warriors.
right? Do you go left or right?
No, left side.
Left side, yeah, okay. So
Left. Yeah. Which is kind of funny because you get a bit of defense nodes on the way, but like even the warrior minion nodes, you just take the travel nodes to get the fuck out of that tree. Just up to where the minion stuff are. That's it.
Yeah.
But I mean, Gemini Legionnaire is a little different tree. You don't bum rush out of it. You basically take quite a long walk straight south to the end of the tree to get dual sockets, and you walk on the outside of the tree all the way around to see.
Oh yeah.
It's humongous walking. Just taking a backpack, screaming like fucking Bilbo Baggins are going on an adventure or something.
Yeah.
Hiking to Mordor.
There's a lot of trouble on the tree in PvE2. Like so much trouble.
Yeah. But I mean, PvE1 skill tree offers a little bit more diversification, right? You have ascendancies in PvE1, kind of forces you into an archetype of builds. And they said that they didn't want to paint people in a corner and make ascendancies determine the build. They would be more open-minded. But the skill tree in PvE1 allows for easier access to go into the other sides of the trees, because at the middle allows you to connect, right? Whereas in PvE2, the middle is just you're blocked. There's a big ass cock block there in the middle. So if you want to go to the other side, you have to walk around it, and it's a humongous investment to make that happen. So I'm hoping that there's at some point maybe introduce the way gates or gateways that we have in the Atlas passive skill tree in PvE1. I was hoping they were going to do something like that to be able to like teleport over the passive tree wise.
Yeah, I could definitely imagine they're gonna bring something like this at some point. I think it makes a lot of sense, or like at least some kind of similar jump mechanic or whatever to allow a bit more flexibility with some weird ass builds. Which is like, for example, if you have to path to the outside of the, like of the tree, you spend like the first 20 points just to getting there, kind of. Which means like a new player can't like accidentally like, rush right there and like, end up on the other side and whatever, do some weird shit, right? But it does give you the flexibility to actually make this like worthwhile and skip like 30 nodes of pathing around, and you just do like 3 or something, and to actually end up somewhere where you want to be.
I mean, I don't think they want I don't think they necessarily want to make that easier. I think they want each class to have. I think they want the starting position to matter. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like a bit of a push towards like a bit of class identity and stuff in PvE2 compared to PvE1, which I don't think is a problem. I think that's good as well. It's like, okay, you play Ranger, you kind of know what you get, right? Outside of like, okay, there's like some weird builds that you can only do because there's like an ascendancy that does this thing, that's fine. But, the Ranger has a bow and the Huntress has a spear, and this is kind of like how they work. And I think that's okay to work that way. And it's also okay that Gemini Legionnaire can also play with a bow and can also play with a spear. But it's like,
It's very contradicting, is my issue with it. Because they keep saying, oh, we want class choices to matter and identity to be there. So if you choose to play an ascendancy, you can't they don't want us to be able to respec it. At the same time, they say, we don't want you to be forced into playing specific type of builds with your ascendancy choice. And
yeah, but these are completely different things. One is about, okay, how permanent is your choice, and the other one is, what are the options available to you. So these are different.
I mean, fair. But if you then compare the ascendancy choice not forcing you to play XYZ build that you want to have open up so you could play basically anything, no matter what ascendancy you are. But the skill tree is forcing you into specific choices, or you can have a really bad build. Like you try playing a ranger with minions, have fun. That's not gonna work.
I mean, I don't think it makes necessarily a bad build. It just makes it a lot harder to do early on. So, like for example, I played the crossbow blood mage, and that thing was like so much just traveling. It's like you get the fuck out of Wish like instantly. Yeah, there's nothing for you there. And you just get out ASAP.
Wait, why do you play
Yeah,
crossbow on a blood mage?
That's a
it
really
was
good
actually
question.
pretty good. I was doing plasma blast, bleed,
Holy dude.
because you know you can bleed with elemental damage, and plasma blast is giga dam.
Yeah, I know. Okay, that's kind of interesting strat.
It was actually pretty good. Yeah.
Did you like just use plasma blast for everything, or like how did you clear?
Clear with galvanic shards.
Okay, so that was good enough anyway. Even like as a scuffed witch.
Yeah, I mean, it was not. It was actually. It's actually pretty decent. Like even on witch. Like a crit, because you know you're a blood mage, so you just scale crit. And you scale crit with the overflowed life or mapping. You have like what? No, even on low gear, I had like what? I don't know, a 6k, 7k life, close to 6.5k life maybe. With the overflow, with like no gear, like level 90 or something. So it was
kind of funny.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
How easily would you overflow if you get hit?
Oh, but your overflow is always up mapping because you get them on crit and on kill. The orbs. Like you get a ton of them. Like once you go when you not crit, it's not that good because you on kill is not enough. But once you go crit, yeah, you just swimming in orbs.
Okay, sounds good.
When you're mapping. Yeah, for bossing though, it's a different story. Like when you're playing a blood mage, every time you cast a spell, your timer runs out. You know, it's like you're on a timer. Your life depletes and doesn't really go back up unless you press your flask. So you lose your overflow too. So it's not great.
I was so excited about the blood mage. I love the artwork of it. It looks fantastic. It's so
Same.
You know, I'm gonna get a PoE2 back piece tattoo. I'm actually gonna stream it. It's gonna be fun. And my first plan was to get the blood mage as some iteration of it. I was so excited for it, and then I started playing it. It's like, nah, man, this ain't it.
What was your problem with blood mage?
Just the general feel of it just didn't feel good with what I wanted to do, and I wanted to do the bone spells because of the imagery. Like it was so cool to it, so I wanted to do something with the bone spells. And it was like the bone blast, bone spear. There was a guy who made a build with it that looked really cool, but it's like it still felt janky to play. But yeah. So that ain't my skin, but I get the lich now, so I'm happy.
See, my problem with blood mage is that if you well, this originally my thoughts were, if I'm playing blood mage, it's to play blood barbs. I think that's the node that makes blood mage. That and obviously the crit, but the problem with that is like you kind of wanted to play a spell, and you kind of needed to play something like an elemental spell, right? So you can play bleed with that. And the problem is like you could not get everything because you would need the leash. Technically, the leash node, you would need the blood barbs, and then you would need all the way to the base crit chance. Like for example, like I think fire spells have like very low crit, or you could have played something like maybe flame blast, bleed, or something like that. Like you have bleed, ignite, I don't know, all that stuff. There's like big idea, right? That's from before, and the problem is, yeah, you can't have everything because it is the life remnants. You're forced to take it. And then you need blood barbs, you need the leash, you need too many things. Like you also want the progenesis node that's really good. Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that one actually, because next patch, if ES gets guarded like we expect and nothing changed much about life, like Blood Mage is gonna have like insane defense comparatively to everything else. Because you have like double life. Yeah, double life with the progenesis is gonna be huge.
What is progenesis again?
Grasping Wound is notable on Blood Mage. Percent of the damage that you would have lost is prevented, and then you lose that over 4 seconds instead.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that was my dilemma with this class. Like you wanted to play a spell so you can go crit easily, but then you can't. And then if you don't go spells, then you need. Well, you don't really want to play a physical skill because then why are you playing Blood Mage? So it's like the only thing that made sense was literally only attack, like elemental attacks pretty much, so you don't have to be forced into the spell crit node and the spell leech. And that left only what Perfect Strike and Plasma Blast and Hammer of the Gods, obviously, with Avatar. You can't even do Avatar Fire. That is one of the problems. You cannot do Avatar Fire stuff for Blood Barbs. So yeah, it only left Perfect Strike or Plasma Blast. I didn't want to play Maces again, so Plasma Blast it was. But it was fun though. Plasma was fun. Have you used Ricochet at all, Wuji?
Sorry?
Have you used Ricochet at all?
Ricochet.
Yeah, Ricochet support.
Is that the one where like comes from the walls?
Yeah, like it can bounce on.
Yeah, I've used that on like a fireball build. It was actually pretty hilarious when you shoot like 100 projectiles or 200 projectiles.
Yeah, well, with Plasma Blast, okay, so when you use Scatter Shot on Plasma Blast, it doesn't shoot like 3 blasts like in an arc or whatever. It shoots 3 times, like in a straight line. So it's like you get triple the hits, and every single one of them can ricochet off walls. So technically, you could have just mapped with that shit and just you Scatter Shot, Plasma Blast. You shoot 3 of them, and they can all ricochet. Usually, you get one of them, you know, on average. Maybe
Wait,
2.
so isn't it like just like a beam that ends somewhere? But
Yeah,
if you hit it,
beam. Yeah, it's a giant beam.
But if it hits the wall, it can still like bounce off the wall and keep going.
Yeah.
But is it like a full new beam, or does it have like a certain max range and it just kind of like bends?
No, it goes like just goes straight until it like, you know.
Yeah, but okay, like let's say it's like, you know, I don't know, 10 yards range. So if it hits like a wall after 5 yards, is the bounce gonna extend it to 10 total or 15?
It didn't have a limit anyway.
Oh shit, what?
Yeah, it just went straight to the moon.
I didn't really try the plasma thing. I only tried the galvanizing shard briefly, and I'm definitely determined to make a build now after the hunters at some point. I'm gonna make galvanizing shard and shock burst rounds, especially the crossbow buff. Sounds good.
Yeah, galvanizing shard is really strong.
Yeah, I tried it briefly, and I rolled it to like Act 3 or so, and it just feels really fun. It's just like a really good, feels good man build. So I want to make something there.
Yeah, I think they might nerf shock burst though. Shock burst is really strong.
I mean, they're buffing crossbow skills in general, is my understanding either way. So, I mean, anything that worked well now will surely work really well later, right? So at least that's the expectation.
Maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to like giga nerf something to that degree that the crossbow buff wouldn't offset it at least or something.
You never know, dude. Warrior got nerfed every patch. Just saying.
Patchness will be quite interesting.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
You've seen the performance in the races, man.
The fucking the worst part is like people are actually gonna think, oh my god, Warrior is so OP. Oh, what people complaining about Warrior? Oh, it's so strong. Look at this.
But look at the bright side, Khan. You know, like they're all gonna get baited into starting a Warrior now because of the races and because of the cool new ascendancy and stuff. And then they're all gonna like end up in your stream because you're the only guy actually sticking to it. And then they you can show them the way, you know, easy.
Oh my god! I mean, yeah, I guess. Fuck, dude. They're gonna have a blasting campaign. They're gonna get 2 maps in every way. Wait a second. Why is every monster in this map 7 times faster than I am? And then when I try to charge my mace attack so I can fight back, they just fucking stun me and then I'm dead.
I told you the solution. Just get your onslaught helm.
How salty you are over the Warrior stuff. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for laughing, but it's funny.
Yeah, it's better to love than to cry.
Well, someone's gonna be complaining, right?
I mean, the thing is, like, it's not even that Warrior is weak. It's just that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. It just feels like shit. A lot of things just feel bad to play. But like, technically, power-wise, Warrior is also too strong in the game currently because they, you know, again, game's too easy. Characters we're too strong. But I think once that changes, yeah, it's gonna be rough.
It is.
Game is too easy, so Warrior is good.
The Warriors too. Anger must talk me that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's no like you just drop one hammer and every boss in the game dies, so that should not be like this.
But I'm curious, like with everything that we've seen so far, we know that we haven't seen the new skills. That's why I keep saying, like, I'm a firm believer that we're gonna see the Summoning Companion. I really think so. And the reason for that is that for one of the arguments was that if they would have introduced it, would have been big enough to talk about and shown the skill. But I mean, how many skills are we getting for the Huntress? It was what, 25 or something? No, 20 new
No,
Huntress skills.
25 is a total of all the new skills.
Yeah, and I mean, 20 are Huntress specific, but they didn't show us 20.
Yeah, let me find a screenshot and count. Let's see.
That can be all hunters.
No, it is all the hunter skills.
The hunter skills is saying 20 new hunter skills specifically on the website.
Oh,
and they didn't show us 20, so that's why I'm like,
yes, it's 20. It's 20 hunter skills. There's 22 on the page, and one is barrage and one is sniper's mark, which already existed. So I guess they're gonna just be in both or something, in bow and spear. There's barrage already. So yeah, it's 22 minus 2 is 20, and then the 5 others.
5 others.
I can tell you 3 already. It's blacksmith bullshit, like manifest weapon, temper weapon, and fire spell on it.
No, that can't be true. Like the ascendancy stuff is not included here. I think they're only talking about gems.
Yeah, so like that's why I keep thinking that if there's 20 hunter skills, surely they would have shown more than a handful of them.
Well, one is the roar.
Tornado, strike thingy, primal fury, savage counterattack, someone else. The hit and run was the other one, and then they had the whole dashing back thingy. Like that was the hit and run, right? So I mean, they've only showed us 3 out of 20 skills, and then you have the row that we've shown. But I mean, there's more to it. There's a lot more to it.
I don't want to. Wait, how many are we seeing?
I mean, there's a rower. Okay, there's a rower and a specter. Specter's also coming, right? So.
Oh yeah, true. Spectres are coming. Yeah. And Spectres is really big, right? I'm not sure if like companion would be like. I agree that it's big enough to talk about, but the focus of the reveal was the Huntress, right? And the Spectres is massive.
But they talked about Spectre.
Yeah, they did. That's what I'm saying. But like, they didn't talk about the companion. But I don't know. I still feel like
they would.
It's coming. Like
they would
maybe
talk
I'm
about it.
Opium here.
You're huffing, dude. You're huffing real good.
I agree with Karn.
You're on the good stuff right now.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just riding the high of the Spectres and the Lich.
Yeah, you are. He's like, okay, we got Spectres.
Don't you have enough work to do already right now with the Spectres, man? Now you also want to think about like 2 billion combinations of items on your companion? Like, come on.
Well, there's only one, man. I'm putting the helmet on his head. He's putting that helmet on. That's all I know.
Put the helmet on, you put a chest on, and everything is like low. Everything is considered like low life, and it doesn't have any res. That's good. And then you get like double on kill effects, and with like the Giga Quant, easy.
Yeah, I just want to put the goddamn tower helmet on the AG. That's all I want.
Yep. So everybody wants.
Yeah. Like, I don't care about the MF. I just want the helmet on him.
Yep.
That would be so cool.
But I mean, if we're missing 5 skills, is it 5 skills that are missing that we haven't seen?
Well, 3 now. We have the Spectres and the
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Roa.
So we're missing.
And I think wasn't there like another spirit in they showed? Oh no, it was the Roa, I think.
Yeah, Roa is the spirit one.
Yeah, so there's like 3 that they didn't show now, or at least that we don't remember.
Huh. Let's see.
Actually, I'm gonna poke you guys, see if I can wiggle out some info.
He wants to know, does he have his little companion or not?
Dude, I can't wait for like the strats with the fucking twisters. I'm just watching the Huntress stuff again here. The twisters that you can spawn, and you're gonna like pull the boss into the...
Cool,
yeah, you're gonna pull the boss into the corner, and then like shotgun them with like 10 twisters. It's gonna be glorious.
Wait, you're gonna kite the boss into a corner before you do damage in solo self and hardcore?
Well, that's the way, man. What do you mean? That's what's gonna happen.
Way.
Yeah.
Show me the way.
Yeah, it's the way.
That is the way.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's really funny.
I mean, it's always happens with that kind of stuff, man. And you look at this here, and like, you know, it's absolutely going to happen, man. You put him next to the wall or in the corner or something like that, and then you don't let the twisters just like run off, and you're gonna do like 5 times the damage.
I mean, do they bounce? They said they bounce. They bounce the twisters, right?
Yeah, you know, I can see them happily bouncing.
Yeah, they do bounce. Yeah.
I mean, the twisters look really cool. I'll give you that. Like visually,
I mean,
it looks amazing.
That's why I'm always skeptical when they show stuff like, oh, it looks cool, or all that shit. I'm like, I'm just gonna wait and see, man. I'm waiting on the gem before I plug out.
Wait, there's a guy in my chat who says they said even with pushed back release, they might launch without all classes. Have they said that? That they might launch without all the classes?
I
don't know.
I have never
I
heard
don't remember
that.
hearing that.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing that either. And I think like this is kind of like one of the 1.0 features, which is like full campaign, all classes, all ascendancies. That's kind of like what they promised as like the 1.0, no?
I mean, that's a topic we haven't talked about actually. So I kept saying before this reveal stream that this reveal stream would give us a somewhat of an idea what time frame PoE 2 is going to sit in the EA on.
Yeah, 2027.
Like, yeah. Like, I was like, okay, if they give us the third ascendancy of all existing classes and they give us 2 new classes, I would be a firm believer of they can pull off launching this game this year. We got 1 class and 3 ascendancies. And I'm like, this to me feels like I'm not hating. Like, I think it was amazing the stuff we got, but it tells me that the time frame for a full launch is more likely like summer next year, if not later. What's your guys' opinions on that or thoughts?
I'm gonna say I was only half joking about 27, but we'll see.
So 2026.
It's certainly not this year, that's for sure. So yeah. I could also see something like spring, summer next year or whatever. And I mean, who knows? Like maybe a lot of the stuff that is not included now is like close to done and they want to do more polishing and stuff. But you know, at this point, we kind of know how it goes, right? Like whatever is close to done will be reiterated again. And then it's going to need more polishing. And then at some point they're going to introduce it and whatnot. And yeah, realistically, we're at least a year away, I think. So beyond that, I have no idea.
I would say mid 2026. But that would be bad. I feel like if they release the game, it's probably gonna be. I want to say at the end of the year. Well, not this year, but if it's not at the end of this year, it's gonna be at the end of next year, I think. Or.
Okay, here's a link to in a group chat as well. Eurogamer made a report. Apparently, it says that the comments come from Path of Exile 2 game director Jonathan Rogers, who's speaking to me after media briefing for the imminent and Jam-Packed .2 early access update. During the briefing, he told the assembled press that he was very keen to get the game done this year and would be very disappointed should he not be able to. We might slip, he added, but it's still very much my intention to try and get the game finished this year.
Dude, no shot, man. No way.
I'll keep reading the quote here. It says, I pressed him on these comments afterwards to see how realistic a full launch this year really is. Upon he said, I think it's quite possible, Rogers told me, but not like 90%. I'm thinking 65% chance of getting it done this year. That's my current feeling about it. I have a schedule that will get us there. This question of we can actually meet that schedule, which will be challenging but not impossible. Should the game not make it out this year, though, we won't have. Should the game not make it out this year, though, we won't have much longer to wait. Yes, absolutely, Rogers said. If it wasn't December, it would be March kind of thing.
I was actually thinking around that.
Yeah, actually, I see that quote here as well. Like, yeah, but it's kind of weird because I feel like that's kind of like one of the hallmarks of the 1.0 launch is, you know, the game is complete, right? It's like the campaign is there, the classes are there, the ascendancies are there. You know, these are the 3 big pillars of like what constitutes the 1.0 patch for me, right? So it's kind of odd that they would say, "Oh, we're not gonna have all the classes." Maybe like, I feel like this is what makes this a full game, you know, like at least from the original scope, what they said, right? So
I just read a really accurate comment. The launch is nearby.
what? The launch is nearby.
The launch, yeah, nearby.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it, man.
Yeah, I think they definitely said they will release even if it's not all classes. Actually, the people confirmed. But people say like, yeah.
But here's another topic.
Like the AXA thing is a priority. What is it?
Like very unrelated to this. So unless you wanna like say something more here. No, I was just going to say, like, in my chats, Red Room just said, I'm surprised that the Hunter's lore-wise is Azamite. I was quite certain it should be Marakath, like the Sork. What do you guys think about that? Do you have any strong opinions?
Oh, I have very strong opinions about this. You see, I've played Path of Exile 1 for 11 years, and I still don't know why we're killing Piety 60 times. I play an ARPG game. I don't give a shit about lore.
I mean, she's an Asmeri, right? What is an Asmeri again?
They're also from somewhere, I guess.
Okay. They're from nearby. They're nearby. I see.
But to be fair, I think PoE2 does a much better job at kind of like introducing the lore, and it gave me definitely like a bit of a more complete picture of like what is actually going on, you know, between like Val and, you know, Eternal Empire and whatever. At least I kind of like the big picture. I get it a bit better now compared to the past, where it was just like, okay, there was like all this random stuff, and I feel like it's like better to get an idea of like what the league mechanics actually are, because there's like, you know, we just talk about Legion, for example, right? There's like those 5 factions, but back when I first, you know, encountered Legion, I had no idea, like, what the fuck is it Eternal and Templars and whatever, right? So it was all kind of just random bullshit for me. But yeah, at this point,
yeah, lore is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is nice, and there's actually a lot of stuff to it. And I think like in PoE2 they're doing a much better job at it as well. Taking kind of like what was there already and kind of like integrating it into, you know, the new game and like expanding on it. I feel like that's worked really well. Even if they skip like all the dialogues and whatnot.
I mean, there's voice lines, so at least all the voice acted stuff you still know.
I mean,
you know,
I feel like the way the campaign. First off, it's important to point out that PoE 1 was not made from lore. The lore was smacked on top of it, and then they played with whatever they came up with. PoE 2 is made with the lore. And I never cared about lore in PoE 1, but in PoE 2, the story feels captivating and actually interesting to engage with. So it's very telling that they've had lore in mind when they did the campaign, whereas in PoE 1, that was like an afterthought in the design of the game when it first came to be. So I think that's like, to me, I never really cared about it, but in PoE 2, I actually do find it quite interesting with the storyline, as it's better telling, and the story's just straight up better as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. I mean, way back, it was like different.
Sorry?
I was just saying, like, way back, it was very different, where they just like tried to get like any game out of, you know, just like make anything, right? And then, okay, who cares about lore, right? I think that's probably like what they were also thinking back then when they made PoE 1, like back in beta and shit.
I don't want to open a big can of worms, but I kind of feel like the one topic I feel like we haven't really discussed is negligence of the existence of Path of Exile 1.
Oh my god. No, it ends now. It's fine. The 0.2 will be the start of 2.26.
Yeah, with 0.2, they're doing such a great job of getting back on track with their timeline for PoE 2 that they can easily devote a lot of resources to PoE 1.
I mean, according to the Eurogamer post, Jonathan is 65% certain they can pull off finishing PoE 2 this year, which is their plan.
That probably means with no updates to PoE 1.
No.
I was just sorry for laughing. I feel so bad because I
We
want
are
PoE1 to get consistent updates as well.
We are getting 2.26 in between 0.2 0.3 for sure. There's no other way. There's no way there isn't.
We have to, yeah. There's
No,
no
no
way they're
way,
gonna
he
like.
says.
Yeah, there's no fucking way, dude.
I
mean,
mean, no, they have to release the 0.26 league. They have to between 0.2. Like that has to be like their next project before they. I don't know.
I mean, to be
I feel
fair,
so bad for the few people that don't play PoE2 that only wants PoE1, and then we have us that wants to play both. I'm like, everyone's just come on, where is it? We want it. But
I mean,
know,
yeah, I guess they
resources.
definitely have an incentive to do PoE1 again. Like, I'm not sure, like, what is the expected, like, I don't know, like, return, like, of players, or, like, you know, what is kind of like the minimum numbers they need to reach. But I guess they'll have to, like, try, like, a few leagues and see how it goes with PoE1 now. Because so far they haven't actually released, like, a real update, right? They've done, like, the Fresia, okay, and, like, the relaunch at some point. But it was not, like, a real new league. So we don't actually even know how PoE1 will perform once they actually do a new league, right? So,
It's gonna be pumping, dude. What do you mean? It's gonna be all the people that got into PoE through PoE2 that will try PoE1.
yeah,
They're all
it
gonna
could
be,
be that
oh
it's gonna
my
be like
God, you telling
incredible,
me?
or it
Dylan,
could be
you
like a lot
telling
of these
me?
people that, you know, tried PoE2 that, you know, like didn't play PoE1 before, that they will then try it because new league launched and everyone was hyping it, and then they realize, fuck man, PoE1, I actually don't want to do it. You know? So who
Oh, that's
knows?
fine. They're just not gonna do it and go back to PoE2. That's not a problem. But I think
Yeah,
a lot
that
of people are gonna come from PoE2, try PoE1, and be like, yo, shit, this is good. I can actually, when I get a map that has mods I can't run, I can click an alteration on it, and then I can run it. That's crazy. Or you telling me that my item does not have fizz, I can just craft it on it? That's also crazy. My boost don't have boost speed, I can just craft it. That's insane.
You know, it's really funny because like people were saying that PoE1 was Sumi. I was like, nah, it's not that Sumi. I played way Sumier ARPGs. Then I played a lot of PoE2, and then we came back to Fresia, and I'm like, bro, I can't control myself. I am so fucking fast. This game is ridiculously fast compared to PoE2. Has any of you guys played like the old MMORPG game Tibia?
no.
What is it called?
Tibia? Yeah, it's just an old
nothing.
game. Basically it has no ending. You can level up infinitely. It's kind of crazy, but you get increased movement speed the higher level you are. So if you play on a high level character, or if you play on a low level character for like a couple of days, and then
That's
you try
something we
play a high
discussed
level
as well.
character, you can't control yourself. Like it's impossible to control your movement. It's insane. And that's how I felt going from PoE2 to PoE1.
I should try Torchlight.
Torchlight's fun. Torchlight's fun.
Yeah, Torchlight is fun, but man, that's like really like out of all the, like, you know, RPGs, that goes like the most hyper, you know, like everything's just like cracked. Yeah, it's even worse than PoE1. Like you just start fucking flying, like, you know, after like 30 minutes, and then it never stops.
Well, hold up. In PoE2 at the top end, it was faster than PoE1.
Yeah, okay, like temporalis stuff maybe, but
yeah, the temporary shit was faster. Even the stacker shit was also faster. So, you know, it is that when you start playing PoE2, like, dude, like even when I went back to last Epoch, I was like, hold up, what the fuck? Why is my level 12 Sentinel faster than my level 100 Warrior? what is going on there?
Have you guys played Torchlight? Like the Torchlight Infinite, like a bunch.
Torchlight Infinite, I find it really fun. It's been very enjoyable to play. It's like the kind of game like you just blast it for a week and have a good time.
Yeah, I also like usually go back for like the season launches a bit and stuff. Sometimes I do a bit more, sometimes a bit less. But I've been like also enjoying it over the last seasons, just like kind of casually. It's like, you know, like usually I take like these RPGs like very seriously and stuff, but Torchlight is like, you know, it's just one of those things where I'm like, okay, I just play a bit and chill, and that's it. And for that, it works really well for me. But anyway, like regarding the PoE1 updates, I really wonder like how much they're gonna like put into them compared to PoE2. I feel like they're like already like running so late on everything But on the other hand, I guess they don't want to pull like a last Epoch, right? Where it's like, oh shit, we had like 9 months of no content. But they actually will, right? Like, Settlers League is going to be out more than 9 months.
I mean, the thing is, like, I think it's been only like one guy designing PU1 for a while now. Like, actually, ironically, he's like
one guy.
I talked to him when I was at ExileCon. At ExileCon, the PU1 guy. He's a cool guy.
One guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's one man army, dude. I'm telling you.
It starts to feel like what's his name? I forgot his name. The guy who does the he was doing the mobile game, and then he put him in charge of console.
Oh.
So now it's like one guy's just dealing with the PoE mobile. It was the mobile fall guy. That's what it was. Thank you. Now you have the PoE 1 fall guy.
I mean, dude, if I'm telling you that it's like one guy that has been designing stuff in PoE1 for the last, I don't know, since PoE2 has been the focus, you would not believe. I don't think you'd believe me. You'd believe me. I would not believe it.
Oh my god! Wait, is that PoE mobile actually ever coming out? By the way, like I heard about it like 6 years ago.
Okay, but I mean, so their plan was they wanted to do it. They announced it in a really effective way, to the correct audience in the way they did it, right? But they were also very adamant about this is like their last project they'll work on, kind of thing. It's a last priority thing. So as long as there's anything else to work on, that will always take priority over the mobile. And they had like a playable test you could do on the phone at the ExileCon. And then, PoE 2 and PoE 1 and everything there, they have zero resources being put to mobile. There's so much other things they need to get done with before PoE mobile even gets any sort of, they don't even get a coffee break kind of approach because there's no one working there. It's kind of like the priority they're running right now. And I think
but the thing is, like, it sounds like they did a lot of work over the years on this mobile game, and then just like didn't finish it. I don't know, probably 60% done or some shit, and now it's kind of like sitting there and getting more and more outdated with every month basically, right? So it's like
so the whole WASD thing and the incorporation that they've done with consoles, actually taken a lot of stuff that they've done with the mobile version, has been effectively used to help facilitate the console integration, is my understanding at least.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, I can see that.
But that's it. Yeah.
I can definitely see that, doing a project like this has helped them in various ways, because they can copy paste some stuff, or at least like adapt to it, or at least have an understanding of the issues that arise under certain circumstances, and they can already preconceive some solutions and stuff, right? So I guess it makes sense. But on the other hand, it kind of sounds like they put a lot of I'm not sure how much, but some resources into this game, and now it's just like never coming out. And then maybe we're gonna hear about it again, 2028 or something at some point, like literally a decade after. Like, I don't know. When was the PoE2 announcement? Was it 2019?
I mean, okay, so that was on the second ExileCon, right?
No, it was the first, no?
Was it the first?
I thought so. I mean, I wasn't there, I'm sure, but I thought the first ExileCon was again, it did all the big announcements or all the stuff.
Right, no, yeah, you're right, because the initial plan was to have a different campaign and have both games meet in the middle of the end game. And then over the years, they wanted to make so many changes, they were like, we just got to make a new game. And then they dropped out of that idea to make it 2 separate games, right? And
yes.
put even more workload on it because there was more stuff to do.
Yo, Palas, thank you so much for the tier 3 update. How you doing?
So they had some stuff they showed on ExileCon 2.
Is actually any ExileCon planned? I guess after launch.
So I know for a fact that it takes, what they've told me at least, is that it takes them roughly a year of planning to get ExileCon sorted.
Yeah, it's kind of huge.
Which makes sense. And they were talking about maybe setting it up to have somewhere else than New Zealand. The problem is, well, what they said was they want to connect the ExileCon event with a launch to make the most ROI out of it, right? The problem is, if they do it in America, for example, everyone would apply for a vacation when they have the company paying for the flights over there, so they would lose half their staff on vacation after an ExileCon if they move it anywhere else, and they're already selling out their tickets to New Zealand, so that's why it's keep happening there. And because it takes them a year and they don't know when PoE 2 is ready, I don't think we're going to see an ExileCon leading into the launch of PoE 2 because of that. Because if it's ready in December, maybe. But if it's not, then they're looking at March. Maybe that's going to get delayed. So they can't really plan an ExileCon around the launch of the game. So I think that maybe we'll see an ExileCon further down the line when they have like maybe their first big league in PoE 2. Maybe that's something. Or maybe a couple of leagues later. But I really hope they do another one because those events are fantastic.
Yeah, it was sick.
Yeah, I actually really would like to go there as well when the next one comes around.
Oh, you definitely should.
Yep.
Oh, also, I've never been to New Zealand, so that would be like a nice trip, I guess, just because of that as well.
Yeah, the event was sick. New Zealand was sick. It was like 10 out of 10.
Absolutely astonishing. Yo, Karn, did you try that restaurant right next to, like, literally outside the door of the hotel that we got to stay in? Got out the door directly to your right.
I don't think so. Maybe. I don't think so. No.
They had like sushi stuff. It was like an Asian restaurant. It was fucking fantastic, dude. Next time,
Burger Fuel.
Remind me, we'll go
there. Yeah. Burger Fuel was insane, dude. I don't know if you tried that.
No, I didn't. No.
It's like the best burger I've ever had, probably.
Really?
Yeah.
You could see like some
Dude,
progression
it was
bars
so
for the
good every
drops
time I went,
source.
man.
I don't have the link
You
right
know,
now.
the Hobbiton in New Zealand, I was like, I gotta go. And the first time I went there, I got the con flu. And I was knocked the fuck.
Oh no.
I flew home barely being able to breathe. That was like a 24-hour flight. It was excruciating. And the second time, I had so much to do. I was literally same as the last time I went. I was stuck in the hotel room just fixing with YouTube videos and what. I never got to go anywhere.
No.
So I'm like, next time, I'm staying an extra week if I fucking have to. I gotta go now. So I really wanted to do it so I could experience it.
Yeah, that sucks. Surely ExileCon next year, Copium.
Copium, yeah. I really hope they do it though, because it's such a cool event.
Yep.
Well, BlizzCon is pretty soon, isn't it, Woody?
I wouldn't call it soon, but yeah, 18 months.
Oh, it's 18 months.
Yeah, it's next year. It's in September, not this year.
might be out.
I thought it was going to be this year.
Holy, yeah. PoE 2 might be out by the time BlizzCon goes.
Yeah.
Holy
shit.
shit.
Man. I mean, knowing the current scheduling of targeting companies. I mean, maybe they'll launch it on
cinema. Oh shit.
Wait, what?
Boy. It's gonna be
no,
cinema.
I'm just joking about the whole scheduling. I mean, it collided with the last Epoch stuff, but like the reveal streams and stuff has collided with the D-Force Dev Talk so often now. It's like it's kind of funny. But so it would be hilarious if the game launched at the same time as Exile BlizzCon would happen.
That'd be hilarious.
But the 18 months, I really hope we get PoE 2 way before that.
Surely next year.
I mean, if it's actually like, imagine if it's not out by the time that BlizzCon comes around next year. So this will be like September sometime, 2026. At that point, they're close to 2 years actually of the early access. That would be like so far off from their timeline.
I don't think they'll pull off this year, but I really hope. Like I was with the, like I said before, like I was hoping this year. I think it's more realistic to summer next year. And if Jonathan in the Eurogamer report there, the article was talking about aiming, if they don't do it this year, then maybe a March release. That's just still within the time frame that I'd be very happy. So like,
I mean, realistically, like to be honest, does it really matter? Like for like us, let's say, you know, we're here anyway, we're blasting anyway. The good thing is like as long as the game is not out, there's always like a big new patch to look forward to right now as well, right? Just because, you know, they introduce new classes and they introduce new weapons and whatever, and you know, like the game is like changing in a really massive way as well, right? Every patch this right now, so I don't really see it as a problem, it's just like, okay, this is the game now, this is like, you can kind of just see it, okay, this was season 1, and now comes season 2, and in a few months it comes season 3, and the game is just the game now, this is how it works. So technically you can just see it that way as well, and that there's not really much different from just looking at like a full release game, I feel.
I mean, yeah, problem. I think that it kind of depends on what perspective you're looking at it from, right? I very much want PoE 1 to get attention. And I also want to get into the cycle. When the game is launched, their plan is to have 3 to 4 month leagues with one game, 3 to 4 month league with the other game, and bounce between the two. We're not getting into that cycle until the game's launched. So the sooner it launches, the sooner we can get into that rhythm, if you will.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point, I think, that you're making. That the attention will definitely be mostly on finishing PoE 2, because they have to like get out the early access, and there's like a kind of like a big, it's like a big thing, right? It's like, okay, 1.0, here's a big launch, and like now the game is free, like they're gonna have millions of people trying the game, right? It's gonna be crazy when 1.0 actually comes around. So yeah, I can see that, right? It's like a huge event at the very least. And then they can finally breathe and say, okay, now we've kind of like done our duty for now, and they can like start working on there's like upgrading the game instead of finishing the game. So yeah, I see that. But yeah, personally, I gotta say, for example, I'm not really too worried about PoE 1 myself. So yeah, I tried a Fresia event, and I played Settlers a bit, and like I typically try the league starts. But my focus is definitely more on PoE 2 than PoE 1 these days. I don't really want to, let's say, play them equally or something, I'm totally fine if like PoE 1 is just kind of like on the back burner, but this is like me personally. So I will play it here and there, but I'm not like burning for it anymore, I gotta say, these days.
I think most people are in your shoes feeling like that. I mean, it's kind of obvious looking at the numbers and whatnot. I think the majority of players are in that category where the PoE 2 is just the highest priority. But I mean, there's obviously people that plays neither. They play one or the other as well. And then you have the people like myself who are like, I want them equally.
Mhm.
What's your take, Karn? What's your position?
I mean, I'm playing both for sure. It's still like PoE 1. I like PoE 2. I mean, right now PoE 1 is the better game, but I want I still like PoE 2, and I want it to get better. Like I'll play both for sure. I'll play
Yeah.
both equally.
Yeah, I really wonder, like, let's say in like 2 years from now or something, what it's gonna look like when, PoE 2 is out, plus a few leaks, and, they're kind of like in the cycle that Gazi just described of like, bouncing back and forth between the two. So I wonder if that is actually going to happen this way. Are they actually putting a lot of resource into PoE 1 still? Are the leaks, actually attracting enough people for this to be like worthwhile and so on? So I really wonder what's the time, like, what will happen basically with like interest and development.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna be a game doing better than the other. It's most likely gonna be PoE 2, so it's gonna be.
At the same time, we had a humongous growth spurt in PoE as a result of Diablo 4. Diablo 4 was a buy-to-play game. It exploded, and like, sure, they had some issues, but they had a handful. They had a couple of good stuffs originally, but they have quite a few good stuff now. But the game is still taking one step forward, two steps back. Either way, that game you buy to play the game, and they're getting exposed to people saying, try Path of Exile, it's a better game. It's a lot of people saying that. So they are now in a position where they paid money to play an ARPG and are being told, you should try this game out. And then they say, being told that game's free. They have no argument, no excuse but to try the game because it's free and they're being told it's really good. So they try Path of Exile 1, and whether they like it or not is, that's for them to explore. But Path of Exile 2 is buy to play now as well. But once Path of Exile 2 releases, it is going to be free to play. And if people are, if they have this balancing schedule back and forth, it's going to end up with people playing Path of Exile 2 on launch, and then all the hype, all the content creators are going to like, yo, Path of Exile 1 is having a new league and bouncing over. I think we're going to have an insane growth spurt to people at the very least trying Path of Exile 1 in that position. And if they haven't put enough attention to PoE 1, then that's going to flop before it even got off the starting pits.
It's 100%.
I mean, the thing is that, putting
now.
attention into PoE 1 for newcomers doesn't matter, I think. So, what kind of like attention do you expect them, like, to do there or something? So, if you're talking about, like, people that haven't played PoE and then want to try PoE 1 and then get a bad impression or something, or is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying, like, if they haven't put attention to it and it's in this half-assed state, no updates for a very long time and whatnot, and then PoE 2 launches to have this insane traffic of new players, new player acquisition coming into the Path of Exile world of Ray class. They play PoE 2 and then suddenly they put attention to PoE 1 and they come over and it's not as good as it could have been. Would be worse than it be having, because like if the game is polished and kept consistently updated and people try PoE 2 and they like it, they try PoE 1, there's gonna be people that like it that try it that will then be more willing to buy supporter packs and MTXs, all those things. There's financial aspect of it as well, right? I don't think like I don't know, but I mean at the same time we've had Path of Exile once Settlers of Calgary for the past 80 years, so I'm not sure when we're gonna get the next patch.
Soon, brothers. Soon for sure this time.
For sure, dude.
It's not. This is like 0.2 will stabilize everything because the 0.1 was a mess. Now they know, they've seen in game, it's been played. It's gonna all come into place. It's gonna be stabilized, and then they'll be able to put more attention to PO1. We'll get 2.26. It's gonna be a banger. People gonna try it. People who didn't play P1 yet will try it. They'll like it. GG. Everybody's happy all the time.
I don't know who's huffing the most copium here, being an animated companion or card on PoE1.
Listen, man, it's not copium. It's real.
Dude, I can smell this from here. The copium.
Oh shit. It's gonna be fun though. But do you guys think that PoE, like, if you had to pick a month that you would expect to see a Path of Exile 1 new league, where would you guess that would land on? I'll start with you, Woody.
Well, let's see. So it starts in April now. May, I guess June. If you're like being optimistic, I would say June.
You think you? What about you, Karn?
Wait, what are we? What month? We're in March.
If you had to guess, a rough guess on what month you think we'll see the next Path of Exile 1 league.
I mean, I think it's the same. I think it has to be around the same.
Yeah.
Like June, July, something like this.
I mean,
it can be long. It can be longer than 2 months until something. 2-3 months.
Yeah. I'm also in the same boat. I think around probably end of June. But at the same time, they seem to be, at least through how they do with the patch for PoE 2, seem to kind of settle with the idea like they deliver a big chunk of content once every 3 months. That would make us have it's April. We're going to have a PoE 2 update if they do that schedule in June, July as well. How's that going to go with our resources?
I mean, it might be July, maybe like end of July or something. So, something like that. It's going to be close to 4 months again, maybe.
Sure, but when would the next PoE 2 patch come in then?
When you're talking about PoE 2? I thought you mean PoE 2.
No, the PoE 1.
Yeah, PoE 1 June, July, and like PoE 2. I'll see that.
You see, it gets really hard when you try to aim in both games, right? Because I'm thinking PoE 1 June, but if I say June and PoE 1, when the fuck are they gonna squeeze in a PoE 2 patch at the same time? Then? Like, would they?
Yeah, like after that PoE 1, of course.
Yeah, obviously, but then we're talking what, July?
Yeah, it's like June. Let's say like I don't know, early June, mid June is like PoE 1, and then like end of July. It's like 5-6 weeks after that, they're gonna do like PoE 2, and then like that.
I think that would be a really nice schedule. I don't think they're gonna pull that off. I really don't, but I hope they will.
Yeah, I have no illusions here. This is not gonna happen, but I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. It looks rough, man. I don't know. It looks real rough. They gotta finish the
does, yeah.
game, and I don't know. It seems. I honestly have no idea how that's gonna look like because this looks like it's not happening. I don't know how they're gonna fit both at this point. If they wanna keep rolling out regular updates on both from this point.
On the other hand, I don't know how it is to work on the developer side of it, but at the same time, I believe
I have no idea what it
my
means, Chico.
understanding
What?
that word, of the situation is that most of the work comes with the launching of it. And the launches happens, like a lot of those early stage stuff has been taken care of with the issues, glitches, dupes, exploits, balance stuff, which is covering with this launch as well. But it's like maybe it's faster for them to work on it, and we have no idea how far they actually have developed Act 4, 5, 6, right? Because they also have said that they stopped Act development when they saw the flashback that D4 got for lacking endgame. We're like, we got to fix an endgame, and stopped campaign altogether. And we're like, we got to get an endgame sorted, and did that mid progression of their development of the campaign. So we have no idea. Maybe Act 4 and 5 are already done, more or less. And they decided that, well, it makes more sense to go through Act 1, 2, 3, and then go through Act 1, 2, 3 again, instead of like Act 1, 2, 5, and then have like, oh, let's just do Act 1 one more time. So
I
maybe
mean,
they've
it's
done something
like
that's
it's like kind of
they're gonna.
done, but not fully done, I guess. Right? I mean, like Act 4 was actually playable and like Exile like 5 years ago or some shit, right? I've seen like some clip from Mathel playing through like Act 4 and stuff like that, and apparently Act 5 has also been playable. So you know, like at least like some parts of it are done, and we also see like some maps in the game right now that are clearly from later acts and so on, right? So
yeah,
like some stuff is done.
I played like what was it? I think it was Act 4, Act 5 that we played at Exile.
Oh, you played that as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So you
that
know,
was a long time ago.
It's very likely that they have gotten way further with these things that we don't have access to than we know of, and that would make sense. When Jonathan said in the Eurogamer article that he's hoping to have it done this year, it's like if they weren't done, like this year would just not happen. But you know, well, we'll see. It's gonna be interesting at least to see how they plan on scheduling this.
I mean, the thing is that, you know, like probably like all of the stuff is like kind of in a good state, and like, you know, most of the stuff is done and the assets and whatever. But, you know, especially like as the game is like now a live game basically, and it evolves, and they have to like reiterate all of stuff as they go. They also have to go back and like do work on like the non-release stuff again and reiterate that again. And you know, like the standard is kind of very high as well, because they don't want to like release an act that might be like kind of scuffed in some way, or like not fully on the same quality as like the other acts. And you know, like I see like there's a lot of like things that just like slow stuff down a lot, because they have to do like a lot of extra work all the time in order to make sure that, you know, like the overall picture fits. So I don't think that's really easy for them. Even if stuff is like 90% complete, you know, like the last 10% will just take them so much time to kind of like, you know, iron out all of the bugs, all of the little details and whatnot. Right? So, yeah.
Spectres, do you know that the Spectres are taking like so long to fix? Like, I don't know. Try to make sure everything there's not too much broken stuff.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they decided to like make Spectres what they are, right? Like they could have just as well gotten away with like not making Spectres at all, or make like some kind of like, you know, trimmed down Spectre. Like, okay, it only works on like, you know, certain monster types or whatever, or like, you know, certain like, you know, there could have been some restrictions and whatnot, right? So, but yeah, decided to just do the work. I mean, that's cool. So,
just sweep it out.
Yeah.
He's not complaining.
I lost it.
Because he's not complaining.
Bro, it's fine. It's 6 a.m. for all of us, right?
It's 4:46 for me.
All right, you're in Belfast, right? Yeah. And Woody, you and I are the same time zone, right? It's almost 6 a.m., right?
That's for me, it's 7 almost.
Holy.
Wait, almost 7? Are you an hour ahead of me?
Yeah, I have Eastern European time zone. I'm in Greece right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Oh god. I gotta get my daughter to kindergarten in about an hour.
I have to go to the gym in like 3 hours. So that's that, I guess.
I gotta wake my daughter up in an hour and get her to kindergarten.
That sounds like a good timing.
All right,
Oh my
I'm
God.
I'm gonna say thanks for the chat for tonight, boys, and I will catch you guys later on.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah, fun as always, dude.
Yeah,
I'll see
I
you
appreciate
guys
it.
later.
All right.
Have a good night, boys.
Yeah, peace.
Bye.
I was sitting here a very long time as well. Well, either way, it's an exciting time. Gonna be fun. I think I should probably also catch a bit of rest, guys. So I'm gonna go. Costly, you heard kindergarten. Doesn't cost a lot everywhere, I suppose. I'm not sure how it is. Like, I think Gansey's from Sweden. Is he Swedish? I think he's Swedish, right? Got 3% left. Oh no. I mean, if your drops didn't finish, guys, you can finish them on any other PoE channel, so don't worry. I'm also gonna rate someone, I guess, so. Did you say when the patch notes come out? Sometime this week, they said, like the next week. So we'll see. Probably like a few days before launch, I imagine. I mean, it's like a lot of stuff to go through now. I'm probably gonna make some videos about, you know, the ascendancies and, you know, whatever. Like, I'm gonna be cooking up on hunters. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about, so gonna keep us busy the next few days. Probably gonna do some more last Epoch prep, finish Ori, and then stall for PoE2 launch. That's probably the plan. Yeah, about the launch number, it's gonna be exciting. I don't know. I'm not sure what's like the highest concurrent players in PoE2. I know that they sold over 1 million copies. So probably like a few 100,000 concurrents or something. Actually, I have no idea how much exactly they sold and what the numbers exactly. I guess you can check out the Steam numbers. Either way, I expect a lot of people to return to 0.2. It's gonna be pretty big. Please hold on to League starters. Yeah, I mean, with Hunters, a lot of stuff will be unknown anyway. I don't think that we can really make like fully fleshed out builds and stuff, but I mean, we can at least like think about the concepts. Anyway, let's rate. Who do we rate? I see Lily, cute dog. A very cute dog, guys. Let's go. Alright, in that case, I'm gonna leave you. It was fun. I'll be back tomorrow. Good night, everyone. And thanks a lot to cute dog. Have a good one.